Chapter 1 _ My name is Sunyu. I'm a Saiyan. The roar of the engine echoed in his ears, and the huge airflow slapped his face. The soreness all over his body made Sunyu's hard body instinctively move. Back to the body. Where am I? Sunyu found himself lying on the ground. All he could see was the gray sky. There seemed to be a bird flying in the sky. It was only then that he realized that it was not a bird, but a plane. No, it should be a UFO to be exact. My god, what the hell is this place? The panicked Sunyu wanted to prop up his body, but when he waved his arm, he touched a soft body. Taking a closer look, it was a cute-looking girl. Her body was pressed firmly on her body in a big shape. The girl's clothes were weird and ragged. There were a lot of people lying around him. This scene was as if he was on a battlefield. There were blood and corpses everywhere, which was very terrifying. No, I clearly remember that I asked a friend to go to an internet cafe to play Dragon Ball Super Universe in the afternoon, but I saw an old grandma who fell to the ground on the way, and then I risked bankruptcy to help. Hey, after all, there are not many caring young people like me in this society, but I remember that a speeding car hit me at that time. At that time, I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect. Thinking of this, Sunyu's eyes lit up. He didn't die, and he wasn't in the hospital, so there was only one possibility left, and that was time travel. Suddenly, Sunyu turned his body and looked behind him. A fluffy tail swayed in the wind. Sunyu's heart trembled when he saw this tail. Maybe to others, they didn't know this. What does a tail mean? But Sunyu is a standard otaku and an anime lover. Since he was a child, he liked to watch all kinds of Japanese manga, especially the classic anime like Dragon Ball Hokage. He can recite the characters in it. The tail is the symbol of Saiyan. Sunyu has seen a lot of time travel, but he never thought that he would be able to catch up with the tide of all people time travel. Saiyan. I transmigrated to become a Saiyan. Sunyu was extremely excited, but before he was happy for long, the pain in his body poured on his head like a basin of cold water. Hey, it hurt. Sunyu touched the ribs on the right side, and it seemed that two were broken, but this injury was not serious for a strong Saiyan. After calming down, Sunyu thought about the situation in the Dragon Ball world, and said with a wry smile, this Saiyan I've traveled through is probably a cannon fodder, and I don't know how long it will be until Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. Time. Just take this opportunity to leave Star Vegeta. Right. Go to Earth. Go there to practice and become stronger. Quote. Obviously, he was sent to this planet with several other young Saiyans to carry out the mission. Although he just saw that several people had been evacuated, the spaceship he took when he came must still be left somewhere. Saiyan spaceships are spherical aircraft with one person and one cabin, and maybe they can rely on it to go to the Earth. Just as Sunyu was about to leave here to find his spaceship, he saw the girl who had been pressing on him before. According to the memory in Sunyu's mind, the Saiyan team at that time had experienced a tragic battle, and the one in front of him had gone through a brutal battle. The girl used her body to resist the attack of the original owner of her body, but unfortunately this did not save the life of the original owner of her body, otherwise she would not have passed through. Sunyu turned the girl's body over, touched her breath, and there was a faint breath. It doesn't seem to be dead yet. According to the memory of the original owner of this body, your name is Lena, you are my cousin, and you are also a highly talented intermediate warrior. Sunyu frowned. In the setting of Dragon Ball, Saiyans should not be cold-blooded and ruthless. They will never sympathize with the weak, but why would this cheap cousin sacrifice her life to save herself? Hey, maybe this world is not exactly the same as the Dragon Ball anime world. No matter what, she was seriously injured because she wanted to save herself, so I can't wait for help. So let's do artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation first. Sunyu can swear by his integrity. He really didn't see the cousin in front of him as cute, and wanted to take advantage of her by taking this opportunity. Really not. They are now in the wilderness of the deserted star and have no medical equipment, so they can only do artificial respiration. They must believe in Saiyan, but also in Sunyu's character. After turning the girl named Lena over, something similar to glasses fell from her arm. Sunyu was happy when he saw it. This is the combat power detector that appeared in the Dragon Ball anime. Putting the combat power detector away, Sunyu leaned over, pinched the delicate little bridge of the girl's nose with one hand, pulled her chin with the other hand, opened her lip, took a deep breath, and kissed her hard. Ahem. Take a breath. The two lips touched each other, and a soft touch with a girly fragrance hit Sunyu's mind. Before Sunyu crossed over, he was a standard otaku. He had never held a girl's hand, but now he is sending his first kiss that he has treasured for many years in disguise. Of course, he still firmly believed that he was simply saving people, and after blowing 7 or 8 consecutive breaths like this, Sunyu reluctantly straightened up and prepared to do CPR for his cheap cousin. According to what was taught in the textbooks as a child, to perform CPR, press the palm of one hand on the back of the other hand, and then press the patient's chest heavily. It's just that when Sunyu looked at his cousin Lena's chest, he couldn't help wallowing. The cousin in his memory was only 15 years old. Saiyans really deserve to be a fighting nation. The 15-year-old girl is already quite mature. The places that should be protruded and the places faces that should be raised or raised. Her explosive and firm skin is complemented by that the beautiful face of the impeccable Oriental girl is really criminal. There is no forcibly suppressing all kinds of evil thoughts in his mind. Sun Yu put his right hand on the left hand and pressed it against the girl's heart. Although Lena was wearing the special soft armor battle suit in the Dragon Ball anime, this did not hinder Sun Yu's feelings at all. After reaching that amazing elasticity, Sun Yu looked around like a thief, and then added some strength to his hand, intending to perform CPR for Lena. At this moment, the girl who had been in a coma suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu was stunned by this sudden scene, and the girl's eyes quickly changed from blank to clear. When she saw Sun Yu's palm on her body, her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she subconsciously slapped her and greeted him, shouted, "Kyle, you rascal." DD, the combat power is 874. The combat power detector suddenly reported that it detected Lena's rank. So, Sun Yu flew 10 meters away under the full blow of his cheap cousin. It's over. How should I explain to my cousin that I'm giving her CPR? Chapter 2_. If you want to chase me, become stronger. The Kyle in the mouth of the cousin is exactly Sun Yu's name as a Saiyan. His full name is Kael'thas, which means the one who brings death in the Saiyan language. Cough cough. Sister Na, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Sun Yu saw Lena quickly approaching him, and thought she was going to beat himself up. After all, he had a lot of body since he was a child. Beat her. HMPH. Kyle, I don't like people who are weaker than myself. If you really want me, you should practice hard. At least you have to wait until you have a combat power of 3000. Lena raised her chin hard, trying to make herself. Her demeanor was a little colder, but Sun Yu, who had an old-fashioned look, still saw a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. The combat power of 3000. Sun Yu's mouth twitched. Maybe it was his identity as a transmigrator. Sun Yu's vision would naturally not be limited to the combat power in the traditional sense of the Saiyan. Although Saiyans are born with extremely strong body, their understanding of martial arts and the use of chi can be said to be completely outsiders. There is no correct way of cultivation, but blindly pursuing the law of the jungle, which makes Saiyans and most species in this universe unable to exert their potential, which is surprisingly consistent with Dragon Ball world. Therefore, in order to better tap his potential, Sun Yu must go to Earth, where he worships the gods as a teacher, and learns to control chi. Seeing that Sun Yu didn't speak anymore, Lena pouted and said with a hint of comfort in her tone, Kyle, although you are a low-level warrior, you may not be able to achieve 3000 combat power with good practice. Confident. After listening to Lena's words, Sun Yu shook his head with a smile, and said slowly, Sister Na, in fact, I think it is wrong to judge the talent of a newly born baby based on his combat power. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Lena frowned. You are clearly envious of me being an intermediate fighter, so that's why you said that. Sun Yu smiled and shook his head gently. Talent is difficult to judge by a single standard. It is often closely related to acquired effort, understanding and even chance. Maybe some people are born weak, but they can break through themselves again and again through continuous learning and never-ending battles, and become incomparably powerful. For example, Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball world, when he was born, had only 2 to 3 points of combat power, and was cast aside as a waste-like lower-level warrior at that time. But it is such a waste lower-level warrior. Through continuous learning, continuous pursuit of his own strength, and endless self-transcendence, he eventually became one of the strongest people in the entire universe. The achievements of Sun Wukong. Saiyan's bloodlines must have played a big role in it, but there are so many Saiyans in planet Vegeta who can break their own shackles and become really strong. Not all of them became countless dead souls under Frieza's hand. Therefore, in order to become a strong player, 3 points depend on talent, 7 points depend on luck, and the remaining 90 points have to be won by one's own effort. Perhaps because of becoming a Saiyan, Sun Yu is almost obsessed with being powerful. He is unwilling to be an ordinary Saiyan, and finally he is buried with King Vegeta on Star Vegeta. He wants to become a strong man who can control his own destiny. Anyway, after you return to Star Vegeta for me, practice well, Lena said with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I saw a lot of people evacuated before. Why did they leave without clearing the battlefield? I can't understand. To be honest, Sun Yu didn't want to go back to Beijing, because with King Vegeta the conflict with Frieza intensifies, and Frieza's surveillance of Saiyans will become more and more strict, and it will not be so easy to think about running away at that time. Oh, you said they, because I got the news from Beijing earlier. I heard that Bei Wang had a son, and he had nearly 500 combat power when he was born. Bei Wang happily put on a feast and asked all Saiyans, will Beijing go to celebrate? When she said this, Lena's eyes flashed with dazzling light, obviously envious of this guy who was born with such high combat power. King Bei has a son. Sun Yu's heart trembled, and a name came to his mind. That's right, that Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who was born with a combat power of 500, and surpassed the super genius of King Bei at the age of 8. Sun Yu immediately recalled the Dragon Ball anime, in which Vegeta was only 5 years years old when Frieza destroyed Beijing. That is to say, it was only about 5 years before the destruction of Beijing. Just when Sun Yu was thinking about it, the combat effectiveness tester in his arms suddenly sounded a burst of alarm. DD, high combat power units are found ahead. 485,397. There is a situation. Sun Yu and Lena immediately became alert. Sun Yu returned the combat power detector to Lena, and he quickly picked up the detector on the corpse of a Saiyan companion on the ground and brought it with him. DD, no combat units were found. Lena put it on her ear immediately after getting the combat effectiveness detector. Through the detector's lens, she looked around for the enemy's location, but this time the detector didn't show anything. What? Kyle, this old-fashioned detector seems to be broken. It seems that I have to go back and get a new one. Lena muttered, took off the detector and threw it away. This old-fashioned detector has a voice prompt function, and has a certain warning function for the enemy close to the wearer within a certain range. However, because this detector has a short detection distance and low accuracy, it faces the crisis of elimination. No, it's not the detector's problem, Sun Yu said in a deep voice, because there are many races in this world that can change or even hide their combat power at will. By learning the right way, we can also master this ability. What? It's impossible. Lena was obviously reluctant to accept this reality, and said, Kyle, you coward, what if you can hide your combat power? This lady's combat power is as high as 874, which is completely cruel. How are these natives? Sun Yu glanced at Lena angrily, saying that all Saiyans are arrogant, and he has learned it today. Although this planet belongs to a lower level planet, and the detection results show that its maximum combat power is lower than 1000, but who can guarantee that this planet has no strong people who know how to hide their chi? Before there is no absolute strength, everything must be careful. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill hit his heart. Sun Yu felt that the hairs on his body were standing upside down. He didn't have time to think about the reason. He pushed Lena away and shouted, Sister Na, be careful. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The original position of Sun Yu and Lena has now been raised to the ground by a powerful energy wave, and a few figures rushed out behind them. They were dark and short, with hunched bodies. Are the natives of this planet? Damn Saiyan monkey, how did you find us? Our anger is clearly well hidden. A total of 6 people came. They quickly approached Sun Yu and Lena and surrounded them. Sun Yu noticed the dwarf at the head. Although he was trying his best to hide his aura, Sun Yu had a vague feeling that this man was fighting. The power is unfathomable, only higher than Lena. Lena put on the combat effectiveness detector again, and soon after pressing the button, the current combat effectiveness index of the 6 people was read out. Combat strength 531,499,358. Che, I think you are so powerful. What do you want to do with this combat power? It's not because you want to kill us. Haha. Lena's eyes no longer looked at Sun Yu before, of tenderness, replaced by an exhilaration longing to fight and kill. Kyle, stay on the side. Miss Ben will solve these chores soon. After speaking, Lena rushed forward. Her target was the dwarf headed by Sun Yu, who was quite afraid. Sister Na, be careful. He hides his fighting power. Stupid Saiyan monkey. Die. Drink. Just as Lena approached the dwarf's attack range, the dwarf suddenly shouted, and the vast breath spurted out, forming a cyclone around him. DD, the combat power is 978. Bang. The 2 balls of energy collided and exploded, and Lena's body was bound several meters, hitting a huge rock heavily, smashing countless cracks. Cough cough. Lena coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, stood up and said to Sun Yu, Kyle, run away. I was too arrogant before. I will help you stop them. Run away. None of you can escape. Invaders. Chapter 3 _ The opening of the writing wheel. Let a girl go to die and escape alone. Sun Wu can't do it anyway. He doesn't have a savior complex, but he has his own bottom line. He can do anything and can't do anything. He can't do things like abandoning relatives and friends. Moreover, it is not necessarily a mortal situation at present. Sister Na, I'm not leaving, but I feel that these people are not our opponents at all. Sun Yu walked to Lena's side, looked at the 6 people around him coldly and continued, the natives of this planet, they are short in size, not suitable for combat. They are better at controlling chi than close combat. That's why they have to hide their combat power first, show the enemy's weakness, and wait until you are negligent before bursting out suddenly. This is why they are afraid of a strength. Damn, you cunning Saiyan monkey. The dwarf headed by Sun Yu cursed viciously, as if he had been stabbed into a weakness by Sun Yu. After listening to Sun Yu's word, Lena quickly understood, and then her face regained her composure, and said, you mean as long as we try to avoid fighting with them and choose close attack, we still have the odds are right. Haha, I didn't expect our little Kyle to have a mature and stable side. Che, not everyone is like you. They only think with their fists. Okay. Sun Yu protested. Of course, what he didn't say was that even if they adopted a melee attack, they still didn't have much chance of winning. First of all, there are many people on the other side, and secondly, both myself and my cousin Lena were seriously injured before, and now their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. But so what? Saiyans are the the kind of race that can burst into unprecedented potential in extreme adversity. Every time they are on the verge of death, they can break through their previous limits and become stronger. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go up together and blow up these Saiyan monkeys, the dwarf shouted, and a shining energy ball condensed in his hand. The other 5 dwarves behind him also swung into battle and attacked the 2 of them. DD, the combat power shows 760,820,643. At this moment, the other 6 completely burst out with all their fighting power, and Lena planned to rush directly to the dwarf with the highest fighting power, and fight him to the death. But Sun Yu suddenly grabbed her and said, Sister Na, leave the 2 with the highest combat power to me first. You can deal with the weakest first, and then come back to support me. Sun Yu's memory of his own combat power is only 569. There is no doubt that he has the lowest combat power among them. If Lena is entangled by the strongest dwarf, when his and Lena's physical strength is exhausted, then there is only one way to end. But if Sister Lena is allowed to hit the weakest of them first, then with her own cooperation, she may have a chance to defeat the 2 strongest dwarves. This is Sun Yu's strategy based on the story of TNG's horse racing on Earth. But Lena still didn't trust Sun Yu to deal with the 2 strongest dwarves, but Sun Yu didn't give her any room for bargaining. He rushed out and said loudly, nothing but, do as I say. Sun Yu's voice still echoed in Lana's ears, but his figure had already flown far away. Lana looked in the direction of Sun Yu blankly. She felt in a trance that the submissive Shao Kai in her memory has grown up, and now he dares to directly command his sister, but this kind of Kyle seems to be more manly. Without waiting for Lana to think, several energy balls from the native dwarves were already rushing towards Lana. Lana's eyes turned cold, and she quickly moved her body to attack several people in the field. Although Sun Yu was an otaku with no athletic cells before crossing, but now he has become a Saiyan. The fighting spirit imprinted in his genes has been ignited. A powerful dwarf rushed, and his small fist smashed the enemy with terrifying power. When the 2 dwarves saw that Sun Yu was approaching aggressively, they immediately jumped to both sides to avoid Sun Yu's attack. Sun Yu, who missed a hit, didn't stop at all, and immediately turned around and charged towards a dwarf. Crazy. Saiyan monkeys are crazy. Bang bang bang. Sun Yu immediately fought with the 2 dwarves. From time to time, severe pains came from his broken rib. Coupled with the attacks of the 2 strong dwarves, these pains all stimulated Sun Yu's nerve, making him more and more serious. The bloodthirsty and madness of the Saiyan. The more seriously injured the Saiyan, the stronger his fighting power. But this kind of power is extremely dangerous, especially in the face of 2 opponents who are much stronger than himself. So under Sun Yu's short-term strong attack, the 2 dwarf powerhouses immediately regained their rhythm, and they began to cooperate with each other to spread more energy on Sun Yu's body while keeping a distance from Sun Yu. Wow! Sun Yu spat out a large mouthful of blood after being bombarded by an energy bomb. His vision was beginning to blur, and his legs were as heavy as lead. Kyle, let me help you. Lena is worthy of being a talented mid-level fighter. She has already eliminated 2 weaker dwarves in such a short period of time, but her current state is also very poor. When Lena saw Sun Yu covered in blood, she immediately stopped her. In front of Sun Yu. Kyle, I'm sorry I didn't kill those people in time, but leave the rest to me. You go first. Are you still thinking about letting yourself escape? Sun Yu smiled bitterly. If you want to blame him, he is too weak. Saiyan's body is not omnipotent. Stop talking nonsense. Let's kill the woman first, and then kill the man. Kill. The remaining 4 rushed towards Lena at the same time. Although Lena was a talented intermediate fighter, she was helpless at a young age, and her fists were no match for the 4. The way is delaying time. Sister Na. Sun Yu looked at Lana, whose injuries were getting worse and worse. His heart was bleeding. Go away. What do you do when I leave? Sun Yu roared in his heart. He hated his incompetence, and even more hated this world of the weak. Because he and the people on this planet have no grievances or enmity, he failed to seize the opportunity to kill each other completely before several times, but now because of his stupid kindness, he is about to kill his cousin, and he hates himself even more. Seeing that Lana's left shoulder was pierced by a shock wave, Sun Yu finally broke out completely. Beast, I fought with you. Sun Yu bombarded the ground heavily, and jumped up with the force of the rebound. At this moment, his hair was messy, and his eyes were red as if possessed by a demon. Kyle. Lana looked at Sun Yu's appearance, and her heart was deeply stinged. Ding! A crisp voice sounded in Sun Yu's mind, and then the whole world lost its color. In the next second, everyone's movement slowed down, and he could even clearly see the flow of energy in the bodies of the people in front of him. Now he seems to have an illusion of insight into all things in the world, as if the whole world is under his control. Is it a shaker? There is no 360-degree viewing angle, so it can't be a white eye. Sun Yu's mood immediately changed from sadness to joy. He didn't have time to explore the basic conditions for opening his eyes. He should inherit the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. He could even encounter such things as crossing the line. Questions such as opening a wheel eye would be enough. Doesn't seem important anymore. Although Sun Yu feels that his single hook jade riding wheel eye is not the same as what he saw in the Naruto anime. It seems to have the perspective function of white eyes, but the angle of view is not 360 degrees. This sky-defying pupil technique has given Sun Yu, who is on the verge of death, the hope of survival. Not to mention anything else. The few dwarves are really slow motion in his eyes now. All their attack methods and the flow of energy have been seen through by Sun Yu, and based on this alone, he can stand in this battle. Lost ground. Sister Na, hold on. I'm here to save you. P.S. I saw a lot of people leave messages asking how the protagonist sees what is in his eyes. Let me explain here that the protagonist speculate based on what he sees in his eyes, not the Guyu that sees the writing wheel. So please, children's shoes that love tangled details, read carefully. Chapter 4 _ Sorrow of the Week. Since you are courting death, we will kill you first. Go to hell, Saiyan monkey. Boom, boom. Two huge energy bombs exploded around Sun Yu, and Lena looked at Sun Yu, who was submerged in the air, and slumped to the ground. Kyle, why are you so stupid? Just as a few native dwarves were staring at the smoke in the field with pride, a dwarf face was suddenly filled with fear, and he pointed tremblingly behind the other dwarf, and said, be careful behind. Quote, crack. I saw the dwarf's eyes done, and then his back was suddenly hit by a huge force, and for a while, there was a sound of bones shattering. When were you behind me? The dwarf fell to the ground weakly. His eyes were full of unwillingness and remorse, struggling to get up, but Sun Yu stepped on his back heavily. Let us go. I'll spare him. Sun Yu looked around at everyone with cold eyes, and the dwarves couldn't help shivering when they met Sun Yu's scarlet writing wheel. Lana looked at Sun Yu at the moment. Her heart was full of complicated emotions. She hoped that Sun Yu would leave this dangerous place immediately, but at the same time, she also hoped to see Sun Yu being able to use his arm alone. Joke, you Saiyan monkeys killed so many of our compatriots. I can't wait to tear you to pieces. Want to leave? No way. Yes, even if we are torn to pieces, we will avenge our dead compatriots. Yeah, kill those nasty Saiyan monkeys. In the face of the anger of these dwarves, Sun Yu's heart is also shaking. He knows that these people are the last fighting force on this planet, but what can he change? In my memory, King Bei received a lot of commissions to clean up this planet. Even if Sun Yu left now, it would not change the ending of the planet being invaded by stronger warriors. This is the sorrow of the week. I didn't want to be with you all the time, but you were in a hurry to find death, so I have to fulfill you. Sun Yu gritted his teeth and said, his right hand slowly raised, and a dazzling ball of light appeared in his palm. Impossible. How could you use our energy bomb? Glancing at the light ball in his hand, Sun Yu smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. This was the skill he used to copy the dwarf through his shaking eye, and he controlled and compressed the chi in his body, and then condensed it in his palm. It is similar to the turtle qigong of the turtle immortal, but it is obvious that these dwarves' use of chi is slightly inferior to the turtle immortal, so the power of this energy bomb naturally cannot be compared with the turtle qigong. DD combat power is 738. Combat power is 849. Lana looked at the light ball in Sun Yu's hand and felt it was incredible, because just now she clearly saw that the reading on the combat power detector was soaring at a rocket light speed. Combat 942. Combat 1011. It turns out that what Kyle said is right. The combat power can really be changed at will. Lana murmured. Her eyes were full of anticipation, and now she just quietly stepped aside. Quietly look at the boy who shines like a new star in the field. On the other side, Sun Yu looked indifferently at the indigenous dwarf who was still trying to condense the energy bomb. At the moment when Sun Yu's energy bomb was completed, he suddenly threw it towards the dwarf with the strongest breath. While you are sick, I will kill you. Suddenly, Sun Yu's energy bullet seemed to turn into a meteor, dragging the long afterimage to the poor native dwarf who was still blushing and condensing the energy bullet. Elder. In order to save the lives of their elders, several indigenous dwarves stopped condensing the energy balls one after another, but directly smashed the half-completed energy balls towards Sun Yu's one. Boom. Several energy balls collided in the air, sending out a shock wave of terrifying power, hitting the tense nerves of several people on the field. Lana watched from the side and couldn't help covering her mouth. Although she knew from the detector that Sun Yu's energy ball was extremely powerful, she couldn't help but be a little surprised to see the terrifying explosion with her own eyes. You must know that Sun Yu's original combat power is only a mere 569. Damn it. A few indigenous dwarves tried their best to cover the flying gravel with their sleeve. They were really annoyed, and they had already won the victory tomorrow, but it was because of this young man in front of them that they were so embarrassed. But at the next moment, from behind the dwarf elder, an extremely cold voice came. I ask you for the last time, let us leave. I can spare you. Don't force me to kill you. In the end, he still can't kill with ruthlessness. Sun Yu's mood at this time is very complicated. Saiyan blood makes him warlike, but maybe because he just crossed over, he still can't kill in real cold blood. Besides, the natives of this planet are also victims. Sun Yu doesn't want to worry about who is right and who is wrong, and he doesn't want to be someone else's minion. He just wants to do what he wants to do, that's all. Feeling Sun Yu's fierce murderous aura, several dwarf natives stared at Sun Yu as if facing a formidable enemy, for fear that he would crush their elder elder's neck if he was excited. There was silence in the field for a long time, and finally the dwarf elder sighed faintly and said, "Let go." "Elder, you can't let them go. They will definitely bring people back when they leave." "Yes, Elder. We want to avenge our dead compatriot." "Don't talk about it." The dwarf elder interrupted everyone and said, "Then you want him to end up with my old bone?" "No, Elder." The dwarves clenched their fists and lowered their heads. They didn't want to see the invaders go unpunished, but they didn't want to see their beloved elders hurt. The dwarf elder looked at Sun Yu indifferently. He hesitated for a moment, and asked, "I want to know, will there still be invaders to invade our planet?" Hearing the words of the dwarf elder, Sun Yu loosened his neck, and his eyes returned to normal from the state of sharingan, and he replied calmly, "Yes, someone paid a large commission to hire King Vegeta's warriors. Come and clean up your planet. So instead of fighting for nothing here, you might as well pack up and run for your life." "What?" After the dwarves heard Sun Yu's word, their eyes were filled with despair for the future, because in these low-level galaxies, King Vegeta's name is as terrible as death. "Why are you telling us this?" asked the dwarf elder again. Sun Yu turned and walked towards Lena. He said thoughtfully, "Because we are all weak." Looking at Sun Yu's back, one of the dwarves gestured to the others with his eyes. "Now is a good opportunity to make a sneak attack." Unexpectedly, the dwarf elder shook his head and sighed. "Forget it. Even killing them won't change anything. We should go back and gather the remaining clansmen to discuss what to do next." It wasn't until the few dwarves left that Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief, dissipated the energy ball that could be condensed at any time, walked to Lena and said, "Sister Na, let's get out of here too." P.S. Many readers have left comments saying that the writing wheel eye is rubbish. Maybe not everyone likes the writing wheel eye, but since the author uses it as a golden finger, it will definitely strengthen the writing wheel eye variation. If you don't believe it, you can read it. There is really no need to tangle with subjective thought. After all, this book is set here, and I will try my best to explain what is unreasonable. I hope readers can pay more attention to the plot of the book instead of entangled in writing round eyes. Status in Dragon Ball World. Thank you. Chapter 5 _ Return to Earth. Yo. Our Kyle is amazing now. Lana's beautiful eyes had turned into crescent-shaped smiles. She looked up and down at Sun Yu, and Sun Yu's face turned red. "Kyle, I have a question." Lena stared into Sun Yu's eyes and said sternly, "Ah, then you can ask." Sun Yu's expression was a little unnatural, and he guessed in his heart that his cheap cousin would definitely ask him about Sharotan, but it wasn't that Sun Yu wanted to hide from Lena. After all, this matter is related to his identity as a transmigrator, so he can't take it seriously. "That, about how to control your own combat power. Can you teach me this?" Lena said with a smile. Sun Yu was stunned when he heard this, but he was actually asking this question. Sun Yu didn't know if Lena noticed the strangeness in his eyes. It would be better if he didn't notice, so that he would save himself from explaining more. Haha, so this is the problem. In fact, if you want to control your combat power, you must first learn how to control the chi in your body. I can't teach you right now, but you can accompany me to a place where we can learn a lot about advanced chi concept. Quote, Sun Yu didn't lie. He was able to use the energy ball skills before, but simply relied on the copy function of the shaker. If you really want to master the use of chi, you still have to go to Earth to be a teacher. Although the combat effectiveness of the Earthlings themselves is very low, it is precisely because of their own shortcomings that they have meticulously researched chi, so that every trace of chi in their bodies can play the ultimate role. This alone is enough to throw away Saiyans or 5 streets away. Where is it? Tell me quickly. Lena heard that there was a place where she could learn to control her chi, so she excitedly hugged Sun Yu's arm and shook it vigorously. Sun Yu's arm, which was held by Lena, touched some of her soft heart from time to time, but the person involved was still unaware, which made Sun Yu a little uncontrollable. He cleared his throat and tried to keep his composure. Said, that place is called Earth, in a small galaxy in the Milky Way. Earth, the Milky Way. Lena muttered these two unfamiliar terms, and the two walked all the way and quickly found the spaceship they were on when they came. But what was embarrassing was that, except for the one who was driven away by those who left earlier outside of those spaceships, there is one remaining spaceship that is still intact. Kyle, there is only one spaceship now. What should I do? Lena said with her hands on her hips and frowning as she looked at the only spaceship that could be used. Sister Na, why don't we squeeze together? Sun Yu said with a sinister smile. Hey, Kyle, are you thinking about something messy again? Lena blushed like a ripe apple, as if remembering something indescribable before. No, Sister Na, my thoughts are very pure. Sun Yu put his hands on his chest tightly when he said this, as if he was speaking with his conscience. HMPH, if you let me find out about your irregular behavior, be careful I fix you. Lena waved her fist at Sun Yu as a warning. In this way, Sun Yu and Lena squeezed into the spaceship that could only accommodate one person. After entering the spaceship, Sun Yu immediately searched for the location of the Earth in the spaceship's database, and it didn't take long for all the information of the Earth to be reflected in Sun Yu and Lena's eyes. Earth, with a maximum combat power of less than 300, has a fragile biosphere, unstable temperature and low low gravity. Comprehensive assessment. Inferior planet. Not worth launching a war of aggression. If there is a seller with special need, it is recommended to send a newborn baby, and the invasion is expected to be completed within 3 years. Kyle, are you sure this is the place you said you can learn to control chi? After reading the Earth's message, Lena cast a suspicious look at Sun Yu. Damn it. I actually judged my big Earth to be a planet that is not worthy of invasion. I really want to know whether those people on Earth should cry or laugh after seeing this message. But Sister Na, it is indeed this place. I promise you to go there. I'll like it, Sun Yu said. After that is to adjust the automatic navigation system, and then prepare to enter sleep mode. It takes a year to fly from here to the Earth, which means that Sun Yu and Lena will spend a year together in this small aircraft, which is a little exciting to think about. Kyle, what are you giggling again? It's nothing, Sister Na. Let go into hibernation mode. A year is not a short time. After everything was ready, Sun Yu and Lana drove to the Earth with their spaceship. Earth of Dragon Ball World, here I come, Sun Yu shouted in his heart. Earth, I-738. With the rapid passage of time, the spaceship Sun Yu and the others took had entered the Milky Way, only a few days away from the Earth. At this time, Sun Yu had completely lost interest in hibernation. Through the window of the spaceship, he looked at the familiar and unfamiliar Milky Way, and his mind was full of thought. Looking at Lana, who was still sleeping beside him, Sun Yu couldn't help thinking that he woke up many times along the way. He was not Lu Xiaowei, who was sitting still and didn't do anything. He was really sorry for the party and the people when he was accompanied by beautiful women and didn't do anything. That little girl was very alert, and she woke up immediately after Sun Yu's slightly extreme action, and she couldn't help but slap Sun Yu. And because of this long and boring journey became more and more colorful, painful and happy. In addition to thinking about taking advantage of Lana all day long, Sun Yu's practice has not fallen. During the time of waking up, he opened the writing wheel again and carefully studied the operation of the meridians in his body, because there is a perspective of the writing wheel. With the power of energy, Sun Yu had a preliminary understanding of many characteristics of chi, and after many attempts to cultivate, his breath became more and more restrained and powerful. If Lana uses the combat strength detector to check my combat strength now, she will definitely be surprised, Sun Yu thought silently in his heart. Soon the spacecraft began to decelerate after entering the solar system. Due to the influence of the previous kinetic energy inertia, the spacecraft at this moment was shaking violently. Lana also woke up at this time. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched her waist beautifully, and her body was full of healthy wild beauty. Wow, that planet is the Earth, you said. Lana leaned on the window and looked at the huge blue planet. As a genius among intermediate warriors, she has fought countless planets, but so far she never seen such a beautiful planet. Hey, I said you would like it. Let me tell you in advance, the food of the Earth can be ranked among the top in the entire universe. Sun Yu pretended to be mysterious. Just kidding, as the price negotiated with the famous god of destruction Beerus. Even if the food on Earth is known as the #1 in the universe, no one will object to it. I'm starving just because you said that. I don't care about Kyle. I want to eat. Chapter 6_ Bank Robbery. Vegeta Star. Report to King Bay. We have an abnormal record of a spacecraft. After the banquet, a guard reported to King Vegeta. The driving record is abnormal. King Vegeta had just withdrawn from the tedious banquet, and he was very unhappy when he heard the news. What is the specific situation? Please tell me quickly. The situation is like this. Among the spacecraft that were previously sent to clean up the dwarf planet, now a spacecraft flew to the galaxy in the 8021 XY area without any orders. Our technicians visited their preset. The destination seems to be a low-level planet called Earth. King Bay, look. The guard respectfully asked King Bay for instruction. Are you acting on your own? HMPH. They'd better conquer that planet for me, or I want them to look good. You should go and file a case first, and then send someone over to take a look after 2 years. You should know how to do it, Wang Bei said with a gloomy face. King Bay, my subordinates understand. Earth, an uninhabited suburb in the south of the eastern capital of a certain country. A dazzling brilliance streaked across the sky like a shooting star. After the brilliance passed, a deafening loud noise came from the uninhabited suburbs in the southern part of the eastern capital. Haha, it's finally here. Sun Yu pulled Lana out of the spaceship, and he stretched wantonly, feeling extremely comfortable. Kyle, I think the gravitational force of this planet is so small. Can this place really learn how to cultivate chi? Lana looked at the surrounding environment and said with a small mouth, let me tell you, the combat power of the Earthlings is 0 when they are first born, and when they reach adulthood, some outstanding individuals can fight more than 10. It is such a race, but some of them can pass the battle against martial arts. Specialized research has raised his combat power to more than 260. Sun Yu paused and continued, the basic attributes of Earthlings are so poor that they can be improved by such a large span. If you and I are also proficient in this kind of cultivation, you can imagine what realm your combat power will be raised to. Quote, this, if it is really according to what you said, then it is possible for my combat power to exceed 10,000 when I am an adult. Kyle, I am right. When Lena heard that she could increase her combat power by such a large margin, and suddenly excited eyes shot up to small stars. You can be so happy if you break through 10,000. Sun Yu slandered in his stomach, because Sun Yu knew that if according to the settings in the Dragon Ball anime, when Sun Wukong completed 100 times the gravity training, the official said that he had already surpassed the Saiyan at this time. The ultimate power, that is to say, when a Saiyan reaches 90,000 combat power, it really enters the stage of preliminary completion of combat power development. But Sun Yu couldn't say these words to Lena, so he could only answer with a smile. That's natural. An increase of 10,000 combat power is actually nothing. Wow, Kyle, don't lie to me. 10,000 combat power can already surpass King Vegeta. Then I will go back to be the new queen of Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Lena danced with excitement, and Sun Yu on the side was sweating coldly on her forehead, thinking whether it was right or wrong to bring her to Earth. But please do not go to conquer the Earth on a whim, and want to be a leader on Earth. The queen is fine. Kyle, take me to the powerhouse on Earth to practice, Lena said excitedly. And Sun Yu replied casually, then took out the combat power detector and put it on his ear. Hey, let me see where these strong men are. DD, low combat power units detected. Combat power 3, combat power 5, combat power 7. After a circle of detection, the maximum combat power did not exceed 50, which made Sun Yu feel very embarrassed. How can I not detect it? It must be because they hide their breath. Think about it. According to the plot in the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong has not come to the Earth at this time. The Earth is a peaceful and prosperous age. The strongest person today is Lord Tiantian, but he is not a fighting Nami, so his breath is completely introverted, so there is no way to find his position with a detector now. As for Turtle Immortal, not to mention, he is usually an old man who likes to read pornographic magazines and thinks about how to touch a girl's butt all day long. It's really not good to be a teacher. Sun Yu sighed helplessly. Hey, Kyle, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat first, Lena suggested. Sun Yu's embarrassed look. Sun Yu flew into the air and saw the existence of a city not far away, so he agreed with Lena's suggestion. Okay, go eat first, my snack. Che, you're the foodie, and I'm better than you, Lena said with a blank look at Sun Yu. Wait, Sun Yu called to stop Lena. There is a saying, do as the locals do. You promised me not to mess around on Earth, but you have to pay for food and beverages on this planet. Quote, then are you rich? Lena asked Sun Yu with her head tilted. It was obvious that Sun Yu had been waiting for Lena to ask this question for a long time. He smiled mysteriously and said, let go, I'll take you to rob the bank. Sun Yu doesn't want to learn from the protagonists of some time travel classes, hunting some wild beast to exchange their fur for money. Is that what a noble Saiyan would do? Obviously not. The current Sun Yu is an invincible existence on Earth. He suddenly wanted to know what it was like to rob a bank with a bad taste. He thought about smashing the ATM machine with one punch, and then taking out a lot of money from it. The picture must be exciting. Of course, this is just a small prank for Sun Yu. After all, it is no longer a level. Sun Yu is about to face Frieza, who is trying to dominate the universe. He will not wait quietly for Sun Wukong to grow, then expect Sun Wukong to defeat Frieza. If possible, Sun Yu would prefer to fight Frieza in person, and then step on Frieza under his feet. Although Lena didn't understand what robbing a bank really meant, she was so interested after hearing what Sun Yu said was so interesting. The two flew all the way and soon came to the center of the city. The buildings here are very similar to the cities in the Dragon Ball world. Their civilization is much higher than the Earth before Sun Yu crossed. You can see it from the solar-powered suspension vehicle. Out of this, seeing a grand building in front of it with a huge English Eastern Bank written on it, Dongdu Bank, Sun Yu immediately decided to grab this place. Sister Na will grab this place. Let go down. Remember not to hurt anyone. Quote, Lena nodded, and the two quickly sank to the ground, only to find that the pedestrians at the gate of the bank were rioting, and they all fled, as if something had happened. Sun Yu was curious, so he stopped a white-haired old man and asked, Grandpa, do you know what happened ahead? Ah, little brother, you don't know. There are robbers with guns in the bank, and they have taken many hostages. I think you should not go forward, so as not to be implicated, the white-haired old man persuaded in a good voice. Huh. Sun Yu was taken aback when he heard it, thinking that he has to line up to rob a bank these days. How can he bear it? Fuck him. At this moment, the sound of the siren seemed to be heating up the atmosphere, and police cars rushed past. After getting out of the cars, the police took out their horns and shouted, listen to the people inside. You are already surrounded. Hurry up and release the hostages. Come out and surrender. P.S. Some moral guards leave a message when they see a bank robbery. This means that the author will set up a lot of reversal plot. If you can pay attention to it, you will find a lot of foreshadowing. Chapter 7 _ The Robber Who Doubts Life. Sister Na, let go in and have a look. Sun Yu was really angry. These damn robbers didn't come sooner or later, but they came to join in the fun when he wanted to rob the bank, which was unbearable. Well, listen to you. Naturally, Lena would have no objection, and the two walked towards the Dongdu Bank as if no one else was there. When the policeman on the side saw Sun Yu and the two, they immediately walked over with a sullen face and shouted loudly, "Hey, I said you two brought, hurry back to me. There are robbers inside. Don't interfere with official business." Sun Yu just wanted to say something, but Lena's face sank, and the momentum all over her body burst out, like death descending, turning her nearly 912 combat power into a giant hand, and choking the policeman's throat. The poor Dongdu policeman trembled as if he stepped on the switch in an instant, so he had to play a disco for him. "Lena, he's dying. You promised me not to kill people on Earth," Sun Yu scolded. This year, although Lena spent all her sleep, her combat power has grown from the original 874 to 912. Fortunately, she did not fully display all her coercion, otherwise, it is only with this powerful momentum it can scare this poor earthling to death in an instant. After taking back her momentum, Lena stuck out her cute tongue towards Sun Yu, which was completely different from the vicious aura just now. "Hey, I really lost to you." Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief, ignoring the policeman who was paralyzed on the ground, unable to urinate, and the two of them walked directly into the bank with great pride. Wherever they went, no one dared to step forward to stop them, including the arrogant Dongdu police officers. Walking into the bank lobby, Sun Yu was no longer interested in appreciating the luxurious architectural style of Dongdu Bank. There were as many as 7 or 8 robbers, but in the eyes of Sun Yu and Lena, they were all scumbags with a combat power of less than 5. The robbers were divided into 2 groups. 3 of them stared back and forth at the hostages in the hall. The remaining 5 people had already taken out several large bags of cash from the vault. With this pomp alone, if they succeeded in the robbery, the money would be enough. Several of them squandered their lives, but unfortunately they met Sun Yu. The appearance of Sun Yu and Lena immediately caught the attention of one of the robbers. He gave his companion a wink and walked up to Sun Yu and the two with the semi-automatic assault rifle in his hand, shouting, "Hey, kid, be honest with me. Click, go and squat over there so that the young master doesn't blow your head." However, Sun Yu and Lena naturally ignored the threat of the robber, and they still walked straight to the robbers carrying cash. "Hey," I said. The ignored robber raised the submachine gun in his hand and aimed it directly at Sun Yu, but as soon as he raised the machine gun in his hand, he was hit by Lena's right hand and flew several meters away, and fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. "Oh, I just saw that you were threatened, so I didn't pay attention to my senses in a hurry. Kyle, you won't blame me." Lena's pitiful expression of a child who did something wrong. Sun Yu, she was almost fooled by her joke. Would a dignified Saiyan be threatened by a machine gun? Can you find a better reason? I think it's your hands being itchy. Okay, you're a crazy violent person in your core, and you're going to make trouble every day by putting on a harmless face to humans and animals. Sun Yu really wanted to cry but had no tears, but he had nothing to do with this cheap cousin. He trained himself. Ahem, the mission of teaching my cousin is a long way to go. Damn, what the hell did you do to Paul? The movement on Lena's side has completely caught the attention of everyone in the bank lobby. All the robbers loaded their bullets and walked towards Sun Yu and the two with bad expressions. "Put down the money, I'll let you go," Sun Yu said with a gloomy face. "Ha ha ha." The robbers present seemed to have heard some funny joke, and immediately burst into laughter. I said, "Little boy, you still don't know the situation. There are 7 of us, all with guns in our hand. Even if you can sneak down Paul, so what?" One of the big bald robbers came out, and he pressed his hand flatteringly. "Boss, don't talk nonsense with them. Let me teach these 2 little brats a lesson." When the big bald man appeared, the other robbers sneered and gave him away. The big bald man went straight to Sun Yu and looked at him condescendingly, and said, "Little guy, if you can stand my punch, the money will be worth it. It's all yours." Ha ha ha. The other robbers burst into astonishing laughter, and the squatting hostages all showed sympathy. Sun Yu just nodded lightly, and then the big bald man punched Sun Yu with his dream in mind. Boom sounded. There was no picture of the boy being beaten as expected by everyone. The fist of the bald man seemed to be bombarding a copper wall and an iron wall, but his wrist felt numb. This, impossible. Oh my god, there's no response to this. Could it be made of iron when he was a teenager? Sun Yu didn't pay attention to everyone's discussion. He didn't want to have any conflict with these robbers. Is it interesting to bully the scum with less than 5 combat power? If these robbers can cooperate a little bit, Sun Yu is very happy to take the money and leave, but unfortunately these robbers are doing things on their own, so let's punish them a little. Well, that's the decision. Under everyone's attention, Sun Yu gently raised his right hand, then stretched out his index finger and slowly nodded towards the bald big man. The speed can be said to be extremely slow, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Sun Yu's outstretched finger. The finger slowly touched the bald head, and the bald head flew out several meters with a wow in the next second. Maybe it was because of Sun Yu's effort to control his strength. After his bald head was shot, he was still able to lean against the wall and vomit blood. It was much better than the previous situation called Paul. At least people didn't die, right? But just because Sun Yu's finger lightly made the remaining robbers present completely doubt his own life, this Bulma doesn't conform to the laws of physics at all. Who, at this time, you still care about the laws of physics, and it's important to get back to the scene quickly. So the remaining robbers directly showed the strongest killer in their heart. That's right, the semi-automatic assault rifle in their hand, which is known as the man who blocks the murder and the Buddha who block the Buddha. As mentioned earlier, Lena tends to lose her balance when a person's surnamed son is threatened. She didn't care how lame the reason was. Anyway, Lena made another move. Click, click, click. The sound of 5 smashed fractures resounded throughout the bank hall, and no one saw Lena's action because she was too fast. Everyone present just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then 5 sounds of broken bones sounded, and finally the 5 robbers who were still raising their guns for a second had already arrived at the scene. Sun Yu secretly glanced at the comrades of the Dongdu police who were hiding at the door and urinated in fear. He sighed helplessly, turned his head to face Lena who was pretending to be innocent again and said, "You once Saiyans clean up some of the activities of bullying ordinary people. Isn't it shameful to say it?" Lena smiled embarrassedly, and suddenly a loud shout came from behind. "Don't come here, or I'll kill this hostage." It seems that Lena ignored a robber. "You said that he would be fine if he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Who would care about him?" Sun Yu twitched the corners of his mouth and looked back at the drag scene. Ahem, the robber. I saw that he really took a hostage, and pressed a machine gun to the hostage's head. Looking at Sun Yu and Helena too. Probably the robbers naively thought that Sun Wu was a righteous man who helped the police. However, when Sun Yu looked at the hostage, he felt very familiar. The hostage was not very old, a little thin, with a messy silver hair, a pair of slightly cute eyes under the heavy glasses, and thick lips. Mustache. It's really familiar, Sun Yu thought to himself, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Maybe he was a character in the Dragon Ball anime. P.S. The first Dragon Ball character is about to appear. Readers can guess, who is he? Chapter 8 _ Rich Hostages. If this hostage is a character from the Dragon Ball anime, I really can't let it go. So, Sun Yu tried his best to squeeze a kind smile and grinned at the drag show robber. "Hey, buddy. Don't come here." The robber who was dragging the scene was terrified and panicked. In a panic, he heard the sound of a gunshot. It was the robber who fired a shot by mistake. The muzzle of the gun was very close to the hostage's head, and even Lena's super speed couldn't stop the bullet in time, and Lena might not care about the hostage's life or death. Hey, in the end, I have to rely on my brother to save the world. Sun Yu sighed in his heart. He may not be as fast as Lena, but he has a wheel eye. Within a year of taking the spaceship, Sun Yu activated a new feature of Shaker. As we all know, in addition to the ability to copy the sky against the sky, Sharingan also has a super insight ability, which can see through any moves and see clearly high-speed moving objects. After a year of research, in fact, Sun Yu just accidentally noticed that the time reading of the electronic clock on the spacecraft suddenly slowed down after turning on the writing wheel, and then Sun Yu thought about such a doubt whether writing wheel eyes will affect the passage of time. Sure enough, after his many experiments, he came to the conclusion that the opening of the writing wheel can really affect the flow of time, and when he was exhausting his physical energy, he could successfully stop the area near the spacecraft for 2 seconds. This one of my own is simply an upgraded version of the writing wheel. There is no wood. Maybe for an ordinary person, 2 seconds is just a flash, and it doesn't change anything at all. But for Sun Yu, it was another world. After the robber fired with a bang, Sun Yu's writing wheel opened instantly, and a stagnant time field was formed within a range of tens of meters. Everyone present seemed to have been immobilized. Stand still. The 2-second pause now begins. First of all, it took Sun Yu 0.01 seconds to dodge in front of the robber. The robber was still looking terrified, as funny as he wanted. Sun Yu was not interested in seeing this sloppy robber. He gently picked up the bullet suspended in the air, then turned the bullet around and aimed it at the robber's knee. This is a veritable shot in the knee. Although being shot, arrow, in the knee is a very old meme. As long as Sun Yu thinks of it, this poor robber will definitely say in the future when he recalls his tragic life, "I used to be an excellent robber. Bandit, I robbed the biggest bank in the world until I was shot in the knee." Complimenting the expression on the robber's speech, Sun Yu covered his mouth hard to keep himself from laughing, and also came over a bebop. "The hostage has been rescued. What should I do with the remaining 1.5 seconds? Sun Yu looked at Lena bored. It doesn't matter if he didn't look at it. He almost bleeds out of his nose when he saw it. I have to say that Sun Yu's ability to write round eyes is also very unbelievable. At this time, in Sun Yu's eyes, the soft armored battle suit on Lena's body seemed to be transparent, and he could scan Lena's exquisite body unscrupulously. Sun Yu's Sharingan also has a certain perspective function. Although it is not as clear as the white eye, it doesn't matter. You can't be too greedy. Hey, Sister Lena's figure is getting more and more popular. It's better to watch it less in the future, otherwise it's easy to keep up with nutrition. Sun Yu joked in his heart. His eyes were still staring at Lena. Hey, Kyle, your eyes are so wretched. What are you thinking about? Lena scolded suddenly, scaring Sun Yu's writing wheel eyes to disappear instantly. Sun Yu looked at Lena Lena in surprise, and his heart shuddered. Isn't there still 1 second of stagnation time? How Lena has regained her freedom. There was a scream that penetrated the soul in the hall. It was the robber, but Sun Yu had no interest in paying attention to the robber's situation. Because of his tragic discovery, the stagnant time of sharingan was more important than himself. Strong individuals, the effect will be weakened a lot. Kyle, why are your eyes red just now? It Gary, Lena asked as she walked to Sun Yu. Ah, haha. Sometimes it happens. I don't understand it either. Sun Yu said haha. Before Lena could continue to ask questions, Sun Yu picked up a bag of cash on the ground and prepared to run away. At this time, the Dongdu policeman at the door bravely walked in and said to Sun Yu shiveringly, Sir. Oh no, young man. Great God. Please leave the cash. We, quote, go away. Sun Yu shouted angrily with cold eyes. Please understand, I am also here to rob the bank. Okay. We are the police of the people of Dongdu. Several policemen swallowed their spit, and then said with decisive courage, if you insist on taking this bag of cash, then we had to. From what they looked like, they wanted to raise their gun, but because their hands were shaking too much, they couldn't even hold the gun stably. Sun Yu snorted coldly and walked up to the police. The policemen were so frightened that they fell to the ground and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Hey, is it necessary to be so afraid of me? 3 black lines appeared on Sun Yu's forehead. He thought that if I hadn't stepped forward before Lena, you would all be lying in the hospital morgue now. Okay. That. A weak voice came from behind Sun Yu, who turned around and saw that it was the hostage who had just been rescued. Well, what's the matter? That. The hostage obviously mustered great courage. He said to Sun Yu and Lena, if the two of you are short of money, I still have some savings. You can give it to the two of you first. Quote, oh, someone specially sent money to the door, and Sun Yu couldn't refuse. Why? Are you rich, uncle? Hearing Sun Yu's question, the hostage smiled embarrassedly. I started a company and made some small money in the past 2 years. If the two of you don't dislike it, can you give me a little faith? Hey, it looks like I can't rob a bank today. I haven't experienced a punch to blow up an ATM machine. Sun Yu feels that this wave is a big loss. Okay, we're hungry. Take us to eat first, and then buy some clean clothes. How about that? Sun Yu threw the cash he stole from the robbers to the police comrades in Dongdu, then said so. No problem. No problem. The hostage also patted his satchel, indicating that there was a lot of money in it. My dear bride, I don't know what the two of you are called. Kalthas. You can call me Sun Yu if you find it troublesome. This is my cousin Lena. You can call her Sun Chan. Sun Yu casually reported his real name. He didn't want to be called Kalthas when he came to Earth, and by the way, he also gave Lena the name of Earth. Lena blushed when she heard the name Sun Yu gave her, and then pouted. Hey, Kyle, don't give people random names. Okay, Miss Ben's real name is Lena. Sun Yu pretended not to hear Lena's protest, and he walked out of the bank amid the gratitude of the Dongdu police, followed by Lena and Comrade Bride, who was promoted to the meal ticket. Let's go to the food street in front of Kong Kong first. Chapter 9 Saiyan's stomach. Saiyan's stomach can hold 36 times their own body weight, and the stomachs of teenage Saiyans who are in their developmental stage can go even further. The ignorant Brives naively took Sun Yu and Lena to the most luxurious hotel in Dongdu. In order to show his enthusiasm, he ordered a table full of dishes just after he finished talking to Sun Yu and Lena. After, you two, please feel free. Sun Yu and Lena started to eat and drink like a storm, like ghosts reincarnated from starvation. What is a cyclone cloud? In Brive's impression, it took more than 10 adults to solve a table of dishes, and the two teenagers in front of him only took 3 minutes. And every plate has been licked clean. If these plates are now reserved to other guests, no one will find out that these plates have not been washed. Waiter, just these dishes, 20 servings of each. Sun Yu said loudly to the waiter who had petrified aside. Kyle, don't patronize yourself, and I have a share too, Lena shyly said to Sun Yu, wiping the grease from her mouth gracefully. Oh, that waiter, 40 of each. As soon as the voice fell, Bride, who was clutching his chest on the side, squinted and fainted. No, this uncle is dizzy from hunger. Hey, waiter, please serve the food. Someone here is dizzy from hunger. Then the chefs of the Dongdu hotel had their darkest day since their employment, and the entire hotel took out almost all their inventory for the month. The overwhelmed chef finally called the police after working frantically for 3 hours. Hee, even calling the police. It's really a shame these chefs figured it out. In the end, it was the police from Dongdu. After seeing the figures of Sun Yu and Lena from a distance, they slapped the cook who called the police with their backhand, and left a sentence, if you can't serve well for these two, you should go to jail. 10 hours later, Sun Yu and Lena burped with satisfaction, announcing the end of the dinner. Uncle Bree, didn't you agree to go shopping? Why do you want us to go to your house first? Sun Yu asked Bride, who had asked them to go to the house, in a puzzled way. Bride secretly touched the empty wallet. The bank had withdrawn 1.2 million in cash, but now it has all been spent. He still smiled and said, that's right, Madam has already prepared dessert at home. No, I know, if you two want to try it out. Quote, really? It's great, Kyle. Let go. That dessert called dessert is delicious from from the name. Lena has been completely tamed by the food of the earth, so if you want to conquer a woman's heart, you must first conquer her stomach. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. In short, Brives successfully resolved the immediate financial crisis. Lying comfortably on the spacious limousine of Brave, Lena leaned on Sun Yu's shoulder and quietly watched the beautiful scenery on the street. This is life. After a while, Brives' home arrived, and the servants arranged baths for Sun Yu and Lena respectively. The servant who served Sun Yu's bath did not show special curiosity when he saw the tail behind him. This may be related to the existence of races other than humans in the Dragon Ball world. They can even accept pig-headed people and tiger-headed people. Saiyans with tails will naturally not be regarded as aliens by people. After washing, the servants also carefully selected the most popular clothes for Sun Yu and the others. After everything was done, Sun Yu and Lena were invited to the living room to taste some dessert. Entering the living room, when Sun Yu saw the young and beautiful wife of Brives with blonde curly hair and a little doll-like blue-haired loli in her arms, he only felt a thunder flash in his mind. At this moment, Sun Yu finally noticed the logo of the uniform worn by Brave, Capsule Corp, Universal Capsule Company. I remembered, you are Bulma's father. Sun Yu suddenly looked at Uncle Bree, a genius scientist, the founder of the Universal Capsule Company, and the future richest man in the world. Ah, how did Mr. Sun know the little girl? Brives' eyes widened, looking particularly surprised. Dr. Brive, you're too polite. Sun Yu didn't dare to show any slights after knowing Brive's identity. Doctor, do you think I'm begging you? The sudden change in Sun Yu's attitude made everyone present stunned, especially Lana, who found that she was becoming more and more unable to understand her cousin. Sun, Mr. Sun, you're welcome. Please feel free to tell me if you need anything. Brives is well aware of the terrifying power of Sun Yu and Lana, and he is sincerely grateful to Sun Yu the life-saving grace, so I dare not ask for it. Hearing Brives' answer, Sun Yu smiled, then mysteriously leaned up to him and said, it's Dr. Brive. I need a practice room that can adjust the gravity at will. Let's set the upper limit of 100 times for now. You should be able to do this. Quote, 100 times. Brives exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Sun, it is not difficult to make the gravity training room you want, but do you know what it means to set 100 times the gravity? Of course I know that. Sun Yu shrugged indifferently, and then directly moved out of the original content and said, a person weighing 60 kilograms, under 100 times the gravity, his weight will become 6 tons. That's right. Brives nodded mechanically. He saw that Sun Yu was still in a calm demeanor. Thinking of the strength Sun Yu had shown before, Brives finally gritted his teeth. Well, since it is Mr. Sun's request, I will try it. Mr. Sun, please do it yourself. I will go to the laboratory to study this gravity training room. Well, doctor, go get busy. Sun Yu replied. Dr. Brives got into the laboratory, and Mrs. Brives also left to prepare more desserts for Lana. Now there is only Lana licking the cake left on her hands in the living room, and she is looking at each other. Bulma and Sun Yu. I didn't expect Bulma to be so cute when she was a child. This series of incidents made Sun Yu feel that his brain was not enough. Now he just stared blankly at each other with Bulma, and then secretly stretched out a hand. Gently he pinched the other party's red cheek. It's so soft. This is Sun Yu's first image of Bulma's face. God, can't he be a potential lolicon? No, I'm not a lolicon. Absolutely not. I just slipped my hand. Hey, some people don't even let such a young girl go. Lena stared at Sun Yu with contempt, making Sun Yu's face red. I slipped my hand just now. Haha. Sun Yu defended himself. Little sister, come to my sister. Be careful, some bad people do strange things to you. Lana instantly transformed into a warm big sister, and opened her arms to Boomer's little loli. Okay, Boomer replied in a low voice, then sat beside Lana, stretched out her small hand and squeezed Lana's tail wrapped around her waist. Hey, sister Na, make it clear that I would do strange things to her. Sun Yu said, staring at Lana. Stop talking about this. What is the gravity training room you just asked the doctor to do? Lana asked curiously. Chapter 10 _ A Dragon Ball. As I just said, in a 100-fold gravity training room, a 60-kilogram body will directly turn into a 6-ton weight. If we can adapt to the gravity in that environment, then our combat effectiveness can be conservatively estimated. 90,000. Sun Yu replied indifferently. 90,000. How is this possible? It wasn't that Lana didn't want to believe Sun Yu, because the combat power of this value seemed astronomical to Lana at the moment. With a combat power of 90,000, is this still a Saiyan? Sun Yu smiled slightly, stood up and walked to the window. Sister Na, you should never underestimate the potential of our Saiyan. The combat power of 90,000 is only the initial stage of completing the development of combat power. Only when the combat power of oneself reaches 3 million will it truly enter a limit. At that time, it is difficult to improve the general cultivation method. If you want to become stronger, you must transform into the legendary Golden Warrior, that is, the Super Saiyan. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, you can directly increase the combat power by 50 times on the original basis. In other words, the original 3 million combat power will directly become 100 150 million. What a terrifying number. A long way to go. Out of the corner of Sun Yu's eye, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a small black cat in the yard, and he was instantly amused because he recognized this little black cat throughout the entire Dragon Ball anime, and it was the favorite pet of the bride couple. It is rolling with a Dragon Ball at the moment, etc. Dragon Ball. Also TM is a second planet. Sun Yu couldn't calm down immediately. He greeted the countless generations of Brive's ancestors in his heart, and he even threw a Dragon Ball to a pet cat as a toy. I don't understand the rich world. Jumping directly out of the window, Sun Yu quickly approached the little black cat, took advantage of his unpreparedness to pick up the little black cat's neck with one hand, and picked up the Dragon Ball on the ground with the other hand. Allah, Xiao Sun-chan, why did you come into the yard? Mrs. Brives returned to the living room with a large plate of snack just in time to see Sun Yu in the yard. Lena also came out of the room, picked up a piece of dessert that Mrs. Brives was holding, and asked while eating, same question, Kyle, you didn't come out to pick up this glass bead, did you? Quote, yeah, that's it. Mrs. Brave, do you know the origin of this thing? Sun Yu asked rhetorically. Mrs. Brave pointed to Boomer, who was hiding behind Lena, and said, oh, that glass ball was picked up by Boomer on the side of the road. Scratch likes it very much, so I left it as a toy. Scratch is the name of that little black cat. This thing is called a Dragon Ball, and there are 7 in total. When all 7 are collected, you can summon the dragon and fulfill any wish you wish. Sun Yu explained simply. Mrs. Brave, this thing emits a stable wavelength. Can you make a radar to detect its position? There is such a magical thing. Then I'll ask my husband. You can enjoy dessert first. Mrs. Brave said, taking the Dragon Ball handed by Sun Yu. The gravity training room can be slowed down. If possible, make the Dragon Ball radar first. Sun Yu said, I know. After speaking, Mrs. Brives rushed to her husband's laboratory. Kyle, is the Dragon Ball you mentioned really so magical? Lena obviously also has a 12-point interest in Dragon Ball. Did you know Namek? Namek, you mean? Naturally, Lena had heard the legend of Namek, but like most cosmic people, they thought it was just an exaggerated rumor. Sun Yu nodded. Yes, the legend of Namek is true. So is Earth Dragon Ball, but Earth Dragon Ball is a bit inferior to Namek. You can think of it as Namek's a copycat version of Dragon Ball. Quote, wow, Kyle, you know a lot of things. Then have you thought about making a wish? Although Lena asked Sun Yu's wish, she actually had a wish in her heart that she hoped to come true. No, let's talk about it later. In fact, Sun Yu hoped that he could find the location of Kalanta through the Dragon Ball radar, and then find the gods to practice. Che, what a piece of wood. Lena muttered in dissatisfaction. In the following time, Sun Yu found a set of heavier protective gear for Lena and himself, similar to the one worn by Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball novel. Each set weighed 900 kilograms. Nah, the first time I put it on, I felt a little tired. The next day, Dr. Brives made Dragon Ball radar as he wished. Sure enough, it was convenient to have a person with full technological attribute. After getting the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu planned to say goodbye to the Brives and his wife, Brive. The sea couple tried their best to keep him, but Sun Yu had no choice but to leave. Little Lolita Bulma heard that big brother Sun Yu was leaving, and her eyes were red with tears. If you were a little older, I would be able to take you on an adventure together. Sun Yu sighed helplessly. Kyle, you really still want to attack Bulma? Lena fanned the flame. In the end, Sun Yu had to come up with the most lethal artifact to the little loli, and there is nothing wrong with the lollipop. There is an old saying in China that there is no loli you can't conquer, only lollipops you can't afford. After successfully getting Bulma, Sun Yu and Lena embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball. The process of finding Dragon Balls was a bit interesting at the beginning, because Sun Yu helplessly discovered that for people of their strength, there is no one on the earth who can stop them, so that they are searching for Dragon Ball more smoothly than expected. So, the only fun in the journey is that Sun Yu and Lena are all over the place to eat and drink. In the end, it even developed that they turned the good Dragon Balls into the earth on the tip of their tongue. It doesn't matter where the Dragon Balls are. What matters is where there is delicious food. Somewhere on the plateau, Baozi Mountain. Grandpa Gohan, your baked earthen dragon is so delicious. Lena chewed the baked earthen dragon in her hand, and sincerely praised Grandpa Gohan's craftsmanship. That's right, Sun Yu and Lana have come to Baozi Mountain where Sun Wufan is, because Sun Wufan has a 4-planet in his hand. After learning about Sun Yu and Lana's intentions, Sun Gohan not only took out the Dragon Ball, but also warmly entertained them both. Haha, as long as you like to eat, don't worry, there are many more, Sun Wufan said with a smile. Satisfied, Sun Yu stretched contentedly. He suddenly remembered something and said to Grandpa Sun Wufan, Grandpa Wufan, if I guess correctly, you are the apprentice of a mortal turtle. Sun Yu's words surprised Sun Wufan, but he readily admitted, how did Sun Xiaoyu know his tutor? Anyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that old man. I've admired the name for a long time, and I've wanted to visit for a long time, but I haven't been able to see it. Sun Yu sighed. I don't know if Grandpa Gohan can show me the unique skills of your turtle immortal style. The Turtle School Qigong. Chapter 11 Turtle School Qigong. Do you want to learn Turtle School Qigong? Sun Wufan saw through Sun Yu's mind. Yes, Sun Yu admitted decisively. If possible, I hope you can guide me in my practice. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Sun Wufan's expression changed, and he immediately said, but Sun Xiaoyu, if this old man feels right, your strength is far superior to mine. Maybe only the old master can give you advice. But if it's just a demonstration of Turtle School Qigong, this old man can still do it. Okay, please. Sun Yu looked at Grandpa Sun Gohan expectantly. Afterwards, Sun Wufan walked to the open space in front of the door. Sun Yu and Lena also followed, watching carefully from the side. I saw that Sun Wufan put his hands together on his chest. His breath suddenly rose, and then slowly he put his hands on his waist and shouted loudly, Turtle School Qigong. Was a loud bang, and a huge rock in front was smashed by Sun Wufan's Qigong wave. Sun Wufan, who was relieved, looked at Sun Yu with joy, and asked, how is it? Can you see clearly? Would you like to try Sun Xiaoyu too? Sun Yu, who had just taken back his sharingan, smiled at Grandpa Sun Wufan and said, okay, then I'll be ugly. It's okay, try it out, little friend. If you do something wrong, the old man will have the cheek to point it out. Sun Wufan stepped aside and looked at Sun Yu, who walked into the courtyard with Lena. Finally learned this trick. Sun Yu was very excited at the moment, thinking that he had imitated the Turtle School Qigong move countless times when he was a child, and now he can really use this move and realize his dream. He casually put his hands together and flattened them in front of his chest, and Sun Yu's whole body burst out. Ha.me. Sun Xiaoyu's momentum. Sun Wufan's heart trembled suddenly. His face turned pale instantly, even though he overestimated Sun Yu as much as possible, but in the end he found that he still underestimated Sun Yu's rank. Damn Kyle, when did you become so strong? Lena gritted her teeth and said, because she didn't carry a combat power detector, so Lena couldn't accurately know Sun Yu's combat power, but she could still feel Sun Yu. I am afraid that the combat power is already very close to her, and Lena's heart suddenly has a sense of crisis. Ha.me. Sun Yu took advantage of the situation and put his hands back on his waist. His hands suddenly glowed with shock, and his momentum reached a new peak again. The powerful aura made the surrounding earth tremble. He suddenly pushed out his palm, and a thick and powerful light wave flew out, shooting straight at the distant hills, and then the earth shook, and the distant hills exploded instantly, turning into countless rubble. Guga. Sun Wufan, who saw this scene, was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. For a while, he didn't know what to say, and he just said that he wanted to point Sun Yu. Sorry, I accidentally pushed too hard, Sun Yu said to Grandpa Sun Wufan, rubbing his head. Hey, as expected, a hero is a boy. Sun Xiaoyu's talent is so amazing, it seems that I'm old. Grandpa Sun Wufan laughed at himself. Although Turtle Qigong is a low-level martial art, its power has unparalleled room for improvement because of its characteristics of accumulating power and secondary force in the later stage. It is precisely this reason that makes Sun Wukong so keen to use this skill. After talking for a while, Sun Yu took Lena to say goodbye to Sun Gohan and continued on the journey to find Dragon Ball. Counting the 4 planets he just got, Sun Yu already had as many as 4 Dragon Balls in his hand, and there were only 3 remaining. Following what the Dragon Ball radar showed, Sun Yu and Lena flew to the southern tropic in a hurry. As the Dragon Ball radar showed that they were about to approach the Dragon Ball, Sun Yu saw the white tower standing like a cloud in front of him. He grinned, and finally found the legendary holy place Kalen, where the gods are. Kalanta is located on the tropical plains of the southern world. It is guarded by Indian villagers for generations. It is known as the birthplace of martial art. For thousands of years, countless martial arts experts have come here to try to climbing the Kalen Tower, but so far it seems that only Wu Tato has succeeded. Look Kyle, there seems to be an army down there, Lena said to Sun Yu, pointing to a large group of people in the distance. Sun Yu looked in the direction Lena pointed, and sure enough, there were many soldiers with live ammunition stationed in the village near Kalanta, but they all had fierce expressions on their faces and were beating innocent Indian villagers. Are they also coming for Dragon Ball? Sun Yu guessed the possibility. In the original Dragon Ball novel, the Guardians of Kalanta, Bra and his son, did have a Dragon Ball in their hand, as if it was a 3-star ball. Kyle, let's go take a look. Lena, like all female creatures in the universe, is born with a nature that likes to watch the fun, although she will deny it most of the time. It seemed that he had to wait a while before going to see the gods. Sun Yu shook his head helplessly. Anyway, Kalanta is here. If you go later, you should go later. No harm. Yeah, Sun Yu responded, and the two of them jumped out of the air and walked towards the troops leisurely. The emblem of those troops is a red bow tie with a capital letter R on the left and right side. But in Sun Yu's memory, didn't the Red Silk Army start collecting Dragon Balls after Wukong participated in the 21st World's #1 martial art conference? Why has it come to Kalanta now? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his own appearance? You two brought up for me. An officer who looked like a foreigner stopped Sun Yu and Lena, and he said loudly with his hands on his hip, if you are sensible, get away from me. Disobedient children will be shot. Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. Before Sun Wu could decide how to kill the flat-looking officer, another person popped up. This man was dressed neatly in his military uniform, and his handsome face was highlighted by his sapphire blue eye. He walked up to Sun Yu and said with a sneer, "Hee hee, I didn't expect you two to come here for Dragon Ball." General Blue, you're right, they actually know Dragon Ball, the previous foreign officer exclaimed unexpectedly. Sun Yu immediately recognized that this person was the commander of the blue team in the Red Silk Army, who had superpowers, and it was said that he was gay. Oh, you found out. Sun Yu smiled maliciously and said, "Can you tell me how you know?" HMPH. It's okay to tell you. General Blue looked gloomy and looked at Sun Yu with contempt. Because we have a Dragon Ball radar. The fact that you have 4 Dragon Balls on your body has been completely exposed. It's really hard for you to do it for me. The army has collected so many Dragon Balls. Ha 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 ha. They actually have Dragon Ball radar too. This really surprised Sun Yu, but thinking about it is right. The other party's Red Silk Army has a super genius Dr. Gero, and it is normal for him to create a Dragon Ball radar. How did you know about Dragon Ball? This is something Sun Yu couldn't figure out. It stands to reason that not many people on Earth know about Dragon Ball at this time, but the fact is that the other party even has Dragon Ball radar. Little devil, you have a lot of questions, but since you have contributed 4 Dragon Balls to this general, it's okay to tell you. General Bruce still maintained a straight stance and said, "General Black, the leader of our army, I met the famous Dr. Brives at a charity dinner not long ago, and he accidentally mentioned the Dragon Ball thing after drinking. He even mentioned 2 amazing young people, which must be you. Come on too. It was really because of himself." Sun Yu was a bit dumbfounded, thinking that Dr. Brives was also the kind of person who made a blunder after drinking, but so what? Destroying the Red Silk Army with his own strength is better than squeezing an ant to death. Much easier. Okay, kid, you've finished your questions. Hand me the Dragon Ball. Chapter 12 Talenta. Okay, kid, you've finished your questions. Hand me the Dragon Ball. Before General Blue could finish speaking, he used his superpowers to control Sun Yu and Lena, as if to prevent them from escaping. Can't move, 2 little devils. Sun Yu and Lena looked at each other and said, "You or I?" "Kyle, didn't you say it's a shame for us to deal with ordinary people?" Lena said. "They've been bullied to the end, so naturally they have to teach them a lesson. Besides, the Red Silk Army is not a good thing. Sun Yu doesn't like killing people at will, but it doesn't mean that he will let the bad guys go." General Blue, who felt that he was being ignored, was instantly angry, and he didn't care to think about why his superpowers would be of no use to the opponent. He quickly rushed to Sun Yu and threw a punch, shouting, "Damn little bastard, how dare you ignore it? Me, looking for death. Haha, these 2 little devils are dead. They actually angered our General Bruce." "That's not true. The strength of our General Bruce is not comparable to ordinary people." The soldiers around were laughing wildly, and the local Indian villagers who were subdued by them were hugging each other, looking at Sun Yu and Lena with sadness. Follow. In the face of General Bruce, who was rushing towards him, a sneer appeared on the corner of Sun Yu's mouth. He saw the opportunity directly, and he was a one-hit knife against Bruce's neck. Crack. After Sun Yu slapped General Bruce's neck with his palm, a crisp sound came from his entire body. The voices of those soldiers who were still chatting and laughing just now stopped abruptly, staring at Bru, whose head was tilted at a right angle. General. Obviously, the soldiers couldn't accept the fact that they considered the strongest general to be instantly killed by someone, but soon they saw that General Blue was strong and staggered back a few steps, and finally collapsed to the ground. Breathe. Damn it. Perhaps because of the fear of Sun Yu's one-shot killing of General Blue, the soldiers raised their guns and prepared to shoot at Sun Yu. Although these guns would not really threaten Sun Yu's life, if it will still hurt to hit the body. After all, Saiyans are also flesh and blood, so the fate of these soldiers was doomed the moment they raised their guns. Sun Yu turned into a flash of lightning, and his body changed, almost killing him with one hit. Those soldiers died completely without feeling the slightest pain. Don't come here. You don't come here. The foreign officer hiding in the back was so frightened when he saw the scene. He rolled and crawled into the car and slammed on the accelerator. Dust away. He ran very fast. Sun Yu sneered and ignored it. He wasn't a murderer after all. After all, this kind of thing is not worth pursuing by himself. Seeing that Sun Yu didn't mean to kill them all, the remaining soldiers also scattered. The local Indian villagers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the bad guys had already been executed, and the rest of the party members fled, but they were very nervous when they looked at Sun Yu, because they knew Sun Yu's strength, so they were afraid. Sun Yu and Lena walked slowly to the Indian villagers. They immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you too for your life-saving grace. Don't do this. Everyone, get up." Sun Yu tried his best to squeeze a kind smile, and he said to an old man who seemed to be virtuous, "Grandpa, we are here to find a kind of transparent glass ball called Dragon Ball. The kind with a few stars in it. You should have seen it." Hearing that Sun Yu was looking for Dragon Ball, the old man's face sank, as if he was worried that Sun Yu, like those wicked people before, would use Dragon Balls to do bad things. "You, what are you looking for that that kind of Dragon Balls. Aren't you the same as those guys? Grandpa, don't worry, we are not bad people, let alone do bad things with Dragon Balls, Sun Yu said to the old man with a smile. Hey, old man, I also don't think you are evil. Brah, go and take out the Dragon Ball. The old man turned and said to a sturdy young man. The young man whose name was named by the old man stood up. He was tall and shirtless, with a string of bone and tooth necklaces hanging around his neck. Sun Yu's eyes lit up when he saw him. This Brah is the father of the young Upa whom Sun Wukong met in the Holy Land of Kalen in the original Dragon Ball novel, but now it seems that Brah should not be married yet, so naturally there is no Upa. This person exists. Brah soon entered the room and took out the Dragon Ball, the 3-star ball, which he reluctantly handed over to Sun Yu. Sun Yu, who had already obtained the 5th Dragon Ball, said goodbye to the villagers and then turned and left with Lena. Aren't you two staying for a cup of tea? The old man wanted to keep him. After all, it was Sun Yu who saved the whole village just now. No, Grandpa, we have to rush to the top of Kalanta. Sun Yu waved his hand without looking back. Are they going to climb the Kalen Tower? The villagers murmured. In the eyes of these Indian villagers, only the real strong can climb the Kalen Tower, and Sun Yu is a good interpretation of the word wrong. After leaving the village, Sun Yu smiled at Lana. Sister Na, on this Kalen Tower, the god of the earth live. Although his own fighting power is not wrong, he has an extremely unique view on martial art. Wait a minute, you can't be unreasonable when you see him. I see, you are the most verbose. Lana protested dissatisfied. Walking under the Kalen Tower, Sun Yu and Lana soared into the sky and flew vertically into the towering cloud. The palace of the gods is said to be guarded by mysterious powers, and no flying object can approach. However, in the face of the absolute power of Sun Yu and Lana, any mysterious power is useless. They directly broke through the protection of the god palace and came to the gods. In fact, as early as the moment the two of them came to the earth, the gods had already noticed these two mysterious visitors. Fortunately, Sun Yu and Lana did not do anything harmful after they came to the earth, which made the gods lose. He breathed a sigh of relief, but today, the gods suddenly discovered that these two mysterious people with boundless strength had actually appeared near the Holy Land of Kalen, which made his nerves that had just relaxed tense up again. So when Sun Yu and Lana landed on the Tianshan Palace, they saw Tianshan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Beside Tianshan stood his servant Black Bobo, and the cat Shianka, who claimed to have lived for 800 years. Immortal Lin. It also ran to the gods to wait for the arrival of Sun Yu and the two. Hey, God, hello, and Mr. Popo, you are here too, Immortal Kalen. Sun Yu was still very excited to see a few people, so he greeted each other enthusiastically. Compared to Sun Yu's relaxed and casual nature, Tianshan and the others were so nervous that they almost cried because they didn't know what the situation was. They didn't know anything about the two young men who suddenly appeared. They could only tell from their breath, feeling that the other party is extremely powerful, but the other party seems to know the situation on his side well. Weird. Chapter 13 Frieza. The aged god of the sky cleared his throat. He took heavy step towards Sun Yu and said solemnly, I wonder why your excellency is here in the humble house. Lord Tianshan, you are very kind. Sun Yu also stepped forward and bowed to the god. Since he is here to study, he must have a correct attitude. Under Sun Yu, this is my cousin Lana. Let's listen. It is said that the Holy Land of Kalen is the birthplace of martial arts in the world, so I want to come and ask about the cultivation method. Quote, after listening to Sun Yu's word, the old god looked at Sun Yu and Lana carefully, and after a moment of indifference, he shook his head and said, I'm afraid that the strength of the two of you is far superior to mine, and the two of you are deeply troubled. Forgive me for not being able to teach you. Yes, Saiyans are slaughter and often engage in the work of exterminating the creatures of the entire planet. Just when Sun Yu just crossed over, they exterminated the dwarf planet, so the obstacles on their bodies are not too deep. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? Lana on the side was unhappy. She didn't care what others thought of her, but she definitely wouldn't allow others to say that Sun Yu was not at all. Who do you think has a lot of trouble? Believe me or not, exterminate you. Sister Na, don't be angry yet. Sun Yu immediately stabilized Lana, and then politely apologized to the god. I'm sorry, Lord God, please don't take it to heart. My sister Na is a short-term caregiver. In fact, she is very nice yet. It's not good to be a teacher. Hee, how come I didn't see how good she is? It was Immortal Kalen who said this. It was hostile to Sun Yu from the beginning. Maybe it was the cat's natural instinct to sense the bloodthirsty nature of Saiyan. This time Lana didn't get angry. She just glared at Kalen, who was blown away by Lana's stare, and went to hide behind the god with a swoosh. Okay, don't make trouble, Mr. Sun Yu. You are not welcome here. I hope you can leave. The god of heaven stomped his crutches, issued an order to evict guests, and then turned around to prepare to go back to the temple. Wait a minute, Lord God. Sun Yu didn't expect the gods to reject the Saiyans so much. He obviously didn't do anything well. This wicked pot. Sun Yu said he didn't want to carry it. The so-called urgent wisdom. Sun Yu frowned and said with a mysterious smile, Lord Tianshan, don't you want to go back to your home planet? Sun Yu's words were like a torpedo torpedo that exploded in the water, directly causing the gods and the others to stay in place. What did you say? What did you return to your home planet? Make it clearer. After hearing this, the god of heaven was no longer calm, and he asked sharply. In order to eliminate the enmity of the gods, Sun Yu brought out Frieza, the #1 public enemy in the universe, as everyone's imaginary enemy. Although Frieza doesn't care about the existence of Nami, but so what? Since he is the big villain, then there must be the consciousness of being a villain. For example, when the pig feet are thrown into the pot, he must continue. Presumably God Sama must find that he looked different from the humans on this planet because you are from the universe like us. In the universe, there is a planet named Namek at the 9035Y coordinate. That planet is because of the deterioration of the environment led to a sharp decrease in the population, and the Great Elder at that time sent an excellent dragon to go to the universe to find other planets. However, after learning about Namek's magical Dragon Ball, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza longed for eternal life and then conquered the endless universe, so he wanted to use the power of Namek Dragon to achieve this goal. You guys guess what is the first thing he will do when he realizes this wish? Sun Yu asked in a low voice, and the faces of several people present were ugly. God swallowed his saliva, trying to moisten his dry throat, and he murmured, he will completely destroy Namek so that there will be no future trouble. With Frieza as the common imaginary enemy, the mentality of the gods has changed as Sun Yu expected. Lord Tenjin. Mr. Popo looked at Tenjin nervously. The old god looks even older now. He should have been happy to know that he was born, but when he learned of such a terrifying thing, he took a few deep breaths and asked Sun Yu, isn't my home planet now dangerous? Lord Tenjin can feel at ease for the time being, because Frieza is worried about the legend of my Super Saiyan, so he will not attack your home planet until he completely destroys the Saiyans. Sun Yu comforted Tenshin Dao. Lena, who had been silent for a while, heard Sun Yu's word, and suddenly couldn't calm down. She grabbed Sun Yu's arm and said eagerly, Kyle, what nonsense are you talking about? Lord Frieza has been playing against us all the time. Asians are not weak. How could he attack a Saiyan? Headache. How can I forget this little girl? She is a pure Saiyan. Maybe on Vegeta and many of her family and friends. She said that Frieza planned to destroy Saiyan people. Lana can't just sit idly by. God, listen to me. It turns out that they are with that Freon. The cat fairy Kalen also jumped out to make trouble, and it has always been hostile to Sun Yu. It Frieza, you stupid cat with Alzheimer's dementia. Sun Yu glanced at the immortal Kalen who came out to make trouble. He looked at the god cautiously, and said, don't hide it from everyone. For some reason, I knowing some things in the future. I know Frieza's ambitions, and I know that I can find the strength to fight him here. Lord Tenjin, you should have the power of telepathy. You can sense whether I lied. Lord Tenjin. After speaking, everyone in the room looked at the god, hoping to get an answer from him, but the god pondered for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. He said to everyone, he didn't lie. Then I want to know that you have the ability against your Frieza. Not yet, but after thoroughly stimulating the potential in our body, we do have enough strength to defeat him. Can you say you can't beat it? Otherwise, the gods will definitely not waste time guiding their own cultivation. Well, the old god nodded. There is indeed a huge potential hidden in your body, but your breath is very vain, and you can't show your due strength at all. Let the Kalen Immortal train you to restrain your breath first. Let do it, and when you have achieved a little, I will personally instruct you. Hehe. Thank you, Lord God. The teacher is on top. Please accept the student's worship. Sun Yu stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the god. I can't. The cold sweat on the god's forehead almost broke out, and Sun Yu's actions made him really unable to understand his reality. Your strength is far superior to me. I accept this teacher shame. Mate, Sun Yu said with a shameless smile. The so-called master comes first. Since I ask you for advice, you are my teacher. Sun Yu said that this is good, and the gods are not making more excuses, otherwise it will appear overseas. Kalen Immortal, you should take Sun Yu and the others down first. You can train them if you can. Okay, Lord Tianshan. Immortal Kalen still didn't completely relieve his guard, but since the gods ordered him, he had no choice but to take Sun Yu to train. Chapter 14 which may be fake fairy bean. After Immortal Kalen brought Sun Yu and Lana back to the residence below the palace of the god, Bobo said to the gods worriedly, is there really no problem in teaching them to practice? The old god sighed helplessly. I am a god, so I can see the evil on them, but to be fair, I don't feel the evil spirit in them. Maybe we can induce them to be kind and wash them away. The evil and hindrance, this can be regarded as a merit. After saying that, Tianshan and Bobo walked back to the temple. Immortal Kalen, who returned to his residence, was looking at Sun Yu and Lana suspiciously at the moment, and said, although I am very reluctant, since it is Lord Tianshan's order, I have to do it. I say you won't go to conquer the world after you finish training here. Hehe, do we need to practice if we want to conquer the world? Sun Yu joked truthfully. That is to say, you scumbag with less than 200 combat power. Lan Na was also supporting Sun Yu, as if she was avenging the revenge just now. Damn it. Immortal Kalen, who was hit by Sun Yu and the other two, was so angry that he slammed his crutches on the ground around and made a snapping sound. Then he suddenly sneered and said, I made you look down on me. Now I ask you to stay away from me. In the case of using gas, grab the bell in your hand. Right. Sun Yu buttoned his nose awkwardly, interrupting the cat fairy Kalen, who was about to take out a bell. Damn it. How did you know? Kalen tried his best to widen his eyes in surprise, but no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. After all, Immortal Kalen's eyes were the same height as a certain Jingming. As long as they appeared, they would be full of sloth. I guess, haha, if you just grab the bell in your hand, it's easier than eating 10 Big Macs in 1 second. So I guess your real purpose is to put bells on us too. Ask us to grab your bell without making a sound, Sun Yu said, staring at Immortal Kalen, who was covered in cold sweat. You, the cat fairy Kalen, whose true thoughts were exposed by Sun Yu, doubted his life during his 800-year lifespan. Oh no, he doubted Miosheng. Since you've already guessed it, let's get started. There is no way for the other party to figure out his own thought. Immortal Kalen had no choice but to surrender. I hope that in the later training, I can find an opportunity to regain faith. Which of you came first? I'll come first. Lena stood up first, and Sun Yu stepped aside indifferently, quietly watching Lena take the bell and tie it around his waist. Immortal Kalen also tied the bell to the cane. After taking a deep breath, he said, start. Because of wearing the 900 kilograms overweight protective gear, Lena's speed and accuracy have been greatly affected, and every time she is about to grab the bell on the cane of the Kalen fairy, she will accidentally ring own bell. Haha, what are you doing? Haven't you eaten enough? Hurry up. It was rare for Kalen to find a chance to retaliate, so he spared no effort to turn on the taunting mode and scolded Lena. It's too much. Lana finally couldn't bear Kalen's taunting, and immediately took off her 2 wrist guards. When the overweight wrist guard landed, it made 2 bang bang sound, and even the ground trembled twice. Hey! Kalen let out a long exclamation. It was still mercilessly mocking Lena a second ago, and this second he was petrified by the scene in front of him. After taking off 2 more pairs of overweight boots, Lena just gave up. Although she was still wearing an alloy lead vest weighing about 400 kilograms, she didn't take it off because she was a girl, but considering the Earth gravity is 1/10 of Vegeta's, and obviously this weight can't have a big impact on Lena. I kept you waiting, kitty. After moving her wrists and ankles, Lana's figure disappeared instantly. Immortal Kalen moved her crutches subconsciously, but it was still a step too late. After Lena grabbed the bell on the cane of the Immortal Kalen, the bell on Lana's body rang. It was obvious that Lana's movements had exceeded the speed of sound just now. Damn you cheating! You cheating! You are all monsters! You bully people! Immortal Kalen was anxious for a moment, and it jumped around in anger, as if it wanted to jump up and beat Lana's knee. After listening to Kalen's words, Sun Yu curled his lip. It's none of my business. How can I bully you? Sister Nah, don't tease it, or bring the overweight protective gear, otherwise this kind of training will be meaningless. Now, in general, Lana listened to the persuasion. She quickly put on the overweight protective gear again. Immortal Kalen was completely honest this time, and did not make any sarcasm. Therefore, Lana concentrated on controlling all aspects of her body. Strive to perfectly blend your breathing and rhythm. In less than a day, Lana snatched the bell from Immortal Kalen under the premise of wearing overweight protective gear and not touching her own bell. It took him 3 years to grab the bell from Immortal Kalen, and it took him 3 days for the young Sun Wukong. If you put aside the factor of combat power, not to mention Lana's talent for martial art, can be said to be no less than the 2 of them. It's very good. Sister Nah, your breath is more restrained and rich now, and the feeling is more harmonious. Sun Yu sighed sincerely. Hey, you old lady, I'm a talented intermediate fighter. Lana proudly patted Sun Yu's shoulder. Immortal Kalen took out a crock pot, took out a fairy bean from it, and threw it to Lana, saying, this is called a fairy bean. You can quickly replenish your stamina when you eat it, and one can be enough to eat for 10 days. Sun Yu's eyes lit up and sighed in his heart. This is the legendary fairy bean. In the Dragon Ball anime, as long as you still have a breath, no matter how serious the injury is, you can recover. It can be said that this thing is the only bug in Dragon Ball after the Wishing Dragon. It's a pity that because the output of fairy beans is not high, and most of them have been ruined by the stupid hat of Yaki Luobe, it can be said that there is very little left in the end, so that in future battles, Sun Wukong and other Dragon Ball fighters have been in trouble many times because of the lack of fairy bean. Thinking about it made people cry and see sadness. Crack clap. Lana quickly chewed the fairy bean and swallowed it down. In less than a breath, her physical strength quickly recovered, but at the same time, Lana's face also turned crimson, and after walking a few times, her heels collapsed. Sister Nah, what's wrong with you? Sun Yu saw Lana's strangeness. He immediately rushed over and hugged her in his arms, eagerly calling out Lana's name. Kyle sauce. Lana suddenly put her arms around Sun Yu's neck, her lips pressed against Sun Yu's ears, and she exhaled a fragrant breath. Damn it. Damn stupid cat. What did you give my cousin to eat? This fairy bean is definitely fake. Chapter 15 _ Fairy bean wine. Idiot. This fairy bean is definitely authentic. Immortal Kalen screamed and protested. Then why did my Sister Na become like this? Before Sun Yu could finish speaking, Lana's fiery red lips had already imprinted on Sun Yu's mouth, and she held Sun Yu's face forcibly and kissed me selflessly. What rhythm is this, Nima? This is going to heaven. Lana's delicate body twisted in Sun Yu's arm. Every trace of the girl's fragrance stimulated Sun Yu's nerve, and the full and elastic chest was tightly pressed on his chest. Sun Yu only I felt my belly warm and almost lost my mind. Open the writing wheel. Sun Yu turned on the sharingan forcefully, and his brain regained a trace of clarity. Although he enjoyed this moment, it was not Lana's original intention after all, so Sun Yu can't be that stupid to open in front of the cat. Damn it, this stupid cat doesn't know how to avoid it. After hitting the back of Lana's neck with a knife, Lana fell into a coma. Sun Yu was relieved to see Lana sleeping peacefully. He gave Kalen Immortal a vicious look and said, why is it ill? Bah, I mean, what going on with Sister Na? She looks more like fake wine. Immortal Kalen just watched Sun Yu and Lana with gusto, and seeing that they had paused, he explained, I have put these fairy beans for thousands of years. You heard that plants produce alcohol through anaerobic respiration. Have you been? PFF. Sun Yu almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood, and also gave Nima plants anaerobic respiration to produce alcohol. Are you kidding me? Damn it. As you said, if you just add some water and let it ferment naturally, wouldn't it be possible to make a jar of fairy bean wine? Sun Yu said mercilessly. Hey, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Immortal Kalen slapped his head and said suddenly. After hearing the words of Immortal Kalen, Sun Yu wanted to die. He called you cheap and made you rant. Hey, the one named Sun Yu, do you want to come to practice early to grab my bell? If you want to practice, hurry up. I have to go back and make a jar of fairy bean wine, said Immortal Kalen. I think I don't need it anymore. Sun Yu shook his head and said, because just when Lana tried to grab the bell of Immortal Kalen, Sun Yu had already opened the writing wheel, so he could thoroughly observe the flow of energy in Lana's body, and carefully study the way Lana controls the coordination of breath, and then draw inferences from one case to another, corroborate with what has been learned before, and sublimate it to become my own perception. This is the insight technique of sharingan, which is not necessarily only used in battle, even in all aspects of cultivation. As long as it is used properly, sharingan can produce unpredictable miraculous effect. What? You actually said you don't need it. Boy, are you afraid? You are worried that you are much worse than this girl, so you dare not challenge. Kalen narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Yu. It's a joke. Sun Yu would be afraid of this kind of thing. It's just that there's really no need to show it. Sun Yu was in a hurry to go back to take care of Lana. After all, Lana is now drunk because she ate high alcohol fairy beans. Sun Yu, the younger brother, has to take the responsibility of taking care of his sister. For example, taking care of drunk people has to take off their clothes and then wipe the whole body with a hot towel. For example, drunk people will have stiff muscles and need someone to massage or something. In short, Sister Lana needs someone to take care of him now. Hey, boy, don't be so boring. Come and have a try. I won't laugh at you. Kalen seemed to think that Sun Yu was afraid to compete with it, so he persuaded him wantonly, but Sun Yu had already stubbornly ignored it. It's okay to divide your 2 jars of fairy bean. I want 3 altars. No, it took me hundreds of years to save 5 jars of immortal bean, and I'll give you 3 jars at once. What can I get for making wine? Kalen refused. I'm not willing to pull it down. Sun Yu picked up Lana and turned away. Wait, okay, as long as you can successfully grab my bell in a stick of incense, I will give you 3 jars for 3 jars. Immortal Kalen gritted his teeth and made a decision. In his opinion, Lana's the talent is already very high, and even she needs nearly a day to grab her own bell, so even if the young man in front of him is more talented than Lana, it is impossible to grab the bell in a stick of incense. Oh, since you said so, then I'll give it a try. I hope you'll keep your word. Sun Yu was also very helpless. These days, there are still so many immortal beans for nothing. HMPH, I'm an immortal, how can I not be? But you are not allowed to take off the overweight protective gear. Immortal Kalen emphasized. Don't worry, we don't need it at all. Sun Yu put down Lana, who was sleeping in his arms, walked to Immortal Kalen, and asked, can we start now? Let's get started. With the permission of Immortal Kalen, Sun Yu adjusted his breathing first. Based on his current understanding of chi, it starts with stillness, moves with momentum, and finally move. Everyone will generate chi with every breath. The masters of the masters can hide their actions between the breath, which are produced with the inhalation and perished with the exhalation, so as to achieve the purpose of static breaking. I saw that Sun Yu cooperated with his own breathing and stretched out his hand naturally, without any leakage of breath, as if he was integrated with the surrounding environment. Immortal Kalen also seemed to feel the sense of harmony emanating from Sun Yu. Because he did not feel the slightest breath of Sun Yu, Immortal Kalen also relaxed slightly for a moment, but because of this moment of relaxation, Sun Yu's palm has already stretched out in front of Immortal Kalen, and it is impossible for Immortal Kalen to dodge at this moment. The seemingly extremely slow movement is fast at this time. Lightning. Yo, it's not difficult to grab it. Immortal Kalen, I took these 3 jars of fairy bean. Thank you. Sun Yu calmly threw the bell to Immortal Kalen, then took out the universal capsule and opened it. It was a suitcase. Sun Yu took out 3 altars of fresh beans and put them in. He doesn't want to have a high alcohol fairy bean when he fights in the future. Isn't it okay to smoke? The Immortal Kalen on the side was still stunned, and he was still immersed in the moment when Sun Yu just shot. Clear like the sky, fast like lightning. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. This monster can feel it at a young age. Such a mood. I really did not expect it. Quote, hey, silly cat, what are you still doing? Didn't you see my sister Na falling asleep? Hurry up and find me a quiet room. Sun Yu took Lena in his arms again and moved towards Immortal Kalen, who was in a daze. Roared. Before Immortal Kalen could answer, a dull voice suddenly came to mind. Miss Lena can go to the temple to rest first. Mr. Sun Yu, the gods are welcome. Come on, Bobo, don't show up silently every time. Okay. People are scaring people and they're going to scare people to death. Okay. Also, what kind of trouble do the gods want to make when they come out at this time to destroy my good deed? Chapter 16_3 Realm. After settling down Lena, Sun Yu followed Mr. Bobo to see the god of God. Tianshan was standing on the edge of the temple at the moment, overlooking the prosperity of the world. Sun Yu stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, Lord Tianshan, do you have anything to do with me? Sun Yu, you're here. Tianshan turned around and gave Sun Yu a stiff smile, and said, you just trained with Immortal Kalen. I've watched it. Oh, seeing him like this, is he trying to instruct him to practice? Sun Yu suddenly came to the spirit and said with a smile. Lord Tianshan laughed. I wonder if Lord Tianshan can give some pointers to the younger generation. Hee, I can't talk about pointing. I think your control over Qi has been slightly successful, but do you know that the ancient realm of Qi is divided? Tianshan obviously proposed a Dragon Ball original that did not appear in the original book. The idea of passing, which made Sun Yu immediately come to the spirit. Junior, I don't know. Ask the gods to guide me. Sun Yu bowed, and his sincere attitude made the gods very satisfied. The realm of Qi is divided into subtle, knowledgeable and empty. You can now integrate your own Qi into your own breathing, and it can be born and dissipated at will. This is the realm of subtlety. Explain. Then what is the meaning of the state of knowledge? Ask the gods to make it clear. Sun Yu was thirsty for knowledge at the moment. He felt that the words of the gods seemed to knock on a door to the world of martial art, and Sun Yu was eager to open the door, to explore the mysteries of martial art. The realm of knowledge is the sublimation of the subtle. The so-called realm is the artistic conception. Let Bobo demonstrate it to you first, so that it will be easier for you to understand. The god pointed to the direction of Bobo. When Sun Yu looked at Bobo, he found that at some point, Mr. Bobo actually held a wooden stick in his hand. After he received the instructions from the god, he was far in front of Sun Yu and danced the stick in his hand. Wooden stick. The wooden stick in Bobo's hand danced very slowly. Sun Yu thought about it for a while but didn't feel anything special. Just when he was about to ask the god for the reason, the originally short wooden stick suddenly became longer and slammed, calling Sun Wu. Hi. Sun Yu's eyes quickly moved to the side to dodge, but after he moved a step, he found that the wooden stick in Bobo's hand did not grow longer. Could it be his hallucination just now? Sun Yu, how is it? Do you understand? Tianshan asked when he saw Sun Yu's reaction. I know shit. Why do you old fellows love to play dumb riddles so much? And you can die if you just say it. Sun Yu was about to cry, but he remembered that in the Dragon Ball anime, when the young Sun Wukong was trained in the heavenly realm, he was also frightened by Bobo with an ordinary wooden stick, but because of the long time, Sun Yu didn't remember Bobo in the end. How to do it? The junior is stupid, and I also asked the gods to tell the junior directly. There is a sequence of hearing. You know a lot. You are an uncle. I can't pretend to be a grandson. Hee, this is the realm of knowledge. Everything has its own attributes, such as length, speed, heat and cold. People can feel these attributes, which is meaning, and I let you feel these attributes. It is the mood, and the mood itself can be transformed into each other. Just like when Bobo danced the wooden stick in his hand just now, the mood in his heart was to hit you with the wooden stick in his hand, so his mood came into being. Tianshan explained. After hearing this, Sun Yu nodded his head and said thoughtfully, I understand. The so-called state is born from the heart. Is this truth? Yes, it seems that you really understand. The goddess showed a teachable expression on his face. What about the realm of emptiness? Will you also show it to me? Sun Yu asked. You impatient, thinking about how to run before you learn to walk. Well, Bobo, show it to Sun Yu. The gods laughed and told Bobo again. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Without waiting for the words to fall, Mr. Popo stared blankly at the distant horizon, as if recalling the running under the sunset that day, which was his lost youth. Hey, Lord God. Bobo is clearly in a daze. I admit that Mr. Bobo is very cute, but it's not that Sun Yu deliberately wants to complain about Bobo. It's really because he doesn't feel anything. Now, anyone who sees this situation will think that Bobo is in a daze. Don't talk. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. Tianshan reminded from the side. Well, in fact, Sun Yu wanted to close his eyes for a long time, because closing his eyes can open the sharingan without having to show it to the god. With the opening of sharingan, Sun Yu's eyelids could no longer block his sight. Although Tianshan noticed that Sun Yu's breath was a little different, he didn't think much about it. Under the insight of sharingan, Sun Yu found that he didn't catch Bobo's breath. How is this possible? There's nothing wrong with Bobo's fighting strength, but it's impossible not to leak a single bit of it. In Sun Yu's eyes, Bobo didn't have a trace of energy in his body at this time. If he said that it was going to be a stone at that time, Sun Yu would definitely believe it immediately. Plants and creatures have breath, not to mention people. How is it? Do you feel anything? Tian Shen asked. I didn't feel anything. If I didn't pay attention to Mr. Bobo's position, I wouldn't feel his existence at all, Sun Yu said truthfully. The god of heaven smiled and said, this is the realm of emptiness. Everything is nothingness. There is nothing in the first place. How can you feel this? So, Sun Yu seems to have some clues. It seems that the cultivation of qi in this world is very similar to the concept of cultivation of the mind of those Buddhist scholars when he was on earth. Improve the control of qi by practicing directly to the heart. In Sun Yu's memory, after Sun Wukong's training under 100 times the gravity, when he arrived at Nami, when several members of the Jiput team were using the combat power detector to detect Sun Wukong's combat power, no matter how he looked at his normal state, he only had a combat power of 5,000. And the fact is that the Monkey King at that time had a combat power of up to 90,000. Now that Sun Wukong, who came to that time, has reached the realm of emptiness, he no longer needs to deliberately conceal his power. The empty realm leaves him with nothing in his heart, and all the energy is hidden in the whole world along with his state of mind. Some people may ask, doesn't he still have 5,000 combat power to cover up? In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't cover it up, but that he didn't hide it at all. Bobo's combat power was only in the early 100s, so he didn't show any combat power in the empty realm. But Sun Wukong is different. His own power cannot be concealed by the realm, so unless he deliberately suppresses it, there will always be a trace of aura leaking out. It's good if you understand it. You need to go step by step along the way, but don't be in a hurry. For you, I'm quite at ease, but that Miss Lena, she's too competitive. If you don't correct this, it's easy to make detours in the martial art. The god sighed. Don't worry, Lord Tianshan. I will also supervise her well on Sister Na's side. That good. I've taught everything that needs to be taught. The rest depends on your own effort. Bobo in the palace has cleaned 2 houses for you. You can live as long as you want. Then we'll be harassing. Chapter 17 Boomer was kidnapped. For the next 3 months, Sun Yu and Lana both stayed in the Temple of Heaven to practice. Under the guidance of Sun Yu, Lana's way of controlling qi has also successfully entered the realm of subtlety. After entering the realm of subtlety, her combat power has soared all the way, and she is about to break through the 10,000 mark. And because Sun Yu has been comprehending the relationship between artistic conception, his combat effectiveness is temporarily lower, and he is still hovering around 7 or 8,000. But how can strength be measured simply by combat power? Among all the people in the palace of the god, only Lena herself did not know. In fact, Sun Yu's strength was already above Lena's, and that didn't count the situation of sharingan assisting the battle. In the world of Dragon Ball, the value of combat power can directly crush the martial arts realm, but if there are 2 people with similar combat power, the martial arts realm will play a decisive role in the battle. Later, Lena, who thought she was ahead all the way, in order to break through the 10,000 combat power faster so that she could get rid of Sun Yu in terms of strength, she did not hesitate to spend a chance to enter the spirit and time room. There's no need to waste this opportunity so early. You are not yet an adult, and your combat power is not fully developed. Even if you are given a year, you won't improve much. It's important to pay attention to gradual progress. Sun Yu persuaded Lana like this, but unfortunately the little girl didn't listen. The explosive growth of her combat power in the past 3 months has made her very inflated, especially the chest. In short, now Lana is full of thoughts of running to Star Vegeta to be the new queen after breaking through 10,000 battle strength. She also said that when she became the queen, she could consider giving Sun Yu a little prince, which made Sun Yu feel very embarrassed. Just after Lana entered the spirit and time room, the gods told Sun Yu a very strange thing. Sun Yu, there have been a lot of patrolling planes near the temple in the past 2 days. They seem to be looking for something, but because there is a gravity shield near the temple, they couldn't find us. As soon as he said what he was looking for, Sun Yu immediately thought of the Dragon Ball on his body. Could it be the Red Silk Army? This is very likely. He killed General Blue, who had repeatedly fought against the Blue Team in the Red Silk Army before, and had established a relationship with Liangzi of the Red Silk Army. Moreover, he still has the existence of Dragon Ball. It seems reasonable for the Red Silk Army to mobilize the army. No, Tianshan directly denied Sun Yu's conjecture. He said, those planes don't have the logo of the Red Silk Army. Their logo is Capsule Corp, the Universal Capsule Company. Oh, Sun Yu looked surprised when he heard the Universal Capsule Company. How could Dr. Bribes send a plane to find find it here. Even if you want to tell yourself that the gravity training room is ready, you don't need to make such a big noise. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. It turned out to be the Universal Capsule Company. Lord Tenjin, I think they should have come to me. Let me have a look. Well, please be more careful. Saying goodbye to the gods, Sun Yu quickly flew out of the force field of the temple and flew towards the nearest lane. At this time, the pilots of the patrol planes hovering near the Holy Land of Kalen suddenly found that the radar coordinates shared by their bosses suddenly moved rapidly, so they began to report to the boss frantically. Report to the boss. The target position has changed. Repeat. The target position has changed. The current coordinates are 2 degrees east, longitude 1747, north latitude 48 degrees 51:30. Report to boss. Target position changed again. Repeat. Target position changed again. Current coordinates are. Report to the boss. Dr. Bribe, the president of the Universal Capsule Company, after receiving this series of report from his subordinate, he turned off all the communication equipment with a snap, and then quietly looked at a figure flying in the distance. After Sun Yu approached the plane, through the glass window of the nose, he happened to see Dr. Bribe sitting inside, so he greeted, "Hi, doctor, it's really you. How come you suddenly have you come to Kareem Holy Land?" The door on the side of the plane opened, and Bribe's inside waved to Sun Yu, "Mr. Sun, come in and talk." Well, okay. Sun Yu flew into Bribe's plane. After he came in, he found that Mr. Bribe's was obviously haggard, and his already thin body became thinner and thinner. "Sun, Mr. Sun, I'm really desperate now. It's all my fault. I. Seeing that Dr. Bribe's was about to collapse, Sun Yu's heart suddenly tightened. He stepped forward and pressed on Dr. Bribe's shoulders, comforting, "Doctor, you can speak up if you have something, as long as you can. Where you can help, you can do whatever you want." After listening to Sun Yu's word, Dr. Bribe's told the whole story this time. It turns out that the Black Marshal of the Red Silk Army tried his best to search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls after learning about the existence of the Dragon Ball. Because Dr. Gero helped invent the Dragon Ball radar, they really found 2 of them during this period of time. Dragon Ball. After that, Marshal Hay found helplessly that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had been gathered together, and he quickly thought of the 2 young men that Bribes mentioned after drinking that day. According to the report of the remnants of the blue team who were destroyed by Sun Yu's fighting power was very strong, so General Black came up with a bad idea. Hearing that Sun Yu was very close to the capsule company, he directly kidnapped Bulma in an attempt to use this forces Sun Yu to hand over the 5 remaining Dragon Balls. "Mr. Sun, it's all my fault for slipping my words after drinking." Bribe's voice was a little choked. "They said that if they didn't hand over the Dragon Balls within 3 days, they would tear up the ticket. Poor little boy." Boomer. Although Dr. Bribes is the richest man in the future world, he is still in the rising stage of his career at this time, and he is simply not enough to fight against the Red Silk Army, which already has a huge military strength. After thinking about it, he finally had no choice but to turn to Sun Yu, an exceptionally powerful teenager. These bastards, they are really tired of living, and they dare to attack Bulma. Dragons have inverse scales. You will die if you touch them. Although it's too early to say that Bulma is Sun Wu's adversity, it's undeniable that Sun Wu cares about Bulma's safety. I believe that many people are the same as Sun Yu. The favorite female character in the Dragon Ball anime is undoubtedly Bulma. The playful and beautiful girl with vitality is the dream lover in many people's minds. Sun Yu saw Bulma's after crossing the road. He was very happy at first sight. He was looking forward to Bulma growing up little by little. However, the unknown Red Silk Army dared to kidnap Bulma. Sun Yu sentenced them all to death in his heart. After asking about the location of the Red Silk Army, Sun Yu left a message. "Don't worry, I will bring Bulma with me." Enron came back. Then he broke through the wall with a bang. Sun Yu face sneered in the air, swearing in his heart that if the Red Silk Army dared to hurt a single hair of Bulma, he would definitely blow the entire Red Silk Army to ashes to vent his hatred. Maybe even if Bulma is killed, Dragon Ball can revive her, but Sun Yu doesn't want her to experience life and death prematurely. If he can, he hopes that Bulma can be under his protection in the future life. Just like in the original book, Bulma would think, if only Goku-kun was here. Every time he encountered a huge crisis, Sun Yu hoped that, whether it was the destruction of the earth, or the future of the demon Buu to slaughter all human beings, the Buu at that time, Ma will smile and think in her heart, with Sun Yu here, everything will be fine. Chapter 18 _ The Dream of the Black Marshal. Sun Yu Bakion's combat effectiveness was improved to the extreme. He quickly crossed the distance of thousands of miles on the Dragon Ball radar, and finally found the headquarters of the Red Silk Army on an isolated island on the west coast. Following the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu came to the sky above a glorious palace with flying flags. Through the insight technique of writing wheel eyes, Sun Yu quickly found the secret room where Bulma was imprisoned. Bulma did not seem to have received any harm. Is squatting in the corner of the secret room at the moment, bowing his head and looking pitiful. "It's fine if you're not injured. I'll get it back for you tenfold and 100-fold for the grievance you suffered." sword. Sun Yu recited a sentence in his heart, then looked at the position, and suddenly jumped vertically from a height of several kilometers, like a god descending to earth. In an instant, the reinforced concrete floors of the glorious palace were like wood and paper, and were smashed by Sun Yu all the way, and his figure instantly appeared at the door of the secret room where Bulma was imprisoned. Boom rumble. The guards who were dozing off suddenly heard a loud noise and woke up suddenly. They saw a figure in front of the hostage cell, and immediately raised their guns to threaten. Who? Don't move. In the move me and shoot. Sun Yu turned his head and glanced at a few people coldly. The little guards shivered suddenly, and accidentally caught a glimpse of the big hole in the ceiling, and his face turned pale with fright. Go away. Yes, as ordered. Sun Yu's simple go away caused several guards to slap their heads at Sun Yu twice, thanking him for not killing him, and then ran away without a trace. Hearing the movement around, Boomer's little Lolita raised her little head. Her eyes were red. People couldn't help but love overflowing when they saw it, and wanted to hold her in her arms and love her. In fact, Sun Wu did the same. With a crunch, he pulled open the thick iron railing at the door of the cell with his bare hand, looking straight at Bulma with small eyes wide open, and with a wow in his mouth, he said, "Brother Sun Yu, are you here to save Bulma?" Quote, pulling off the iron railing, Sun Yu stepped into the room. He picked up Bulma's little Lolita, and said softly, "Yeah, my brother not only wants to save you, but also helps you punish the bad guy." Before Sun Yu could finish speaking, Bulma heard tears in her eyes. She resisted the tears and said with a sob, "Thank you, brother Sun Yu. Bulma is very good." The bad guy asked Bulma to say that brother Sun Yu is in what? Boomer didn't say anything. They frightened Boomer. Boomer didn't cry. Boomer is brave. Woohoo. Boomer is brave. Bulma, who threw herself in Sun Yu's arm, finally didn't want to pretend to be strong anymore. Her tears flowed freely like a bursting river, and Bulma's cries were heard in Sun Yu's ears like a needle piercing his heart. Sun Yu said coldly, "They actually dare to scare my Boomer. HMPH. It seems that the Red Silk Army does not have to wait for Sun Wukong to come and destroy it, because today the Red Silk Army will completely disappear from this world." Sun Yu tore off a piece of his clothes and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes for Bulma. Maybe it was the first time he was hugged like this by someone other than his parent. At this time, Bulma's little Loli was blushing. If it weren't for the current scene inappropriate, Sun Yu couldn't help but want to kiss too. Hee, it's exposed now. Dare to say that I'm not a lolicon. Go, brother will take you home. After finishing speaking, Sun Yu picked up Princess Bulma and rushed straight into the sky. Bulma in his arms was pulling Sun Yu's collar tightly, looking a little afraid of height. However, Sun Yu, who rushed out of the palace, found that a lot of Red Silk Army troops had been mobilized around. There were already many fighter jets in the sky, and many tanks and artillery were mobilized on the ground. Perhaps Marshal He thought that this would threaten Sun Yu. Ignorance is really happy, because he was worried that moving at a high speed in the air would scare Bulma's little Loli. Sun Yu simply landed on the ground. Marshal He, who had been watching from a distance, thought it was his army that shot Sun Yu. He proudly directed his armored vehicle to drive towards Sun Yu. At the same time, he also opened the roof sunroof, took out a horn and shouted at Sun Yu, "Haha, you are already surrounded. If you don't hand over the Dragon Balls quickly, this marshal might spare you a death." At the same time, Marshal He did not forget to whisper to Adjutant Brock next to him and said, "Well, this marshal is right. This dude really came to save the little girl alone. Ha ha ha." Adjutant Brock on the side twitched his mouth, and said helplessly, "The marshal really expected things like God, and his subordinates admire. Brother Sun Yu." Bulma nervously pulled Sun Yu's clothes. Sun Yu smiled at her slightly, touched her head, and comforted, "Don't worry, with my brother here, my Bulma will never be hurt. Bulma, just wait for a while and watch the show." After he finished speaking, he took out a lollipop and stuffed it into Bulma's hand. "Yeah." Bulma responded with peace of mind. She took the lollipop and obediently hid behind Sun Yu and licked it. After Sun Yu comforted Bulma, he said loudly to the black marshal on the armored car in front of him, "That black marshal, I advise you to stop here, or you will die when I say a word." Quote, as soon as the word fell, the audience was silent. Only the roar of the mechanical motor was heard. After a full minute, everyone burst into laughter like never before. Some people even covered their stomachs and laughed, tears running down their noses. One place. "What did you say?" Marshal He almost laughed, and he asked Sun Yu with a ninja smile, You actually said, if you say one word, I will die. Ah ha ha ha. Is it because my ears are bad, or is there something wrong with your brain?" The black adjutant Brack next to the black marshal also made a ninja smile. He shook his head and said to Sun Yu, "Boy, you are very kung fu. We already know this, but you can kill the marshal with a single word. It's a bit. If you're trying to make us laugh, I have to admit, you did it very well. I didn't want to make you laugh." Sun Yu felt very aggrieved, because the method of killing Marshal He was just a word. In the original book, Marshal He died very wrongly. He used the pretext of conquering the world to win over a large number of ambitious war madmen. Strict military regulations. As long as the task is not completed, it is execution. Among them, Yu Dang, who had been defeated by Sun Yu in the blue team, was executed by Marshal Black on the same day after they fled back to the headquarters of the Red Silk Army. It is such cruel and harsh military regulations that many soldiers are dissatisfied. In the end, the real intention of Marshal Black to collect Dragon Balls was known by his adjutant Blake. It turned out that Marshal Black did not collect Dragon Balls to conquer the world, but because he was inferior to his own height, so he wanted to grow taller. That's all. After Adjutant Brack was saddened that many soldiers of the Legion were sacrificed for such a trivial wish, he thought that Marshal Black was not worthy of being the commander-in-chief and killed him. So as long as you tell Brock's Lieutenant Marshal Hayes' little secret in advance, Sun Yu doesn't need to do it himself. After all, Sun Yu himself said that it is a shame to deal with ordinary little people. Ahem, Adjutant Brock, let him say it. I'd like to see how he can kill Marshal Ben in one sentence. Marshal Hayes stared at Sun Yu with contempt, with a look of disdain on his face. I really want me to say it. Sun Yu was a little embarrassed, because revealing people's leg is not kind. He was afraid that General Hay would jump up and beat his knees if he was in a hurry. That's right, the Marshal is asking you to say it, but you say it. Whoever doesn't say it is a puppy. After hearing what Marshal Hay said, Sun Yu felt that he really had no choice, so he had to say it, otherwise he would admit that he was a puppy. Hey, I've never seen such a person who can kill yourself. If there is a trick-or-treating contest held one day, the Black Marshal will definitely lose the championship. Chapter 19 _ My brother will show you the firework. Happy New Year. In fact, aside from the evil organization of the Red Silk Army, Marshal Black can be regarded as a good person. First of all, Marshal Black, as a leader in the early stage of Dragon Ball world, never thought of destroying the government army, and then ruling the world with his military strength is completely enough to do this. Secondly, it's true that Marshal Black's subordinates are all treacherous people, but most of them were executed by Marshal Black personally. Does this count as eradicating evil? So from another point of view, Marshal Hay, the commander of the Red Silk Army, is a great man. He has a trivial dream that he can grow to 1.6 meters tall. That's all. Then he fought day and night for this dream, during which time he also removed many dangerous elements for the people. It's really not enough for outsiders to write an inspirational book on this subject. It will definitely sell well. Thinking of this, Sun Yu really couldn't bear to kill him himself, so Sun Yu told all the soldiers present, actually, your Black Marshal collected Dragon Balls just because he wanted to grow taller. As for conquering the world or something, I'll talk about it when I have time. Quote, silent. The audience fell into silence again, only the voice of Bulma licking the lollipop. Everyone's eyes turned to Marshal Hay. The atmosphere was very strained. Marshal, tell me this is not true. Adjutant Brock blue veins appeared on his head. He stared at Marshal Hay, hoping to get the correct answer. When, of course, then, Marshal Ben never cared about his height. Marshal Hay no longer had the arrogance he had just now. At this moment, he shrank to one side and stuttered, cover up. At some point, Sun Yu took out a lollipop and licked it, and at the same time, he said, hey, that black short leg, you're clearly trying to hide it. Hearing Sun Yu's word, Marshal Hay immediately raised his voice and scolded, you are the short leg, your whole family is short leg. Although he was unhappy to be scolded by Marshal Hay, Sun Yu said that he did not want to have the same knowledge as someone who was about to die. At this point, Adjutant Brack had a gloomy face. He took out his gun and pointed it at Marshal Blackhead, and said loudly to the crowd, according to the military regulations of the Red Silk Army, the entire army must take the conquest of the world as its own responsibility. Those who violate this military rule will be killed without mercy. Kill without forgiveness. Kill without forgiveness. The whole army, who had been suffocating fire all around, immediately made a sound like a tsunami, and a tsunami under the instigation of Adjutant Brock. Please, don't kill me. Marshal Hay still looked like a marshal now. He looked at Adjutant Brock in horror, and begged him humbly to let him go. However, Adjutant Brack was unmoved at all. He pulled the trigger instantly, and with the sound of a pop, Marshal Black fell off the armored vehicle weakly. Adjutant Brack looked at Marshal Hay's body coldly, with an unknown sneer on his lip, and soon he declared to the excited army, the army cannot be without a commander for a day. Although I am not talented, I still recommend myself as the head of state. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole army went down the mountain to call Blake's name. Brack. Quote ellipsis. The now successful head of state Brock looked at Sun Yu with a smile, and he said condescendingly, Mr. Sun is really a hero. I don't know if you have any intention to join our Red Silk Army. If you want, I can give you a deputy. Marshal, when the time comes, you and I will divide the world equally. You wanted to kill Marshal Hay for a long time, so you can replace him. Sun Yu said casually, licking the lollipop in his hand. Blake, who was exposed by Sun Yu, flashed a gloomy look in his eyes, but he immediately changed his smile and said, haha, Mr. Sun really liked to joke. As long as you hand over the Dragon Balls, I will give you half of the world. Sun Yu raised his head and looked at Blake. He said lightly, I thank you, but I don't want half of the world. I want you all to die. If they dare to kidnap Bulma, the the Red Silk Army will have to pay the price in blood. HMPH, don't eat and drink, fine for toast. Peach White, kill him for me. Black, who was furious, shouted behind him. Afterward, a person walked out of a stretched Lincoln sedan. The man's eyes were as cold as electricity. He had a mustache on his lip. He was wearing a pink cheongsam, and there was a word kill written with a brush on his chest. It was the world. The first killer, Dao Baibai. With Dao Baibai's appearance, Brock regained his composure. Maybe he thought that as long as Dao Baibai shot, he could take down Sun Yu without a doubt, and his eyes were full of sympathy when he looked at Sun Yu at the moment. Young man, your aura is calm and reserved. It doesn't look simple. It's a pity that you met me. Dao Baibai seemed to be praising Sun Yu, but in fact it was to highlight himself. He could feel Sun Yu. Yu is extraordinary, so he has a vicious heart and wants to kill Sun Yu early so as not to become his opponent in the future. Of course he thinks so. 3-stroke. Dao Baibai stretched out 4 fingers, and the attendant on the side helped him to press the extra finger tremblingly. Dao Baibai cleared his throat embarrassedly. As long as 3-stroke, I will kill you. Quote. Sun Yu smiled shyly and said, why do I think it's just one move? You have self-knowledge. I'll fight. Dao Baibai sneered and carried a dream, kicking Sun Yu a kick. Just when Dao Baibai was about to mention Sun Yu slowly spat out half of the lollipop in his mouth and then poked at Dao Baibai's forehead lightly. These seemingly slow movements did happen in an instant, and even Dao Baibai didn't have time to react, and an inconspicuous lollipop was poked into his forehead. The world's #1 killer, Han, died with a half-eaten lollipop. The smiles of Blake and others were still frozen on their faces, obviously because such a thing was simply unacceptable. A plastic lollipop killed the world's #1 killer. Who would believe it if it was told? But you have no choice but to believe it, because all this has really happened in front of everyone. Sun Yu looked at Dao Baibai, who fell dead to the ground, and sighed. It's a pity. There's still half left to eat. Bulma raised her head, looked at Sun Yu cutely, then raised the lollipop in her hand and said, Bulma's for you. Blake and the others on the side heard this, and they almost cried, thinking how much a lollipop cost. But they spent 100 million to invite Dao Baibai, and now they are dead like this. Blood loss. Hey, Blake, do you have any secret weapon? Let's use them together. Sun Yu yawned lazily and asked. In fact, Sun Yu didn't have time to play with them here, but he wanted to see the android number 9 developed by Dr. Gero, which was vaguely mentioned in the original book but did not record in detail. With Sun Yu Saiyan's belligerent personality, he naturally has expectations for the current android, but it seems to be nothing. No more, Lord Sun. Brock was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt down. Even people like Dao Baibai could kill him in seconds. No matter how stupid Brock was, he knew that he and Sun Yu is so close, the other party can kill him in seconds, so he smiled flatteringly. Master Sun, my subordinates are willing to follow you, and my subordinates are willing to be cattle and horses for you, and I can do whatever you want in this world. Offer. Although he said so, his hand touched the pistol on his waist, planning to attack when Sun Yu relaxed. But Sun Yu didn't look at him at all. Sun Yu just squatted down and squeezed Bulma's face gently, and asked, Bulma, do you want to watch the firework? Think, brother Sun Yu. Bulma wants to see firework. Bulma wants to see firework. Chapter 20 _ The androids are coming. When little lowly Bulma heard that there were fireworks to watch, she immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Sun Yu expectantly. Sun Yu put Bulma on his back and instructed softly, brother will fly to the sky in a while. Bulma must hurry up. After speaking, Sun Yu leaned towards the front and top of the Red Silk Army. Seeing that Sun Yu was ignoring him, Brock smiled grimly, picked up Marshal Hayes' communicator and gave an order to all the aircraft and tank. The whole army listened. Order, once they fly out of a safe distance, shoot them to death for me, and smash them to pieces. Yes. Immediately after receiving the order, all the fighter tanks moved closer to the base, and then aimed at Sun Yu who was in the air ahead. Bulma put her arms around Sun Yu's neck nervously, but out of her trust in Sun Yu, she didn't feel scared. Sun Yu stood quietly in the air. He looked at the Red Silk Army troop below, and mourned 3 seconds of silence for them. Well, the time is up. It's time to send them on their way. Ha 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 ha. Sun Yu's whole body burst out with a bang. His combat power was fully lifted, and his combat power soared all the way, and then he put his hands on his chest and said in his mouth, ka.me.ha.me. As Sun Yu said, ka.me.ha.me, his hand retracted from his waist. The energy of the dazzling blue light shot towards the 4 directions, and the terrifying momentum around him even trembled the sea water of the Western Ocean. A full-strength turtle school qigong was issued, like a bright blue meteor streaking across the sky, and the people and horses of the Red Silk Army Brigade below were dumbfounded, until the blue light ball of the turtle school qigong carried the sky-destroying sky. When the power of destruction was about to fall to the ground, they only remembered to escape. In an instant, the generals and soldiers scattered as birds and beasts, and the scene was a mess. Hell, run, God, come and save us. However, the gods will not pay attention to the pleas of those who have done all these bad things. Of course, even if the gods want to stop them, they have no such strength. With the current current combat power of Sun Yu's 8,000. The compressed turtle Qigong has at least 16,000 plus combat power. Don't underestimate the fully charged turtle school Qigong. The increase of twice the combat power is far from reaching the limit of this trick. When Sun Yu becomes stronger, he can even send out 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times the turtle sending Qigong. This is the terrible thing about this move. The stronger the user, the stronger its power, and there is no upper limit. Now Sun Yu's turtle Qigong wave finally hit the ground, and the blue energy bullet quickly penetrated deep into the surface and exploded inside. The light shines on the faces of all the red silk army present like the eyes of the god of death, and the next second the sky is torn apart. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the violent shock wave shattered the surrounding planes that were trying to escape. The ground in a radius of dozens of miles evaporated instantly. The scene was like the apocalypse of doomsday. The huge deep pit, and soon the seawater of the Western Ocean began to pour into this deep pit. This fireworks is a bit scary. The mushroom cloud in the sky lingered for a long time. Bulma lay on Sun Yu's back, and was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his eyes widened and he couldn't speak. Sun Yu was secretly annoyed and worried about scaring the little loli, so he touched Bulma's little head and said softly, "Bulma." In fact, they are all cooperating with brother to perform firework because they know that it's wrong to bully Bulma. So Sun Yu couldn't make it up himself, so he didn't write anything for a long time. At this time, Bulma turned his head and smiled sweetly at Sun Yu, and said, "Actually, brother Sun Yu, you don't need to coax me. I'm not a kid anymore. Children, they are all bad people, and brother Sun Yu is a good person, and it is only right that a good person beats a bad person." Looking at Bulma who accused himself, Sun Yu felt warm in his heart, and couldn't help but secretly praised her a few words. Bulma deserves to be Bulma, whether in this world or in the Dragon Ball anime. He is always so smart, strong, and gentle. While distracted, Bulma suddenly raised her head and kissed Sun Yu's cheek. The pink and cold mouth was printed on Sun Yu's face. 2 soft kisses, and a fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose. Bulma's kiss was over soon, and when Sun Yu looked at her puzzled, Bulma was looking back at Sun Yu with a smug face. Sun Yu couldn't help but feel amused, tapped her forehead with his hand, and sighed, said, "People are big." After saying that, he flew towards Kalanta with Boomer on his back. Seeing that Sun Yu was no longer staring at herself, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Her face instantly turned like a ripe apple. Her heart almost jumped to her throat. He buried his head in Sun Wu's back. After Sun Yu and Bulma had left for a long time, a figure suddenly rushed out of the calm sea. He was suspended in midair, looking for something. Who is it? Who just released such a powerful energy? I felt completely reborn after absorbing this energy. Ha ha ha. Funny. Dr. Gero thought that cutting off the energy of my reactor would be enough. It's okay. It's stupid. No, I need more energy. I need more energy. This man is huge, about 2 meters tall, shirtless and covered in tendon. He only wears a pair of black sweatpants. His hair is fluffy and his eyes are greedy. After searching around for a long time, he finally locks on Sun in the direction you left. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Found it. I found it. There is the energy I want. My food. He turned around and chased in Sun Yu's direction, revealing 2 big characters, it, on his back. That's the Roman numeral 9, the cyborg number 9. At this moment, Sun Yu was flying at full speed in the direction of Kalanta, and it didn't take long before he encountered the plane of the Universal Capsule Company that rushed over. "Hello, Dr. Breeze." Sun Yu beckoned to Dr. Brives from a distance, and Boomer, who was lying on his back, was also excitedly looking at his plane in the distance. "Mr. Sun." "Boomer." "I." Brives opened the cabin door and looked at Sun Yu and Boomer who were approaching, and burst into tears with excitement. "Dad." Bulma jumped into Brives' arms and acted like a spoiled child. Sun Yu's heart warmed as he watched the reunion of the father and daughter. "Mr. Sun, thank you for saving the little girl. I really don't know how to thank you. In the future, I will ask Mr. Sun to tell me whatever I want. I will never say anything." Brives patted himself, but he immediately asked worriedly, "Mr. Sun, what's going on with the Red Silk Army? They didn't make it difficult for you." "Red Silk Army." Sun Yu waved his hand with a smile, and said lightly, "Now there is no Red Silk Army in this world. There is no Red Silk Army anymore." Dr. Brives obviously didn't understand what Sun Yu meant. He repeated, and cast a suspicious look at Sun Yu. Literally, Sun Wu explained, while still reaching out in a neck-wiping gesture. "Hi." Briveston gasped in surprise when he saw this, and then looked at Sun Yu with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Chapter 21_Grip. It was rare to meet Dr. Brives this time, and Sun Yu happened to ask about the progress of the gravity training room. "Dr. Brives, have you made the gravity training room I want?" Brives shook his head with a serious expression. "No, there is still one of the most critical technical issues that has not been resolved." Hearing Dr. Brives' words, Sun Yu was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched, and he asked weakly, "Doctor, don't tell me the technical problem you're talking about is the position of the speakers." "Oh my god, Mr. Sun Yu, you are so predictable." Brives looked at Sun Yu with fervent admiration in his eyes at this time, and he said reverently, "It is indeed Mr. Sun Yu, as expected." expected. I have an incomparable yearning for life and music. Longing for your sister. Sun Yu's face is full of black lines. How can he expect things like God? In the Dragon Ball anime, when Brives made the gravity training room for Sun Wukong, he spent nearly half of his time struggling with the sound problem. Is this problem important? Who would be fine under 100 times the gravity while training and placing the little apple with the chopstick brother? This is obviously nothing to look for. Hey, don't say it. It sounds good. Imagine that Sun Yu was doing push-ups and sit-ups in a 100 times gravity training room, and then the stereo surround sound equipment played a brainwashing song commonly known as the Little Apple that is a must-have for square dancing. You are mine, little apple. I can't love you too much. The most terrifying thing is that the rhythm on both sides is still in harmony. Wow, this picture is so beautiful I can't even look at it. Just as Sun Yu's brain hole opened, the driver on the side suddenly reported, "Report to the boss. We found that an unknown object is rapidly approaching behind us. Please instruct." Unknown object approaching fast. Sun Yu felt it silently, but didn't feel a trace of energy. Obviously it couldn't be Lena. She was too angry to recognize, so he asked the pilot, "Is it a plane?" "It's not an airplane, Mr. Sun. That thing is very small. It doesn't look like an airplane." The pilot replied respectfully to Sun Yu, "Dr. Breve, Boomer, I'll go out and have a look. You guys stay away first." Sun Yu said, "Well, Mr. Sun, brother Sun Yu, be careful." Opening the hatch, Sun Yu flew out. He stood quietly, watching the black shadow moving at a high speed in the distance. Coming. Although he never felt a trace of combat power, Sun Yu faintly felt a sense of oppression. The cultivation of warriors pays attention to their own senses, so he has an extremely keen intuition for danger. Obviously, this person is not good. Woo. The man came to Sun Yu in an instant, and his greedy eyes stared at Sun Yu for a long time, and he said excitedly, it's you. Haha. It's you who set me free. Yes. In order to repay your kindness for setting me free, please let me kill you. Hey, who are you? Sun Yu asked at a loss for a while. Remember, the man who killed you was named Knight. Unable to respond to Sun Yu, Knight disappeared from the spot with a woo sound. Sun Yu immediately raised his vigilance, and the Sharatune instantly turned on and sensed all the movements around him. Then Sun Wu caught Knight position in his eyes, and he sneered and threw a punch directly. Boom. Sun Yu's punch hit Nate, but Nate was like a normal person. Sun Yu felt his fist numb, as if he had hit a super alloy steel plate. Hee, I didn't expect that you were not a human being. Sun Yu rubbed his fist excitedly, then put away the heart of underestimating the enemy and said, if I guessed correctly, you are an artificial human. Hee, no wonder I can't feel your energy. So it is Cyborg Knight. Cyborg 9. Congratulations for your answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. There was a gloomy look in the eyes of Cyborg number 9, and he moved again like Sun Yu to launch a new round of attack. Interesting. Sun Yu no longer hid. He shouted. The energy in his body surged wildly. The combat power soared to 8,000, and the air around him made a whistling sound. Ba, ba, ba. Sun Yu and Cyborg number 9 are fighting in the sky. You come and go with one punch and one pun. Because Cyborg number 9 is a super alloy steel body, Sun Yu can only be passive in most cases. Defend. It didn't take long for Sun Yu's body to be covered with scars. These scars all stimulated Sun Yu's nerves and made him even more excited. In this battle, Sun Yu did his best as soon as he came up, and the fighting power of 8,000 was fully utilized. Despite this, Sun Yu felt that he was still not the opponent of this android, because according to Sun Yu's estimation, the combat power of the android number 9 should be in around 16,000. Haha, I didn't expect this android to be so strong. The gap between me and him is not small. It's really interesting. As a Saiyan of the fighting nation, Sun Yu has no timidity in the face of opponents stronger than himself, but only has a strong desire to fight. Saiyans are eager to fight and fight against the strong. Writing round eyes. Time stands still. As Sun Yu's injury aggravated, it would be very irrational to use flesh and blood to fight the superalloy man-made man, especially when the opponent's combat power is more than twice his own. So Sun Yu find an opportunity to instantly turn on the time stagnation of the writing wheel, and the time freezes instantly. Because the opponent's combat power is stronger than himself, Sun Yu's time stagnation will not be too long, and he must quickly deal a devastating blow to the android, otherwise his situation will be very dangerous. I'll kill you while you're sick. Sun Yu shouted loudly and used his whole body to punch at the temple of Cyborg number 9. Bang! A pit appeared in half of the android's head, and his body was also blasted into the sky by Sun Yu's punch. Sun Yu didn't stop for a while. At the last moment of time stagnation inside, an astonishing aura erupted from his whole body, and then he stretched out his hands and said, Ka.me.ha.me. Ha! A quick charged turtle-style qigong shot out, and the blue light ball dragged its long tail and slammed into the Cyborg number 9, who was caught off guard in the air. Haha, it worked. Sun Yu grinned. His quick charging turtle-style qigong had a combat power of around 16,000. Even an android at such a close distance would be blasted to pieces. However, Sun Yu's smile didn't last long, because when his turtle-style qigong Qigong hit Cyborg number 9. Cyborg number 9 suddenly opened his hands to face unused turtle-style Qigong. The turtle-style Qigong, which had turned into powder, shrank rapidly as if it had become misfired, and finally disappeared into a puff of blue smoke. The corner of Sun Yu's mouth twitched. He suddenly remembered that in the original Dragon Ball novel, Dr. Gero had studied androids that could absorb energy. It seems that android number 9 also belongs to this category. Ha ha ha. Such pure energy. Thank you so much. You have sent me so much energy. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Cyborg number 9 stared at Sun Yu, causing Sun Yu's scalp to tingle. It seemed that instead of causing any harm to the cyborg, he helped him become stronger. Chapter 22 _ Double Hook Jade Writing Wheel I. According to the pressure that cyborg number 9 is putting on Sun Yu, his combat power is at least 20,000. 8,000 against 20,000. There should be no suspense in such a battle. Suddenly, Sun Yu's body subconsciously retreated and dodged. The next second, an energy shock swept across Sun Yu's side. The blue energy ball quickly hit the sea surface of the Western Ocean, and then suddenly exploded, and the calm sea surface exploded several times. The huge wave of 100 meters, the entire ocean instantly became tumbling. It's dangerous. Sun Yu patted his chest and thought with lingering fears. This energy shock is too strong, and the most annoying thing is that this is his own energy, which is now absorbed by the android number 9. To kill yourself. Are you ready to die? Cyborg number 9 appeared in front of Sun Yu in an instant, suddenly grinned grimly, raised his fist with both hands, and slammed it down at Sun Yu's head as well. Bang! Sun Yu felt that the whole world was spinning. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell weakly from the air. However, Sun Yu didn't fall far. Cyborg number 9 flashed and appeared under Sun Yu again. He arched up and kicked Sun Yu's abdomen with all his strength. Sun Yu, wow! A mouthful of blood was spit out, and his body was kicked lying high. It seems that the android number 9 intends to take revenge on Sun Yu. Just how Sun Yu dealt with him, he will fight back. The bride father and daughter, who were hiding in the distance and watching the situation here, saw the scene, and their heart trembled. They knew that Sun Yu was strong, but the boy who was like a god in their hearts was suddenly attacked by an inexplicable man. The people who showed up were beaten without the ability to fight back. Brother Sun Yu. Bulma looked at Sun Yu, who fell from the sky, with a layer of tears covering his big shining eye. Bulma, don't worry, your brother Sun Yu won't be knocked down so easily. You have to trust him. Bride squatted down and touched Bulma's head, said. At this time, Sun Yu was covered in blood, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Robot number 9 picked up Sun Yu's neck, smiled strangely, and said, boy, you are not dead yet, but you won't be able to live for long. You should still have some energy left in your body. Ha ha ha. It's all mine now. After speaking, the hand of the android number 9 holding Sun Yu lit up with a faint light. Sun Yu only felt that the little energy left in his body became restless, and they all turned towards the palm of the android number 9. Rush away. Damn it. Sun Yu tried hard to get rid of the control of Cyborg 9, but he was exhausted and couldn't escape. If the android number 9 is allowed to drain the energy in his body, he will definitely die, so he must find a way to prevent the android from absorbing energy. But what should he do? As the energy in his body gradually dried up, Sun Yu's vision gradually became blurred. His head was tilted to one side weakly, and he could still see the gradually sinking sunset in his eyes. Are you going to die? Sun Yu secretly thought to himself. The funny thing is that the overweight protective gear on his body has not been taken off, because the combat power of the android cannot be detected, so Sun Yu never thought that the battle would end so quickly if he took off the overweight protective gear in advance, and maybe a little chance. Although life and death are human beings, but if they can live a little longer, who would want to die? Thinking of this, there was a wry smile on the corner of Sun Yu's mouth. When he crossed over, he had already experienced death once. To be honest, death feels really bad, especially at the moment of death, as if he was exiled into the endless abyss. There is no sound, no light, only darkness. I can't hear anything, I can't feel it, only the darkness, the hopeless darkness. Gradually, Sun Yu's body was surrounded by a strong death energy. The energy in his body disappeared, and his heartbeat stopped. Hee, are you dying so soon? Cyborg number 9 pouted in dissatisfaction. After carefully scanning Sun Yu's body, he was 100% sure that Sun Yu was dead. Yu's body was thrown into the vast Western Ocean. Brother Sun Yu. Seeing this scene, Bulma burst into tears. Dr. Brives hugged his daughter, and then ordered to the pilot in a deep voice, fire at that person. Is there any missiles on this plane? Blow him to ashes. Report to the boss. Our plane has no weapons on it, and only the second team has weapons. Our plane is for civilian use, the pilot said cautiously. Then call me all the fighters of the second team. That man killed Mr. Sun, and we want to avenge Mr. Sun. Brives yelled at the pilot. Soon, the pilot used the communication equipment to mobilize all the fighter jets that had previously searched for Sun Yu's location. Soon the sea area was filled with all kinds of armed fighter jets. Report to the boss. All the fighters of the second team are in place. Please ask for instructions. Fire. fire, fire with all your might. Following the order of Dr. Bribe, all the aircraft equipped with weapons launched a violent attack on the Android 9. But how could ordinary human weapons work on the Android 9 whose combat power has exceeded 20,000? Facing the sky-filled missiles and Gatling guns, Cyborg Number 9 sneered, then rushed to a combat helicopter in an instant, punched the windshield of the helicopter with a loud bang. Black smoke billowed from the inside of the helicopter, and then swayed toward the sea. After taking down a plane, Cyborg 9 seemed to be getting more and more excited. He quickly approached the fighter jet, kicked off the tail of the plane, and exploded directly in the air. Watching the fighter jets of Cyborg 9 swept away like a piece of shit, the pilot of Bribes was so frightened that he almost fainted, and he screamed, "Boss, let's run. Otherwise, we'll be killed." This. Bribes was also stunned at this time. Maybe he was good at scientific research, but when he encountered such a life and death matter, he had no idea. As Cyborg 9 was about to destroy Dr. Bribe's plane, an unusual string of bubbles emerged from the sea below. It was Sunyu. He touched the barrier of the artistic conception of life and death when he was on the front line of life and death. Because he had experienced death, it would be much easier for him to perceive the artistic conception of death again. Therefore, a thought of life and death, the state is born from the heart. Sunyu broke through the realm of knowledge at an extremely critical juncture, entered a state of suspended animation, and successfully deceived the detection of the Android Number 9. At this moment, Sunyu's body is recovering, and his mind keeps flashing one by one, including Lena's, Bulma's, and the scene when Frieza destroyed Star Vegeta. Sunyu's body is bursting with an unprecedented desire to survive. He wants to live. He wants to become stronger, and then he controls his own destiny and protect those who are important to him. Suddenly Sunyu's pupils dilated, and two black hook jade appeared on the edge one after another. The blood wheels of his eyes were marked with a black hook jade, which was symmetrical to the left and right, and lined up horizontally on both sides of the pupil. That was the double hook jade writing wheel eye in Hokage. Chapter 23 _ Victory in the first battle. With the appearance of the double hook jade writing wheel eye, Sunyu has completely recovered his sanity at this moment. He stretched out his hand into his arms and took out a fairy bean prepared earlier, and then put it into his mouth and chewed and swallowed it. A majestic vitality flowed into Sunyu's limbs and bone, and he felt that he was reborn in an instant. Because he had been resurrected from a state of death, the moment he regained his strength, the energy in Sunyu's body immediately soared several times. This is the physique of Saiyans against the sky. The heavier the injury, the stronger the combat power. When death is approaching, the combat power after resurrection will skyrocket several times. Drink Under the surface of the sea, Sunyu unreservedly exploded his momentum. As Sunyu's momentum climbed, the entire ocean was in turmoil. There was no wind and waves on the sea surface for thousands of miles, washing and slapping the rocks on the sea surface. Boom! Sunyu rushed out from the bottom of the sea, bringing up a huge water column around him, and he appeared in a position that blocked the plane of Cyborg 9 and Bribe. Brother Sunyu. Seeing Sunyu reappearing, Bulma immediately burst into laughter and ran to the window and shouted loudly. Sunyu felt a sense of it, and when he turned around, he saw Boomer's little loli lying by the window. He showed a smile that he thought was very handsome, and then stretched out his left hand to compare his thumb. Bribe saw Sunyu reappearing, and his nervousness was eased. Although Sunyu was still the same Sunyu, the momentum of this Sunyu was completely different from before. Even if it was Bribe's like this, ordinary people can feel Sunyu's amazing aura. Today's battle is not something that ordinary people can intervene in, so Dr. Bribes made a decisive decision and ordered all combat units to evacuate immediately, hiding in the distance and watching the battle silently. Cyborg Number 9 looked at Sunyu with great interest. In his eyes, Sunyu's life and death were not important. What was important was that Cyborg Number 9 could feel that Sunyu's body was filled with the energy he longed for. A lot of energy. Hurry up, come and absorb it for me. Cyborg Number 9 looked at Sunyu greedily, even sticking out his tongue to lick his dry lips. Sunyu smiled and didn't answer. In a trance, he had already launched the attack first. Cyborg 9 feet's eyes narrowed, because he didn't see Sunyu's movement clearly. He just felt a strong wind blowing towards his face. When Sunyu was in his position, Sunyu's fist had already hit him in the abdomen. Boom! With a muffled sound, the back of the Android Number 9, which was punched by Sunyu, bulged high. He couldn't believe that his super alloy body could not stop Sunyu's flesh and blood. This is not over yet. Sunyu grabbed the fluffy hair of the Android 9, and then pulled it down sharply. At the same time his right knee pushed up, only to hear a pop. The cheekbones of the Android 9 instantly dented, adding on the half of the head that was dented earlier. The humanoid Number 9 at this time has lost its human form. Although the Android Number 9 could not feel the pain, he was so angry that he was so damaged by Sunyu that he was about to spew out blue energy waves when he opened his mouth. Boom boom boom. The man-made man Number 9 spurted out energy bombs frantically from his mouth, and an explosion sounded. Sunyu's double go jade writing wheel opened suddenly, and everything around him was collected in Sunyu's eye. The pupil technique also became more and more handy. In Sun Yu's eyes, the crazy energy bombardment of Cyborg 9 was almost as slow as a snail's speed, so it was effortless to avoid it. In a matter of seconds, Sun Yu's figure flickered to avoid all the energy bomb. He stood with his hands on his hips and stood in the void, silently looking at the android number 9 who was looking for his figure. The few people who watched the battle from a distance cheered excitedly. They couldn't see where they were. At this moment, Sun Yu had completely gained the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before defeating that abominable android. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Sun Yu greeted him. Only then did Cyborg 9 find out Sun Yu's location. He cursed inwardly, and rushed in front of Sun Yu at full speed, sticking out his palm, trying to absorb Sun Yu's energy. But how could Sun Yu follow his heart? With the insight of sharingan, the attack of the android number 9 was full of flaws, and Sun Yu avoided it lightly. "Although you have a combat power of 20,000 after absorbing my energy, but after all, you didn't cultivate it yourself, so you can't exert their greatest power at all. All you can do is to fight randomly." What a disappointment. Sun Yu looked helplessly at the cyborg number 9 in front of him, and had lost the desire to fight him. Hearing Sun Yu's word, the android number 9 gave a weird smile and said coldly, "Why, are you very proud? I'm just a failure. The horror of our android. You will experience it one day. Are artificial humans scary?" The corner of Sun Yu's mouth drew an arc and said, "I don't know if artificial humans are scary, but you can experience the horror of our Saiyans now." After all, Sun Yu grabbed the wrist of the android 9 with one hand, and then jumped with his feet against the chest of the android 9, and tried to pull out the arm of the android 9 directly. "Damn, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it." Even though he didn't feel pain, the android number 9 had the emotions of simulating human being. Watching Sun Yu was about to pull out his arm, an emotion called fear was born in the android number 9 feet's heart. Crack, crack. With two crisp sounds, Sun Yu ripped off both the arms of the android number 9, and gurgling oil flowed out from the fracture of the arm of the android number 9. He couldn't help but step back. His eyes were full of writing, despair. "Without the energy-absorbing device on hand, let me see how you can absorb my turtle qigong." Sun Yu silently circulated the breath in his body, and reached out his hands to his chest. Ka.me.ha.me. The energy ball in Sun Yu's hand burst out with a terrifying ray of light when it was accumulating power. As Sun Yu's combat power soared, the combat power value of the turtle qigong also soared rapidly. 28,000.35000.4000.4000.480000. Because Sun Yu's combat power is around 24,000 at the moment, his fully charged turtle qigong has twice the combat power, so the blue energy ball with a combat power of 48,000 drags its long tail and chases the android. The android number 9, who had lost both arms, swayed too much in the air, and it didn't take long before he was caught up. Boom! Ah! Sun Yu's turtle-style qigong exploded in the sky, and the android number 9 lost the energy-absorbing devices in both hands, and turned into ashes with a scream in the terrifying energy explosion. The strong light from the sky hurt everyone's eyes, and it took a long time to fade away. At this moment, Sun Yu's body was set against the sunset, looking extremely stalwart and tall. Chapter 24 _ Where is your Dragon Ball? Defeating cyborg number 9, Sun Yu returned to the plane in Bride. Seeing that Sun Yu was back, Bulma jumped on him and refused to let go regardless of his blood stain. "Mr. Sun, it's really good that you're fine." Brives pulled out a clean uniform from the plane, walked over to Sun Yu and handed it over. "You can change your clothes first. I'll arrange it right away." At the dinner party, "I wonder if Mr. Sun can give me a face." Brives knew that Sun Yu and Lena had no resistance to food, so he made this suggestion Sun Yu could not refuse. "Okay, Dr. Brive, but my sister Na is still cultivating in the temple. I want to go there together after she finishes. Why don't you go back first? I will go to Dongdu to find you when Sister Na comes out." Sun Yu didn't dare to go to eat alone. If Lana came out and didn't see anyone, she would definitely get angry. Dr. Brives naturally obeyed Sun Yu's arrangement, but Boomer's little loli refused to leave Sun Yu, and tugged at Sun Yu's clothes with both hands, and no one would listen. "Why don't I take her to the temple, and when Sister Na comes out, we will go back to Dongdu together?" Sun Yu had no choice but to suggest. "Okay." Brive spread his hands helplessly and stayed with Sun Yu. Booma's safety didn't need to be worried, so Brives readily agreed. "Dr. Brive, remember to get the gravity room ready when you go back," Sun Yu told Brive, and then flew towards the direction of the temple with Boomer on his back. Sun Yu didn't fly very fast because he was carrying Bulma on his back. Fortunately, it wasn't very far from Kalen Holy Land, so it didn't take too long to return to the temple. Back at the temple, Sun Yu saw that the old god had a serious face, and he couldn't help feeling inexplicable, so he asked, "What's the matter with you, Lord God? I think you have something on your mind. Is it because I killed those red silk soldiers?" After listening to Sun Yu's word, the old god shook his head and said, "Those red silk troops have done a lot of evil, and you killed them as well as healing the people. It's a virtue. God God paused. He walked to the edge of the temple, stared silently below, and continued. I saw the battle between you and the android number 9 just now. I really didn't expect this world to be so evil. Something exists. The gods all know what the android number 9 said before, especially the sentence, the horror of our android. You will experience them sooner or later. His word is we, which means that there are more than one android. A failed product is so terrible. So what about other qualified test product? How strong they will be? The gods don't know. This is what he worries about. Sun Yu walked over recklessly and patted the god on the shoulder, and said, no matter if it's an android or something, I will defeat them, so don't worry. That's right, brother. Sun Yu is the strongest. Bulma also pointed out his face and looked at the god. The god of heaven looked at Bulma's cute little face, and then at Sun Yu, who was full of confidence, and finally sighed helplessly and said, hopefully, it seems that the safety of the earth will depend on you to protect it in the future. Protecting the earth. This originally belonged to the accusation of the god. If the god say such words today, in fact, his heart is very tormented, but there is no other way. As the god said in the original Dragon Ball, the world today no longer needs God. What people need is the strong. At this time, the heaven can overlook the sunset in the west, and Sun Yu took Bulma to sit on the edge of the temple, quietly watching the sunset in the distance. Sun Yu, who has broken through the realm of knowledge in martial art, took this opportunity to silently comprehend the mood of the sunset, and time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. The east turned white again, and Bulma in Sun Yu's arms was still asleep, but he woke up suddenly, because he felt the power of heaven and earth suddenly intensified, and then a surging energy rose and fell in the air. The gods and wave. Bodu appeared beside Sun Yu and looked in shock at the direction of the spirit and time room in the temple. Soon a beautiful figure walked out of the temple. The person who came was Lena, who had been practicing in the spirit and time room for a year, but in the real world, it was only a day later. Now Lena is already a 16-year-old girl, and her exquisite figure is getting taller and taller. Her ragged clothes because of her practice can barely see her snow-white skin, and her two slender legs are directly exposed in the air, making Sun Yu look at it. God rate. Lena's breath was like a gust of wind and wave, sweeping the people on the temple unscrupulously. Sun Yu's situation is not bad. After all, his strength has increased in the battle with the android, but Tianshan and Bobo are not so lucky. The two are already shivering under the momentum of Lena, and they can hardly hold it anymore. After a year of practice, she has almost reached perfection in the realm of subtlety, but her martial arts are not like Sun Yu's introverted but completely publicized. In the realm of subtlety, born at will and disappear at will, Lena's character is hot, so her martial arts is also public. Hey, Kyle, I haven't seen you for a year. Hey, isn't this the little girl named Boomer? Why is she here? Lena saw Bulma in Sun Yu's arms at a glance, so she immediately restrained her breath for fear of scaring Bulma because of the movement just made. Bulma has woken up in Sun Yu's arms, and after seeing Lena look very happy. That's a long story. Sun Yu looked at Lena up and down. According to his estimation, Lena's current combat power is definitely above 40,000. If she burst out with all her strength, it might reach 50,000. Sun Yu secretly sighed at the magic of the spirit and time room, and then explained what happened after Lena entered the spirit and time room. Among them, Dr. Bribe came to look for him, and then he destroyed the Red Silk Army headquarters, rescued Bulma, and all the things he met with the android. After listening to Sun Yu's explanation, Lana looked at Sun Yu strangely, and then said something that surprised him. So, where are the two Dragon Balls originally in the hands of the Red Silk Army? Yeah, where is Dragon Ball? Chapter 25_number 25. The last two Dragon Balls. Kyle, don't you have to go to the spirit and time room to practice first? Lana didn't understand, because from her point of view, Sun Yu would definitely jump up and down after knowing her strong fighting power. However, when Sun Yu talked about the android, he did not explain in detail the fighting strength of the two sides, so Lana did not know the real situation at that time. Coupled with the improvement of Sun Yu's martial arts realm, his suppression of his own breath has become more and more mature, and it is difficult for others to perceive his full combat power without making a move. So Lana took it for granted that Sun Yu's combat power was still around 8,000. If he didn't want to be left behind forever, Sun Yu should be impatient to go to practice. What's more, Lana told Sun Yu at the beginning that she doesn't like people who are weaker than herself, so if Sun Yu really likes her, she should try to surpass herself. But why is he so indifferent? Could it be that he doesn't like him at all? If you don't like it, why did you do such a thing to her in the first place? Thinking of this, Lana was angry and ashamed. She looked at Sun Yu viciously, wishing she could go up and beat him. Then don't have to. Sun Yu didn't notice Lana's thought, and said casually, the air in the spirit and time room is thin and warm, and it's very tiring just standing still. It's easy to feel irritable when you practice inside. Quote, Sun Yu's current practice is mainly to cultivate his state of mind, so maintaining inner peace is what he should do now. In fact, if he simply pursues combat power, he can improve very quickly, but what's the point of that? The cultivation of state of mind is like laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the greater the room for improvement in the future. This can be well reflected in Monkey King and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, aside from the first encounter with Vegeta, at other times Sun Wukong's combat power has always been ahead of Vegeta because Sun Wukong's martial arts level is higher than Vegeta, and he has reached Namek as early as possible. At that time, it has entered the realm of emptiness. Even in the battle with Sharu, Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wuhan both touched the traces of Tao. The so-called Taoism is natural. They integrated the state of Super Saiyan into their daily life, eating, sleeping and fishing as a practice. Compared with their realm, Vegeta, who only knew how to train hard, was slightly inferior. Of course, this does not mean that Vegeta's cultivation method is not good. After all, everyone's martial arts are different, and what suits you is the best. Moreover, if you want to improve your combat effectiveness, the most effective way is to fight. The battle between Sun Wu and Cyborg 9 is a good example. Because he was close to death under the oppression of a powerful enemy, Sun Yu broke out with unprecedented fighting power, and even opened the second stage of the double hook Jade Riding Wheel Eye. Saiyans are a fighting nation, and there is only a battle of life and death. The oppression of a powerful enemy is the fastest way to improve your strength. HMPH, I think you're just being lazy and don't want to improve your strength. Lana was so angry that she didn't turn her head away. She was very disappointed. Care about yourself. Sun Yu didn't seem to understand why Lana was suddenly angry. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "No way. My combat power is now 24,000. I believe it won't take long." "What?" Lana interrupted Sun Yu with an exclamation. "You said your combat power is already 24,000. It's only been a day." Well, I told you before that I almost died when I fought with the android number 9. Later, I recovered from a near-death state after eating fairy bean, and my combat power suddenly tripled." Sun Yu explained. It turns out that Saiyans can greatly increase their combat power after they are dying, and she knows this. Thanks to the god-defying medicine like Shondo. Without Shondo, he would definitely not be able to survive under that kind of injury, not to mention the skyrocketing combat power. The injury cannot be recovered in time, which is one of the reasons why Saiyans often fight to the death, but there are few super strong ones. There is an advertisement saying how to say dying Saiyans and fairy beans are more compatible. But Lana was still angry. She thought that she had been fortunately practicing for a whole year in the spirit and time room. She wanted to come out and laugh at Sun Yu, but it took only one day for her to reach the level of her own practice for half a year. Lana felt that she had trained on the dog with all her training this year. "Hey, you're making me in a bad mood now." Lana sat down on the ground and pouted in anger. Sun Yu immediately smiled and said, "At least you are still better than me now. Besides, Dr. Breves has already invented the gravity training room. If you use that training, you will improve very quickly." "Really?" Lana became interested immediately after hearing the gravity training room. "I don't care. That gravity training room has to be used by me first." Sun Yu looked startled. "Sister Na is not good. You are already so much better than me, so there is no need to rob me." HMPH, "Then I don't care. If you don't let me use it first, I'll ignore you forever," Lana said reluctantly. Her mood is very complicated now, and Sun Yu's strength has improved. It made her very happy, but at the same time, she was worried that her strength would be overtaken by him so easily. If she really caught up with him, wouldn't that mean that she wanted to be with him, but herself not ready yet? Thinking of this, Lana's pretty face turned red. Okay, I really can't do anything about you." Sun Yu didn't notice Lana's strangeness. He turned to look at Bulma, who was standing obediently behind him, and said softly, "Then let go to Bulma's house first." "Well, I can't wait for the big meal." "Okay, Bulma is hungry too." Bulma's little loli flung herself into Sun Yu's arm. Lana on the side narrowed her eyes, pouted her lips and said sourly, "I don't even let such a small girl let go. Blamed Shu am I, Lolicon." In this way, Sun Yu hugged Bulma and took Lana to bid farewell to Tianshan and Bobo, and flew to the Brive's house in Dongdu together. Contrary to Sun Yu's expectation, Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brive, didn't feel like seeing Bulma for a long time. She still greeted Sun Yu and Lana with a smile, as if Bulma wasn't kidnapped at all, but it seems to be out of a long way. If he hadn't known about Mrs. Brive's character, Sun Yu would have wondered if Bulma had picked it up. Brive threw a big banquet in the courtyard of his family home. Although the only people attending the banquet were Sun Yu, Lana and the Brive family, but they gathered more than 25 star chefs to use oversized chef. The truck specially carried several trucks of ingredients. That's not enough. Brives also bought several luxurious restaurants in Dongdu for Sun Yu and Lana. As long as Sun Yu and Lana need it, he will immediately call for the most delicious food for the two of them. Edible. Kyle, after dinner, you go get me the last 2 Dragon Balls. Sun Yu was nibbling hard on a roasted whole cow when Lana suddenly said so. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I still want to have a good night's sleep. Sun Yu looked at Lana reluctantly. HMPH, I didn't let you come back to eat after finding it. It's worthy of you. Don't talk nonsense. Just go after eating. Lana ordered murdered seriously. Chapter 26 Plan. So, before Sun Yu was full, he was kicked out by Lena. While he was on his way in the sky, he reminisced about the unfinished grilled steak, grilled earth dragon, Char Castle, whale baleen, and overlord on the table. Squid. Suddenly my whole life is darkened. In order to retrieve the Dragon Ball quickly, Sun Yu flew extremely fast. He was like a silver light piercing the sky, and it was fleeting. Even if someone looked up occasionally, they could not see the true appearance of that silver light. Because of his previous experience, Sun Yu quickly found the ruins of the original Red Silk Army. Now this is a sea area, and the land has long been bombed by himself. Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu carefully looked for the location of the Dragon Ball. Sure enough, according to the Dragon Ball radar, 2 Dragon Balls were scattered on the seabed. Sun Yu locked a position closer to him, and bit his head into the sea, diving into the seabed to search. At this time, on the bottom of the sea, you can vaguely see the wreckage of the building that used to be the headquarters of the Red Silk Army. Sun Yu came to the position displayed on the Dragon Ball radar, and then digged hard in the pile of ruins. Sun Yu had to rise to the surface for a breath every time he was digging. Although he complained about this, he couldn't blame others. If Long Dim Sum had snatched the Dragon Ball over and killed the Red Silk Army, he wouldn't be affected by it now. File is guilty. Finally, with Sun Yu's unremitting effort, the Dragon Ball was found for him, and he carefully put away the Dragon Ball for fear of losing it again. There is still 1 last planet left. Sun Yu can collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, but Sun Yu is not very interested in the dragon of the earth. After all, he knows that there are dragons of Nami Star in the world and even across the whole world. The super dragon of the star field. Before Sun Yu crossed over, he had imagined countless times that he could collect 7 Dragon Balls one day, and then summon a dragon to realize his wish of immortality. It would be more perfect if he could obtain an immortal physique like Majin Buu. But as Sun Yu broadened his horizon, he discovered that in the face of absolute strength, nothing is immortal. Whether it's Sharu or Majin Buu, or even Zamasu, who has an immortal body in the Dragon Ball Super Universe, they can all be defeated, and it's all Saiyans who defeat them. Maybe Saiyans are not born strong, but in the face of strong pressure and the test of life and death, Saiyans can always break through the limit again and again and burst into unprecedented potential. Mastu coveted, so Sun Wu doesn't want to rely on Dragon Ball's power at the moment, at least not until he touches the realm of the gods. If one day Sun Yu can stand at the same height as Beerus, the god of destruction, then it would be a bit ridiculous to rely on himself to improve his rank. Mortals are mortals after all. If you want to go further in the martial art, then there is no doubt that you need to use the power of the super dragon. Besides, Lena had said before that she had a wish to fulfill, so I'll leave her the chance to summon the dragon this time. According to the instructions of Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu came to a huge rock on the bottom of the sea. It seemed that the last planets were buried by a boulder. It was really a headache. Then, did he use the turtle Qigong to smash this rock, or use the turtle Qigong to smash this rock into pieces? Well, I decided to use the turtle Qigong to smash this rock into pieces. Sun Yu's figure retreated a few meters, and then began to luck, because it was just a piece of rock, so he didn't need to compress too strong combat power at all. Just hit 10,000 or 20,000 is almost the same. Maybe 7 or 8,000 is enough. Forget it. Let control the strength to 1,000 so as not to smash this place into a plane, and then I don't know where to find Dragon Ball. After controlling his strength, Sun Yu's turtle Qigong suddenly launched, and the blue light illuminated the entire seabed. After the turtle Qigong hit the rock, it instantly penetrated the rock and exploded in the center of the rock to form a terrifying shockwave. At that moment, a vacuum area appeared in the original location of the giant rock. At the bottom, Sun Wu saw a yellow glass ball, exactly the 6 planets he was looking for. After finding the 6 planets, Sun Yu quickly flew to the location of the 6 planet, wanting to take the 6 planets before the seawater poured back. Peeling off the soil around the 6 planets, Sun Yu held the 6 planets in his hand, and finally collected 7 Dragon Balls. Although these are only the Earth Dragon Balls, Sun Yu is still quite curious about what Lena wishes. I hope it is not let Shenlong fulfill her wish to become the Queen of Star Vegeta. Seeing that the seawater had begun to flow back, Sun Yu was about to leave, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of an iron gate under the original huge rock. The most annoying thing was that the heavy iron gate also said, "No idlers are allowed to enter." Unfortunately, Sun Yu is the kind of curious baby who sees such signs and wants to go in and find out. This is the site of the original Red Silk Army again. It must be a secret laboratory or something. It would be even more interesting if it was still the kind that studies living experiment, especially the appearance of the previous android number 9. Let Sun Yu be more determined to go in and find out. Could it be the android number 18 that has not been researched yet? That's a big beauty, Sun Yu thought, then smashed the heavy iron door with a punch, and marched straight in. After entering it, Sun Yu closed the iron door again. At this time, the sea surface had returned to its original state. Sun Yu walked towards it. The dark corridor revealed eerie light, and the rusty wall was definitely a shot. It is an excellent place place for horror movies, and it is also the kind that does not require manual processing at all. You can shoot directly with a camera, which is true. However, Sun Yu is not afraid of such a scene. If the strength has reached their level, all the strange powers are already floating cloud. If there are any ghosts who do not have long eyes to scare Sun Yu, he does not mind. Let the ghost go away. So this sentence is not really emboldening myself, really not. Sun Yu walked into the interior of the low-level laboratory. He walked through a long corridor. There were many laboratories with transparent walls on the left and right. There were various instruments and chemicals in the laboratory. I don't understand this, so I just ignore it. Finally, he came to a room that looked like a library, but instead of books, the rows of bookshelves in it were densely packed with tiny spy robots. These robots, Sun Yu, have been seen in the Dragon Ball anime. They are used to collect battle intelligence of Dragon Ball fighters such as Monkey King Vegeta. Of course, they will also collect some on-site cell samples. Sun Yu pushed open the door and entered. In the center of the room, he was still lit by a huge supercomputer. The computer screen was in black and white quality, and a dense text was displayed on it. Sun Yu was attracted by just seeing the beginning of the article. After passing by, I saw the beginning of the article, The Ultimate X-Plan, Chapter 27 _ Spy Robot. There are so many miniature spy robot here, and what the hell is this final X-Plan? Sun Yu couldn't help but curse. Sun Yu was not surprised by the appearance of the miniature spy robot. After all, it also appeared in the Dragon Ball anime, but that X-Plan doesn't seem to exist at all. Sun Yu's heart seems to have thousands of ***** rushing past. He walked into the computer and carefully read the following text. This text is too long. Sun Yu glanced at it roughly, and the content in it is actually about artificial humans and biotransformation technology. It turns out that Dr. Gero has already started researching human-based artificial humans as early as this time, just like the existence of the android number 18. If it's just like this, Sun Yu is not very worried, because the fighting materials of the androids in the original Dragon Ball come from the Dragon Ball warriors such as Sun Wukong. The energy cyborg 9 is already in the sky, so no need to worry. Then, the next moment Sun Yu felt his face was burning hot, because Sun Yu found all kinds of battle information about himself in the computer's database. Apparently the Red Silk Army noticed Sun Wu and Lena when they first set foot on Earth. Although Sun Yu and Lena didn't spend much time on Earth, the Red Silk Army's spy robots were everywhere, and they collected a lot of useful information, including Sun Yu's cell sample. Without the existence of Sun Wukong, Sun Yu became the first choice of Dr. Gero. So don't underestimate those crazy people who love to do scientific research. God knows what they are doing all day long. Then there is the X-Plan, because the spy robot filmed the battle between Sun Yu and Cyborg 8. After the video was uploaded, Dr. Gero immediately studied Sun Yu's cell samples, and then he planned to use a special chromosome in Sun Yu's cell. The purpose of transplanting it into a bio-modified artificial human body is naturally to create the strongest weapon to seek revenge for Sun Yu for the Red Silk Army, and to conquer the world. By the way, I'm going. Could it be that my appearance has completely disrupted the plot? Wouldn't it be that Sharu was born early, right? Sun Yu felt that he was about to break out in a cold sweat. Even Sharu in the initial state also had and super the strength of the Saiyans in the first battle. If Sharu is really born early, then his combat power of just over 20,000 will definitely be instantly killed. The Earth is so scary. Why don't you go back to Vegeta and be a prince? Just kidding. The so-called Plan X shouldn't be Sharu. According to Sun Yu's guess, the current Dr. Gero should not be able to study a too powerful artificial man. If he really has this ability, he will definitely not let himself destroy the Red Silk Army. And what Sun Yu is thinking about now is whether to find out Dr. Gero and kill him before he develops a powerful android. The laboratory in front of you should be a data collection and research center. All data here will be uploaded to Dr. Gero's private research headquarters. If the transmission signal of this computer can be used, then finding out where Dr. Gero is actually not difficult. But the current Sun Yu is a pure Saiyan, and his desire for a powerful opponent is indelible. If Dr. Gero is really destroyed, wouldn't there be a lot less powerful villain? Without those villains coming out, there would be nothing to write about. Sun Yu suddenly felt that he was under a lot of pressure, because every decision he made would have far-reaching implications. Hey, with great power comes great responsibility. Sun Yu sighed, then slapped the computer in front of him with a slap and turned to leave. When leaving this room, Sun Yu then threw an energy ball and destroyed all the micro-robots inside. Although Sun Yu was not afraid of androids, as the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of thieves. Spy robot surveillance, that's not a pleasant thing. This is the case. Sun Yu flew all the way back. Dr. Breves was watering the flowers in the garden. When he saw Sun Yu coming back, he put down the water bottle in his hand and came to greet him. Lena practiced in the gravity training room. Sun Yu instructed the servant to call Lena, and then went to the living room with Dr. Breves. A few people gathered in the living room. Sun Yu briefly talked about the the discovery of the mysterious research room under the Red Silk Army site, and said Dr. Jaros, Eklan. Dr. Breves listened and showed a worried look. However, Lena waved her hand indifferently. As a pure Saiyan, Lena agreed with Sun Yu's approach very much, and said that she would requisition the gravity laboratory before she adapted to 100 times the gravity. Dr. Brive, I think you should build a gravity laboratory for me alone, the one without audio equipment, Sun Yu said helplessly to Brive. When Brives heard that he didn't have audio equipment, his face suddenly became sad, but he didn't dare to disobey Sun Yu's request and said, since it's your request, then give me 5 days. Kyle, what are you going to do with Dragon Ball? Actually, Lena was more concerned about Dragon Ball than Dr. Jaros' conspiracy. Sun Yu took out a universal capsule and opened it. With a bang, a small plastic box appeared in front of several people. When he opened the plastic box, there were 7 Dragon Balls neatly placed inside. Wow, show me. Lena snatched the plastic box from Sun Yu's hand and said excitedly, how can I fulfill my wish? Do I recite it in my heart, like making a birthday wish? Of course not. If you want to make your wish come true, you must first recite a spell out loud to summon the dragon, and then make a wish to the dragon, and then your wish will come true, Sun Yu said while dancing with his hand. Why is it so troublesome? Lena didn't seem to be satisfied with this method, so she asked, that's also being publicized. Can't you be more low-key? Low-key? Sun Yu was slightly taken aback. This obviously doesn't fit Lena's character. It's impossible to keep a low profile, because when the dragon appears, there will be a vision of the sky and the earth. The sky will turn black, and then the lightning will thunder. To be honest, I would love to see a scene like that. Quote, Dr. Brive, who was next to him, pushed his glasses and coughed dryly, brushing his presence angrily, expressing his interest in this too. By the way, Sister Na, what wish do you want to make? It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Let go and summon the dragon together now, Sun Yu said. You all go. Lena thought of expressing her wish in front of everyone, and her face flushed red. Yeah. Sun Yu and Dr. Brives nodded frantically. You are too much. I don't make any wishes, and the Dragon Balls will be returned to you. Lena angrily smashed the plastic box at Sun Yu, and then slammed the door away. Sun Yu stared blankly at the falling Dragon Balls and asked Dr. Brive, well, why is she so angry? I don't understand women. Dr. Brive spread his hands and looked at Sun Yu cutely. Chapter 28 Gravity Practice Room. The matter of the Red Silk Army has come to an end, although Sun Yu still has to guard against Dr. Jaros, Eklan, at all time. Lena seems to be possessed now, and has been in the gravity training room all day, without giving up to Sun Yu to practice at all. Fortunately, Dr. Brives assured that the new gravity training room would be completed within 5 days, so Sun Yu was not in a hurry. In the next 2 days, Sun Yu took the time to go to the sea to find the Turtle Fairy house. After all, there is a super rich man on his side to use satellite to search the sea island. It is not difficult. For Sun Yu's arrival, Turtle Immortal said that he was not surprised, because he had felt Sun Yu's powerful aura during the battle before, and the feeling of being separated by thousands of miles but still making people shudder is unforgettable. Sun Yu naturally wanted to discuss martial arts with Immortal Turtle, but Immortal Turtle kept pretending to be stupid and didn't want to say anything more. Fortunately, Sun Yu was already prepared. He threw out an all-purpose capsule and 2 stacks of books appeared. Those books were all the latest swimwear fashion magazine. Just seeing those gorgeous covers made the Turtle Fairy excited. Nosebleeds low, and he flew over to pick up a copy and began to observe it carefully. With the help of these swimsuit fashion magazine, the relationship between Guixian and Sun Yu quickly became closer. In Guixianren's own word, it was too late to meet each other. While Guixianren was watching swimwear magazine, Sun Yu asked him some questions about his cultivation. Guixianren knew that they could talk about everything. As expected of a veteran who has lived for more than 300 years, he is very knowledgeable about martial art. The insights are extraordinary, and Sun Yu feels that he has benefited a lot. Sun Yu lived in the Guixian house for a few days until a message came from Dr. Breves that the gravity training room built for Sun Yu alone was completed. After saying goodbye to Turtle Immortal, Sun Yu quickly flew back to Dr. Breves' house in Dongdu. Bulma waited early for Sun Yu's arrival at the door, and rushed over when he saw Sun Yu. Brother Sun Yu, where have you been these past 2 days, and you didn't take Boomer out to play? Boomer murmured, as if he was greatly wrong. Sun Yu picked up the cute little Bulma and said softly, brother went out to meet a friend. Would you like to take you there next time? I don't know what kind of scene it will be when Bulma and Turtle Immortal meet now, Sun Yu thought to himself. Okay, Bulma said happily, holding Sun Wu's neck. As long as Sun Wu took her out, she would be happy no matter who she went to see. Where's your dad? I heard that the new gravity training room has been built. Sun Yu walked into the house with Bulma in his arm. Bulma pointed to the direction of the basement and said, here, this time, I helped brother Sun Yu build a new gravity training room, and Bulma also contributed. Really, Boomer is amazing. Sun Yu pinched Bulma's little face happily. Although he didn't know what kind of power Bulma meant by output, there was no doubt that Bulma's extraordinary extraordinary scientific research talent had already begun to show. Under the leadership of Bulma, Sun Yu came to the door of the gravity practice room. Because he wanted to test the gravity practice room, Sun Yu asked Bulma to stay outside and walked in alone. This gravity training room is very large, covering an area of more than 200 square meters. Thick titanium alloys are welded on the surrounding wall. The center of the gravity training room is the gravity console, where you can control the multiple of increasing gravity. After closing the door, Sun Yu walked over. He turned on the gravity amplification device according to the icon displayed on the gravity console. Considering the bearing capacity of the material, it was impossible to build a training room that could withstand more than 100 times the gravity in a short time. So now the upper limit of the increase value is only 100 times. Then Sun Yu first chose the multiplier to be 20 times, and then the gravity amplification device made a humming sound, and a huge downward pulling force acted on Sun Yu's body after a short while, making him feel as if his body was full. Lead in general, due to the fact that he is still wearing overweight protective gear, the gravity exerted on Sun Yu at this moment is equivalent to 45 times that of the Earth. Even Sun Yu, who has a combat power of 24,000, feels a little overwhelmed. But as long as he thinks that Lena is still practicing hard, how could Sun Yu be lazy? Cultivation is not a one-time thing. Pay attention to step by step, and learn to set a small goal for yourself, such as bearing 100 times the gravity first. Even though his whole body seems to be filled with lead now, it takes a lot of effort to even take a step. But Sun Yu is not the kind of person who gives up easily. He starts with simple walking, and then becomes trot. Wait until the muscles in the leg get used to the gravity a little. Then Sun Yu starts to exercise the muscles on the arm, push up, or step punches. When he can move freely under 20 times the gravity, Sun Yu gradually increases the multiple of the gravity increase again, and so on. Because they don't know when Dr. Gero's conspiracy will appear, Sun Yu and Lena practice with all their strength. They spend most of their time in their own gravity training rooms, and sometimes even eat and sleep in. However, compared to Lena, Sun Yu still spends part of his time meditating every day to refine his mood. Time passed quietly. 4 months had passed in a flash, and Dr. Gero seemed to have completely evaporated from the world without the slightest news coming out. Bulma has always been very dissatisfied with Sun Yu's nesting in the gravity training room every day. She lies at the window of Sun Yu's training room every day and looks at him with as much sadness as she wants. Brother Sun Yu, you promised to take me shopping. On this day, Bulma saw Sun Yu exit the gravity training room, and threw himself into Sun Yu's arms regardless of Sun Yu's stinky sweat. Ah, didn't you say you'd go again in 2 weeks? Sun Yu picked up Boomer's little Lolita and squeezed her little face with his hand. Bulma pouted and said unhappily, it's been a month, and you still haven't taken me out to play. Sun Yu smiled awkwardly, not expecting that so long had passed. Since entering the gravity training room, his combat power has improved by leaps and bounds. Now he has adapted to 80 times the gravity. With the overweight protective gear removed, Sun Yu's ultimate combat power can reach 95,000. And because Lena has entered the relationship between the spirit and the time room, and she does not spend a lot of time meditating every day like Sun Yu, Lena has completely adapted to 100 times the gravity, and also took off the overweight protective gear. In this case, Lena's ultimate combat power can reach 120,000, which is a height she never dared to imagine. The so-called one-step approach to civil and martial arts is also the time to relax after cultivating frantically over the past few months, so Sun Yu agreed to Boomer's request. Okay, why don't we go out and play together today? Sun Yu said with a smile. How about today? Good, brother Sun Yu, you are so kind. Bulma raised his head and kissed Sun Yu's face. Chapter 29_ Werewolf. Lena just came over to see Boomer, who was cheering, so she asked, what's wrong, Sister Boomer? What's so happy about it? Bulma looked at Lena and said obediently, brother Sun Yu promised to take me to the shopping mall. Sister Lena, you can go too. Shopping. Lena muttered a little, then looked at Sun Yu dissatisfied. I said, Kyle, you haven't even gotten used to 100 times the gravity. Are you thinking of being lazy? Lena is looking forward to Sun Yu's ability to adapt to the 100-fold gravity as soon as possible, and then they can return home and come to Vegeta as a strong man. But she has been thinking about Vegeta's throne. But Sun Yu is not worried that Lena will be really angry, because there are 2 existences in this world that Lena can never refuse. The first is food, and the second is shopping. In fact, this is also very understandable. Shopping can really be said to be the racial talent of women in the whole universe. There is no female creature who does not like shopping. Of course, as a woman of the fighting race Saiyan, Lena initially rejected the boring kind of shopping. However, when Mrs. Brives took Lena into the mall of Dongdu department store, Lena was shocked by the dazzling array of products. Especially when Lena saw Mrs. Brives' incredible bargaining skills, she was even more astonished. It turns out that shopping can also be so full of the sense of accomplishment of the battle victory. So you can see that a rich wife with a wealthy family, and a Saiyan who is capable of fighting even raw robbing the largest bank in the universe will not have any difficulty. They will buy a coat worth only 200 yuan. The red-faced scene of bargaining with the seller is simply disgusting. Sister Na, I heard that Dongdu department store is holding a 50% discount on the anniversary recently. Sun Yu winked at Lana and threw a bombshell. 50% off. Lana stared at Sun Yu blankly and disappeared without a trace in the next second. When she reappeared, the training clothes on Lana's body were gone, but put on a nice casual outfit. Damn it, so fast. Sun Yu scratched his head and sighed. Sure enough, things that are discounted in women's hearts are more attractive than free money. Haha, brother Sun Yu, go and change your clothes too. Sister Lana and I will wait for you in the hall. Bulma covered her mouth and pushed Sun Yu to the locker room. Okay. Sun Yu simply washed the sweat off his body and put on a clean t-shirt. In order to fully integrate into the life of the earth, Sun Yu and Lena usually take the plane of the bride family. When they came to the mall, Bulma held Sun Yu with one hand and Lena with the other. The three of them were as happy and sweet as a family of three. The mall is full of people, and as soon as you enter the hustle and bustle atmosphere, you will be greeted. There is an avenue that can accommodate 10 burly men standing side by side, connecting the large and small shops within a few hundred meters. Looking up, the 7-story high-rise building is full of people, in an endless stream. Many of the shops on the first floor are clothing stores, plus some special snacks. There are various pedestrians on the street, shouting, and haggling one after another. In order to pass the boring time, Sun Yu bought a big push of snacks and ate it while walking. If there were no beast-shaped people unique to Dragon Ball Earth around, Sun Yu really thought he had returned to the original Earth. Out! Bulma, who was running around in front, called out softly. Sun Yu was still eating the food in his hand, while looking at the surrounding shops leisurely. When he heard Boomer's exclamation, he looked up, and saw Boomer sitting on the ground, with the shopping bags in his hand scattered on the floor, with an aggrieved look on his face. Not far in front of Bulma, a burly wolf-shaped man was eating the corbel in his hand, swaying from side to side as he walked, not avoiding the crowd in front of him. Helping up the fallen Bulma, Sun Yu sent her to Lana's side, and then appeared behind the wolf-shaped man with his feet, stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the wolf-shaped man's shoulder. The wolf-shaped man was held down by Sun Yu's right hand. When he turned around in anger, he found that there was no one behind him. Cough cough. Sun Yu's old face flushed and he cleared his throat. Only then did the wolf-shaped man realize that Sun Yu, who was half a body shorter than him. It's not that Sun Yu is short, it's that this guy is too tall. This burly wolf-shaped man is 2 meters 5 at least. At this time, Sun Yu raised his hand to barely reach his shoulder. The wolf-shaped man lowered his eyes and glanced at Sun Yu. He tore off a piece of meat from the corbel in his hand, chewing and asking, "Little thing, you are courting death." Sun Yu pointed to the tearful Bulma and said coldly, "You bumped into my sister and left without saying a word. You don't. Do you want me to apologize?" The wolf-shaped man looked at Sun Yu with a strange expression, as if he had heard something very funny. Bulma looked at Sun Yu worriedly, and wanted Sun Yu to forget it. After all, he was not injured, but just fell. But Lena stopped Bulma. "Don't look at the tall wolf-shaped man. This world is not necessarily powerful if he is tall. It better to apologize. I'm a good talker. If you're more sincere, maybe I'll forgive you." Bulma is Sun Yu's inverse scale. Sun Wu doesn't mind telling him why the flowers are so red. The wolf-shaped man's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had heard the funniest joke. He resisted laughing, and said in a slightly trembling tone, "You want me to apologize? Ha ha ha. I'm so sorry. You are a good talker, but I'm not very good at talking. I'll give you 3 numbers. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude to you." Quote. At this time, a lot of pedestrians were already surrounded by them. They crowded over to watch the fun. The visual impact of the 2 people in front of them was too great. One was 2.5 meters tall, and the other was only about 1.7 meters. They didn't feel that there would be suspense in this conflict, so everyone cast sympathetic eyes on Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt that although it would be embarrassing for him to be a Saiyan to bully ordinary earthling, but unfortunately this short-sighted bullied Bulma, then Sun Yu could not control so much. The people around were already talking about it, and the wolf-shaped man looked at Sun Yu and didn't seem to want to retreat, so he smiled grimly. "Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't know. It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the sky is high." After speaking, the wolf-shaped man threw the leftover corbel in his hand into the sky, and then clenched his fists as if swinging a baseball bat, and suddenly smashed it towards Sun Yu's abdomen, the muscles full of explosive power. "Look!" The crowd screamed in surprise. Originally, Sun Yu was still waiting for the wolf-shaped man to take a shot, but when the thick double punches hit Sun Yu's abdomen, Sun Yu's eyes shrank suddenly, only hearing a loud bang. Sun Yu was done. The wolf-shaped man thumped back 4 steps and looked at the other side with an incredible look on his face. Lena also looked at Sun Yu, who was knocked back a few steps in surprise, and asked, "Kyle, where did you play this?" After all, Sun Yu's combat power is as high as 95,000 without wearing overweight protective gear. With this kind of combat power, let alone an ordinary earthling, even if he shoots with a missile, he can't do anything. Sun Yu didn't want to pay attention to what Lan Na was thinking. His family knew about his own affairs, and the force that had just hit him was absolutely impossible for the species on Earth to possess. There is a problem with this item. Chapter 30 _ Have a good fight. Hey, boy, I didn't expect you to stand up, but I underestimated you. Looking at the wolf-shaped man again, he was looking at Sun Yu with a smug look on his face, and when he raised his wrist, he just caught the half of the corbel that had been thrown into the sky before. Oh, you're really squeamish. Sun Yu patted the dust on his body and muttered dissatisfiedly in his heart. He really blew the husky. Are you the protagonist or I am the protagonist? According to the script just now, no, it should be the wolf-shaped man with a long face and a villain face that I pretended to force to slap in the face because Mao didn't play cards according to the routine. Kyle stepped back and watched the old lady avenge you. Lena touched Sun Yu's hair, then stood in front of Sun Yu and said, Hey Na, what did you look at just now? I was just being careless. Don't you think I was being bullied? Sun Yu loudly defended, and he cast his eyes around for help. Everyone nodded in unison, and Bulma comforted Sun Yu with a milky voice. It's okay, brother Sun Yu, you will always be a hero in my heart. PFF. Sun Yu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Girl, you are mad at me on purpose. You don't know my strength. Have you forgotten who killed the Red Silk Army and the android number 9? Sister Na, don't join in the fun. Get up and let me kill this fellow. Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves and pretended to fight the wolf-shaped man to the death and death. Lana stuck out her cute little tongue and gave Sun Yu away. Hey, you bastard, don't roll over and die. Sun Yu stood in front of the wolf-shaped man and pointed at his nose. Hearing Sun Yu scolding him as a beast, the wolf-shaped man's expression turned cold, and he did not hide the strong murderous intent in his eyes, and said gloomily, Hee, there was a person who dared to call me a beast before. Guess what? The grass on his grave is already 2 meters long. Oh, that's a coincidence. Sun Yu felt the wolf-shaped man's murderous intention, and suddenly felt inexplicable excitement. He said, before there were people who dared to disrespect my Bulma. Guess what? Their grave. Well, they don't have a grave, because they all died without a place to be buried. After listening to the conversation between the two, the crowd watching the lively all around thought they were joking, and burst into roaring laughter in an instant. But Lana felt a sudden tremor in her heart, and subconsciously hugged Bulma tightly, because she felt that the wolf-shaped man was definitely not a good double. Remember, the person who killed you is called X. The wolf-shaped man reported his home, and then his body suddenly bounced up and threw a heavy punch at Sun Yu. This fist was like a thunderbolt, and Sun Yu raised his hand to block it, and when the two clashed with each other, there was a sound of breaking the air. Everyone watching around was stunned on the spot. They really didn't expect this skinny boy to be so strong. Both Sun Yu and the wolf-shaped man named X captured the fleeting shock from each other's eyes, and Sun Yu put away his thoughts of underestimating the enemy. Although he could not feel the fighting strength of the other party, Sun Yu had, but it is very clear that the opponent's strength is not worse than his own. I admit that I underestimated you before, and now let's show our real skills to show off. Sun Yu is full of doubts about the identity of the wolf-shaped man X, but as a fighting national Saiyan, he can use his fist to solve the problem. The problem would not be BB, just to my liking. X and Sun Yu jumped up in tacit understanding, and jumped to the roof of the Dongdu department store together amid the screams of the audience around them. Lana also followed Bulma with her arms in her arms, silently watching the two of them. The two looked at each other, and with a shudder, Sun Yu's figure disappeared from the spot, and he slapped X's chest with a palm. X's expression was gloomy, and he couldn't tell whether he was angry or angry. He raised 2 huge wolf claws and crossed them in front of his chest. Sun Yu slapped it with a palm, which seemed to be an understatement, but it was actually hidden, as if hitting a mountain in front of them. They used all their strength to resist, and finally with a bang, the two of them each took a few steps back. This fellow's combat power is only higher than his own. Sun Yu secretly stunned, thinking how could such a strong man appear in the current Earth, but this is also in his own mind, using him to test himself during this period of time. The results of his practice are also quite good. Boom boom boom. The two jumped into the air and scuffled together in an instant. Sun Yu didn't use energy attacks because he didn't want to hurt innocent people, but X the wolf-shaped man didn't seem to use energy. His attack methods were simple and rude. In hand-to-hand combat, the fist to the flesh, and Sun Yu fought back and forth. They moved at high speed in the air, and the lowly ordinary people didn't even see a shadow. After dozens of rounds of the battle, Sun Yu and X stopped in the air and gasped for breath. They fought heartily for a short period of time. Although they each had large and small injuries on their body, both of them could learn from each other. There was excitement in his eyes. It's all this time. Aren't you going to use all your strength? Sun Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to X with a slight smile, HMPH, you're too embarrassed to tell me. Don't think I can't see it. You kid didn't fight seriously at all. X spat out a mouthful of blood, twisted his neck, and made a giggle sound. I'm afraid that if you use all your strength at once, it will scare you, Sun Yu said with a smile. Hee, then let me see and see, but don't be the one who is talking fucking big. X looked at Sun Yu with a playful expression. As you wish. After saying that, Sun Yu bent his hands in front of his chest and arched his back to release his momentum with all his strength. Drink With the frenzied release of Sun Yu's power, the surface of his body was faintly covered with a layer of pale golden airflow, and the surrounding air gradually became dignified, making a low zzzz sound. Damn, you kid. Although Ek couldn't accurately perceive the existence of chi, he could still feel a thrilling power from Sun Yu's body. Off the field, Lena, who was on the top roof of Dongdu department store, looked at Sun Yu, who released a powerful momentum from a distance, and an intriguing smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After a long time, Sun Yu's 95,000 combat power was fully released, and the pale golden airflow on his body was solidified, emitting a soft light. Be careful, I'm going to shoot. Sun Yu gave X a weird smile, and then disappeared. Damn, Ek didn't see Sun Yu's movement clearly at all. Sun Yu's speed was too fast. Ek hurriedly looked around, but couldn't find it. Damn it, where is it? Here. Sun Yu's figure appeared in front of Ek before he finished speaking, only to hear a heavy blow of dong. X's body flew out suddenly, because Sun Yu's strength was too great, causing X's body to directly smash through the building behind him, creating a huge pothole on the ground. Fortunately that position is green, there were no casualties in the area. Chapter 31 Lena to join in the fun. Hey, if you don't show your real skills, I'll really kill you. Sun Yu moved his wrist, then stood quietly in the air, looking down at X on the ground. Sure enough, just as Sun Yu expected, X struggled to get up, but his eyes were red now, like a bloodthirsty beast lost his mind. Those thick wolf claws were firmly on the ground, and his body it started to skyrocket in plain sight. Roar! A roar shook the sky, and the wolf-shaped man X's fangs that should have regressed actually grew back. His body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his clothes were torn to reveal his strong limbs, like a jungle wolf in the beast-like people in the Dragon Ball world. Their fangs and claws degenerated thousands of years ago, and became a downright humanoid form, and the people in front of them, no, they can no longer be called, it should be called a wolf because it is human. Obviously, X's current state is that he has turned into a beast form, and there is no rational sanity in his eyes. There's no reason, it's impossible for a beast on Earth to transform into a beast. Sun Yu felt his eyelids jump, and immediately shouted to the stunned crowd below, he's very dangerous, hurry up. With Sun Yu's shout, the stunned crowd finally woke up like a dream. Run, that beast will eat people. This was the first thought in many people's minds, so the crowd immediately screamed and ran around, screaming, calling for help, and searching for people. These voices stimulated the nerves of X's wolf form. A lonely girl's eyes wept up. Be careful. A red light flashed in Sun Yu's eyes, and the writing wheel opened instantly. In desperation, he stared at X and made a time standstill. If Sun Yu still thinks about using time stagnation to block the time of this world, then facing X, who is extremely powerful, this level of time stagnation will not have much effect on him. However, perhaps it was because Sun Yu's writing wheel eye advanced into a double-hook jade writing wheel eye. His ability to control time stagnation was far better than before, and the effect of time stagnation only acted on X's body intentionally or unintentionally. Immediately afterward, X, who was originally as fast as lightning, seemed to have rushed into a mass of mud at the moment, unable to move. Sun Yu was overjoyed, and immediately took away the lonely girl, and then stared coldly at X, who had escaped the stagnation of time in the form of a beast. Ooh! X's roared menacingly. It stared at Sun Yu vigilantly with crimson wolf eyes. Sun Yu deliberately sold a flaw, and sure enough the claws slammed and swooped like lightning. Although X's pounce was as fast as lightning, it was seen through the inside of Sun Yu's double-hooked jade writing wheel eye. With a twist of his figure, he avoided X's pounce, and Sun Yu stuck his left hand out to the dead place. Holding X's wolf head, he slammed his right hand into a fist. Just hearing a few muffled sounds of dong dong dong, X's wolf head was smashed by Sun Yu and the blood flowed non-stop. Under the pain, X's body twisted, and its iron tail with the thickness of a bull snorted. The draw towards Sun Yu. While Sun Yu was dodging, X broke free from Sun Yu's shackles and quickly raised his huge wolf claws to shoot at Sun Yu. Although sharingan had caught X's attack, he had no choice but to dodge its iron tail. Sun Yu's speed had reached the limit, and he could only watch the huge wolf claws slapped on his chest. Boom! Sun Yu was slapped into the cracked ground by X's claw, and just as he broke free from the ground, he was stopped by Lena, who suddenly appeared. Red card off the court. Kyle replaced me. Rest for now. Lena's sudden appearance made Sun Yu jump, and X in beast form also assumed a defensive stand, watching the two people in front of him vigilantly. Sun Yu's eyes returned to normal, and he said reluctantly, Sister, hey, I haven't lost yet, so why should I be replaced by you? Also, where did you leave Bulma? Lena moved her wrist, pointed to the roof of Dongdu department store, and said, Bulma is on the roof. I'm itchy after seeing you beating for so long. If you don't want to be beaten by me, just leave. Alright, you are my sister. You are amazing. Sun Yu shrugged helplessly, instructed, then be careful, and then flew to the roof of Dongdu department store to find Boomer. Seeing Sun Yu flying away. Lena looked at X, who was on the sideline, smiled and said, "Little wolf, you have to be careful. I won't be as soft-hearted as that idiot Deadwood Lolicon." In Sun Yu's eyes, Lena's smile was even more terrifying than the demons in hell. As the idiot Deadwood Lolicon, where does she have such a big resentment? Feeling the strong pressure emanating from Lena, X in the form of a beast planned to strike first, and flew over to slap a claw at Lena first. Lena looked at X, who was rushing over. A mocking sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then threw a heavy punch at X's head. The sound of the fist was so loud that X's huge body was like a punch. He hit an iron wall and was bounced to the ground. X, who had just hit the ground, couldn't care about the pain in his head, so he twisted his iron tail and swept towards Lena. But Lena didn't seem to notice X's. She still stood there motionless. "Sister Na, get out of the way." Sun Yu watched the scene on the ground from the roof. His heart trembled violently. If he was swept right by this tail, even the Saiyan's physical fitness would not be able to bear it. Bulma in Sun Yu's arms couldn't help covering her eyes. She couldn't bear to see her favorite sister Lena hurt. Just when X's iron tail was about to swipe at Lena, Lena raised her hand to block it lightly. In the hand, take the iron tail empty-handed. Hee, a tail. My mother has it too. Lena had completely entered a state of excitement. After turning around with her right foot as the center, she threw out the tail that had been wrapped around her waist. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the commercial area, and Lena's tail hit X's wolf face like a steel whip, and a bloody trace immediately appeared on its face. For the first time, an emotion called fear appeared in the wolf's eye. Hi! Sun Yu looked at it from a distance and couldn't help taking a deep breath. After telling the truth, don't mess with Lena. This little girl is too ruthless. Although X's body was trembling slightly, Lena obviously didn't intend to let it go. She finally found a wolf meat sandbag. Wouldn't it be a loss if you didn't have a good time today? Ha 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 ha. Lena suddenly began to burst into her own momentum, the kind of terrifying power that was like a mountain collapsing and the river flowing upstream, and Lena's combat power of up to 120,000 seemed to form a hurricane and swept across the empty commercial street. Flame fist. A high-pitched voice sounded, and Lena's whole body energy gathered into a fiery heat wave. At first glance, it seemed like she was in a sea of fire. As this flame fist developed by Lena herself, Sun Yu said to himself in shock. Chapter 32 _ I'm looking away. Above the moon. Flame fist. Lena seemed to be in a sea of fire at this time, and the fiery energy fluctuations made everyone present feel a touch of heat. This move is somewhat similar to the compressed energy of turtle qigong, but Lena uses her hands and feet as a carrier to concentrate all the energy so that the cohesion of combat power is relatively easy, and its power is 3 times that of normal. Little wolf, if you have a last word, just say it, or else you won't have a chance. Lena's voice was sweet, but hearing Sun Yu and X's ears made them shudder. Lena raised her fists that were scorching hot, and then with a slight force on her feet, she rushed out. Poor Ike. Saiyan didn't have a chance to react, so he was punched away. X's huge wolf body rolled a few somersaults in the air, and managed to stabilize his body, but unexpectedly, he felt a trace of heat from behind him. Ooh! It immediately turned the wolf head in fear, and sure enough, Lena had come behind it early, and with a snort, Lena's flaming kick had already kicked X's abdomen, and the fiery burning sensation made it painful. Tears were about to flow out, and at the same time as its body fell rapidly, it tragically discovered that Lena had moved to the ground, and bowed left and right in an attacking posture, just waiting for it to fall. Out! A mournful wolf howl sounded. X was almost bloodied by Lena's beating. Sun Yu hurriedly covered Bulma's eyes. This bloody scene is really not suitable for Nema children. Sun Yu has begun to doubt whether it was the right decision to bring Lena to Earth to cultivate. At this moment, he began to sympathize with the wolf-shaped man named X. If God bless X, he would survive the disaster today. If so, it is estimated that it will leave a lifetime of shadows in my heart. Speaking of this, it is estimated that many junior high school math teachers have to say, what is the psychological shadow area of this wolf-shaped man at the moment? Hey, Sister Na, it's almost done. I'm going to beat you like this. This guy should be damned. Sun Yu shouted at Lena, but it wasn't that Sun Yu was soft-hearted. He also hoped to stay alive and ask why the wolf-shaped man was so powerful. Definitely not a normal creature, at least not from Earth. Kyle, why don't we eat roast wolf today? Halfway through speaking, Lena suddenly stopped and looked sluggish. The flames around her suddenly dissipated, and her originally raised hands suddenly fell weakly. Sister Na. Sun Yu was stunned by the scene in front of him, but he seemed to realize something, and asked Bulma in his arms, Bulma, help me see the sky. Is there a full moon? After listening to Sun Yu's word, Bulma nodded obediently immediately, then looked up, pointed her finger at Sun Yu's back, and said, yes, there is a full moon behind Brother Sun Yu. Brother Sun Yu, why do you suddenly ask this? Ooh! Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill down his spine, because he had a bit of fun today. He forgot the time, and it was actually a full moon day. The full moon is when Saiyans show their nature. When they see the full moon, the tail of the Saiyans will receive the 17 million bruise waves released by the full moon, and then they will become giant apes. After transforming into a giant ape, her strength will increase to 10 times that of normal, but she will lose her mind. In Dragon Ball anime, only Vegeta can maintain her original sanity after transforming into a giant ape. So if nothing else, Lena and Sunyu himself belongs to the kind of people who can't control their original reason after being transformed into a giant ape. Damn, I can't let sister not transform here. Sunyu didn't have time to say anything, and immediately jumped off the building to try to cut off Lena's tail before she was completely transformed into a giant ape. It's just a step too late. Sunyu just flew out of Lena's body and began to grow, and even the clothes he was carrying were shredded in front of Sunyu. Ping, ping. Sunyu accidentally saw something that shouldn't be seen, and he really didn't expect a Saiyan girl like Lena to choose such a girlish heart color. But now is obviously not the time to pay attention to this. Sunyu shook his head, turned around and flew behind Lena with a see no evil attitude. Perhaps it was because Sunyu stared at herself so directly. Lena showed a hint of anger while she was turning into a monkey at the moment, and she angrily slapped Sunyu with the palm of her hand. Wow, Sunyu was unprepared. He just wanted to cut off Lena's tail quickly, but unexpectedly he slapped a palm behind him. Under normal circumstances, Lena's maximum combat power is 120,000, including the giant ape. After the tenfold increase, the slap that had surpassed 1 million in combat power slapped Sunyu. He only felt that the world was spinning for a while, and he almost didn't recover. Death or death. Sunyu only felt that he had broken a lot of bones on his body. Fortunately, he had been carrying a few fairy beans with him, and hurriedly ate one to save his life. He didn't dare to look up to the sky rashly at the moment, and after climbing up carefully, there were two huge figures in his eyes. Sunyu rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he was not looking at flowers, he finally saw the two huge figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. The one closest to him is the giant ape like Lena, with the brown hair and the huge ape body shape Sunyu is all too familiar with. But what the hell is the other one? Another giant beast that was farther away was crawling on the ground and seemed very painful, and then this position did not last long, and soon Sunyu saw it raised its head suddenly and made a loud noise in the direction of the full moon, and a long roar. Out! It's Werewolf X! Suddenly, as if a flash of lightning flashed across his mind, Sunyu suddenly realized that the homonym of X is the English letter X. Could it be Plan X? Sunyu suddenly remembered that the data he saw in the underground data room of the Red Silk Army that day, the so-called X Clan, was a super artificial human developed through DNA grafting technology combined with biological engineering. If this is the case, then the grafted DNA fragment should be taken from Sunyu's cell sample, which explains why Tong X also transformed into a giant beast after seeing the full moon. So it is. So you are also an artificial human. You should not be called an artificial wolf. After thinking about the whole story, Sunyu felt a little unbelievable, but according to the current situation, Dr. Gero has not developed an eternal energy device just like the one used in the humanoids number 17 and number 18 in the original Dragon Ball novel. Assuming that Ax's body is loaded with an eternal energy device, unless Sunyu can transform into the pinnacle of the First Order Super Saiyan, he can't be his opponent at all. I really don't know if X's wolf tail will be cut off and he will return to his original human form. Chapter 33 _ Come out Shenlong 2 more. After Sunyu ate the fairy beans this time, he instantly recovered from his injuries. His combat strength increased by 5,000 points, and the overall breakthrough was over the 100,000 mark. Compared with the combat power that tripled after the last battle with Cyborg number 9, the increase in combat power this time seems to be a little smaller, but it is not unreasonable. The last battle was the moment when Sunyu experienced life and death for the first time in his life. It is no exaggeration to say that he was seriously injured at that time. The energy in Sunyu's body exploded. This time, Lena, who was transformed into a giant ape, was injured. Although the injury was also serious, it was not life-threatening, so the combat power after recovery did not have that exaggerated increase. But after all, Sunyu's combat power is considered to be 100,000, but when he looked at the two violent beasts in front of him, he felt a chill in his heart, not to mention X, who was transformed into a giant wolf. Najwa Pehua has a fighting power of 1.2 million, and Sunyu doesn't even have a fraction of her. Life is so difficult. Fortunately, the current situation has not developed into a bridge where two giant beasts join forces to destroy the world. If it really comes out like this, Sunyu can only choose to use the turtle Qigong to blast down the moon, but the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth. A turtle-style Qigong can really bang down. I read less book, don't lie to me. The so-called One Mountain does not allow two tigers. The giant ape transformed by Lena and the giant wolf transformed by Ek glanced at each other, and then began to pinch each other. Distant. It is estimated that the conversation between the two was as follows. Silly wolf, what are you looking at? What are you doing? Believe it or not, I will cut you down and try another one if you have the ability. Try, just try. Then the two of them fought. Sunyu tried to approach their back several times, time trying to cut off their tails, but the anime is full of lies. Okay. After the transformation, the mental retardation is slow and the response is slow. Sunyu found that after Lena became a giant ape, the comprehensive factors such as speed, strength and reaction are 10 times the normal. So Lena slammed the head of Ek, who turned into a giant wolf, on the ground with one hand, and slapped Sunyu like a fly with the other hand, without any pressure at all. It's not that Sunyu is too weak. After all, the gap in combat power is there. Unless Sunyu can also use a move like Kaylin to take advantage of his unpreparedness, it is really difficult to have the opportunity to cut off Lena's tail. Damn, if only I could transform into a giant ape like Vegeta and not lose my mind. Sunyu scolded secretly from a distance, but halfway through he suddenly thought of something, and immediately said happily, I can do it, I have figured out a way. Before he finished speaking, Sunyu immediately flew to Bulma's position with luck. After finding Bulma, who was huddled on the roof and secretly watching the distance, he asked, Sister Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls, and where do you put the Dragon Balls I collected earlier? Gone. Bulma raised his head and thought for a while, then said, in the little black cat's nest. It sleeps with a Dragon Ball every day. I'm going. Sunyu heard that the whole person is not good, even if he didn't use it to make a wish at the time. Don't throw it to a cat so casually. After all, it's Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. You can summon dragons, not toys. Forget it. I'll take you home first, and you'll endure it later. Sunyu only felt that he was no longer able to complain. Afterwards, Sunyu suddenly took all his luck, protected Bulma in his arms, and flew towards the bride's house at full speed. The Dongdu department store is already surrounded by memorabilia, and I believe that the National Army will come over soon, and it must be resolved before those who come to die. After a while, Sunyu flew to the bride's compound. After putting down Boomer, Sunyu rushed to the little black cat wooden hut and lifted the roof of the hut, causing the little black cat to swoosh away in fright. Fortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls were all lying quietly in the little black cat's nest. Sunyu took them all out and placed them in the courtyard, then took a deep breath and shouted the spell to summon the dragon. Come out, dragon. Buzzing. Hearing Sunyu's call, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly glowed, and the brides and his wife also walked to Boomer. Come out, Shenlong. Make my wish come true. With Sunyu's high-pitched voice, the sky and the earth suddenly shrouded in dark cloud, and lightning flashed and thundered. Fortunately, it was just at night, and these heaven and earth visions did not attract the attention of others. Woo! The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a golden lightning shot out from the 7 Dragon Balls, twisting and circling in the air and gradually turning into a huge figure. Sunyu stood on the spot and watched all this silently. The scene where the real dragon appeared was much more shocking than the one in the anime. The incomparably tall body was especially in this situation, which made Sunyu's heart feel small. Say your wish. Shenlonglong opened his mouth and spit out Shen Wang's voice. Sunyu said sternly, I am a Saiyan. When I see the full moon, I will transform into a giant ape, and I will lose my mind. My wish is to control the power of the giant ape so that I can transform at will, and don't lose your mind. If Sunyu can control the ability of any ape, there is no doubt that he will have a big killer before he turns into a Super Saiyan, and it is said that Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by turning into a golden giant ape. In fact, Sunyu can let Shenlong help him cut off the tails of Lena and Ek, which is not difficult for Shenlong. But Sunyu is a Saiyan, and his natural fighting instinct is determined. If everything can be solved with fists, he will never be. Sorry, what you said are considered 2 wishes. Shenlong said with a dignified miss. Either master the ability to transform at any time, or choose not to lose your mind. Damn it. Sunyu was so angry that his teeth were itching. His combat power of 100,000 suddenly exploded. His mighty aura rose to the sky, and he roared at Shenlong. Don't bargain for Lao Su. Believe it or not, Lao Su will kill you. Anyway, let it be when the time comes. It would be good for the gods to recreate a dragon, and my relationship with the gods is good. Feeling the powerful aura of Sunyu's sudden burst, the huge body of the dragon god could not help shrinking backward. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and said, unexpectedly, you know the name of the gods. Speak human language. Don't try to slap me in classical Chinese. I don't understand. Sunyu yelled at Shenlong angrily. Yes, I know. Shenlong's gigantic faucet turned out to be a little shorter, and there was no longer the 2,580,080,000 shelf that he used to drag. There is no way. Shenlong knows that his life and death are in the hands of others, so he can only bow to the evil forces. First, sir, it's not that I don't want to fulfill your wish. That's my setting. Even if you kill me, I can't help it. Shenlong's anxious forehead burst into cold sweat. Sunyu's eyes turned cold. A small ball of light condensed in his hand, and said, then go to death. Wait. Shenlong was so frightened that he shrank into a ball. He thought he had lived long enough. That man was not respectful when he saw him. How could he meet such a monster? Shouting, and killing. He has lost his dignity as a dragon at all. Asking for a psychological shadow area. Have a last word. Sunyu asked. No, sir. Your eyes are very gifted. If you make a little modification, you may be able to realize your wish. Chapter 34 _ Sun Yu ate 3 more. Oh, what are you saying is true. Sun Yu naturally understood what the innate talent in Shenlong's mouth meant. That was his own sharingan. As the most powerful pupil technique in the Naruto world, sharingan possessed with all kinds of strange functions, there may really be a way to control the ape. When, of course it's true, Shenlong breathed a sigh of relief. With a look of immortality, the Saiyan turned into a giant ape because the moon refracts the sun's rays and emits 17 million bruise waves. As long as your eyes receive this wavelength, you can ape. And I think your eyes have the ability to automatically strip the bruise waves from the sunlight so as to achieve the ability to control the ape. Hearing Shenlong's words, Sun Yu nodded his head in a deep sense, but he wondered again. The ability to control the ape transformation is there, but what about the recovery of sanity? If you can't maintain your sanity after the ape transformation, it's not all for naught. The corners of Shenlong's mouth twitched, and he said weakly, Sir, if my perception is correct, your eyes can help you regain your senses. You should know this better than me. Well, hurry up and realize my wish, Sun Yu urged impatiently. Okay. After speaking, the huge dragon's eye of Shenlong emitted a scarlet light, and Sun Yu's writing wheel suddenly opened, and an ancient incantation echoed in his mind. This is the end. Sun Wu asked. Yes sir, I have granted your wish. Then, Salavaka, goodbye. Without waiting for Sun Yu's answer, Shenlong immediately rose up into a huge body, and then turned into a golden light and suspended in the sky. After meditating for thousands of times in his heart, he never wanted to see this vicious monster again. The golden light of the sky faded, and 7 round white stones appeared. After the wish came true, the Dragon Balls would become petrified, and it would take a year for them to return to their former luster. Just when a few Dragon Balls were about to fly in all directions, Sun Yu suddenly rose into the air, grabbed the 7 Dragon Balls in the air with both hands, and then slammed heavily on the ground, smashing small holes one after another. You still want to run? There are no doors. After removing all the 7 petrified Dragon Balls, Sun Yu landed on the ground triumphantly. He briefly explained the current situation to the Brives and his wife, and asked them to keep the Dragon Balls so that they would not lose them. Fly to Dongdu department store. On the way, Sun Yu opened the sharingan and tried to look at the full moon in the sky. The sudden sense of agitation roamed around him, but Sun Yu used the special ability given by the Shenlong to forcibly suppress this wave. Throbbing. Haha, it seems that the big loach didn't lie to me. It seems that I can really master the ability to transform into a giant ape at will. In addition to being excited, Sun Yu increased his speed to the extreme, and soon returned to the Dongdu department store. At this moment, the Dongdu department store is already in ruin. The giant ape turned Lena and the giant wolf turned X are still at war. Although Lena has always had an overwhelming advantage, the giant wolf turned X is done. With their perseverance and will, they have been able to support it until now. Their battlefield has been affected for dozens of miles. The people in the residential area have already been evacuated. It is said that the country's military units are already on their way. It is estimated that they will soon be here. Will arrive. Sun Yu saw several police cars speeding on the ground, and he lowered his flying height and drove alongside the police car. Hey, you guys, don't drive forward if you don't want to die. It's not something you can handle there. Sun Yu kindly reminded that the windows of the police cars were rolled down, which happened to be the police officers Sun Yu met at the gate of Dongdu Bank. What are you? The people in the police car also found Sun Yu. After they stopped the car, they all said, so it's a hero. Why are you here? Could it be? You guessed it right. Leave the situation over there to me. Stay far away to avoid accidental injury. Then it's best to set up a cordon. I think many reporters will rush in without light. After listening to Sun Yu's words, several Dongdu policemen stood at attention as if they had received an imperial decree, and then patted their chest to promise that they would complete the task. Sun Yu smiled helplessly, said goodbye to these lovely Dongdu police, and flew towards Lena. Approaching the center of the battlefield, Sun Yu fell from the sky. His eyes turned on the writing wheel, and then all the light of bruise in the moonlight converged in Sun Yu's eyes. He shouted, "A roar!" Sun Yu felt that his body was full of strength, as if he could destroy the world with a single gesture. His body swelled rapidly, and the clothes on his body were shattered. When he was about to fall to the ground, his ape transformation was completely completed. His body smashed an empty building with no one, and the earth trembled. The giant ape turned Lena picked up X and threw it away, and then looked at Sun Yu with a strong killing intent in his eyes. The giant wolf turned Ak, who was thrown aside, seemed worried that Sun Yu, who suddenly appeared, would join forces. Lena attacked it together, so it decided to attack the giant ape turned Sun Yu first by using the few sanity. In this way, Lena and Ek hugged Sun Yu from left to right. He slowly raised the huge ape head. His eyes still maintained the red writing wheel eyes, and the 2 pairs of Guyu turned in his eyes. Are the 2 going together? Sun Yu's mouth curled into an arc, and he shouted angrily, "Flaming fist." That's right, this is Sun Yu's copying of Lena's flaming fist with the shaker's eye. The sound fell, and Sun Yu's surroundings radiated a scalding heat wave, and his hands were wrapped in crimson flame. Have a good fight. Sun Yu threw a punch at Lena, but unexpectedly Lena rose up in the air. Sun Yu was about to get up to chase, but X already flew over, and his two sharp front claws slapped Sun Yu's chest. Damn it, the two of you were fighting to the death just now. What going on with your cooperation now? Tukao returned to Tukao. Sun Yu's stature was short to avoid Ax's pound, and when his ape arm stretched out to pick up Ax, it was a shoulder-to-shoulder fall. Sun Yu carried X in his hand before throwing it out, and Lana's attack had already come. In desperation, Sun Yu twisted his body and regarded X as a living shield. Out! X screamed and took a blow. Sun Yu jumped behind him and swung X's tail, smashing it at Lana. Facing the huge wolf body that was smashed towards her, Lana threw a punch with all her strength, only to hear the sound of clicking, most of which were broken bones on X's body. Poor X. Sun Yu mourned for it for 3 seconds. Forget it. No more silence. Every second counts for the battle. So Sun Yu whipped its tail again and smashed it towards Lana. As a result, one can imagine that X, who was reduced to Sun Yu's weapon, was beaten by Lana, and there were not many bones on his body that were intact. This scene sounds like a giant ape turned Sun Yu versus Lana, but no matter how you look at it, it looks like Sun Yu and Lana's changed bloody act. Poor X. Children's Shoes. Chapter 35 _ Things work out. Fortunately, X's pain didn't last long, because his wool tail soon couldn't support Sun Yu's torture, and finally broke with a pop. Just as Sun Yu expected, after X's wool tail was pulled off, its huge body shrank rapidly, returning to the original wolf-shaped human appearance. But he was in a terrible situation at the moment, and it was estimated that there were no bones on his body. The roots are intact. Sun Yu glanced down at him. He really couldn't bear to lose such a good wolf meat sandbag to Wangquan, so he reached out to his pocket to get the fairy bean. Ah, yes, it's in the form of a giant ape now. What's so special? Pocket. Forget it. Try to live on your own. I'm optimistic about you. Sun Yu prayed silently in his heart and ignored it. For the giant ape turned Lana, Sun Yu couldn't bear to fight hard. His only goal now is to cut off Lana's tail in order to control the current situation. Not difficult. He roared, then rushed to Lana and hugged her by the waist, trying to reach out and sever Lana's tail. But the giant ape like Lana was obviously aware of Sun Yu's thought. Her hands tightly clasped Sun Yu's wrist, and then she jumped up and used her weight to press her body on Sun Yu's body. In fact, it is better to say that it is sitting on Sun Yu's body instead of pressing. Because of the special body structure of giant ape, their ape arms are long, and their abdomen and legs are relatively short, so Lana sits on Sun Yu's lower abdomen. It was avoided that some indescribable parts of them happen. Ah, Sun Yu just felt a warm belly, although Lana is now in the state of a giant ape, but it is Lana anyway. Besides, he is also a gorilla now, isn't he? Therefore, Sun Yu's heart is very tangled, but since he is originally a healthy and small fresh style, Sun Yu can only be Lu Shahui one, and he really can't be in a mess. Sun Yu stretched out his arms and dragged Lana's thigh, and then touched behind her, but Lana sitting on Sun Yu was not honest. She kept beating Sun Yu's chest with her hands high. The giant ape-2 chest muscles are extremely developed, so Lana's move did not cause much damage to Sun Yu, not even pain. But can you stop moving, girl? Being disturbed by Lana, Sun Yu only felt that he was about to explode, and he was restless and had nowhere to vent. Finally, before this feeling reached its peak, he grabbed Lana's tail. PFF. With a forceful pull, Lana's tail snapped. Her hands beating Sun Yu stopped. Her eyes showed a blank look, and soon her body gradually became smaller. The hair on her body faded, revealing snow-white skin and exquisite beauty. Stature. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Sun Yu closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened it again, his eyes were restored, and his ape body was restored to a human body. Sun Yu's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he picked up Lana, who was red on the body. Fortunately, Lana was still in a coma, which made the scene less embarrassing than imagined. That's why Sun Yu found an opportunity. Reassured and boldly stared at Lana's body. This skin, tis firm and elastic, with no excess fat all over the body. Lana is being held by Princess Sun Yu at the moment. Her head is resting on Sun Yu's chest. Her delicate cheeks are red and dripping blood. Wait, isn't she in a coma? Why is she still blushing? Sun Yu suddenly realized that Lana's coma was probably fake, and his behavior just now. Cough. Sun Yu immediately coughed twice, and said with a guilty conscience that nearby there should be a clothing store. Go there and find clothes and stuff. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lana secretly with his eyes, and when he saw that Lana was still pretending to be asleep, he became more courageous, and the hands holding Lana became more and more reckless. In the process of flying, it was even more intentional to bump up and down. While feeling the amazing touch from his hand, Sun Yu hummed a little song as if nothing had happened. So uncomfortable. After flying a dozen or 20 laps around the cluttered Dongdu department store, Sun Yu entered a casual clothing store with no end in sight. After he placed Lana gently on the ground, he still pretended not to know that Lana had woken up. Said to Lana intentionally, "Sister Na, I'll go find some clothes for you first. Just lie down here." As long as Sun Yu is here, Lana will definitely have no face to wake up, so Sun Yu pretends to leave and gives Lana some alone time. Otherwise Sun Yu thinks she will always pretend to be asleep. Sure enough, as soon as Sun Yu left, Lana stood up with a swoosh. She gritted her teeth teeth in anger as she stared at the door where Sun Yu was leaving, stomped her feet hard, and then began to look for some clothes to put on. By the time Sun Wu reappeared, Lena was fully dressed. "Yo, Sister Na, you're already awake." Sun Yu pretended to be surprised and smiled. Lena came over and gave Sun Yu a stern look, then raised her foot and stepped on it. Sun Yu, who was in pain, immediately bared his teeth and grinned. "Sister Na, you will avenge your kindness. You are murdering your relative cousin. If you talk nonsense again, be careful, I will tear your mouth." For some reason, Lena has a little impression of what happened after her ape transformation. As a Saiyan of the fighting race, she should not care about her appearance, but for some reason, she is very reluctant to use the giant ape in her heart. Facing Sun Yu with a posture, "She is really ugly like that." Lena is in a mess at the moment. She is worried that Sun Yu will think she is a monster. Even though everyone is Saiyan, the girl will always hope that she will always be the most beautiful. The two were flying in the sky one after the other, and Sun Yu was still holding Ak, who was so angry. It must be a scourge to keep this thing, but he felt it was a pity to kill it, so Sun Yu planned to take it back and talk about it. After flying out of the battlefield of Dongdu department store, Sun Yu accidentally saw Brives and Bulma, who were stopped by the Dongdu police outside the cordon, and a large group of reporters behind them. Sun Yu greeted Lena to land on the ground together, and the police in Dongdu immediately recognized Sun Yu and Lena, who were the heroes who defeated the robbers of Dongdu Bank. Seeing Sun Yu and Lena come forward, the little policeman from the eastern capital immediately ran over, full of smiles, and said, "Two heroes, have you dealt with the monster inside?" Sun Wu nodded noncommittally, then walked over to Brives and Bulma, ignoring a few cops. "Brother Sun Yu." Bulma jumped into Sun Yu's arms. Sun Yu picked up Bulma, touched her hair, smiled and said, "Bulma, doctor, the matter inside has been resolved. Let you worry." Chapter 36 _ The strongest in history. Dr. Brives had a light smile on his face. He put his hands in his white coat, shrugged and said, "Mr. Sun will be fine. I think you and Miss Lan must be hungry. I booked a deluxe private room at Dongdu Hotel." Hearing that someone was taking care of the meal, Sun Yu and Lana's stomachs cooperated to make a gurgling sound, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, those Dongdu police officers moved weakly to Sun Yu's side, rubbed their hands together and asked, "First, sir, can you reveal the information over there? We got the news that there are big monsters wreaking havoc. Did you bring down the monsters?" As soon as the Dongdu police asked the question, the reporters around him were all armed, and all kinds of camera microphones were aimed at Sun Yu. This kind of battle really made Sun Yu a little overwhelmed. "Forget it," Sun Yu snorted. "After all, when it comes to monsters, he is one of them, so you don't have to worry about it. The monster problem has been solved." "Mr. Sun, I'm a reporter from the Dongdu Blue Sky newspaper. How did you defeat that monster?" "Of course, I'm not questioning your strength, but that monster looks taller than a building." Suddenly a reporter asked a question, and everyone nodded, saying they wanted to know. Without waiting for Sun Yu's answer, Bulma in his arms hugged Sun Yu's neck proudly and said sweetly, "HMPH, what is a monster? My brother Sun Yu is the strongest person in history. The strongest ever." The reporters quickly wrote down these words in their notebook, and then frantically asked the questions in their heart. "Mr. Sun, where did you learn your martial art? Mr. Sun, how old are you now? Mr. Sun, is that your girlfriend behind you?" Questions like this, the overly enthusiastic reporters, made Sun Yu's head very big, and Lan Na's already rosy cheeks were even more heartbroken after hearing someone asked about her relationship with Sun Yu, and she occasionally took a sneak peek. Sun Yu's reaction, but Sun Yu didn't seem to have any reaction, which made Lena very angry. Dr. Bribe saw that Sun Yu was not good at dealing with such a situation, so he moved in front of Sun Yu and stopped the reporters to help Sun Yu. "Everyone, after Mr. Sun Yu and Miss Lena hit the monster, they are already very tired and they need to rest. We will hold a press conference for the relevant information on this matter. In addition, I will announce on behalf of the company that we will buy Dongdu department store and the surrounding area for build a new science and technology park. And this science and technology park will have an iconic building. We will name it Lanyu Building." Quote, because of the relationship between Sun Yu, Lena and Ek, the Dongdu department store was almost in ruin, so when Sun Yu heard that Dr. Brives bought this piece of land, his heart warmed and he whispered to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor." Brives turned to his side and replied in a low voice, "You're welcome. I also plan to expand the new company anyway, although I originally planned to go to the western capital." Haha. Sun Yu laughed dryly. He was no stranger to the fact that he interfered with the original plot of Dragon Ball World. After finally dismissing the reporters, Brives took Sun Yu and the others to the Dongdu hotel. As for Ek, who was still breathing, it was estimated that he would not die in a while, so Sun Yu simply threw him away. When they got to the trunk of the plane, they went back to feed him fairy beans to heal his wounds after they finished eating. Sun Yu looked at X lying in the trunk, and in order to prevent himself from forgetting him gorgeously, he instructed Lana, "Sister Na, remember to remind me after dinner. Our plane's back up, there's a half-dead man in the box." Lana nodded in deep thought, squatted down and looked looked at Bulma cautiously, and said, "Sister Bulma, remember to remind me to remind Sun Yu after dinner that there are still people in the trunk of our plane." After listening to this, Bulma lowered her head and pondered for a while, and soon her little head raised, her lovely big eyes opened, and she said to Sun Yu in a milky voice, "Brother Sun Yu, remember to remind me to go after dinner later. Remind Sister Lena to remind you that we still have someone in the trunk of the plane." Quote, PFF. When Bulma finished saying this, X's body twitched suddenly, his wolf eyes turned upward, and he had an unlovable expression. "Do it on purpose, you guys. Hey, I hope God will bless you." Sun Yu slammed the trunk door shut and said earnestly, in the next few hours, it was the nightmare time for the chefs of Dongdu Hotel. After a full meal, Sun Yu roughly explained to Lena that he could become a monkey at will. In Sun Yu's opinion, ape is a skill second only to being a Super Saiyan, so he hoped Lena can be the same as herself, but she was rejected righteously. Lena expressed the hope that her tail would never grow out through Dragon Ball. Although Sun Yu didn't understand Lena's thought, he still told Lena that the gods had a way to seal the Saiyan's tail. Then Lena immediately set off to look for the gods in Kalen Holy Land, and before leaving, she scolded Sun Yu, "You deadwood." After being scolded inexplicably by Lena, Sun Yu felt very depressed. After returning home, he released X in the trunk and used fairy beans to save him. Perhaps it was because of the copying of Sun Yu's gene segment. X's strength increased slightly after he was rescued. When he saw Sun Yu at first glance, he wanted to take revenge. Then, Sun Yu, who was in an unhappy mood, punched the ground looking for teeth with flame, and he was paralyzed. Really a qualified wolf meat sandbag. After resuscitating with fairy bean, X expressed his dissatisfaction, and then went to Sun Yu to fight one-on-one. In the end, he was beaten by Sun Yu and knelt on the ground and shouted, "Dad, I was wrong," 1,000 times before Sun Yu stopped. Sun Yu was very satisfied with X's attitude of admitting his mistake, and said that he was devoted to all kinds of dissatisfaction, so he beat X again. X was about to cry, "I'm so soft, why are you still beating me?" Sun Yu shrugged helplessly and said, "You've already called me Dad. Does Dad need a reason to beat his son? It seems that you haven't made up your mind to be my son." And then another beating. During the chat with X, Sun Yu learned something that made him laugh and cry. Maybe the future classmate Kling is going to be a bachelor, because X said before that someone called him a beast and killed him. That person is Dr. Gallo. Dr. Gero's accidental death directly caused the android number 17 and the android number 18 to disappear, including Sharu. Without the android number 18, whether Keelan can successfully leave the group, Sun Yu will not be able to. And no. After a long period of time, the lives of Sun Yu and Lena returned to peace. Dr. Breves developed a 300-fold gravity training room, and Sun Yu and Lena threw themselves into a new round of training, until a spaceship landed on Baozi Mountain a year later. Chapter 37 _ Who is coming? Year later, I-740. Brave House. Mr. Sun, I just received an image from our company's satellite. A spacecraft of unknown origin is flying towards our Earth. It is expected to arrive in 2 hours. Dr. Brives handed over a tablet-like device. In front of Sun Wu, Lena and Bulma also turned their heads and looked at the screen of the tablet. Ak, who had become a bodyguard of Brave, also moved over to express curiosity, only to see a single cabin sailing in the universe displayed on the screen. The spaceship is exactly the same as the one Sun Yu Lena took when she came to Earth. Saiyan. Sun Yu and Lena acclaimed at the same time. They looked at each other and then fell silent. They wanted to estimate the combat effectiveness of the Comer by sensing each other's aura, but no matter how hard they tried, they would get nothing. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak, Bulma asked curiously, "Is this person from brother Sun Yu and sister Lena's clan? Did he come to pick you up?" Sun Yu touched Bulma's head with a smile, and said softly, "It should be from our clan, but it's unclear what he's doing for now. Who will come?" Sun Yu thought hard in his mind. The time when Sun Wukong came to Earth in the original book was IG 743, so Sun Yu felt that it was unlikely that this person was Sun Wukong. Could it be Vegeta? But if it's Vegeta, the 2-year-old Vegeta is estimated to have a combat power of 2000. There is no reason why Sun Yu and Lena can't sense his breath. After thinking about it, Sun Yu didn't have a clue, so he decided to go out and have a look. "Sister Na, let go and have a look." Sun Yu was very confident at the moment. With their current fighting power, apart from Frieza, there is not much in the entire universe. People can threaten them. That's right. This year, Sun Yu's combat power has been on par with Lena's, and both of them have reached 300,000 combat power. Although Lena's combat power was caught up by Sun Yu and went crazy for a while, the foundation of martial arts that Sun Yu has laid this year has begun to play a role. This year, Sun Yu's martial art knowledge has been completed, and his combat power has improved by leaps and bounds. The time he spends on training is only half of Lena's, but his combat power has faintly surpassed Lena's momentum. For this reason, Lena almost couldn't bear it. Live and run to the House of Spirit and Time. 300,000 combat power. 3 million after the giant ape. Unless Frieza transforms into his final form, he is not necessarily momentarily Sun Yu's opponent. HMPH. Go by yourself. I have to practice in the afternoon. Lena refused decisively. She could not accept the fact that Sun Yu was already stronger than her. I said, Sister Na, you need to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. If you always force yourself to practice, your body will not be able to bear it. Sun Yu said to Lena with a slight smile. It's up to you. Lena blushed, turned around and ran to the gravity training room. Sun Yu looked at Lena's back, shook his head gently, and then turned to ask Bulma, who was leaning beside him. Bulma, are you going? Hearing that Sun Yu was going to take her out, Bulma happily slapped Sun Yu's face and said, okay, Bulma wants to go out to play. Sun Yu smiled, and Bride gave Boomer an angry look. You know how to play. Mr. Sun, Boomer will take care of you. And if I'm here, don't worry about it. Sun Yu waved to Dr. Bride. I mean, Dad, you're so long-winded, Boomer said, and made a face at Dr. Bride. After deciding to go out and have a look, Sun Yu picked up Bulma and flew high into the sky, quietly waiting for the arrival of the spaceship. 2 hours passed in a flash. Sun Yu and Bulma looked at the sky, and a ball of fire appeared in their field of vision. Brother Sun Yu, look at the spaceship over there, Bulma said excitedly, pointing to the location where the fireball appeared. Come on, let go and see. Sun Yu protected Bulma in his arm, and then followed closely the trajectory of the fire in the sky. This spaceship swept across the sky like a meteor, and finally flew to a mountain range that Sun Yu was more familiar with, Baozi Mountain. Is it really the Monkey King? Sun Yu's mind is a little confused. If it is really the Monkey King, then it can explain why he can't feel his combat power. The baby's son Wukong's combat power is only too difficult. The place where the spacecraft finally fell was in a canyon in Baozi Mountain, and Sun Yu landed on the ground with Bulma in his arm. Bulma, you stand here and don't run around. Brother, go down and pick up that spaceship. Because of the huge crater that the spaceship smashed when it landed, Sun Yu planned to get the spaceship to the ground first. After flying down, Sun Wu looks in through the transparent window, and inside the spaceship is a baby with a distinctive hairstyle crying. There is only one person in the world with this hairstyle, the lower-level warrior, the Saiyan Kakarot, also called Sun Wukong. It's really you. Hey, the plot of the dragon race is all messed up. What's wrong with you coming to Earth so early? Sun Yu sighed. The butterfly effect he caused has already started, and I really don't know if it will happen in the future. What kind of accident happened? Sun Yu took the spaceship out of the big pit and put the back on the flat ground beside Bulma. The hatch opened, and Bulma stared at the baby inside with wide eyes, and sighed in his mouth. Wow, so cute. Oh baby, this is the scene where the world's Bulma and Sun Wukong meet for the first time. Baby, he's not as cute as you. Sun Yu thought silently in his heart, and suddenly the spaceship made a strange zzzz sound, projecting a holographic projection of a middle-aged man with a red head in a cape. This is King Vegeta. Sun Yu looked at the holographic projection of King Vegeta with a puzzled stomach. Bulma seemed to be afraid of King Vegeta's eyes and hid behind Sun Yu. Soon, King Vegeta in the holographic projection said in Saiyan language, my clansmen scattered on the edge of the galaxy, now I need your strength. Immediately stop the mission of invading the Earth, and come to planet Vegeta to report, otherwise if you do, you will bear my wrath. Brother Sun Yu, what is this person babbling about? Bulma couldn't understand the Saiyan language, so he asked Sun Yu curiously. Sun Yu smiled helplessly. Don't worry about him, a fool is just talking to himself. Sun Yu got the following information from a few words of King Vegeta. First of all, King Vegeta knew that he and Lena came to the Earth, but he thought he came to invade the Earth. Secondly, King Vegeta is in great need of manpower right now, and it is almost certain that he has begun to plan a rebellion against Frieza. In the end, he sent Sun Wukong over in advance, probably to pass a message, and let Sun Wukong take over the task of invading the Earth. Just as Sun Yu was thinking about how to deal with this matter, a loud voice came from a distance. Hey, is that Sun Xiaoyu in front? There are a lot of original entanglement parties that spray me, saying that I don't even understand the most basic timeline of the original work. The author knows that Sun Wukong was sent to Earth by Bardock before the explosion of Star Vegeta, but the entanglement parties, you pay attention to the plot of this book. King Vegeta is conspiring to rebel. He wants to gather all the effective power, plus the protagonist has no communicator. All King Vegeta recalls the two protagonists in this way. This is also the author's consideration. The plot will not be set until the later stage. Please do not pray if the original entanglement party does not like it. Chapter 38 _ A name that hurt. The person who came was an old man with a white beard and a vest with a yellow circle pattern. It was Grandpa Sun Gohan. Grandpa Gohan. Sun Yu beckoned to Grandpa Sun Gohan, but he was not surprised by the appearance of Sun Gohan. Xiaoyu Sun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Where is Miss Lena? Grandpa Sun Wufan looked around. His eyes fell on the baby in the spaceship, only to see that the baby was the same as Sun Yu, with a long hair tail. Xiaoyu Sun, this little doll won't belong to you and Miss Lena. That's not it. Without waiting for Sun Yu's explanation, Bulma stuck out her little head from behind Sun Yu, looked at Grandpa Sun Wufan angrily and said, you rude old man. Sun Yu smiled and touched Bulma's head, and briefly explained the baby's situation to Grandpa Sun Wuhan, but he did not expose that he was here to destroy the earth. It turns out that this child is from Sun Xiaoyu's clan. His parents must have a last resort reason to abandon him. Grandpa Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wukong lovingly, and then stretched out his hand to hug him. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong, who had been crying all the time, suddenly looked cold, and suddenly bounced his head and hit Grandpa Gohan. The defenseless Monkey King was hit by Sun Wukong and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong rushed towards Bulma with all fours on the ground, looking very scary. Wow, brother Sun Yu, this baby is so scary. Seeing the appearance of Sun Wukong, Bulma slammed into Sun Yu's arms. Sun Yu looked at the ferocious Monkey King angrily, and suddenly raised his foot and kicked him flying. You kid, be honest with me. Unexpectedly, he kicked Sun Wukong down the hillside without being light or heavy. Xiaoyu son, why are you losing your temper with a child? Grandpa Sun Wufan ran down the hill in distress, and after a while he climbed up with the bloodied Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who broke his head, suddenly seemed to be a different person, lying quietly in Sun Wufan's arms, looking at it with tears in his eyes, making people feel distressed. Damn it, I remember it. In the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong was a little bully when he was a child, but he fell off a cliff and cracked his head once before his personality changed. How come I kicked him down the hill now? Sun Yu thought in his heart. Anyway, he will fall like this sooner or later. There should be no difference between the one who fell by himself and the one who was kicked by Sun Yu. Thinking of it this way, Sun Wu feels a lot less guilty. Poor child, with such a big wound on the head. What should I do if something happened? Grandpa Sun Wufan's face was full of worry. Grandpa Gohan, don't worry. The old man, Saiyans are not so easy to die. Without waiting for Grandpa Sun Gohan to react, he grabbed Sun Wukong in his arms, took out a fairy bean and crushed it. Put it into Sun Wukong's mouth. Dear, just eat it. Gouda. Sun Wukong obediently swallowed the fairy bean that Sun Yu had stuffed into him. The wound on his head healed instantly, and he became more energetic. He looked at Sun Yu and Grandpa Gohan with wide eyes. Sun Xiaoyu, is this the fairy bean that your teacher said? Sun Wufan looked at all this in surprise and asked in shock. That's right, why do you want to eat it too? Sun Yu took out another fairy bean and handed it to Grandpa Sun Wufan. No. Grandpa Sun Wufan declined. This kind of panacea is precious, so don't waste it at will. It's alright, I still have some stock, maybe tens of thousands. Sun Yu said casually. Tens of thousands. Sun Wufan's eyes widened, his face incredulous. Afterwards, Sun Wufan invited Sun Yu and Bulma to go to his hut to sit together, and watched the scene of Grandpa Sun Wufan taking care of Sun Wukong. Sun Yu felt sighed in his heart, a little lonely, so the appearance of Sun Wukong made him feel a touch of the warmth of home. Sun Gohan makes a simple crib, paper diaper, and even a feeding bottle on the spot like magic. Hey, how much do you love children? Seeing that your technique is so sophisticated, Sun Yu groaned in his heart. Sun Xiaoyu, dare to ask if this child has a name? Grandpa Sun Wufan said while hugging Sun Wukong. Sun Yu shook his head lightly and said, not yet. Why don't Grandpa give him a name? If Sun Wufan was given a name, he would definitely not run away for Sun Wukong. After all, it was like this in the original book, and Sun Yu had no doubts about it. Also, I think this child has a relationship with me. We are both surnamed Sun, so we will call him. Sun Yu nodded, holding Bulma quietly waiting for the familiar name to come out. Let's just call him Sun Datu. Well, very good. Wait, Sun Yu suddenly froze, turned his head mechanically and asked, what's it called? Brother Sun Yu. Grandpa Gohan said he called this little baby Sun Datu. Bulma's voice sounded crisply. No, wait a minute, what's your name? Sun Yu looked at Grandpa Sun Wufan blankly. His expression seemed to say, you're not kidding me. Sun Datu. Grandpa Sun Wufan said with a serious face, and he held up the Sun Wukong in his hand and put his head on his face for comparison. Look at how big this little doll's head is. Be smart in the future. Sun Yu slapped his face, his waterfall sweat. You are kidding me. You are kidding me. The originals are all lies. I said, Grandpa Sun Wuhan, if you think about giving him a more serious name, Sun Datu is a bit too dirty. Sun Yu tried hard to persuade Grandpa Gohan to prevent Sun Wukong from becoming a grandson grandpa. No. Grandpa Sun Wufan immediately waved his hand and said cautiously, the little baby has a cheap name to support him, so that's it. Goku. Yo Kakarot. Brother, I tried my best. Who let you have such an unreliable grandpa? As long as Sun Yu thinks that when Sun Wukong introduces himself in various formal occasions in the future, he will announce his name Datu Sun. This picture is too beautiful. I dare not look at it. Haha, big head. Give Grandpa a kiss. Grandpa Sun Wufan hugged Sun Wukong. No, he should be called Sun Datu, and he was very happy all over the room. Grandpa Gohan, or Sun Wu. Take Sun Datu back to raise me. Sister Na should be very happy to see the new clan. Sun Yu was worried on the one hand. In the future, Sun Wukong will see the full moon turn into a giant ape, thus trampling Grandpa Sun Wuhan to death. On the other hand, I also hope to give Sun Wukong the best cultivation environment. After all, everyone is a Saiyan. After listening to Sun Yu's word, Grandpa Sun Wufan's eyes were a little lost. He pondered for a while and said firmly, Sun Xiaoyu, although you and he are clansmen, the old man still dared to refuse your request. After all, you and Miss Lena are still the same. Too young to take care of children. Brother Sun Yu, I don't want this fierce little baby to come to my house either. I don't like him. Bulma rarely objected to Sun Yu's opinion. P.S. Monkey King's nickname is just a joke. It won't appear later, so readers don't need to worry. After all, Kongshin is also the author's childhood idol. Chapter 39 Vegeta Star. Don't worry Sun Xiaoyu. Although the old man's martial arts is not as good as Sun Xiaoyu, but I will pass on what I have learned in my life to the big head of our family. Now I have even thought about his martial arts name. Let him inherit my mantle and take it. The word Wukong. Grandpa Sun Wufan said in high spirit, as if he was 100 years younger. By the way, Grandpa Sun Wufan, like Turtle Immortal, is an old birthday star, and he is more than 200 years old. Sun Daytu. The word Wukong. Well, at least it's still a little bit of the original plot. Sun Yu smiled helplessly and agreed to Sun Gohan's request. Although as long as Sun Yu releases a little bit of his own imposing coercion, Grandpa Sun Wuhan can feel the gap between them. I believe that Grandpa Gohan will reluctantly give up his love to Sun Yu for the future of Sun Wukong. But a lot of things can't just look at the level of combat effectiveness. Sun Yu respects the martial artist in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, their martial art concept of Guixian has laid a solid martial arts foundation for Sun Wukong, which has paved the way for his future takeoff. This point Sun Yu as himself can't give Sun Wukong. Alright then, Grandpa Gohan, he will leave the big head to you to take care of. I will bring Sister Na to visit him often in the future. Sun Yu winked at Bulma. Before leaving, he suddenly thought of something and said, I remember one thing, Grandpa Gohan, I have to cut off Goku's tail, because when we Saiyans see the full moon, we will turn into raging gorillas. But as long as we cut off the tail, it will be fine. After saying that, Sun Yu pulled out Sun Wukong's tail. The tail grows very fast. Grandpa Gohan, you have to pay more attention to yourself. For the safety of Grandpa Gohan, Sun Yu had to remind him. It's unbelievable that there is such a thing. Grandpa Sun Gohan was only slightly surprised, but he accepted it quickly, and he would not change his opinion of Saiyans because of this. It is the mind of a martial artist. Saying goodbye to Grandpa Sun Wuhan, Sun Yu took Bulma back to the place where the spaceship landed. Sun Yu intends to bring the spaceship back to the Brives family. After all, the Saiyan family is facing a crisis, and he feels that he must do something. Then Sun Yu went to the uninhabited suburbs in the southern part of Dongdu, and found the spaceship he and Lena were riding together 2 years ago. In this way, Sun Yu returned to the Brives house with a single cabin spaceship in one hand. Lena was still in the gravity training room. Sun Yu went to Lena to explain the situation. After Lena learned about King Vegeta's conspiracy, she rarely showed a worried look. For nothing else, she was very worried about the future Vegeta's parent. Kyle, I want to go back and have a look. I don't know how my parents are doing now. Lena seemed to be very worried and hesitated. That's what I mean too, Sun Yu said with a smile. The two told the Brives and his wife about the itinerary. After they learned that the two were going on a long interstellar journey, they enthusiastically prepared a lot of Earth food for Sun Yu and Lena, and then put them in the universal capsule. Let them take it. As for Ek, who is now living at the Brives house and waiting to die, Sun Yu was a little worried about leaving him on Earth, but later he gradually discovered that his nature is not bad, and he has no ambition. Especially when Brives bought him a Western-style steakhouse so that he could eat whatever he wanted. X immediately regarded Brives as a parent, and he almost squatted down and wagged his tail. The thief is easy to feed. This really reassured Sun Yu a lot. The day of departure is getting closer, and parting is always sad. Little Lolita Bulma cried to death. She just made Sun Yu make all kinds of poisonous oaths and promises to come back. Otherwise, even if she built a spaceship herself, she would have to go to space to find it. Sun Yu has no doubts about this. After all, this is the queen of technology who can even create foul items like time-space shuttles in the future. In this way, Sun Yu and Lena lied in the spaceship, slowly lifted off under the watchful eyes of the Brives family, and finally pressed the button of the aircraft to lock the voyage and target Vegeta. Watching the Earth under his feet gradually shrink into a blue planet, Sun Yu couldn't help recalling the situation when he just landed on the Earth. At that time, he and Lena were squeezed in the same spaceship. At that time, I was still very weak and had almost no ability to protect myself, but now it is different. Sun Yu and Lena's fighting power is already at the upper level of the entire universe pyramid. Don't look at a strong man like Frieza, but considering the overall level of the universe, Sun Yu's current strength has few opponents, plus he still has Shakers, 2 trump cards of Giant 8. Even if you really encounter a powerful powerhouse, you can deal with it. After sailing in the universe for a year, I finally saw the dark red planet Vegeta. This planet was formerly known as the Plant Planet. It turned out that there were still a group of plant people with short bodies but high intelligence. But with the advancement moment of history. The planters were wiped out by the Saiyans and took the technology of their planters for themselves. Later, the ruler of the Saiyans, King Vegeta, named the planet after the planet Vegeta and became the base camp of the Saiyans. During the process of landing, Sun Yu and Lena could see other spaceships flying back to Vegeta from time to time. Like them, they returned more and left less. It seems that King Bei really implemented a tightening policy. Secretly assemble an army in an attempt to rebel against Frieza's rule. Sun Yu just wants to say one thing: you are courting death yourself and don't bring all the Saiyan. After landing at the spaceport, Lena hurriedly got out, breathing the air of the mother star, and the energy in her body leaped for a moment. Hey, Sister Na, you can suppress your combat power. Sun Yu hurriedly reminded that both of them had a combat power of 300,000. If they appeared on Star Vegeta so struttingly, this would be the same as jumping directly to the. There was no difference between Frieza and him saying, hey, grandson, come and hurt each other. Because the entire Star Vegeta is under Frieza's surveillance, Sun Yu and Lena can naturally be careful before they have the ability to confront him. Well, listen to you, I have suppressed the combat power to 2000. Lena stuck out her tongue and said to Sun Yu, because Sun Yu is younger than Lena, and because he is a lower level warrior, his combat power needs to be suppressed even lower, only 1200. The two walked out of the spaceport on foot, and the Star Vegeta was crowded with people. In addition to the Saiyans, many cosmic people could be seen, and some of them were sent from the Frieza Legion. Most of them were arranged by Frieza in Bebe, Gita's eyeliner. There are also people from other star systems with which Star Vegeta has business ties. Sun Yu's follower, Lana, walks on familiar and unfamiliar street because in his memory these places are his hometowns where he was born and raised, and the strangeness is naturally because Sun Yu is actually a traveler. He is a big girl on a sedan chair when he comes to Star Vegeta today. This is the first time. Chapter 40_Homecoming, Oz.com. In Sun Yu's memory, he lived in Lana's house when he was a child. His uncle and aunt, that is, Lana's parent, were two middle-level warriors who had experienced many battles. Have a prestige. Lana's father, Ali, was the captain of a mid-level team. Lana's mother is called Hill. She is a beautiful Saiyan woman and also belongs to Uncle Ali's team. She has a hot personality and is no worse than other men in the team. It used to be a delicate blood rose on the battlefield, and now it is. And now, thanks to the special genes of the Saiyans of the fighting nation, the appearance of Saiyans in adulthood will not change with time. So hope even though Aunt is nearly 40 years old, she is still magnificent. Even if she walked down the street side by side with Lana, others will only think that they are two sisters. Traveling through the residential area of the middle-rise building, Lana looked very happy. The residential area has a wide street, and there are various snack bars and small shops on both sides of the street. Although the Saiyans of Star Vegeta use the universe high-tech equipment, but because of their own intelligence, many stores can't play those high-tech products, which directly leads to the intertwining of high-tech and strong postmodernism, and there is no point violation. To put it simply, it is a man who drives a Ferrari and pushes a mobile oil tank to buy sweet potatoes on the street. The contrasting and cute Sun Yu does not want it. After finally returning to Lana's house, Sun Yu seemed a little nervous. He didn't know how to face the two adults who raised him, although they seemed to be about the same age as him. Because of the status of Lana's parent, their home is much more luxurious than the nearby residential area. It is a small villa with a single door and a single courtyard, but at this time the villa door is wide open, and many people are still standing at the door watching. What going on? Kyle, let's go over and see. Why are there so many people standing in front of our house? Lana felt a little unusual, and she took Sun Yu and walked quickly to her house. Sun Yu followed silently. Lana walked to the crowd and asked, Uncle, listen, why are you all standing at my door? What happened? Lana pulled away a burly man who was blocking her way, and asked suspiciously when she saw that this person was her neighbor. The uncle named Listen saw Lana, was slightly surprised for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, and said with some pity in his tone, Ah, it's Miss Lana, I haven't seen you for a few years. You still haven't seen him. Do you know about this? After listening to this person's word, Lana's heart throbbed suddenly, and she replied embarrassingly, What do you know? Please tell me clearly. Don't worry, Miss Lana. Something happened to your family in the past few years that you were away. Not long ago, your father's team was almost wiped out during a mission, and only a few people escaped with serious injuries. Quote, what? Lana's eyes widened in disbelief. Although it is not unusual for a Saiyan to be injured and die during a mission, it is Lana's biological father after all. You hear such news. How to calm her down? I'm going in. Get out of the way. Lana was so upset at the moment that she was about to push the crowd away and rush in, but was stopped by Uncle Listen. Hey, Miss Lana, you'd better not go back. Let go. Uncle Listen stopped in front of Lana and discouraged, Get out of the way. Lana's eyes turned cold. If she hadn't seen her neighbors for many years, she really wanted to punch the person in front of her. Sun Yu, who was silent on the side, put his hand on Lana's shoulder, and said softly, Sister Na, don't get angry. Listen to this. Uncle Listen. Listen. Reason? I don't think he will stop you for no reason. Haha, you're right. You're Kyle. I haven't seen you for a few years. I feel like you've grown up a lot. Uncle Listen laughed, but when he met Lana's about eating eyes, he stopped immediately. With a serious smile, he said, that's right, Miss Lana doesn't have to worry about your parents' safety at the moment. Your mother didn't take part in that mission, so she is safe now. Although your father was seriously injured, you also know our medical technology developed. Your father has almost recovered. Then what's the situation? Lana finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that her parents were all right, and asked around. Uncle Listen sighed heavily and said with a bit of regret, because your father's team has already died in name. The Frieza Legion has allocated the remaining combat power of your father's original battle to other teams. This is not your father's current battle. I already belong to a team called EPUB. Speaking of this, Uncle Listen suddenly leaned down and whispered to Lana and Sun Yu, I heard people say that this team is Frieza's diehard, and they are going to perform a very dangerous mission for Frieza this time. Now they want to take your parents to be frontline cannon fodder, so hurry up and leave. If they see you two little guys, they will definitely be forcibly recruited by him in the name of their family members, and then sent to be cannon fodder together. After listening to Uncle Listen's explanation, Lana's mouth twitched into a sneer. This smile made the burly uncle in front of him shiver all over. Sun Yu knew that Lana was really angry now, and it was estimated that someone was going to be unlucky. Lana raised her hand, pushed Uncle Listen away from her, and strode towards her courtyard. Hey, Miss Lana, you really can't go in. Uncle Listen shouted from behind. Sun Yu followed behind Lana, walked to Uncle Listen's side, patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, Uncle Listen, what you should be worried about is that thunder or something. Team. Before Listen could say anything, Lana had already entered the courtyard of her house. Two people suddenly appeared in the courtyard. They looked like members of the EPUB team. They wanted to stop Lana and did not want her to enter, but the result was not yet. After a face-to-face encounter, Lana slapped her away and fainted on the spot. When Lana reappeared at the door of her familiar house, she saw a mess in the house. In the huge living room of the house, the tables, chairs and benches were smashed. Lana walked in with a gloomy face, and Sun Yu was also there, followed by. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a muscular man in a cape and soft armor. He was holding a wounded man in one hand. In Sun Yu's memory, this man was his Uncle Ollie, and his Aunt Hill was being held at gunpoint, as if she would be shot at once if she dared to move. Chapter 41_Ignorant Imp. Father, Mother. Seeing that her parents were hurt, Lana immediately became furious. Her breath was unstable and she almost ran away. Lana. Uncle Ollie, who was carried by the muscular man, saw his daughter come back, with mixed joy and sorrow. The joy is that he can finally see his daughter come back safely. His heart is full of relief, but the worry is that the current situation is not a good time for parents to reunite. The son was also sent to be cannon fodder together, so he struggled and shouted to Lana, Lana, be obedient, go quickly, leave us alone. Yo, where's the chick? The muscular man turned his head to look at Lana up and down, then turned to look at Ollie and Hill, and asked with a wicked smile, she's your daughter. She's so innocent. You dare to touch my daughter and try. Aunt Hill saw the muscular man's expression and immediately stepped forward, but the man with the gun next to him raised the gun in his hand and said threateningly, take another step and try. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Lana was so angry that she was about to start. When Sun Yu walked in, he stopped Lana and said in a low voice, Sister Na, suppress the fighting power, and leave it to me to deal with a few scumbags. It's easy for you to expose a real combat power. Quote, after all, this group of people is Frieza's die-hard. If Lana is to teach a few people a lesson, at least her own true combat power will be exposed. Once Frieza is made aware of Lana's 300,000 combat power, she will definitely as the first candidate for Super Saiyan. She personally came to cut the weed. Although Lana was acting in a spirit, she listened to Sun Yu's words very much. Sun Yu asked her to control her breath. She immediately took a deep breath and calmed down. Then she pointed at the people in front and said, I want them all to die. Okay, listen to you. Sun Yu nodded. Even if Lana didn't say anything, he would definitely not let these people go. He was loyal to Frieza. These people are already in Sun Yu's eyes. Dead. Are you? Kyle. Ollie and Hill looked at Sun Yu walking in the courtyard in disbelief. Their impression was that the obedient little kid in them was not like this. Hi, Uncle Ollie. Aunt Hill, how are you? Sun Yu pretended to be very familiar to greet the second old man, but Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill turned dark. Which eye did you see us? Does it look good now? Kyle, hurry up and go with Lana. They are not something you can handle. Uncle Ollie's eyes narrowed. He had already tried desperately to stop the muscular men so as to create opportunities for Sun Yu and Lana to escape. Unexpectedly, Sun Yu waved his hand lightly. It's okay, Uncle Ollie. Don't worry. I haven't paid attention to these people yet. Ha ha ha. Little devil, do you know what you're talking about? Several other people in the field wanted to look at Sun Yu like an idiot, and the muscular man at the head poked the combat power detector on his eyes. Soon the combat power detector made a few crisp sounds, and then a few numbers jumped out. The combat combat power was 1200. Haha, I think how powerful he is, but he has only 1200 combat power, which is really a disappointment. The muscular man pointed at Sun Yu and laughed loudly. Hehe, but speaking of it, it's not bad that such a brat has a combat power of 1200. Boss Railton, why don't you give this boy a chance and let him be loyal to our Lepu team? The person on the side said. When he said the two words, loyalty, his tone was extremely strange, causing everyone to laugh. When Ollie and Hill and his wife heard that Sun Yu's combat power had reached 1200, they couldn't help but feel a little joy in their heart. Little Kyle seemed to have grown a lot after not seeing him for a few years. If they gave him a little time to grow, maybe they could surpass themselves. So they were even more determined to escort Sun Yu and Lana away. Boy, did you hear it? To tell you the truth, this uncle has a combat power of 4800. He will join us in Lepu's battle when he is sensible, and the chick over there, too, and he will suffer less from flesh and blood when he is obedient. This muscle the man is Railton, the captain of the RIP team. Sun Yu shrugged and smiled. Thank you, but I don't think I'm interested in a crap team like you. What did you say? Boy, you have the gut to say it again. Hearing Sun Yu say that their team is a garbage team, several people in the hall immediately blew their beards and stared at them and wanted to go forward to repair Sun Yu. Uncle Ollie's face also darkened, and he secretly scolded Sun Yu for his ignorance of the world. How could he anger everyone in this situation? Doesn't this undoubtedly make him the target of public criticism? He is injured now. Even if he takes the opportunity to attack, Captain Railton may not let Sun Yu escape. After all, he has already provoked public anger. Railton smiled coldly, walked to Sun Yu a few steps, and said in a stern manner, Boy, what did you just say? If you have the ability, you can say it again. Why are you deaf? Sun Yu looked at the muscular man Raiden with contempt, and said word by word, I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that everyone present, all, yes, garbage. Lana's face darkened when she heard it, and she whispered, Hey, Kyle, you're making fun of you. I'm still here. Uncle Ollie is also completely desperate. Once these words are said, these people will never forgive Sun Yu, and they must kill them quickly. Okay, very good. Railton was so angry that all his muscles were shaking, and then he suddenly threw a punch at Sun Yu. The fist was fierce and powerful, and several people on the scene were excited and let out a loud noise. Another cheer. Damn it. Uncle Ollie's heart was ashes. It was too late for him to sneak attack. With such a close distance of the thunderbolt, Sun Yu had no hope of living. Sun Yu felt a little dumbfounded by the muscular man Railton's powerful punch. Through the induction of his breath, he had already determined that this man's combat power was indeed 4800 as he said, but so what? Not to mention the combat power of 4800. Even if Sun Yu has a combat power of 48,000, he will not take it seriously, but everyone has already fought, so Sun Yu naturally cannot be beaten. Gently raising his right hand, he raised an index finger to block the punch. Sun Yu's body was as still as a mountain, and the scene suddenly became quiet. You little brat, what the hell is going on? Railton only felt that he had hit a finger, which was clearly a copper wall and an iron wall. He suddenly took a step back and pressed himself again. Combat power detector. The reading is still 1200. Damn, is my combat power detector broken? Hui, use your combat power detector to see how much combat power this brat has. Railton, the muscular man, said to a small man behind him. Chapter 42_Kill Chickens and Dogs. Hui is the vice captain of the Lepu team. Although he looks small, he is resourceful and has a good fighting ability. He is a brainy figure in the team. After listening to Railton's word, he pressed the combat power detector on his ear, and without any accident, it only detected a combat power of 1200. His combat power is indeed only 1200, but I think he is a bit unusual. Railton, you should put away your mind of underestimating the enemy and be careful. Hui kindly reminded Railton, although he also felt Sun Yu's unusual, but in his eyes, children are just children after all. How can they compare with these outstanding warriors who have experienced many battles? Cut. Railton snorted coldly, as if he was ashamed of Hui's statement. He looked at Sun Yu savagely. Boy, although I don't know what trick you just played, it was only because I didn't do it. Do your best. This time I will give you a taste of life rather than death. After he finished speaking, Raiden's aura suddenly exploded. In his furious state, Sun Yu felt that his combat power had increased slightly. 4852.4923.5000. When his combat power exploded to the extreme, Railton's figure instantly disappeared in place, and everyone present could not track Railton's speed for a while. When Railton appeared in front of Sun Yu, everyone burst into applause. Go on, boss, break his bone. Teach him a good lesson. How dare you look down on us? Railton despised Sun Yu with a victorious attitude. He was full of confidence that Sun Yu was stunned by his sudden appearance, and when he punched out, there were bursts of sounds of breaking through the air. Go to hell, little devil. Let you taste this uncle's strongest blow. Facing Railton's full-strength punch of 5000 combat power, Sun Yu tilted his body slightly, as if he had been standing there for too long, so he moved a little bit, just a little bit of of displacement. He escaped Realton's mortal blow by a ghost, and everyone's eyes were stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. It was a coincidence. It was Captain Realton's intention. Or, at the moment when everyone was done, Sun Yu raised his right hand and touched Raiden's chest like a dragonfly. Sun Yu comprehends the mood of fast and slow. Before everyone could react, Raiden's tall and burly muscular body shuddered violently, spewing a mouthful of blood, and fell on his back involuntarily, and a bang shook the ground into dust. Captain. Everyone present was like a dream. They really couldn't understand what was happening in front of them. A burly man with a combat power of 5,000 was slapped to death by a skinny child with a combat power of only 1,200. Uncle Ali looked at Sun Yu, who still had a harmless smile on his face, and at Lena, who was leaning leisurely at the door. A thought suddenly appeared in his heart, a crazy and bold thought. Could it be that Kyle actually hides his strength? How did he do it? Uncle Ali can think that Vice Captain Puyi can also. He looked solemn, didn't even look at Realton's body, and ordered to the rest of the team, "You two watch Ali and Hill. The rest come on with the others and take this kid down for me." Yes. As soon as Raiden died, Puyi was naturally the most powerful person in the team. They showed no mercy to the deceased, like throwing away a pile of rotten meat without even looking at it. After a while, the remaining few obeyed Puyi's order and surrounded Sun Yu. Sun Yu stood there calmly, and glanced at the few Saiyans around him. With a thought, the breaths of several people were at a glance. The combat power was 3,700, 2,670, 3,021, 3,421. Putting such a fighting force on Star Vegeta, it can already be regarded as a medium power, but it is of no use. Shaking his arms, Sun Yu looked like he was preparing for a big fight. A member of the team at the back rushed out with a cold light in his eyes. The rest of them also moved at the same time, and they cooperated quite well. Sun Yu took a step back with his left foot. He twisted his waist and raised his right elbow when he turned his body. There was no energy fluctuation, as if he was just doing gymnastics. Boom! The smile of the first team member behind to attack instantly froze. Sun Yu's elbow seemed to be slow and unusually slow, but in fact it hit his abdomen like lightning. Sun Yu, who succeeded in the blow, didn't stop at all. He twisted his body and slapped the person next to him. There was already a deep fear in the man's eyes. He wanted to retreat, but Sun Yu's palm had already slapped on him. As chest, PFF, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the team members' eyes were full of daze, and there was no vitality. The battle has only just begun, and two members of the Leipu team have already damaged two people, and they were easily pinched to death like slaughtering chickens and dogs, which magnified the fear in the eyes of the remaining 5 team members to the extreme. Run, run! However, Sun Yu didn't intend to let the other 5 people go. The nearest rep player turned around and wanted to escape. Sun Yu approached quickly and slapped the man behind the back, only to hear a click, and the man stepped under his feet. A soft, heavy hit to the ground without breathing. Sun Yu didn't even look at this person and continued to move forward. This time his target was Puyi, the vice captain of Team Leipu. Wait, I have something to say. Puyi could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him, but his heart was trembling. Undoubtedly, it will follow in the footsteps of Captain Railton. As soon as the voice fell, Puyi's eyes were full of flowers, and suddenly a fist that was almost invisible stopped in front of him, and the fist wind carried by that fist blew his hair violently, and an unimaginable sense of crisis spread to Puyi. He knew that if he spoke slowly just now, he would be dead now. Oh, what the hell are you doing? Let it go. Sun Yu turned his head to look at Puyi, as if you had something to say. I was in a hurry. Little. No, Lord, please don't kill me. Puyi's eyes were full of fear. He even changed his title, trying to show a humble look. Sir, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to offer the Lake team. You will be our captain in the future. Please. Hearing this, Sun Yu withdrew his fist. He looked at Puyi coldly and asked, tell me first, how many people are in your Leipu team? Are they loyal to Frieza, or are they loyal to Bebe, the king, or loyal to the strong? To be more specific, maybe I will consider spare you a horse. After all, Sun Yu came to Star Vegeta this time to save some Saiyan. If the so-called Leipu team is all Frieza's die-hard loyalists, then Sun Yu must be eradicated. If these only loyal to the strong, then Sun Yu has other plans. Chapter 43, 300,000 Combat Rank. When Puyi heard Sun Yu ask about the Leipu team, as if he was being amnesty, he immediately introduced the Leipu team to Sun Yu in detail. Sir, there are more than 30 people in our team, and only a dozen of them are core members. The combat power of these core members is above 2,500. As for those non-core members, speaking of non-core members, Puyi smiled awkwardly at Sun Yu. Needless to say, Sun Yu knew what these so-called non-core members were all about. Just when Railton was alive, he tried to invite Sun Yu. You became their non-core member yet. Waved his hand. Sun Yu motioned Puyi to continue talking. My lord, as for the issue of allegiance, only Railton advocates allegiance to Frieza. You also know that he was the captain before, and we only obey the strong. Puyi answered very cleverly. He put all the responsibility of the Lake team for Frieza on a dead man, and then stated that he was obeying the captain Octan's order. They only loyal to the strong, and the current strong is who? Of course it's Unwoo. Then Sun Yu asked some more detailed information about the team members. Puyi knew everything and said everything. Kyle, you don't really want to accept this Leipu team. Uncle Ali saw that Sun Yu and Puyi were chatting more and more, so he said anxiously. He was worried that Sun Yu would be easily deceived by villains. Why don't you accept it? Sun Yu smiled at Uncle Ali, because Puyi called Sun Yu an adult, and the other members of the Leipu team didn't dare to say what happened to Ali and Hill. But Kyle, this person. Uncle Ali was obviously worried that Sun Yu had contact with people like Puyi, and wanted to continue to persuade Sun Yu to give up this idea. How could Puyi let Ali continue to persuade him like this? He immediately walked up to Uncle Ali flatteringly. Brother Ali, how offended just now. Now we are our own family. Before Puyi could finish speaking, Sun Yu patted Puyi on the shoulder and said solemnly, although I agree to accept the Lake team, it seems that I never promised to spare you. Click. A sound of broken bones sounded. Puyi didn't understand what was going on at all, and collapsed softly. The team members who just thought they had escaped suddenly looked at Sun Yu in horror, not because they didn't want to resist, but because Sun Yu's strength made them lose their fighting spirit. Uncle Oli was also full of cold sweat when he saw the scene. Sun Yu's sudden action was beyond his expectation. He found that he could not see Sun Yu at all. He was obviously young, and he looked like a man with a dazzling smile. Harmful, yet so decisive. Are the rest going to be killed, Uncle Ali? Sun Yu looked at Ali with a self-assured smile. Although Saiyans are bloodthirsty by nature, but they are all expressions of excitement in battle, and Saiyans are not all murderous people. Obviously, Uncle Ali is such a type of person. Forget it. Judging from the information just mentioned by Puyi, the culprit has already been executed, and these people are just following Rielton's orders. Seeing that Uncle Ali had no intention of pursuing it, Sun Yu nodded, put away his murderous aura, and said to a few people, did you hear? You don't have to die for the time being. From now on, I accept your Leipu team. Team Leipu has to change its name, but that's all for the latter. Now, I order you to restore my Uncle Ali's living room to its original state immediately, otherwise. Sun Yu's eyes turned cold, and several people immediately knelt down and showed their loyalty. What's your name? Sun Yu pointed to a team member who was not very old. According to the previous understanding, this person belongs to the non-core personnel, and he is here today only for the role of starting. When he heard that Sun Yu asked his name, the man immediately replied respectfully, if you go back to the adult, the youngest name is Arank, and he is a non-core member. Before Aranks could finish speaking, Sun Yu interrupted him. Your name is Arank, right? I don't care about your current combat power, and I don't want to divide the core or the core. What I need is your treatment of me. Loyalty. Now you are responsible for keeping an eye on these people, and report any situation at any time. When this place is cleaned up, you are responsible for gathering all the members of the Leipu team, and come here to discuss matters. Cross them off the list. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, my lord. Arank heard Sun Yu's word, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. He was ostracized because of his low combat ability. The urge to die for the confidant. Uncle Ali, Aunt Hill, let go upstairs and talk. After Sun Yu finished dealing with the Leipu team, he invited Ali and Hill to go upstairs together, and Lena followed. The four of them walked up the wide stairs together. Lena silently walked behind Sun Yu, pinched Sun Yu's back, and Sun Yu's eyes were about to fall from the pain. Sister Na, why are you pinching me? Sun Yu asked with a sad face, rubbing his swollen back. My hands are itchy. Why don't you let me? Lena blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Sun Yu innocently. Ali and Hill and his wife were still immersed in the previous situation. When they saw the two laughing and playing, they felt relieved and smiled at each other. When they came to the Ali couple's room, Aunt Hill approached Sun Yu, looked him up and down and asked, are you really my Kyle? If it's a. Sun Yu quickly patted his chest, expressing that he was speaking with his conscience. Kyle. After hesitating for a while, Uncle Ali asked with determination, Kyle, if I guessed correctly, your current combat power should be more than 1200, so it's convenient to tell us about you and Lena. Is it true combat power? After what happened just now, even the fool knows that Sun Yu's combat power is more than 1200, but Uncle Ali is not in a hurry to take out the combat power detector. After all, Raiden and the others have already tested it. It must also be undetectable. Yeah. Sun Yu and Lena looked at each other. Sun Yu didn't intend to hide the two who were nurturing, so he revealed their real combat power. Lena and I both currently have a combat power of 300,000. Yes, you heard it right. It is indeed 300,000. Quote 300,000. After hearing this number, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill both widened their eyes in surprise. If the previous matter is still within the acceptable range, this news is obviously a bolt from the blue. With a combat power of 300,000, is this still a Saiyan? Then why can't the combat power detector detect your strength? It took a long time for Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill to recover from the shock, and then ask the doubts in their hearts. Sun Yu smiled slightly and explained to the two, because we have mastered a method of controlling the breath, the combat power detector cannot detect it, and you can also master it through effective active study. Chapter 44_independent portal, Oz.com. We can master it too. After listening to Sun Yu's word, Ollie and Hill and his wife were both shocked, but Sun Yu explained the use of chi well, and Ollie and Hill were surprised. Taking this opportunity, Sun Yu told Ollie and the Hill couple a lot of things on Earth, and also said a lot of ways to improve their combat effectiveness. After chatting, Sun Yu took out 2 sets of overweight protective gear that he had prepared a long time ago from the universal capsule he carried with him. Is this the universal capsule and overweight protective gear you're talking about? Seeing that, Sun Yu then threw out a small capsule-like thing, and then a huge cabinet appeared on the ground with a bang. This large cabinet contained many kinds of overweight protective gear. Sun Yu took out 2 for Ollie and Hill. Passed it over. Uncle Ollie, Aunt Hill, this is an overweight vest that weighs 400 kilograms. It's 500 kilograms combined with shoes and wrist guard. Lena and I usually wear these too. They are very helpful for our practice. Thank you, Kyle. Ollie and Hill happily took the overweight protective gear handed over by Sun Yu, and they couldn't put it down. As elders, they were far surpassed by this junior, Sun Yu. Naturally, they felt that their faces were dull, and they heard Sun Yu say that he and Lena practice and use them. Overweight protective gear and gravity training room. They have longed for it. Now that they got the overweight protective gear, they hurriedly put them on and moved on the spot. After all, the gravity of Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth, and the 900 kilograms of overweight protective gear they are wearing actually weighs 9,000 kilograms. It's hard to imagine that you 2 little guys are wearing this stuff like nothing else. Uncle Ollie sighed. Honey, we have to work harder, but we can't let little Kyle look down on him. Aunt Hill glanced at her husband tenderly, with high fighting spirit in her eyes. After chatting for a while, Sun Yu's eyes became solemn, and he asked Uncle Ollie, what do you think about the relationship between Frieza and King Vegeta? When Uncle Ollie heard this question, his face also sank. He sighed for a long time and said, Frieza has the most powerful army in the universe. Even if he is as arrogant as a Saiyan, he must obey him now. In the past 2 years, King Vegeta has made more and more petty moves, and he thought he was covering it up well. In fact, his plans are already well known to passers-by. Hey, about Frieza's eyeliner among the Saiyan, this Uncle Ollie has long heard of it. He originally didn't want to worry about the intrigues of the upper class, but how can there be any eggs under the nest? Uncle is indeed a smart man. Sun Yu grinned, but even without King Vegeta's small gestures, Frieza is not friendly to us Saiyans. He has long been in the combat power detector assigned to the Saiyan. There are bugs installed on it to monitor every move of our Saiyan. Quote, what did he do this for? In fact, King Vegeta's conspiracy has always been exposed under Frieza's eyes. Then why hasn't he acted? That because it's unnecessary. Sun Yu said lightly, even if King Vegeta gathers more troops, he will still be unable to defeat Frieza's absolute power, and he is doomed to fail. Can't beat it. What about the 2 of you joining forces? Uncle Ollie stood up suddenly. King Vegeta was already synonymous with power in Ollie's heart, but Sun Yu said he couldn't beat Frieza. Although I am very reluctant to admit it, but I am not his opponent now, Sun Yu said after a moment of silence. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was a little dull. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, Aunt Hill came out to smooth things out. Kyle, what do you think? I think you should have your own ideas. Sun Yu nodded. Let's take one step at a time. Find an opportunity to escape from Star Vegeta, then hide and practice well, and after our own strength surpasses Frieza, let's teach that grandson a good lesson. Saying this made Uncle Ollie happy. Although as a Saiyan of a fighting nation, it is a shame to run away, but Uncle Ollie is not a pedantic person. He naturally knows what it means to stay in the Green Hills without worrying about the firewood, the reason for burning. Okay, then we have to practice hard and strive to surpass Frieza as soon as possible, Uncle Ollie said confidently, and the corner of Sun Yu's mouth twitched. He really couldn't bear to tell Uncle Ollie Frieza's true combat power. A man with a combat power of over 4,000 who wanted to surpass the strongest combat power by 120 million monsters. This is really an inspiring story. Just when Sun Yu was madly complaining about Uncle Ollie, there was footsteps outside the door. The chat between Lena and Hill's mother and daughter stopped instantly, and the 4 of them looked in the direction of the door. Boom boom boom. Along with 3 rhythmic knocks on the door, a timid voice came from outside the door. Sir, the living room downstairs has been cleaned, and the broken furniture has been bought by me, which is exactly the same as the original one. Yes, the Leipu team has also arrived, and they are all waiting in the lobby. Sun Yu opened the door and saw a young Saiyan standing at the door. He looked at Sun Yu with awe and admiration in his eyes. Oh, you are Alec. My name is Alang, your lord. Sun Yu blushed, so he cleared his throat and said, go down and have a look. If Uncle Ollie had objections to Sun Yu's incorporation of Leipu's team before this, now that he knows the contradiction between Frieza and King Vegeta, he no longer opposes this matter. It's more of a self-defense ability. As a result, Aranx led Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie downstairs. Lena and Hill said that there was still a lot to say about the mother-daughter reunion, so they did not participate. In the living room downstairs, there were more than a dozen people standing neatly in 4 rows. The row at the front seemed to be the ones who made trouble at Ollie's house before. They were the most powerful beings in this group of people, so their eyes with uncontrollable pride. The next few rows were weaker, and some even looked at Sun Yu with fearful eyes, as if Sun Yu was a man-eating monster. Sun Yu was inexplicably seen by them, and found that the number of people was wrong, and asked, "Isn't it said that there are more than 30 people? Why are these few here?" In front of the crowd, there was a big bald head with a mustache stepped forward, looked at Sun Yu with a hint of ingratiating eyes, and said, "If you go back to your lord, the rest are not very obedient. They heard that Captain Raiden died. If you want to leave us and start your own business, now they are all beheaded according to the will of the adult." Huh? Sun Yu looked bewildered. So what? If they want to establish their own business, let them go. When did I say I was going to kill them? It's no wonder that the eyes of the people behind him are wrong. It turns out that these two people faked their meaning. Just as Sun Yu was about to get angry, Alang said weakly, "Sir, you said you didn't want to come and just crossed it off the list. Didn't you just want to kill them?" Hearing this, Sun Yu slapped his forehead with a slap. He was already desperate for this group of Saiyans who were only fighting and killing in their mind. What kind of comprehension ability is this? Chapter 45 Urban Management Team was established. Aware that Sun Yu's face was wrong, Alanx and the big bald man with a mustache shrank their neck, looked at each other and asked in a low voice, "Sir, what did we do wrong?" Sun Yu sighed and said faintly, "I said to cross out the name is to kick them out of our team. Why do you think about fighting and killing every day? Everyone is Saiyan. You have to love each other, understand? What about you? I'll ask you if you understand." The bald head with the 8-character beard pointed at by Sun Yu was so frightened that he thumped and knelt down. He was about to cry in a hurry. He really couldn't understand the mind of the young man in front of him. "You said that Sun Yu looked gentle and harmless, but he kills people without blinking an eye, without the slightest emotion. Just when everyone thought his heart was violent, he told everyone to love each other. This Nima split personality is not like this. It's your lord. We understand. It's Doyoranks who is shrewd. No matter what Sun Yu thinks, it's right to answer at this time." And the bald head with the mustache kowtows quickly and admits his mistake, swearing that he will never dare again. "It's about the same." Sun Yu waved his hand to signal for the two to return to the team. He pondered for a moment and seemed to have something to announce. More than 20 people in the field immediately held their breaths and waited nervously for Sun Yu's next word. Uncle Ollie's courtyard was also surrounded by neighbors who came to watch the lively. "I believe everyone already knows." Sun Yu's loud voice echoed in Uncle Ollie's living room. "I, Kilthos, have taken over the remaining members of the original Leipu team. To be honest, I don't care how much combat power you have now. We don't distinguish between core members or non-core members. What matters is your loyalty, because there may have been some misunderstandings before. Many people who came here were coerced. I would like to express my apology here. If anyone is unwilling to join my team, they can leave now, and no one will take action against you. I've already been left here, and the neighbors outside have heard it, and if you want to go, you can go, and I will never stop me." Since Sun Yu has decided to create a force of his own, he must ensure that everyone follows him willingly. Loyalty will take time to prove, but at this time, all Sun Yu can do is drive away some who are good-looking people. After listening to Sun Yu's word, a heated discussion broke out in the crowd below. After a long time, a young man in the back row suddenly gathered up his courage and raised his hand to signal, "Lord Kyle, I have a question." Sun Yu heard that someone wanted to ask questions, so he turned his head and smiled slightly. "Well, if you have any questions, just ask." Seeing that Sun Yu had no air, the young man immediately strengthened his courage, straightened his chest and said, "Lord Kyle, I want to know if we join your team, what task will you arrange for us?" This question of this person is also what other weaker team members want to ask. After joining the Leipu team, they have always acted as cannon fodder and often performed suicide missions to good resources, so their combat effectiveness has been difficult to improve. Sun Yu naturally understood their concern, and said with a straight face, "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will not let you act as cannon fodder like Raiden. I will provide you with quite rich cultivation resources. Even if there are some of you with extraordinary aptitude, you can let me guide the cultivation in person. I believe you already know my ability." Quote, as soon as he heard Sun Yu said that he would personally guide the practice, Alanx and others who had seen Sun Yu kill the quartet with their own eyes all looked at Sun Yu with fiery eyes, as if Sun Yu was a stunning beauty. After all, the latter ones have not personally experienced Sun Yu's strength, so they are not interested in this, but since they don't need to be cannon fodder and have rich training resources, then there is nothing wrong with joining Sun Yu's team. After a while, Sun Yu casually clasped his ears and said to the crowd, "Is there no one who quit? You have to think about it, otherwise if you dare to betray me in the future, I will be smashed to ashes." The sound of bone and ashes made everyone's heart tremble, but no one chose to quit. "Okay, now that I'm announcing the formation of the team, as for the name of the team," Sun Yu frowned and said, "let's call it the Urban Management Team. City Management Team." Everyone everyone was shocked and asked, Lord Kyle, what does this city management mean? It's no wonder that the Saiyans don't understand what Chengguan means. After all, it is a Chinese term. Sun Yu smiled evilly, and said in a deep voice, speaking of this city management, that's amazing. This is from an ancient country. Super Combat Unit. They are the ultimate goal of all fighters. They are the elite of the elite, the strong of the strong. They shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Zhengxing nation. A wise man said this. Give me 3,000 Chengguan. I am in heaven. Sun Yu's voice became more and more high-pitched, and the echoes in the hall echoed around the beam. Everyone was infected by Sun Yu's voice. They thought of the current situation of the Saiyan. The proud fighting nation is now ruled by Frieza. They desire to overthrow Frieza's rule and become the master himself, and Sun Yu's remarks arouse the blood in their chest. Every Saiyan worship power in their heart. They yearn for the strong. They aspire to become elite. They don't want to be ruled by others. They want to be the strongest city administrator. Suddenly the person in front came back to his senses, thumped and fell to the ground, shouting loudly, I will swear to follow Lord Kyle to the death. This shout made everyone wake up like a dream, and they all knelt down. I'll swear to follow Lord Kyle to the death. I will swear to follow Lord Kyle to the death. Hearing this loud shout, Sun Yu was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself that these people were all right. Why didn't he just casually talk about the jokes about city management on the earth? Go wrong. So the urban management team was established on Star Vegeta. Sun Yu appointed Uncle Ali as the captain of the urban management team, coordinating the overall situation, and Alang served as the deputy captain to assist Uncle Ali in the management. For the current low-level players, Sun Yu asked Alang to mobilize all the resources of the original Leipu team and use them all for their cultivation. Just this move made those low-level players grateful, and I can't wait to throw them away for Sun Yu now. The head is sprinkled with blood to show loyalty. Sun Yu also smiled at this. The minds of these people have yet to be examined. Only those who are truly loyal and devoted to Sun Yu will teach them the excellent ideas learned from the earth. Chapter 46 Preparing for the expedition. Although Uncle Ali repeatedly refused to resign as the captain of the urban management team, the reason was that the current combat effectiveness was too low to take up such a big post. However, Sun Yu is obviously a hands-off shopkeeper. He is very good at finding people to fight. Sun Yu is really unable to do things like managing a team. In the end, there was really no other way, and Uncle Ali finally agreed to be the captain of this urban management team. For the next half a month, Uncle Ali distributed the overweight protective gear that Sun Yu brought from Earth to the team members who performed well according to Sun Yu's instructions, and gave them some pointers on their cultivation. So during this period of time, inside, the combat effectiveness of many members of the urban management team has undergone earth-shaking changes. Of course, the word earth-shaking is only aimed at these players. After all, Sun Yu doesn't think that a person with a combat power of 2,500 can be happy to increase to 3,500 in half a month. After all, the level is different, and the vision is also different. Sun Yu doesn't see this increase in combat power, but ordinary people are different. Many local Saiyans who are familiar with the Ali family, after seeing the strength of the members of the urban management team have grown so fast, they all want to break their head. Join the city management team. In this regard, Sun Yu is fully responsible for Uncle Ali. The standard of income does not depend on the current combat effectiveness. The main reason is that he has a clear background and a good talent to become a reserve team member. One day, Sun Yu was instructing Uncle Ali to practice in the gravity training room brought over from the Earth, and Alang suddenly sent a text message. Lord Kyle, the mid-level commander of the Frieza Legion C team is asking for an interview. Would you like to meet me? Although Aranx and others clearly felt that Sun Yu's attitude toward Frieza was very unfriendly, the person who came was after all the intermediate commander of Frieza's army. If they refused rashly, it would easily cause trouble, so they had to ask Sun Yu's advice. Opinion. Damn, I know this person. He is the one who issued the mission to Realton. Kyle, let drive him away. Uncle Ali eagerly faced the situation after seeing the situation outside on the holographic screen in the gravity training room. Sun Yu said, it's all right, Uncle Ali. Let go and see what's going on first. Sun Yu was as calm as always, and Uncle Ali couldn't understand Sun Yu's mind, so he had to follow him out of the gravity training room. The two came to the living room, only to see Alang serving tea and pouring water, but not seeing Lena and Anthill. Needless to say, the mother and daughter were either going shopping, or went shopping. It is said that shopping is the racial talent of female creatures, especially after winning Mrs. Bribes' true bargaining skills. Lena and her daughter have now swept the commercial street of Star Vegeta invincible, making countless mall traders and hawkers invincible. Dismayed. In the living room, the so-called mid-level commander of the Frieza Core C team stood two aliens with fleshy faces. They sat on the spacious sofa in the living room with disdain, and looked coldly at Sun Yu and Uncle Ali who came over. People, you're the Saiyan who killed that rubbish Ralton. It doesn't look too strong. Uncle Ali and Alanx heard this. Their eyes turned cold, and Sun Yu just smiled lightly and didn't answer. Seeing that Sun Yu was not angry. The commander of the Frieza Legion thought it was Sun Yu who was afraid of them, and his tone became even more contemptuous. Don't think that you have made a crap team and feel that you can be lawless. Figure out you Saiyan. The current situation. I am here to convey the instructions of Frieza-sama. If you are a smart person, you should know how to do it. Quote, after speaking, the commander took out a document from his arms and threw it in a few cases with an extremely arrogant attitude. Uncle Ali and Alanx resisted the anger in their heart. They were so angry that veins appeared on their head, and they could not wait to go up and slap the commander to death. Sun Yu patted the two of them on the shoulders and whispered to persuade, what do you care about with this kind of bastard? It's too worthless. Then Sun Yu stepped forward a few steps, picked up the documents on several cases, and checked them carefully. This is a conscription order. Frieza intends to recruit a large number of troops to attack a super tech planet on the edge of the northern border of the universe. This planet is called Veblen. Technology is at the forefront of the universe. Isn't this Nema Gundam? Sun Yu was happy. He clearly remembered that there was no such planet in the original Dragon Ball. It seems that the planet Veblen in the original was destroyed by Frieza's order. This is not difficult to understand. Civilizations that threaten his dominance will choose to destroy it, like the destruction of planet Vegeta where Super Saiyans may appear. With a frown, Sun Yu had a plan in his mind. It is often said that the enemy of the enemy is his friend. Maybe he can take the opportunity to attack the planet Veblen by pretending to take away a group of Saiyans. Since Frieza is afraid of the planet Veblen, if you have the strength of science and technology, then you can try to recover that planet, and it is not bad to maintain a cooperative relationship. After all, there is only more than a year left until Star Vegeta is destroyed by Frieza, and there is really not much chance to leave. Moreover, it was on the edge of the northern universe, and it was countless light years away from the base camp of the Frieza Legion. The so-called Emperor of the Sky was far away. Sun Yu felt that this was an opportunity to survive. Well, I see. I will gather the strength of my subordinates as soon as possible according to the time on the document. If there is nothing wrong, you can get out. Sun Yu looked at the arrogant commander, his eyes neither humble nor arrogant, which made the commander the officer looked unhappy. But it's unhappy and unhappy. That commander really has nothing to do with Sun Yu. If Sun Yu is disrespectful, he can use this to take down Sun Yu's gang, and then kill them first and then pay. Although he thinks that it should be nothing to win Sun Yu's gang difficulty, but the fact is that Sun Yu's attitude is surprisingly cooperative, as if he is very aware of current affairs, but his tone is so defiant, which makes the commander grit his teeth with anger. HMPH, let's eat. After leaving a dispensable threat, a few people left. Call all the members of the active urban management team. Come to the conference hall. I have something important to announce. After Sun Yu said this, Ali and Alanx immediately showed disbelief. Kyle, sir, you don't really want to be Frieza's lackey. How is it possible? You guys don't trust me so much. Sun Wu grinned. I have a bold plan, and if the plan is successful we can get a strong ally. I hope your allies are strong. After all, Uncle Ali has a lot of knowledge, and his eyes lit up when he heard this. Kyle, you mean? Alanx, you go and call everyone. We will discuss in detail in the conference hall. Yes, Lord Kyle. Chapter 47 Street Encounter. Second update. Summoned by Sun Yu, all the active duty members of the Urban Management Brigade gathered at Uncle Ali's house, but the team members who were in charge of finding and informing Lena and Hill's mother and daughter reported that they had searched all over the streets and alleys and could not see the two of them. I hope they don't get into any trouble. Although Sun Yu also knows that there is nothing on this planet that can threaten Lana's life safety, but out of a brother's concern for his sister, it is inevitable that he will be worried. Without thinking too much about the safety of Lena and Hill, Sun Yu looked at the 30 people standing in the living room of Uncle Ali. These 30 people were men and women, most of them were adult, and a small number of them were a young man about the same age as Sun Yu. There were more than 30 people in the field, and they all looked at Sun Yu with extremely adoring eyes, as if loyal fans saw their idols, and their eyes showed uncontrollable enthusiasm. For this, Sun Wu blamed it on his charisma. Without talking nonsense, Sun Yu directly explained the plan this time. It is worth mentioning that everyone in the urban management team knew about Frieza's use of the combat power detector to monitor the Saiyans' every move, so in some cases involving internal secret, they consciously put away the combat effectiveness detectors distributed by Frieza, because they knew that Frieza and King Vegeta would have a fight, and that King Vegeta had no chance of winning. Everyone present agreed with Sun Yu's plan, but everyone hoped to bring their own family. A little Sun Wu naturally agreed. After that, everyone discussed together that this nominal expedition dispatched an Exploration-class strategic void ship, which is a more common military spacecraft in the Frieza Legion. Different, the Exploration-class strategic void ship has an inverted conical shape, a long and pointed head, and a wide tail loaded with various power engines. These features make the Exploration-class strategic void ship sailing speed greatly improved, but obviously, the interior space of the ship is small, and the number of people who can ride at the same time is less than 2,000. 2000. Besides, except for the necessary medical room, most of the interior area is dormant, and there are very few places for free movement. In other words, the maximum number of people Sun Yu can take away this time is 2000. Counting more than 30 people in the city management team and their family members, Sun Yu also hoped that Oli could screen more reliable candidates. After all, no one knew whether there would be a chance to come back in the future. Therefore, in the next few days, the urban management team blatantly started a plan of secretly selecting reliable candidates in the name of expedition to Veblen planet. Sun Yu and Oli waited until it was dark and they didn't see Aunt Lena and Hill coming back. Although it wasn't the first day they had such a crazy game, but after all, there was something important to tell them today, so Sun Yu planned to go look for it. Although Lena's aura is easy to recognize, but mixed in the bustling neighborhood, even Sun Yu can't accurately locate her. Walking in the bustling commercial street, perhaps attracted by the faint fragrance like singing, Sun Yu unconsciously walked into a food street. Because Saiyans are famous eaters in the universe, so there are many in the universe. Vendors will bring local specialties from various planets. Sun Yu walks on this food street of less than 1,000 meters, which includes almost all the delicacies in the northern universe. In front of them are the scorpion-tailed dragons from Pandal and giant stars, a super huge crocodile, and even a humanoid exoskeleton insect with a Vegeta star. Ah, how can someone eat those exoskeleton humanoid creatures with a J8 face? Sun Yu shrank his neck in disgust. He is a super foodie, yes, but he has no appetite for humanoid creatures, and even has some disgust. Looking at the Saiyans in front of them who were feasting and their mouths full of oil, Sun Yu lost his appetite in an instant and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a quarrel in front of him. The security of Star Vegeta is very poor, and its laws are based on the principle of never interfering with things that can be solved with fists, so it is not normal for things like fights to happen often. Sun Yu has no spare time to join in the fun, so pull your legs and go. Kyle, don't go, I was bullied. There was a familiar voice in the distance, and Sun Yu's just stopped. Suddenly, he almost thought he had hallucinations, but after a second he came back to his senses, and it was estimated that the person who was fighting was the one he was looking for. Lena and Hill are mother and daughter. He is not worried that Lena will be in danger. After all, Lena's fighting power is there, and there is no possibility of an existence on this planet that can threaten Lena, and Sun Yu is worried that Lena will encounter some unexpected situation. He would not be able to suppress his fighting power, which would undoubtedly disrupt Sun Yu's upcoming plan. Lena is not suitable to take action in this situation, so the responsibility of the hero to save the beauty naturally falls on Sun Yu. He is very fortunate to have met Lena for himself, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Bold thief, dare to bully my sister, nah. See you who I don't beat. Mom. All. Sun Yu stepped into the crowd, and at first glance he saw Lena, who was unhappy, and Aunt Hill, who looked full of charm while holding Lena's arm. Following the hint from Lana's eyes, Sun Yu looked at the two who were in conflict with Lana, and his heart suddenly trembled. I saw the two of them sitting on the bench alone, with Erlang's leg crossed, and ears clasped casually. This person has purple skin, a civet cat face, looked weak, and is wearing a fancy dress similar to a drama actor. There was still a person standing behind him. The man was tall, leaning on a slender cane in his hand, and combing a pinch of white airplane nose. His beautiful face and skin could be broken by bullets, which made many women envious. God of destruction Beerus, and his master and servant wife. Sun Yu was so anxious that he was about to cry. Lena, you really embarrassed me. Involuntarily swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Sun Yu prayed silently in his heart. He didn't hear what I just said. He didn't see me. He didn't find me. Boy, what did you say? You're going to beat my mother? Beerus blew out his earwax finger and looked at Sun Yu nonchalantly. With just such a glance, Sun Yu's soul felt the chill to the bone. The chill had nothing to do with temperature, but the deepest fear lurking in everyone's heart. The scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked curiously at Sun Yu, who was aggressive at first, but when he saw Sun Yu, who was suddenly mute behind the person sitting, Lena was also confused by Sun Yu, and she also felt the nearby with Sun Yu's breath. She thought of asking Sun Yu to give her a sigh of relief, but Sun Yu didn't know which muscle cramped and stayed in place stupidly, so Lena pinched Sun Yu's head hard. Lower back, he said. You help me teach this person, otherwise, I want you to look good. Chapter 48_challenge Beerus 3 shift. My aunt, I beg you to stop talking. Sun Yu's tears are about to stay, and he taught Beerus a lesson, not to mention that Sun Yu is only 300,000 combat power now. Even Sun Wukong, who transformed into Super Saiyan 3, was beaten by Beerus with a single finger. As the strongest god in the 7th universe, he shares the same fate with the Kaiwang god, who is in charge of creation, while the destruction god Beerus focuses on destruction. As the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus can destroy thousands of galaxies in a single thought. Pure simplicity is evil, and eternal destruction is also compassion. At the level of God, it is no longer possible to use worldly moral standards. To measure them is intimidating because they cannot be measured. That, I seem to have recognized the wrong person, or else you too will chat first. I still have something to do. Sunyu tried to hide his behavior just now with a haha. Hey, Kyle, what's the matter with you? You shouldn't be afraid of this stupid cat. Lana leaned into Sunyu's ear and asked in a low voice. Sunyu hurriedly covered Lana's mouth. Auntie, let's not make trouble, okay? I'll go back and explain this to you. You hurry up with Baru. Ha, this adult can apologize. When she heard Sunyu wanted her to apologize, Lana was instantly furious. How dare you ask me to apologize to this stupid cat? Okay Kyle, do you have hard wings or something? Do you know how much this stupid cat is? This stall only sells 100 points of special dessert from Nirwa a day. My mother and I lined up here for a whole day. A whole day. The last one was supposed to be sold to us, but this shameless stupid cat robbed it in the past. You said he was not hateful. Lana looked at Sunyu with the expression of, if you dare to say that he is not hateful, I will kill you. Sunyu watched his nose and his heart, and he silently watched Beerus under the bombardment of Lana's stupid cat. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense, and the surrounding air had begun to thicken, as if the world was about to collapse. Very good. I am a kind-hearted god, but you have challenged my bottom line again and again, and I have to destroy you all. The boy wants to attack as soon as possible, otherwise you will have no chance if this eat takes a shot. Beerus slowed down, standing up slowly. A dark red energy ball appeared in the void when he raised his left hand. Maybe the people around don't have any feeling about this egg-sized energy ball, but Sunyu and Lana really felt the terrifying energy contained in it. At this moment, Lana immediately understood why Sunyu was afraid of this person. Held Lana's arm tightly, and she saw unprecedented fear in the eyes of both Sunyu and Lana. This egg-sized energy ball is Beerus Sama's Annihilation Star Bullet. As long as this Annihilation Star Bullet is shot down, Star Vegeta will not be destroyed without Frieza, and the book can be finished ahead of schedule. However, the rabbit was in a hurry and bit people. Sunyu naturally couldn't let Beerus destroy the entire planet Vegeta at once. When he thought that he and Lana would be buried here, he thought that Bulma was still waiting for him on the other side of the earth. When he went back, Sunyu was instantly angry, and his hatred turned to courage. In a fit of anger, he pointed at Beerus' nose and cursed. Hey, my lord, I have endured you for a long time. Do you dare accept my challenge? Everyone fainted when they heard it, and Beerus was amused by Sunyu's nondescript remark. Whis lightly covered his mouth and smiled. This kid is so funny. He even added honorific when he scolded the street. Beerus smiled contemptuously, and flicked his finger on the terrifying Annihilation Star Bullet, which turned into a puff of blue smoke and disappeared. Sunyu and Lana suddenly felt like they had unloaded tens of millions of tons of load. Beerus looked at Sunyu coldly and asked, no one has dared to challenge me for so many years. Hee boy, don't say I won't give you this chance. If you can win me, this matter will be written off, but if you lose, give me death. When everyone heard the dialogue between the two, it had already risen to a life and death gamble, and they immediately started booing. But if they knew that once Sunyu lost, they and the entire planet Vegeta would be destroyed, would they still do this? Excited. In order not to let others say that I bullied you, I'll let you do 3 moves. Beerus put his arms around his chest, waiting for Sunyu's attack. HMPH. In broad daylight, the world is so bright. What do you have to do to fight and kill? And only savage monkeys are keen to fight all day long. We really don't compare to fighting today. Sunyu already pointed at Beerus' nose and cursed with a domineering look on his face. Hey, Kyle, you're mocking again. Lana's pretty face turned black, and Hill quickly apologized to the angry Saiyans around him. Sunyu turned his head and said in a low voice, what do I do now? I have my own way. After he finished speaking, he took out a large amount of all-purpose capsules from his pocket, and threw them all out with a slam. Suddenly, this spacious food street was filled with a pile of food like a small hill. These delicacies are all brought by Sunyu from the earth. Because they can be kept fresh in the universal capsules, these foods are as delicious and attractive as they have just been baked. Not only the people standing around were stunned, but even the master and servant Beerus and White, who had lived for endless years, were stunned. The food is something they have never seen, unheard of. The most important thing is that just looking at it makes your index finger move. At this time, Sunyu had already tied his apron and sat beside him. He glanced at Beerus contemptuously, and said, why are you afraid? I'll test the speed of eating a big meal with you to see who eats the most fast. If you dare not compare, admit defeat as soon as possible. Boy, what did you say? Believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Beerus wiped the saliva from his mouth and glared at Sunyu fiercely. Unexpectedly, a chuckle came from behind Beerus. Oh hoo, this soft thing is delicious. It melts in your mouth, and your lips and teeth are fragrant. What is this thing called? The person asking the question was Wes, who had already started eating. That's called pudding. Sunyu also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile. Pudding? It's actually called pudding. It's really delicious, and the name is nice. After Weiss finished speaking, he picked up a piece and threw it in his mouth to savor it. Beerus looked unhappy. Hey, Weiss, these are the ones I tried with that kid. You can't eat them. Saying that, Beerus pushed Weiss away, and he rushed towards the mountain-like delicacies of the earth. Boy, brighten the tableware. I accept your challenge. Chapter 49 The Last Killer. When she heard Sun Yu propose a food competition, Lena only felt the world spinning for a while. She thought that Sun Yu was coming out to be funny, although she didn't know who this cat-faced creature was. From the way he raised his hand, the kind of destruction, judging from the imposing manner of heaven and earth, he must be a rare powerhouse in the universe. Would a powerhouse of this level agree to this kind of pediatric competition? Unexpectedly, he really agreed. Lena felt that her 3 views needed to be rebuilt. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead, and she whispered, "That stupid cat doesn't even care about morals for the sake of food." Hill calmly tugged at the corner of Lena's clothes, motioning her not to speak. So, Lena and Hill took out a watermelon and cut it in half, intending to quietly be 2 people who don't know the truth. Unexpectedly, Beerus, who had just taken out the cutlery and tied the white scarf, suddenly moved his nose. He turned his head sharply to look at Lena. His eyes were cold, and his body swayed, appearing in front of Lena looking down. Hey, what do you want to do? Didn't you accept Kyle's challenge? What did you want to do by running here? Lena was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her forehead at Beerus' sudden appearance. Sun Yu's heart trembled when he finally let go, and looked at Lena and Hill's mother and daughter worriedly. "Baby girl, tell me what you are holding in your hand." Beerus calmly wiped his saliva, his eyes still murderous. Feeling that he was greedy for the watermelon in Lena's hand, Lena squeezed out a smile, handed the watermelon in her hand and explained, "My lord, this thing is called a watermelon. It is a kind of fruit." Hearing this, Beerus' eyes were more murderous. He turned his head and glared at Sun Yu, and shouted, "Hey, boy, why is there no such fruit in our food? Are you still hiding behind my back? What a good thing. Take it out. I don't want our game to be unfair." God of destruction classmate, your integrity has fallen to the ground. Aren't you going to pick it up? Beerus took the watermelon handed over by Lena, took a bloody mouth, swallowed the half basketball-sized watermelon directly into his mouth, and chewed it. While chewing, he commented, "Not bad, not bad. It's just that the outer skin is a bit old, and the seeds inside are also very abrupt, destroying the overall beauty of this thing." Whis also quietly took the watermelon from Hill's hand. Unlike Beerus, he took out a spoon from nowhere, dug out a piece of watermelon flesh, and elegantly put it into his mouth and ate it. "Oh hoo hoo, this fruit is fragrant, sweet and thirst-quenching. It's the most suitable food for this kind of hot weather. Cut, it's really troublesome." Beerus raised his head and sat back at his dining table with a look of disdain. "That's a bad word." Sun Yu looked at Beerus with an expression of hatred. When he heard Sun Yu's word, Beerustin was blown away. "Boy, say it again. Believe it or not, I'll destroy you now." Sun Yu snorted coldly. "HMPH, you don't know anything at all. As a true gourmet, you must know how to be grateful for food, especially when enjoying food. You must bring a pilgrimage with you. Don't jump to conclusions based on the mediocre appearance of food, and don't feel resentful because of the cumbersome process of food. A true gourmet can always taste and discover the true meaning of food with a peaceful mind." Quote. As soon as these words came out, the crowd shook, and Beerus was stunned on the spot. He had lived for endless years, and he had never heard such a truth, or it should be said that no one had ever dared to tell him such a truth. Whis secretly took a small box of all-purpose capsules that Lena gave him, which made his eyes smile with crescent moon. Sun Yu faced the sky, looked up at 45 degrees bright and sad, put his hands behind his back, and said in a lonely and unintelligible tone, "There is no shortage of delicious food in this world. What is lacking is just the eyes to discover delicious food. Friend, don't let your impatience cloud your eyes." Lena pouted contemptuously. "I've never seen a foodie say so fresh and refined." A gust of breeze brushed Sun Yu's clothes, and his hair swayed in the wind, as if he was an expert outside the world. This time Beerus surprisingly didn't refute Sun Yu's word. He just snorted and turned his head away. Although Beerus was very upset, his body honestly grabbed a turkey leg on the table, shoved it into his mouth suddenly. "Damn it, you didn't say start. Why did you start eating first?" The referee protested. Sun Yu protested loudly, but no one responded for a long time. Turned his head and looked. Wes was sitting around with Lena, Hill and his mother and daughter, is talking and laughing eating watermelon. "Damn," Sun Yu scolded secretly, not to be outdone, and launched an attack on the food in front of him. In this way, the time passed little by little, and the crowd of onlookers also dispersed a lot. During the period, there were also a few short-sighted people who wanted to disturb Sun Yu and Beerus's test, but they were all thrown away by Whis with a cane. Sun Yu and Beerus's piles of delicacies like the hills were gradually wiped out. Of course, Sun Yu couldn't really expect to use the stomach of a mortal to challenge the appetite of the god, but the so-called "you have a good plan." There was a wall ladder. A wicked smile crossed Sun Yu's eyes, and he silently picked up a small plate of peas. Sun Yu's actions attracted Beerus's. He gently squeezed a pea with his fingers and threw it into his mouth. With a few crunching noises, Sun Yu showed a very intoxicated expression. "Well, delicious and delicious." Quote. Beerus glanced at the mess on his table, and finally found a small plate of dark green dried beans in the corner near Sun Yu's table. "Hey, what is this thing? Why didn't you notice it just now?" Beerus also imitated Sun Yu's move movement and picked up a shriveled bean, put it under his nose and smelled it, and asked curiously. Sun Yu glanced lewdly at Beerus. A smile crossed his lip, and said to himself, of course you haven't seen this thing. This is a meal I just added to you when you weren't paying attention to others. It's 300 years old. High concentration alcohol fairy bean. Guaranteed not to kill you. With that in mind, Sun Yu picked up another bean from his bowl and threw it into his mouth, but Sun Yu was eating ordinary bean. A single fairy bean can be eaten by an ordinary person for 10 days. Such a small plate of fairy bean is Sun Yu's last killer, plus the food he ate before. Even if it is the god of destruction Beerus, his stomach there will eventually be limit. In order to win this competition, Sun Yu made a lot of money. Once he can win Beerus, not only will the crisis of Vegeta be lifted, but he can also get on the stick and make some friendship with Beerus. It's really 100 in one fell swoop. Chapter 50 _ Is this true? You don't have to worry about Beerus losing and turning his face away. As a foodie, a god of integrity, he will definitely do what he says. Beerus could feel that the shriveled bean in front of him was very unusual, so he picked one up and threw it into his mouth, biting it, quacking. His eyes suddenly opened. Well, it's really good. The entrance mild and chewy. Quote, after saying, wow, he poured all the small plate of fairy beans into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Sun Yu raised his eyebrows and felt very proud. Sample, what's wrong with the god of destruction? It's not the way of Master Ben. Then the two ate and drank nonsense again, and Sun Yu had almost reached the point where the mountains and rivers were exhausted. Fortunately, on Beerus' side, his situation was even worse. Obviously, the effect of the fairy beans had already appeared, and Beerus' belly had already bulged. Sun Yu looked at Beerus, whose throat was almost full of food, and raised his brows. I said, don't eat it if you can, and quickly admit defeat. If ice could kill, Beerus would have tortured Sun Yu 10 million times in his heart. He was clearly a creature as weak as an ant, but he repeatedly challenged his majesty. But if Beerus was asked to choose again, he would still choose to accept Sun Wu's challenge without hesitation, because these foods are so delicious. At this time, there is a plate of octopus balls left on the table in front of the two, and there are 12 octopus balls on each plate. That is to say, whoever eats the 12 octopus balls first will be the winner of this food competition. Boy, I don't think you're good enough. If you lose, I'll let you die without a burial. Beerus viciously uttered these words from his throat, then stretched out a trembling hand with a bamboo skewer, picks up an octopus ball. The octopus balls were glowing with golden oil, and a fragrance could be smelled from a distance, but even with such an unprecedented food, Beerus had the heart to taste it, but he did not have the strength to open his mouth, because he was afraid that when he opened his mouth he couldn't help but spit out all the food he had eaten before. It's rare to eat something so delicious. I can't lose. Beerus' eyes flashed coldly. He shoved the octopus ball into his mouth, and then tilted his head and tried to swallow it. Not to be outdone, Sun Yu strung up 2 octopus balls at the same time and swallowed them in one bite. The two of them slumped back on the chair at the same time, and their breathing became abnormally heavy. Boy, if you admit defeat now, I promise not to destroy you. What do you think? Beerus looked at Sun Yu weakly. He felt that the food in his stomach was about to pile up to his throat. Hey, no victory. I'd rather die. This challenge is not about life and death, but about the honor of a gourmet. Sun Yu straightened up after saying that, picked up the remaining plate of octopus balls and poured it into his mouth. You bastard. Beerus saw that Sun Yu had poured all the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. He was unwilling to fail and suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum that made the world tremble. The purple-red arrogance instantly enveloped Beerus' whole body, and Sun Yu's heart suddenly trembled. He couldn't feel a single breath, but the terrifying illusion that the sky was shattering made him almost stop breathing. The breath of God would not be felt by mortals, but that kind of heavenly might really reverberated between heaven and earth. Hold the grass. I said, what about you? Don't you just eat a few octopus balls, and you have to burst out with all the momentum? Sun Yu's heart was racing, and he suddenly felt the hands of Beerus. The plate of octopus balls is really worth it, because the one who is about to eat them is a god, and a god who bursts into full strength will also eat them. The so-called atomic bomb hit mosquitoes is to describe this situation. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Sun Yu saw Beerus burst into full force, and he also picked up the plate and poured the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. Sun Yu didn't even bother to chew, and directly swallowed the 10 octopus balls in his mouth. Goo! The crowd around them almost disappeared. After all, watching other people eat delicious food makes me hungry, so they all went back to their respective homes to find their own mothers. There were only a few people left on the field, along with Wes and Lena Hill and their mother and daughter. They kept their eyes on Sun Yu and Beerus, because the final outcome was about to be revealed. Will Vegeta's final outcome be survival or early destruction? Cuckoo! Cuckoo! The two swallowed the last octopus balls at the same time. Sun Yu slumped weakly on the chair, and the body of a god is worthy of being a god. Fortunately, he cheated and fed him a plate of fairy bean, otherwise he would have lost a mess. Well, now a tie is also an excellent ending. Beerus also lost his breath, sat down on the chair, touched his belly and digested the food in his stomach silently. At this this time, Weiss came over, looked at the two of them lightly, and announced, "It seems that the results of the competition have come out, so congratulations to this gentleman. You are the winner of this competition." "Hey, Wes, did you take their favors, and you even declared him the winner even though it was a draw? Please make it clear to me." Beerus roared in exasperation. "Yes, I took their bribe." "Yes." Weiss took out a small box of all-purpose capsules from his pocket and shook it in front of Beerus. He actually admitted it. He admitted it shamelessly. "However, the verdict is fair," Weiss explained. "You forgot. I ate 2 puddings in your food pile at first, so your food is less than this gentleman." "Damn, I also ate half a watermelon. Why don't you tell me?" Beerus was furious. "No one is forcing you to eat it. You eat it yourself. Blame me." Sun Yu spread his hands out with a very innocent expression. "Che, this god doesn't have the same knowledge as you and other mortals." Beerus turned his face away, and his expression was as clear as possible. Sun Yu didn't get angry when he found out that he had just scolded Beerus, the god of destruction, and it seemed that the temptation of food did make the relationship between the two of them a little closer. Putting a hand on Beerus' shoulder, his eyes picked up. "Today we had a good time. Next time, let's make an appointment to have a good meal. Don't worry, brother, I will treat you." At first, Beerus was very disgusted with Sun Yu's behavior of hooking his shoulders and back, and the trace of goodwill he finally established was instantly shattered. But after listening to Sun Yu's word, Beerus' ears moved, and he turned his head and asked Sun Yu softly, "What did you say?" "Really?" Chapter 51_It's all the pillow's fault. That's not bad. We are not secretive. I know that there is a place that has the best cooking technology in the universe, and the little thing we just ate is just the millionth of the planet's many delicacies. 1000. Next time I take you there, you can eat whatever you want. Sun Yu patted Beerus on the shoulder sharply, and the latter's eyes showed a momentary sluggishness. What he just ate was only 1000th of the many delicacies on that planet. What exactly is there? A food paradise. After hearing this, Weiss also had a longing look on his face, and showed a kind smile towards Sun Yu. "Make friend, my name is Sun Yu, and Saya's name is Kael'thas." Sun Yu solemnly stretched out his hand and handed it to Beerus. Beerus was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he understood Sun Yu's intention. This guy wants to make friends with himself. It's ridiculous. Does the god of destruction need friend? Take back your hand. My name is Beerus, the god of destruction in this universe. This is my servant with. Beerus raised his head and looked at Sun Yu contemptuously. "Don't think I just said I want to destroy you. It's just a joke. I am in charge of the power of destruction in the universe, and I can destroy thousands of stars in a single thought." Lena and Hill on the side didn't understand Beerus' identity until now, and they all gasped in surprise. Although Sun Yu knew the identities of Beerus and Whis for a long time, when Beerus said it so carefully, his heartbeat inevitably quickened a bit. "So, don't think about being close to this god. We are on a different level." Beerus yawned and turned to leave. "Go, Weiss." Sun Yu's mood was a bit complicated when he saw Beerus, who suddenly became serious. He calculated a lot of situations, but he forgot one thing. That is, in the original Dragon Ball, the reason why Sun Wukong and Beerus can establish a friendship is because Sun Wukong, after transforming into the Super Saiyan God, he has the strength to challenge the god, so he will be recognized. And Sun Yu's current poor fighting power is just an ant in Beerus' eye. "Yes, it's true that you can't be friends with different levels, but I will reach your domain one day, and then challenge you above board." Beerus, the god of destruction. Sun Yu silently looked at Beerus and Weiss, the back of the far away. His heart suddenly ignited a high-spirited fighting spirit. Seeing that Beerus and Weiss had left, Lena and Hill and the mother and daughter approached Sun Yu and asked with concern, "Kyle, are you alright? What kind of god is that guy just now? What am I going to do? Think he's reincarnated like a starving ghost?" "Ha ha." Sun Yu laughed dryly and explained, "He is indeed a god, and he only prefers delicious food. If he hadn't just brought out those delicacies for him to enjoy, everything on planet Vegeta would be gone now, turned into dust in the universe." After speaking, everyone was afraid for a while, because Sun Yu had to discuss the expedition plan with Lena Hill and his mother and daughter, so they immediately returned to Uncle Ollie's house. In the sky, Beerus was sitting cross-legged and floating, while Whis stood upright beside him, looked at Beerus with a smile and said, "Lord Beerus, that guy named Sun Yu is really interesting." Quote, Beerus raised his head, showing a very disdainful look, and said, "I know what you mean. His combat power is indeed much stronger than others, but what's the use of being stronger in front of me, after all? And so you're trying to hide the embarrassment of losing to him just now." Weiss covered his mouth and snickered. "Hey, Wes, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I care about such a thing? Not at all," Beerus shouted. The two of them came to Vegeta's palace in a flash, and Beerus and Whis walked in so swaggeringly without attracting the attention of the guard. Having reached the level of God, if they do not want mortals to discover their whereabouts, then even mortals looking for the sky with lanterns will not gain anything. Inside the Vegeta palace, there are 5 steps on the first floor and 10 steps on the first floor. In the hall of the Imperial Palace, the huge dining table is filled with all kinds of jade dishes and delicacies are extremely luxurious. At this time, King Vegeta Vegeta was sitting on the throne and enjoying refreshments leisurely when an indifferent voice suddenly came from the empty hall. King Vegeta, long time no see. Who? There are assassin. Accompanied by the sudden voice, there were two vague figures. King Vegeta's heart trembled. His first reaction was that an assassin wanted to assassinate him. Is definitely a rare powerhouse in the world. He jumped up from the chair suddenly, and the guards around him also surrounded him, with a posture of defending King Vegeta to the death. But when King Vegeta fixed his eyes and saw Beerus, who had already crossed his legs and sat in front of him when he was with West, his cap suddenly went soft with fright. Xiao Wang sees Beerus-sama. King Vegeta reluctantly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. The guards on the side were dumbfounded. They had never seen the arrogant King Vegeta kneel before anyone, even someone as powerful as Frieza. No, hurry up and step back. King Vegeta signaled the guards with his eyes, and the guards just woke up and left. After the guards left, the hall suddenly fell into deathly silence. King Bei looked at Beerus with an indifferent face, tried his best to squeeze out a smile, and asked, I wonder if Lord Beerus has any instructions for coming to the humble house. It's dinner time. I wonder if Lord Beerus can show his respect and let Xiao Wang fulfill the friendship of the landlord. After listening to King Vegeta's word, Beerus glanced coldly at the various rare ingredients on the table, then suddenly raised his foot and stepped on King Vegeta's face, angrily said, You take us this garbage to send beggars. This kind of thing is eaten by people. I don't think even pigs are eaten, because he just ate the food that Sun Yu brought from the earth. Beerus doesn't look down on the food of other civilizations at all, so the most luxurious food in King Vegeta's eyes is in the eyes of Beerus. Pig feed makes no difference. King Vegeta, who was trampled on by Beerus, held on to the ground with both hands, but Beerus's feet pressed on him like a lofty mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it. Do you know why I came to you today? King Vegeta, you are so bold. Last time I asked you to find me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, but you found it, but you kept it for yourself. Only dedicate the second most comfortable pillow in the universe to me. It has caused me to lose sleep recently. Do you know the guilt? Hearing Beerus' word, King Vegeta sweated like rain, and quickly begged for mercy. Lord Beerus, Xiao Wang convict. Please Lord Beerus, give me another chance. Lord Beerus. Chapter 52_A list. Beerus' eyes shone with coldness, and King Vegeta was trembling as he watched, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. After being silent for a long time, Beerus snorted coldly. Pray, you are very lucky today, and when it is rare to meet me in a good mood, I can give you one more time, and give me the most comfortable pillow in the universe. Otherwise, if so, there is no need for Vegeta to exist. After speaking, Beerus stomped his foot hard, and stepped on King Vegeta's entire face into the ground before giving up. Beerus stood up and patted the dust that did not exist on his body. He left, only to find that there was a person hiding behind a stone pillar in the corner of the hall. Without waiting for the peeping person to react, Whis dodged and moved behind the stone pillar, looked down and saw that it was a 4 to 5 year old child, and picked him up casually. Damn, let me go. You dare to underestimate me. I'm going to kill you. That child is the youngest son of King Vegeta, known as the once-in-a-100-year super genius Vegeta. At this moment, he is pinching the collar of the back of his neck with 2 fingers by Whis, waving his young arms desperately to attack Wei. Vegeta, don't be rude to this lord. King Bei scolded Vegeta angrily. He was worried that Vegeta would annoy the servant of Lord Beerus and bring disaster to Star Vegeta. Oh hoo, it's Takako Vegeta. It's a pleasure to meet you. Whis gently put down the Vegeta in his hand, and his figure slowly floated back to Beerus' side. Vegeta saw the scene of Beerus stomping on King Vegeta just now. For the first time, his young mind was hit so hard. He was very angry. He was angry that someone dared to bully his father. At this moment, after Vegeta was put down by Whis, he kept his head drooping, tears of shame swirling in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the noble Saiyan king could be so weak. At this moment, Vegeta hated this incompetent and weak father in his heart, and hated himself even more for not having the strength to fight back. A seed of hatred was quietly planted in his heart. Beerus yawned loudly, glanced at King Vegeta sleepily, and said, I hope you are a wise man. Wes, let go back. I'm sleepy. After he finished speaking, he floated cross-legged behind Whis, put a hand on Whis' shoulder, and suddenly a white light flashed. Beerus and Whis master and servant both turned into a bright light and disappeared in place. Looking at the place where Wagwang disappeared, King Vegeta suddenly slumped to the ground, recalling the chill that pierced his soul from Beerus just now, making King Vegeta feel the fear of falling into the 9 secluded abyss. HMPH trash. Vegeta looked at her father coldly, and then left without looking back. In the empty hall, there was only King Vegeta, who was collapsed to the ground. His face was dark, and he ignored Vegeta's departure, as if he was thinking about something. After returning to Uncle Ollie's house, Sun Yu simply told Uncle Ollie what happened just now. After Uncle Ollie heard it, he was sighed. He only knew about Frieza's horror not long ago, and now he's suddenly a god of destruction. Beerus popped up, which made him feel that the world was dangerous. As the strength becomes stronger, the vision will gradually broaden, and you can see some aspect that ordinary people can't. can't touch. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Sun Yu couldn't help sighing. Uncle Ali nodded his head in a deep sense, and said, indeed, for many ordinary people, it's enough to finish this body in peace, and it's easy to frighten them when they come into contact with too many things. But as a battle Saiyans of the famous land, I am really happy after knowing that there are so many powerful beings in the universe. In the past, because of the limitation of vision, Uncle Ali thought that the combat power of 4,000 or 5,000 would reach the sky, and King Vegeta's 10,000 combat power was an insurmountable moat. But Sun Yu's appearance made him understand that he had always underestimated the potential of Saiyan. Just in these days of crazy and effective training, the combat power of Uncle Ali and Ant Hill broke the 10,000 mark. Under the careful guidance of Sun Yu, they quickly mastered the control of chi, and their combat effectiveness increased explosively. This kind of growth was something they could never imagine before. After that, Sun Yu explained the expedition plan to Lena Hill and her daughter. Lena said that she would follow Sun Yu wherever she went. Hill also obeyed her husband's arrangement, so this time the expedition plan completely confirmed. Because there were still a few days before departure, Sun Yu lay bored on the sofa at Uncle Ali's house, and picked up a list of the people who accompanied him this time from Alang. He considered Vegeta the current relationship between Wong and Frieza as delicate, so today's planet Vegeta is invisibly divided into two camps. Almost all of them are composed of the middle and upper classes and are inclined toward King Vegeta. Most of them are dissatisfied with Frieza's rule and long for Saiyans to be their own masters. Because Uncle Ali's family is also considered to be the middle-level warriors of Star Vegeta, so Sun Yu and Lena were recalled from the Earth by King Vegeta. This is also the means of King Vegeta trying to win over more middle-level warriors. Most of the other camps are middle and lower-level people, because these people are in the lower society of Star Vegeta, so they are naturally ignored by the so-called elites of Star Vegeta. Coupled with the character of Saiyans admiring the strong, the appearance of Frieza gave them the opportunity to prove their worth, so there were many unknown middle and lower-level Saiyans who firmly supported Frieza's legion. Therefore, in the list of 1,000 people Sun Yu has in hand, most of the members are from the crowd in the second camp. Sun Yu is not worried that these people will betray him in the future and turn to Frieza. Because this list has been screened, and some diehards who have been reused by Frieza Legion have been left out, the remaining people are abandoned by the upper elites of Star Vegeta, just relying on their own efforts to make a living. Compared to King Vegeta, who is aloof, they worship the powerhouse who can directly lead them. It is also based on this that Sun Yu will allow them to join his camp. After Sun Yu casually flipped through it for a while, he was suddenly attracted by a name, and that name was Bardock. Chapter 53_Bardock. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously. He would not be unfamiliar with the name Bardock. The father of the famous Monkey King is also a low-level warrior, but with his own effort, he became one of the few strong men on planet Vegeta. 1. In the Dragon Ball anime, Bardock was injured in the head by the natives of Kanasa Star with a magic fist, and then predicted the destruction of the Saiyan nation. He was also the first Saiyan to rebel against Frieza's army. Sun Yu still remembers the scene where Bardock fought Frieza alone in the Dragon Ball anime. I can't believe that Bardock now has a combat power of 6,000. Sun Yu looked at the appendix at the back of the list in surprise. It shows that Bardock's current combat power is 6,000. On the famous family of Gita Star, but such a low-level warrior, he has reached such a height with his own effort. Of course, Bardock's wife, Jine, and the eldest son, Raditz, were also on the list. Because Sun Wukong was sent to Earth in advance, they did not appear. When he thought of Sun Wukong, who was far away on Earth, a smile appeared on Sun Yu's mouth. He didn't know how little Wukong was doing now. Although he had reminded Grandpa Gohan, Sun Yu was still worried about Grandpa Son Gohan. Have you pulled Xiao Wukong's tail on time? When you return to the Earth next time, don't be trampled to death by Xiao Wukong again. Speaking of which, I have also learned a lot of martial art concepts of the Guixian style, and I can be regarded as a long-term friend with Sun Wufan, so I can barely be regarded as the teacher of Xiao Wukong in terms of seniority, so why don't I have to call Bardock a teacher? Although Bardock is not a disciple of Guixianliu, but he is the biological father of Xiao Wukong after all, and his seniority is there. Sun Yu self-deprecatingly smiled, and he had opened up such a big brain hole unknowingly, so he shook his head and shouted towards the door. Alang. Soon, the young Saiyan who was keen to run errands for Sun Yu walked in. He stood respectfully in front of Sun Yu, bowed his body and asked in respect, Lord Kyle, what is your order? Sun Yu handed over the list, pointed to the Bardock family on the list and said, I want to meet this person. Can you find him for me? Alang glanced at the name that Sun Yu pointed to, thought for a moment, and said, no problem, my lord, I'll go find him now. Wait. Sun Yu waved his hand, then stood up abruptly from the sofa. Forget it, I'll go see him in person, and you show me the way. Yes, Lord Kyle. Alanx was a little confused, and he couldn't understand why Sun Yu wanted to meet this person in person. Sir, take the liberty to ask, what do you want to see him for? Is it him? Where did I offend you? No, it's just because his child has some relationship friendship with me, so I want to meet him on a whim. Sun Yu explained casually. Sun Yu already regarded Alranx as his crony, so many things were not deliberate. Hi, so that's the case. Then Lord Kyle, let go now. Alranx was very sensible and did not ask any more questions. He was very aware of being a follower. If the master doesn't say anything, don't ask more. Because Bardock was born as a lower-level soldier, his residence was in the fringe civilian area far from the imperial city. Alranx also lived there before, but since he followed Sun Yu, he was arranged by Uncle Ali. I rented a house in a middle-class residential area. Sun Yu and Alranx flew to the civilian area together. Looking at the crowded streets below and the poor ecological environment, Alranx sighed for a while. He felt again that he was the one who followed Sun Yu unswervingly. One of the best things I've done in my life. Lord Kyle, the small house in front is Bardock home. Let's prepare to land. Sun Yu looked in the direction Alranx pointed, and it turned out to be an old low house. Although it was a bit shabby, it was cleaned inside and out. Needless to say, he knew that it must be Bada, the masterpiece of the virtuous wife Jine. According to the information, Jine is just an ordinary Saiyan woman. She is not good at fighting, so she found a job in the city to handle logistics. Sun Yu and Alranx fell from the sky together, and the two came to the door of Bardock house. Before Sun Yu could knock on the door, Bardock had already detected Sun Yu's approach from the combat power detector. With a creak, the front door was open, and Bardock rushed out of the room, with his arms around his chest and looked at Sun Yu coldly. You two came uninvited, what's the matter? Sun Yu looked up and down at the person in front of him, and sure enough, the hairstyle of Xiao Wukong was exactly the same, but the Bardock in front of him had not yet experienced the Battle of Konosha Star, and his appearance also looked younger. Introduce myself first. My name is Kael'thas. You can also call me Sun Yu. This is my entourage Alranx, Sun Yu said with a faint smile. Hearing Sun Yu's self-introduction, Bardock frowned, but he remembered that a few days ago, a team organization called the Urban Management Brigade invited him to participate in an expedition, and even his wife Jine was recruited as a logistician personnel, because the other party offered extremely high remuneration, so he agreed. I've heard of you. You killed the leader of the original Leipu team, Ralton, and then took over his Leipu team, so you are the one who invited me. Bardock looked at the scene in front of him curiously. Seemingly young, it is difficult to associate it with the rumored powerhouse who killed Ralton. He habitually pressed the combat power detector he wore on his ears, and the combat value still showed only 1200. Bardock gently took off the combat power detector on his ear, crushed it suddenly, and said with a smile, as expected, it's the same as the rumor, only 1200 combat power, but ghosts believe it. Hey, even if this thing was given to you by Frisbee, don't take it so seriously, okay? After speaking, Bardock took a step forward, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Since the combat power detector could not detect Sun Yu's strength, he had to go into battle and experience it himself, otherwise Saiyans are all fanatics of fighting. Bold, don't be unreasonable to Lord Kyle. Alranx saw his intention in Bardock's eyes. He wanted to challenge Sun Yu, so he wanted to step forward to stop it. At this time, Jine, who heard the movement outside the house, also ran out with a worried look in her eyes. Behind Jine was Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. Chapter 54 You are so hung up. Come and be my little brother. Dear, what's going on? Jine stuck her head out of the room. Her eyes were tender and watery. Her petite figure contrasted sharply with the burly Bardock. Bardock suddenly put away his arrogant look and turned to look at his wife gently behind him. It's nothing, someone I know. Because he didn't know Sun Yu's real intention, Bardock didn't want to rashly introduce Sun Yu's identity, and he didn't want Jine to worry about him. Then why don't you invite them in and sit down? Jine gave Sun Yu and Alranx a sweet smile. To be fair, Sun Yu really wanted to go in and have a cup of tea, but he noticed that Bardock was staring at him with a cannibalistic look, as if he would agree to Jine's invitation as long as he agreed. Will be the same as himself. No need. Sun Yu smiled embarrassedly. Bardock yanked Sun Yu into the sky, then waved his hand to Jine and said, I have something to go out for a while. Let go first. Bye. He pulled Sun Yu before he finished speaking. Fly to the far suburb. Alranx knew what Bardock was thinking, so he bowed to Mrs. Jine and chased after him. Jine pouted in displeasure, looked at the young Raditz behind him and complained, your father is really never so worry-free. Not long after, the three of Sun Yu flew into a wilderness. The civilian area in the distance had already overlapped with the distant horizon, and all around was a barren loess. A gust of wind blew, and this wilderness raised the sky full of dust. Bardock and Sun Yu stood facing each other, and Alranx stood not far behind Sun Yu. Don't go to the Three Treasures Hall without anything. Tell me, what is the purpose of your coming to see me today? Sun Yu smiled lightly. Would you believe me if I said I was looking for you to talk about life and ideals? Don't talk nonsense with me. Are you telling the truth? Bardock was a little excited, and he didn't seem in the mood to play word games with Sun Yu. What a boring person. Sun Yu scratched his ears and said calmly, actually, I really came to you to talk about life, but it's your life, and now there are two paths in front of you. The first way is to follow me. Without waiting for Sun Yu to say the second, Bardock immediately interrupted Sun Yu and said, I choose the second. Sun Yu smiled, looked at Bardock with a bit of meaning, and said, you didn't ask what the second option was, so you hurried to choose. The second route is that I will fight until you are willing. Ha ha ha. After listening to Sun Yu's word, Bardock covered his stomach and laughed for a while. I have to say, you are very humorous, but I advise you not to treat me as if you were with Rail. The same rubbish, otherwise, you'll suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, Bardock rushed out and attacked Sun Yu as fast as a flash. And Sun Yu didn't seem to have reacted, and he still stood there without dodging or avoiding, and Alang, who was behind him, felt his heart tighten. Lord Kyle, danger. Haha, I succeeded, you rubbish. When Bardock was close to Sun Yu's range, he grabbed a palm-sized energy ball with his right hand and hit Sun Yu. Wow, there was a burst of sound, and Bardock's palm penetrated Sun Yu's body. He looked closely and found that there was no one in front of him. What? This is impossible. Bardock couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly saw that his energy ball had knocked down Sun Yu's body, but at that moment Sun Yu's body suddenly disappeared. After Image Fist, Aranx looked at the field with excitement. He involuntarily reported the name of this move. It was what he saw Sun Yu used when he saw Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie practice against each other. At that time, Sun Yu was shocked. Damn, where is it? Bardock looked around, but couldn't find Sun Yu's figure. With years of combat experience, he suddenly looked up, but what he saw was a flying leg kicking at him. Boom! With a short muffled sound, Bardock was kicked dozens of meters away by Sun Yu, and a long line of sand was raised on the ground. Then Sun Yu stood on one foot and landed gently, and shouted to the distance with his hands on his hip. Hey, Bardock, you should be more serious, otherwise, it will be meaningless. Bardock struggled to stand up, patted the dust on his body, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Haha, it's a shame to be underestimated by a kid. Oh, so you're finally serious. Sun Yu looked at Bardock playfully. He was really curious about Bardock's true combat power, and he wondered if there would be any unexpected surprises. Yeah, don't be scared by me to pee your pants. After speaking, Bardock clenched his fist tightly. His muscles were shaking, and a terrifying momentum was brewing around him. Although Sun Yu has no such thing as a combat effectiveness detector, he has already mastered the realm of knowledge. In the realm of martial art, he can clearly feel the combat effectiveness of others, just like the Bardock in front of him now. Sun Yu can see his combat effectiveness soaring at a rocket-like speed. The combat power is 6,200, the combat power is 6,680, and the combat power is 7,000. After soaring above 7,000, Bardock combat power finally stabilized and finally stayed at the value of 7,650. I really didn't see it. You were born as a low-level soldier, and you can even reach 7,650 combat power, which is not much better than those famous families in the Imperial City. Sun Yu looked at Ba with an approving look. Duh, cut. Bardock's heart trembled, because Sun Yu accurately reported his combat power, and he said it without using a combat power detector. The feeling of being seen through this way made him very uncomfortable. Stop talking nonsense. Look at the trick. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Sun Yu instantly suppressed his pressure to 6,000, because he really wanted to play against this legendary figure, and see who would win if the combat power was similar. One chip. And if you want to subdue a genius like Bardock, it is impossible to suppress him directly with force far beyond him, because this will not make him obey sincerely, but will arouse his rebellious heart. If you want to gain Bardock's approval, you can only stand on the same level with him and defeat him until he is convinced. As Sun Yu released a 6,000 strength aura, Bardock's eyes shrank. Years of combat experience told him that this young man was far from being as simple as he seemed. He was more like a sword in a scabbard. Once the edge is out of the sheath, it can kill the quartet. But so what? Being able to fight against the strong is the lifelong wish of the Saiyans of the fighting nation. So Sun Yu and Bardock turned into two phantoms, and Aranx on the side could only hear the battle sounds coming from all directions in the sky, on the ground, but the two of them were moving too fast. Quickly, Alanx's eyes couldn't catch their figures. After being stunned for a moment, an arc appeared at the corner of Alanx's mouth, and his eyes flashed with yearning light. Is this the battle between the strong? Chapter 55 _ Have you ever experienced despair? The scorching sun scorched the earth. Boundless gusts of wind rolled up in the wilderness thousands of miles outside the city, and the earth trembled from time to time. Their battles knocked down from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky back to the ground. The wilderness of thousands of miles has now become unrecognizable and pitted, with ravines and ravines, as if they had just experienced the bombing of a meteor shower. Up to now, Sun Yu has not been able to gain the upper hand. The biggest factor is the 6,000 combat power released by Sun Yu, which is simply not enough to support his body. Wearing 900 kilograms of overweight protective gear and fighting people to the limit, his speed he was greatly limited to the point where he just surpassed Bardock by a little bit. At first, Sun Yu could still use this little speed advantage to gain the upper hand in the battle, but Bardock deserves to be a legendary figure. His fighting talent is no less than that of the later Sun Wukong. Wukong. Bardock is aware of Sun Wukong. After using speed advantage, he immediately adjusted his fighting style and used his rich combat experience to make prediction. If you only predict one or two single actions, then even ordinary people can do it after receiving specific training. The real difficulty is in the high-speed battle of lightning and flint, but Bardock can do it. Another prejudgment sidekick. Bardock kicks Sun Yu, who was dodging and attacking from the side. Boy, you were so loud at the beginning. I thought you were so good. In the face of Bardock's ridicule, Sun Yu took a few steps back and patted the dust on his chest, and said solemnly, "What's so good about it? I just can't keep up with my thoughts because my body is greatly restricted." Great restriction. Can't move to keep up with thinking. Bardock repeated Sun Yu's word, and laughed lightly for a moment. Hee hee, why don't I see anything restricting you? Please find an excuse to find another one. Better. Sun Yu didn't answer, just stood silently in the air. He gently took off the wrist guards he was wearing on both hands, and then let go of his hands and let the overweight wrist guard fall to the ground in a free fall. Boom, boom. With two rumblings, one after the other, the overweight bracers kicked up a cloud of dust when they hit the ground, as if Sun Yu had just dropped two bombs instead of two bracers. Damn, what is that? Bardock couldn't see how heavy the two things Sun Yu took off. He stared at Sun Yu like a monster. You just to fight with me with this all the time? Sun Yu smiled but didn't speak. He crossed his legs in the air and threw down both of his boots. Boom, boom. There were two loud rumblings again, and Bardock looked dry. If it was just two gauntlets, he could still have a little luck, feeling that he still had a great advantage, but Sun Yu took off. After taking off these two overweight boots, Bardock seemed to see a ferocious beast being unchained in a trance. Before it was over, Sun Yu untied the soft armor he had been wearing, revealing a black vest. When Bardock saw the vest for the first time, his heart pounded like a lightning strike. Tremble. Sun Yu crossed his hands and took off the overweight vest, which weighed 400 kilograms under the gravity of Vegeta's star 10 times. Like a meteorite from outside the sky fell to the ground, and smashed it on the ground. A large pit with a radius of 5 meters. Strange. Monster. Bardock's eyes almost popped out. He couldn't imagine that Sun Yu was actually wearing these things to fight him just now. Wow, I haven't taken off this overweight protective gear for a long time. I feel that my body is much lighter. Sun Yu moved his hands and feet on the spot, punching for a while, kicking again for a while, but whether it was punching or kicking, Bardock couldn't completely see Sun Yu's movement. It's suffocating fast. After a while, Sun Yu stopped after the activity. He moved his eyes to Bardock and said with a faint smile, "Have you experienced despair?" What? Bardock was taken aback for a while. He obviously didn't understand what Sun Yu meant. Before he could react, Sun Yu, who was 50 meters away from him, suddenly appeared in front of him. Bardock's first reaction was to back up, but before he could fly back, he felt a sweetness in his throat and a sip. Blood spurted out. Looking at his abdomen again, the ribs on both sides are sunken inward, and it is estimated that the ribs are broken. Knowing that at this moment, a burst of piercing pain was transmitted back to Bardock's cerebral cortex, and Sun Yu's shot was already so fast that he couldn't keep up with the transmission of pain. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated, and Bardock forcibly endured the pain and landed on the ground. He lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Unexpectedly, there was another voice in front of him. "Are you ready to experience despair? It's Sun Wu." Sun Yu didn't know when he landed in front of Bardock, and he looked at Bardock with his hands on his hips and smiling. "Damn, you die for me." The furious Bardock slammed a punch. Sun Yu lightly raised his hand and clasped his wrist, and then twisted it, only to hear a sound of clicking, and Bardock's hand was instantly twisted. Turned into a twist. He spewed a few mouthfuls of blood from his mouth, and his eyes were a little slack. Damn, damn. Although the pain in his body almost fainted, Bardock persisted with astonishing will. He staggered back a few steps, and managed to stand firm. "You have two paths now. The first to surrender to me, and the second to kneel and sing conquest for me," Sun Yu said as he walked towards Bardock. "Then you should kill me. Hee hee. I hate it. I don't have any strength now. The bones in my hand are broken. I really want to surpass you." Damn. Bardock swayed and fell to his knees with a plop. His blood had soaked his clothes, and he was extremely miserable. Sun Yu walked in front of Bardock, leaned down to his ear, and said softly, "What if I could give you strength? And it will directly triple your combat power without any side effect." Hearing this, Bardock's eyes flashed with incomparable brilliance. He stared at Sun Yu, his mouth opened and closed without making any sound. "I'll take it as you agree." Sun Yu smiled, then grabbed Bardock's head and punched him violently. Bardock was knocked to the ground by Sun Yu, and immediately after Sun Yu bullied him, he was bombarded and smashed. For a long time, he didn't stop until Bardock was beaten by Sun Yu with almost only one breath left. Looking at Bardock, who was almost dead, Sun Yu put his hand into his pocket and took out a fairy bean. Chapter 56_Big Fudge. Seeing that the battle here was over, a length flew over, and when he saw that there was no complete Bardock lying on the ground, he suddenly felt his scalp numb. "Lord Kyle, is he dead?" Sun Yu rolled his eyes at Orang, then said with a serious face, "Orang, no matter what you see in a while, don't ask any more questions, and don't say anything casually, you know. About Shondo, only Uncle Ollie's family knows about it. The other members of the urban management team have not yet fully trusted Sun Yu, but the young Saiyan in front of him, Sun Yu, is serious about him, so he plans to treat Bardock in his presence. Alanx was obviously frightened by Sun Yu's word. He couldn't imagine what would happen in a while. If it was just killing a person or destroying a court in the wilderness, there was no need to hide it at all. Vegeta's stars are all too common. However, Alanx has an advantage, that is, he will stop thinking about things he doesn't understand. Since Sun Yu is willing to believe in himself, he will quietly be a tight-lipped bystander. Yes, my lord, my loyalty to you can be learned from the sun and the moon, Alanx said firmly. Sun Yu nodded. He leaned down and crushed the fairy bean, stuffed it into Bardock's mouth, and then lifted Bardock's chin to help him complete the swallowing action. Gouda. Bardock's Adam's apple moved up and down once. Sun Yu laid him down on his back, stood on the side and waited silently. Alanx looked at Bardock, who was half dead on the ground, and then looked at Sun Yu, who was looking forward to it. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that his own adults have given this person some kind of elixir? If so, it really needs to be kept secret. All of a sudden, Bardock, who had been half dead, suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath of air, as if a drowning person had been rescued ashore. When his breathing became steady, Bardock jumped up from the spot suddenly, and he landed at a distance of dozens of meters away from Sun Yu. While staring at Sun Yu vigilantly, he checked his injury. Sun Yu's broken bones were all restored in an instant. Alanx was also taken a step back by this scene. He covered his mouth tightly, and his heart was beating wildly. He knew very well the physique of a Saiyan. After being seriously injured and dying, he recovered instantly. The heavier the injury, the higher the combat effectiveness. I have already given you the power you want. Let's release your own breath and see. You should have noticed it. Sun Yu put his arms around his chest and looked at Bardock in the distance with a smile. Suspiciously moving his body, Bardock began to release his breath after realizing that his injury had really healed. Although Bardock did not have a combat effectiveness detector, he could not find out the exact value of his combat effectiveness, but the feeling of being reborn was real and real. He clearly felt that his combat effectiveness had far surpassed the previous level, to an unattainable height. In such a situation, I am the only one in the world who can save you. Because this is the first time you have faced death, your combat power has tripled after an instant recovery, so your current combat power is around 22,900. Sun Yu saw Bardock's mind, and he casually reported Bardock's accurate combat power. According to what you said, as long as the injury can be recovered in an instant, there is a shortcut to improve the combat effectiveness in the future. Bardock looked suspiciously at Sun Yu. HMPH, there has never been a shortcut in this world, Sun Yu said coldly. Our science physique is already very unbelievable, but this is only the first time we face death. With the explosive growth, there will not be such a big jump in recovering from injuries in the future, but there will still be a lot of improvement. Quote, as expected of the Saiyans of the fighting nation, fighting is the shortcut for us Saiyans to improve their strength. A chill appeared on the corner of Bardock's mouth. Then, thank you very much for improving my strength. As a reward, I can make your death painful too. Damn, you ungrateful guy. Your rank stopped in front of Sun Yu without thinking about it. After listening to Sun Yu's words, Sun Yu stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder, and said, this young master hasn't paid attention to his fighting power. Isn't he paying attention? Alanx felt a little confused. He really didn't expect that Bardock, who was as powerful as 22,900 combat power, was actually said by Sun Yu that he didn't pay attention. But since it was Sun Yu who said it, then it must be true. Alanx nodded excitedly, and then stepped aside. You can attack, Badaxang. Sun Yu's eyes were as silent as water. Bardock looked at Sun Yu very upset, spit out a mouthful of spit and said, cut, you can be tough, even if you take off those overweight protective gear. The gap between our combat power is here. You are really courting death. After speaking, Bardock burst out with all his breath. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, and he punched out a faint sound of tiger roaring and thunder, and flew towards Sun Yu. Why, are you too scared to move? Hearing Bardock's words, Sun Yu chuckled lightly, and in an instant he opened his palm and slowly raised it. Boom rumble. With Sun Yu's palm as the center, a shock wave that seemed to be substantial spreads out, and Bardock galloping figure slammed, as if hitting an iron wall. Sun Yu stood still, as if he had just caught a child playing with a ball. It's impossible. It's impossible. Bardock looked at Sun Yu in horror. He felt that he had such a strong power. Why was he still so vulnerable in front of this young man? Nothing is impossible. Aren't you stupid? If I can't get you down, how dare I stand and let you fight? Sun Yu looked at Bardock with a mentally retarded expression. Now you can surrender to me. Is it? My patience is limited. If you don't agree, I'm going to kill you. Cut. Bardock couldn't help but take a step back, and he stared at Sun Yu, his eyes erratic. Sun Yu thought that there might be a drama, so he added fuel to the jealousy. By the way, you also know that our organization has just been established. The organization is very young, but youth is an opportunity. As long as you follow me well, the the organization will definitely not treat me badly. Yours, the party and the people will also remember yours, the fine traditions of the revolution. My lord, my lord. Alang heard Sun Yu's word, the waterfall sweat, and immediately interrupted. Sir, you are talking like this. People who originally wanted to join, all give you scared away. Yes, I think what I said is pretty good. Sun Yu glanced at Bardock in front of him, and he was really sweating. Sun Yu coughed dryly. Cough. Anyway, if you join us, I will guide you. You cultivate, and you are welcome to kill me at any time, as long as you have this rank. Quote, Chapter 57 Neil and Sing Conquest. Sun Yu coughed dryly. Cough. Anyway, if you join us, I will guide you to practice, and you are welcome to kill me at any time, as long as you have this rank. Give people a free boost of strength, and always welcome the opponent to come and kill them after they become stronger. After listening to Sun Yu's word, Alanx and Bardock felt a little unreal. Lord Kyle, is this really good? Alanx was so anxious that the sweat dripped from the bean. The silent Bardock suddenly understood something. He laughed at himself and said, I think you have absolute confidence in your own strength to say such a thing. There are reasons for this. Sun Yu nodded. More importantly, because I want to create a sense of crisis for myself. You know, there is pressure to be motivated. I see. But before I join you, can I take the liberty of asking you to show your true strength? Bardock no longer had the arrogance in his eyes. He said sternly. Alanx also looked at Sun Yu expectantly. Although he had followed Sun Yu for a long time, he had never seen Sun Yu's full strength. Okay, as you wish. Sun Yu nodded, and his body floated into the air as soon as his mind moved. Feel it well. I hope you don't pee your pants in fear. After listening to Sun Yu shouting loudly, Bardock and Alanx seemed to hear the sound of the chains imprisoning the beast being broken. Immediately afterward, an aura that made the world collapse and shatter the mountains and rivers fell from the sky. Bardock and Alanx stared blankly at the figure in the sky, and the burly body was infinitely magnified at this moment. There was a roar in the ear, and the earth was shaking. The afterimage shaking in his eyes is the trembling of the sky. The two of them seemed to be strangled by an invisible thug, unable to breathe. As Sun Yu's 300,000 combat power exploded, his body's surface was gradually covered with a layer of pale golden airflow, and his whole body was like a golden flame burning, as if the gods descended to the earth. Sun Yu looked down at the ground against his eyes, and he spat out two words, kneel down. This sound seemed to fall from the sky, and the shocked Bardock and Alang trembled. Alang fell to the ground with a thud without the slightest hesitation. Bardock gritted his teeth and struggled against Sun Yu's coercion. With the release of Sun Yu's life and death mood, Bardock seemed to have fallen into the ninth secluded hell, and a cold fear spread from the bottom of his heart. Kneel down. Plop. When Bardock lost his mind, his legs softened, and he knelt straight in front of Sun Yu. The legendary Saiyan finally lowered his noble head. Get down on your knees and sing me a song of conquest. Sun Wu spoke again. Huh. Bardock and Alanx raised their heads sharply and looked at Sun Yu with a bewildered expression. What the hell is singing about conquest? Sun Yu wanted to continue to explain to the two of them that the conquest was not a ghost but a song. His eyes suddenly shrank and his eyes drifted to the back. No, I was noticed. Let go. After speaking, he suddenly took back his breath, hurriedly retrieved the overweight protective gear, and then greeted Bardock and Alanx to leave the place quickly. The three held their breath, jumped and moved quickly on the ground, and disappeared in this wilderness after a while. Shortly after Sun Yu and Bardock Alanx left, three more figures appeared in the sky. They looked different. They were not Saiyans from this planet. They stood in the void and quietly looked at the pits and pits below. Ground. 300,000 combat power. How could this planet have such existence? The other person snorted disdainfully. I said that your combat power detector is broken. Look at the battle scene below. If it was really a battle of 300,000 strong combat power, this land would have been turned into ruins long ago. Okay. The last person also agreed with this. Yes, according to the battle traces on the scene, it is just two people with a combat power of less than 10,000. It's a shame that we didn't listen to you and reported to Mr. Frieza first. Do you know the lie? What is the crime of military intelligence? After being ridiculed by the two companions for a while, the man standing in front blushed and smashed his combat effectiveness detector. Damn broken instrument. It made me lose so much ugliness. Come on, it's so boring. After speaking, the three of them also turned into a streamer and flew towards the sky. After avoiding Frieza's eyeliner arranged by Star Vegeta, Sun Yu and Alanx went to Bardock's house to sit for a while. Now that Bardock is already Sun Yu's subordinate, he also naturally introduced Sun Yu. He met his wife, Jine. Later, Sun Yu also talked about the Saiyans he picked up on Earth, that is, the second son of Bardock and Jine, Kakarot, also called Sun Wukong. I didn't expect adult to know Anuzi long ago. Bardock called Sun Yu an adult in an unfamiliar way. Jine looked at Sun Yu with a worried look on her face. She was eager to know the situation of her child. Sun Yu saw Jine's thoughts, smiled and said, your child is doing well on Earth. It is an old friend of mine who is teaching him martial art. If there is a chance, I will take you to visit him. When it comes to Bardock's second son, Sun Wukong, Bardock's face is very ugly. A baby born with a combat power of only 2 to 3 can be said to be a waste among waste. Sun Yu patted Bardock on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "That kid is the most talented person I've ever seen, and his achievements in the future are limitless. You, a father, have to work hard, otherwise it's a shame to go beyond your son." Bardock was done. He didn't understand why Sun Yu admired his young son so much, but since Sun Yu said it, he wouldn't doubt it, because no strong man would easily praise a person unless this man really got his approval. "Well, my lord, I will work hard to cultivate, and one day I will surpass you," Bardock said firmly. Radit, who had been hiding behind Jine, also jumped out, her thick black hair fluttering in the wind. "I will also work hard to cultivate and strive to surpass my father." Looking at Radit, who was only 5 or 6 years old, everyone laughed. Having successfully recaptured Bardock, Sun Yu left his overweight protective gear to Bardock, and then took Ranks back to Uncle Ollie's house. Because the day of the expedition and migration is approaching, all the members of the urban management team are doing the final confirmation work with the people on the list. Because Uncle Ollie and Alanx are in full control of everything, Sun Yu, the hands-off shopkeeper, has become the most leisurely person. Chapter 58 Close the door and let the dog go. The day of the expedition finally came, and Sun Yu led all the members of the urban management team and nearly 2,000 external staff hired to go to the spaceport. As the cosmic transit station of Star Vegeta, the daily flow of people in the spaceport has already exceeded 1 million. It is said that the spaceport of Star Vegeta covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. The huge transparent dome takes the shape of a bird's nest and surrounds the outermost circle. Various military spaceships are parked in the middle. Sun Yu's single-cabin spaceship, Frieza's favorite leader-class military fortress, and so on. Because the exploration-level strategic void ship that Sun Yu is about to board is about 800 meters long and has 3 boarding passages, Sun Yu divided the 2,000 people into 3 groups. The first group was led by himself, the second batch was led by the Lena family, and the third batch was handed over to Bardock. Since the Lena family and Bardock are far more capable than the Saiyans on Vegeta, Sun Wu is not worried that they will get into trouble. After explaining some precautions, the 3 groups of people passed through the crowd and went to their respective boarding passages. Sun Yu was the first time to come to the military terminal of the spaceport. When he returned to Star Vegeta before, the landing is a civilian channel, at the very edge of the spaceport, but this time, I have truly experienced the advanced technology of this universe. Unlike the backward technology in Vegeta Star City, it is fully automated equipment. There are conveyor belts everywhere on the ground. As long as people stand on it, they will be immediately transmitted to the place they want to go. Sun Yu planned to lead the team he was in charge of to the conveyor belt, but there were no less than 100 people in the distance, and they were walking towards him with bad intention. Lord Kyle. Alanx also noticed the movements of these people, so he looked at Sun Yu worriedly. "Well, I know," Sun Yu replied casually. He immediately sensed the breadth of this group of people, and was surprised to find that none of these people were weak, and their combat power was above 4,000. Suddenly, a tall man walked out of the crowd. He had a flaming hairstyle and a beard around his mouth. He was wearing standard Saiyan fighting soft armor, but he was wearing a cape and looked mighty. "Yo, could this be the legendary King Vegeta?" Sun Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who came. King Vegeta was called by Sun Yu's name. His face turned cold, and he said gloomily, "You are Kael'thas, the adopted son of the Ali family. As the middle class of Star Vegeta, you should have a brilliant in the future. Why are you willing to be Frieza's lackey?" Sure enough, King Vegeta was very dissatisfied with Sun Yu's response to Frieza's call, especially when he was about to rebel against Frieza. Naturally, he wanted to include dissidents as much as possible, but he didn't know at all that his fighting power was in Frieza's eyes, not even a fart. "I think you may be mistaken." Sun Yu walked to King Vegeta's side, and honestly, being so close to Vegeta's father made Sun Yu a little excited. In a sense, speaking of which, the person whose fate is controlled by others is a dog. If others want to kill you, they will kill you, and if they want to keep your dog's life, they will keep it. I advise you, you won't die if you don't do it. Although Frieza was going to destroy Star Vegeta sooner or later, King Vegeta's stupidity accelerated the process. Sun Yu didn't want to see the Saiyans being exterminated. Saiyans were originally a minority. If Vegeta is destroyed, the future of the Saiyan nation will be bleak. It is too difficult to support the development of a nation with only 2,000 people. HMPH, how dare you talk to this king like that? King Vegeta's eyes turned cold, and he motioned for a few people behind him to step forward. "You are the shame of my Saiyan family, and I want you to suffer hard today." Receiving the hint from King Vegeta's eyes, the hundreds of people behind him immediately stepped forward, each with a bloodthirsty look in their eyes, and their fingers clutched. Ling Lai's evil spirit erupted from them without exception, making the group of people behind Sun Yu tremble. God knows how many people they killed to have such a strong evil spirit. "I'm not afraid to tell you, these people are the elites of our clan. The worst of them has a combat power of 4,000. The highest, hey, he said that he will scare you to death. The highest Nadal family, the young patriarch, has a combat power of 9,000. Why? So, now I kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I can spare you from dying. King Vegeta said aggressively. In his opinion, he brought all the elites of middle-level warriors, the kind that can be saved as long as they report their name, the kind that scare people down. When the people who were additionally hired by Sun Yu heard what King Vegeta said, they immediately broke out into a discussion. Most of them had heard of the name of the Nashi family. There are many famous nobles in Star Vegeta. From the moment they were born, they were superior to others, and their fighting power was far beyond what ordinary people could look up to. It's over. This time we are really over. This ignorant Kilthos dares to talk to King Bei like this. Doesn't he know the fighting power of King Bei? What should we do? Let's flee while we're at it. Or if we fight, we'll definitely die. Yes, run away quickly, let alone hundreds of us. Even if our three groups add up to 2,000 people, they are not necessarily their opponents. Sun Yu glanced at the crowd behind him lightly, waved his hand and said, hey, if you want to leave, you can leave now, otherwise you won't be able to run away if you fight for a while. Alanx and several other members of the urban management team wanted to say something, but after meeting Sun Yu's gaze, they closed their mouths and quietly looked at the crowd behind them. Soon most of the people behind Sun Yu dispersed in a hurry. The original team of more than 600 people now has less than 200 people. Yo, it's more than I thought. What do you think, Alanx? Sun Yu patted Alanx's neck to him with a smile and asked. Alanx smiled awkwardly and said, sir, I think it's too much to keep 200 people. In the situation just now, anyone who is a little timid should run away. Hee. Sun Yu laughed wryly. King Vegeta looked at Sun Yu's greatly reduced team and said with confidence, I said, boy, you should surrender too. Don't tell me you still want to resist now. Sun Yu waved his hand in the direction of King Vegeta and corrected, no, it's not resistance, it's slaughter, unilateral slaughter. After speaking, the corner of Sun Yu's mouth twitched, revealing a devilish smile. However, we are the ones who killed you. Friends behind me, I'm glad you're in the right place. So as a reward, I'll let you see our city management team. Terrifying. The number 1 squadron of the urban management brigade listens to my orders, closes the door, releases the dog, and hits me. Chapter 59 _ It turns out that you are shaking. With the sound of Sun Yu closing the door to release the dog, the members of the urban management team who were eager to try staggered, releasing the dog. Who is the dog? Lord Kyle, make it clear to me, otherwise we will really cry for you to see. King Vegeta had detected the combat power of Sun Yu and his party before he came. Needless to say, Sun Yu's combat power was 1200 no matter who detected it. Alanx's combat power was the highest among them, only 4000. Not to mention the group of hired employees behind them, the younger ones didn't even reach 1,000. Haha. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd on King Vegeta's side. They looked at Sun Yu like a fool. Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't you understand the situation? Even if you don't have a combat power detector yourself, you should also ask the people around you. Behind Sun Yu, a Saiyan of the same age as Alanx weakly tapped Sun Yu's shoulder and said, my lord, although my combat power is low, we are Saiyans, and we are willing to follow. Your lord is honored to die in battle. You are dead in battle. Sun Yu's backhand was a head scratcher. He looked at the people behind him. You all think this way? After listening to Sun Yu's question, the other Saiyans nodded, which made Sun Yu a little dumbfounded. Okay, you don't need to take action. All of you in the urban management team, what are you doing? And you still don't do it. Sun Yu didn't know that the team members who were still fighting high-spirited just now, why all of them suddenly looked at him with aggrieved faces. Could it be that he became handsome again? Hey, there are so many handsome people. Follow orders. The 10 members of the urban management team present, under the leadership of Arank, took off the overweight protective gear that Sun Yu had previously distributed to them. For a while, there was a roar of super heavy protective gear hitting the ground. The crowd behind Sun Yu was dumbfounded, and King Vegeta was dumbfounded. The combat effectiveness detector on the beep. A mechanical sound came out, and King Vegeta and the others instantly petrified on the spot. Because of the 10 team members on Sun Yu's side, their combat effectiveness had undergone incredible changes. The original combat effectiveness of only more than 3,000 people, after taking off the overweight protective gear, actually soared all the way to more than 7,000. The most terrifying thing is the follower who has been standing beside Sun Yu. His combat power of 4,000 suddenly exploded to 11,000. Not bad. Sun Yu cast an approving look at Alanx. This young man has a very strong comprehension ability. He can quickly grasp the martial art concept that Sun Yu has taught one. Coupled with his hard work, today's normal state the combat power has exceeded 10,000. The situation on the field turned instantly, which made the crowd behind Sun Yu feel unreal. They finally understood Sun Yu's confidence. It turned out that he had a team of extraordinary fighting power, and even his subordinates were so strong. What about himself? Suddenly, these people felt that their choice to stay was too correct. They wanted to look around. They could see the group of people who had left the team and retreated far away to watch the fun. Their intestines were almost regretful. regretful. It is estimated that they all want to come back and hug Sun Yu's thigh now. But is this possible? The 10 members of the team surrounded King Vegeta's group of 100 people in a flash, and their eyes did not hide their bloodthirsty expression. King Vegeta's men were all murderous and vicious gangsters, but what about Sun Yu's team members? It's not like this. Every Saiyan is a born warrior. After a brief shock, King Vegeta gradually regained his composure. He forced a smile and said, even if your overall combat effectiveness is slightly higher, you won't be naive enough to think that 10 of us can defeat 100 of us. Go. Now that he thinks of using the crowd tactic, Sun Yu glanced at King Vegeta sympathetically, and said to the team members, hurt each other, hurry up, we still have to board the ship. After speaking, the hundreds of people beside King Vegeta only felt a flower in front of them. The 10 members of the brigade all disappeared with a shout, and then 10 lightning bolts rushed into the crowd, like a hungry tiger rushing towards a sheep. Among the hundreds of people on the king's side, they flacked their muscles. Ah, damn, they're so fast. Why are they so strong? Are they really Saiyan? Just after a few breaths, King Vegeta's side had already fallen a lot. Only some high-end combat power could barely hold up the fierce attack of the team members. Sun Yu looked at the field with satisfaction. The members of the urban management team, after this period of special training, they have initially mastered the use of chi, and they are much stronger than those from King Vegeta in terms of combat intuition and reaction speed. On one side is a well-trained martial artist, and on the other side is a barbarian who has brute force but doesn't know how to use it. He uses his feet to think about what the outcome of the battle will be. The scene was full of flesh and blood, and bones were broken from time to time. The sound of teeth knocking out is horrible. In the face of overwhelming strength, no amount of numbers will help. The current situation is very clear. Although there are only 10 soldiers under Sun Yu, their fighting power is far superior to that of the same rank. King Vegeta's men were beaten all over the place and gradually lost their fighting spirit. When 10,000 combat strengths were against 11,000 combat strength, King Vegeta was beaten by Alanx all over the place. This kid Alanx obviously has an extreme hatred of the rich. When he faced the ruler of Vegeta, who was once aloof, he was timid and did not dare to exert all his strength at first, but gradually he realized that what he once remembered was the mighty King Bei seemed to be like this, so the kid gave all his strength to King Vegeta. The most ridiculous thing is that this boy Alanx became more and more excited as he fought, and the power that had been hidden in his body seemed to be suddenly awakened. During the bloody torture of King Vegeta, Alanx's fighting power soared, and even reached 16,000. This Nema is also fine. Sun Yu was dumbfounded. In his impression, Saiyans are all shaking M attribute. Only when they are beaten will their combat power soar. This kid can actually abuse people. You kid turns out to be a jerk. Sun Yu suddenly understood something, and there was a chill in his heart. After King Vegeta was completely beaten to the ground, the 10 team members quietly closed their hands. They looked at Sun Yu as if asking for credit, but were ruthlessly beaten by Sun Yu. Hey, what are your expressions? Bullying. A group of garbage is very fulfilling. Please set your goals higher. Okay, you are following me, and you want to become the strongest team in the universe. Do you understand? Being scolded by Sun Yu for a while, the 10 team members became more and more excited instead of being depressed. They were all weak at first, but after following Sun Yu, they stepped on the strong man who could only look up to him in a short period of time. Each of them gave birth to a lofty ambition to follow Sun Wu to rule the universe. King Vegeta stood up clutching his wound. He looked at Sun Yu coldly, and said viciously, you can be proud. I admit that you are very strong, but what about the other members of yours? I guess they are all suffering. Chapter 60_ Set Sail. As soon as King Vegeta's word came out, Sun Yu, Alanx and the others looked at each other and burst into laughter. Alanx pointed to the combat effectiveness detector he wore on his ear when he went out today, and said, just received a summons from 2 other groups of people. King Vegeta, I have unfortunate news to tell you. You must stand firm. As we all know, the combat effectiveness detector has a communication function. The members of the urban management team will not wear it when discussing internal matters, but they will carry it with them for the convenience of communication when they go out to perform tasks. The 2 sides said that they were intercepted on the way, and all the gangsters have been executed. What? King Vegeta's heart throbbed violently. He couldn't believe that the elites he sent to find those 2 teams were all dead. He knew the fighting strength of the Ali family and Bardock. They are all at the lower middle level. Are they all wearing overweight protective gear? King Vegeta suddenly felt that the world was spinning. Why is this? Isn't he the strongest Saiyan? Why is this so-called urban management team so powerful? Who the hell are you guys? King Vegeta asked Sun Wu angrily. My name is Sun Yu, and I'm an ordinary Saiyan. Sun Yu stepped forward and patted King Vegeta on the shoulder, leaving King Vegeta, who was standing still, with a confused look on his face, and walked towards the passage to board the ship. Go. The members of the urban management team all know that their Lord Kyle has an alias called Sun Yu, so they have long been surprised. Alanx hurried to Sun Yu's side and asked respectfully, Sir, what should I do with these people? Do you want to? Then he put his finger on his neck and made a beheading gesture. Sun Yu looked at King Vegeta with pity, and said, "Forget it, now there are less than 10 of their mid-level and above warriors. You said that Lena and Bardock are ruthless enough. Yaren, why did they just say kill and kill?" The members of the urban management team broke into a cold sweat when they heard it, thinking that you were more cold-blooded than them when you killed Realton's group. I said, King Pei, just take your subordinates to get out of here. Stop and stop, Sun Yu said to King Vegeta. Then he waved his hand and led a group of people behind him to the boarding passage. King Vegeta looked at his subordinates who were lying on the ground, and the surrounding crowd had long been surrounded by people watching the fun. Today's events will definitely spread in a short time. From then on, his image will only plummet in Vegeta. Maybe reducing a large part of King Vegeta's so-called elite warriors can make him realize his stupidity, maybe so that he won't delusional rebellion against Frieza's legion, so that Vegeta can exist for a while longer. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Sun Yu for the time being. Ignoring what will happen to King Vegeta in the future, Sun Yu led a group of people to successfully board the Exploration-class strategic void ship. After boarding the ship, what caught his eye was an incomparably spacious passage, extending horizontally, as if it was like the corridor of the fireman's carriage. They looked towards the front of the passage and could see the Ali family who were in charge of boarding the ship. They also saw Sun Yu at the same time. Lena flew in the air, and suddenly flew to Sun Yu's position. "Hey, Kyle, why are you all so small?" Lana looked curiously at the more than 200 people behind Sun Yu. "Some people were fired. I saw King Vegeta just now. He sent someone to stop you from boarding the ship. You didn't do anything, did you?" Sun Yu said. As long as Lena doesn't reveal her true combat power, then the expedition plan has already been completed. Half the battle. It turns out that those people were sent by King Vegeta. I said, why are they so weak? Lena said thoughtfully. Ignore him. Let's go to the captain's room. I really want to see the captain. What is the room like? Can you let me drive for a while? I haven't driven a battleship before. You are driving a tricycle. Sun Yu was in a cold sweat hearing this, and was dragged by Lena to the captain's room. After Sun Yu secretly instructed Uncle Ali to promote the 200 people who had stayed by his side to active duty members of the urban management team, he secretly found a place to practice. Lana ran to the captain's room excitedly, and she looked around like a curious baby. Fortunately, the more high-end equipment, the more user-friendly its design will be. Most of the functions of this battleship can be completed automatically, and there are no too complicated buttons, and the captain and other pilots' job is to monitor the battleship throughout the process. It is enough that it is running well. So after Lana came to the captain's room, she spent a full half an hour looking at the battleship. After all the boarding personnel were in place, the battleship asked weakly, "The staff is ready. Do you want to open the booking route?" "What the matter? Don't even have a button." Lana growled at the captain. "It's the kind where you count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I can fire it with a snap." This lord. The captain was a green dwarf with 4 eyes. He raised his head sweating profusely, and tried to squeeze a few words out of his mouth. "Sir, the kind of thing you said, it was not used 400 years ago, or you can click I with a snap." Then Lana really slapped the I's projection equipment. The whole projection table slammed into a big hole, and wisps of green smoke came out. Lana was unmoved, and shouted with pride, "Sail the sail! Set sail!" Everyone fainted. The startup speed of the Exploration-class strategic void ship is extremely fast, and the internal stable structure is very good. Lana didn't even feel the slightest acceleration, and the vision came to the atmosphere of the Vegeta star in a flash. There is no feeling of speeding as imagined, and there is no sense of shaking of the battleship passing through the atmosphere, which makes Lana very disappointed. The movies of the starship battleship she watched on Earth are all deceptive. This scene is not as exciting as the single-cabin spaceship that Saiyans always like to ride. Because they took the Exploration-class strategic ship known as the fastest in the universe, Sun Yu and others set off from Star Vegeta to the planet Veblen on the edge of the universe in the north. Sa's army was recruited for a full 3 months. This also means that Sun Yu and others must either reach a united front with the natives of Veblen within 3 months, or force them to recover by force, but Sun Yu does not want to establish an enemy at this juncture. According to data, the average combat power of Veblen's high-tech combat robots is more than 500,000. Although the combat power is not equal to strength, it is always good to practice hard. Therefore, Sun Yu set a small goal for himself, which is to completely adapt to 300 times the gravity within the 8 months of flying to Veblen. Chapter 61_Avatar. 8 months is neither long nor short. In the north of the 7th universe, its interstellar route expansion is far behind compared with other star regions, so Sun Yu and other Saiyans have encountered many times during their voyage. Meteor shower. After hearing for the first time that it was about to hit a large-scale meteorite group, everyone's heart suddenly tightened, and they were very worried that the spacecraft would be destroyed by the meteorite. But Sun Yu was nervous and looking forward to it. The plots of various Hollywood blockbusters flashed in his mind. Almost every protagonist character can drive his own spaceship in various dense meteorite, complete various difficult and elegant movements in the middle, and then fly out of it handsomely unscathed, causing a scream. If it wasn't for the short green man's captain who repeatedly emphasized that the spaceship was equipped with a super shield, it would not be a problem at all if it was hit by meteorites occasionally. Sun Yu estimated that he would have to fly the spaceship himself, and then perform a difficult operation that only pig-feet characters can complete. However, what I said before, those on TV are all lies. As far as the background of the real universe is concerned, no matter how dense the meteorite group is, the distance between individual meteorites is very far away, so far that it can only be measured by more than 10,000 meters. Of course, except for some small stones separated from meteorite, although these so-called small stones also have a diameter of tens of meters. The moment this small stone comes into contact with the super shield of the exploration-level strategic void ship, will be evaporated. The oncoming meteorite group didn't stay in Sun Yu's line of sight for a second at all. All Sun Yu could see was the huge holographic light curtain in the captain's room, and several intermittent flashes flashed from time to time in the endless darkness. Spot of light. Because the speed of Sun Yu's spaceship was faster than the speed of light, the empty meteorite group only had time to leave half a shadow before being thrown away by the spaceship. Sun Yu was in the captain's room, staring blankly at the intermittent light spots on the light curtain. That is the real meteor shower in space, and that is also the three views of Sun Yu's passing. So, the TV shows are all lies. After watching the vast light spot for a while, Sun Yu felt a bit of a headache. This may be the pain after the reconstruction of his review. In the end, Sun Yu walked out of the captain's room silently. Now, there are only a few days left to voyage to Veblen, and Sun Yu has also finished his training. 300 times the gravity is far from being as simple as imagined. Think of Vegeta, who turned into a Super Saiyan in the original Dragon Ball. He normally has a combat power of at least 3 million. Even with such a powerful combat power, he will sweat profusely while practicing under 300 times the gravity. Only after Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan and his combat power increased to 150 million did he completely ignore 300 times the gravity. Sun Yu felt that he had a long way to go. Of course, these 8 months of training were not without gain, at least without experiencing the battle of life and death. He increased his combat power to 800,000, which is also largely due to Sun Yu's current martial arts realm. Compared to Sun Yu, Lena's martial arts level has always been in the micro stage, so when she has not experienced combat, her combat power has improved very slowly, only 600,000. Although Lena was very dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do. After all, Sun Yu was the ruler of all kinds of dissatisfaction. Then there is Bardock. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds in the past 8 months. Sun Yu just mentioned him a little bit. Bardock quickly mastered the use of chi. He only used a short time. In just 2 months, he reached the level of subtlety, and his combat power soared to a high of 120,000 overnight, which was also the reason for his accumulation. Uncle Ali and Ant Hill's fighting power can exceed 90,000, and they are still trying to sprint towards 100,000. The other members of the urban management team have also improved a lot. When the spacecraft approached Veblen for 3 light years, it began to slow down. Finally, through the exterior screen inside the ship, you could see the stars in the distance, instead of continuing to stare at the intermittent light spot. According to the captain's explanation, a gray and foggy planet in the distance is the planet Veblen. According to the data, the planet Veblen is only 2/3 the size of the Earth, and its gravity is 15 times that of the Earth. The ecological environment above has almost been destroyed. In order to adapt to the extremely harsh living environment, the indigenous people gradually used their high-end technology to transform themselves into half-human and half-mechanical existences. Man-made appearance. In the captain's room, Sun Yu and Lena and other important members of the urban management team were all sitting around the console. The holographic eye projection table that was damaged by Lena was repaired. At this moment, I was thinking of Sun Yu reporting the next voyage of the spacecraft. Arrange. Lord Kyle, the endpoint of this voyage will arrive at 1:35:78 UTC. Do you want to land on this planet? Sun Yu buckled his ears and said to the crowd as a matter of course not to land. If an armed plane suddenly arrives at your door, can you make it land? Let's see if you can contact them first. If you follow Sun Yu's previous style of behavior, no matter if he is in his 37s or 20s, he will fly over and talk about it first. If the other party talk well, that's all. If you encounter difficulties, it's still the old saying, things that can be solved with fists will not be dealt with. But now it can't be done. Sun Yu can be considered to be dragging his family and bringing a lot of people here. Even if he doesn't think about his own safety, he should think about the Saiyans who follow him, the natives of Bronze Star class. So it must be these ordinary Saiyans who were unlucky. After the captain kept sending communication requests to the planet Veblen, he finally received the communication permission soon after, and soon several blue-skinned figures appeared on the huge light curtain hanging on the front wall of the captain's room. I'm going, Avatar. Sun Yu couldn't help but acclaimed loudly after seeing several figures in the light curtain. No wonder Sun Yu had such a reaction, because the images of the people in the light curtain were very avatars, but they were very different when they were carefully distinguished. These blue figures were visually 2 meters tall, but he stooped, as if he was an old man who was dying. Their bodies are muscular and have obvious traces of mechanization. Often many metal torsos are directly exposed to the air, which makes the scalp tingling. The head of the person has 3 hideous scars on his right eye, which makes his eyes look fierce and unusual, making people shudder. Where are you from? Where are you going? It is the universal language of the universe, and Sun Yu and others can hear it clearly. Chapter 62 _ Cooperation Negotiation. Sun Yu looked at the vicious eyes of Avatar in front of him. He never imagined that when he opened his mouth he would be troubled by the 3 major problems in the history of human philosophy. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? As expected of Avatar, just ask any question. It's so esoteric, it makes me very embarrassed. Sun Yu scratched his chin seriously. The people around were dumbfounded, and the avatars outside the screen were also confused. If they weren't very confident in their communication equipment, they would have thought that Sun Yu didn't receive any questions from him. For a long time, a cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of a few avatars, and maybe it was oil. In short, they coughed dryly, interrupting Sun Yu's imagination, and said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "Stranger, show your intention, otherwise don't blame us for attacking you." The threat in the tone of voice seemed to be a sharp sword through the screen, stabbed fiercely at the group of people in the captain's room. Sun Yu laughed dryly, directly met the eyes of the person who looked like the leader, and said, "Don't be so rude. Be patient. We are not hostile to you. On the contrary, we are here to help you." The leader listened to Sun Yu's words and snorted coldly, "Help? My clan doesn't need your help. The great god Ignaz will bless my clan." Ignaz. Sun Yu caught an unfamiliar term. He recalled carefully in Dragon Ball, but he really couldn't find any god named Ignaz. "I'm sorry, I happen to be the god of this universe." "Know a few. There is not the god of Ignaz you mention. At least among the 5 kings of the northern universe, there is no one named Ignaz." Quote, "Stupid." The leader seemed to be very angry. He stretched out his slender and sharp fingers and pointed at Sun Yu, roaring, "How can the bright candlelight of the Realm King be compared to the brilliance of the sun and moon? The god of my clan, go away. My clan does not welcome you." Sun Yu was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect those avatars to know the Realm King. Could there really be a god called Ignaz? But it's not about arguing with him about the existence of God. "Wait a minute," I said. "Have you heard of Frieza?" Sun Yu's words have the same effect as, "Have you heard of Amway on Earth?" But anyone who knows the two will suddenly feel a sudden shock in their hearts when they hear others mentioning the two to themselves. Frieza's terror was even greater than that of Amway. Avatar is naturally the name of Frieza, the #1 bearer of the Northern Universe, the descendant of the ancient frozen demon family, who is synonymous with war and terror. "What did you mention him for?" Avatar glared at Sun Wu and asked. "It's like this." Sun Yu chose what he could tell, and told a few avatars that Frieza was afraid of Veblen's technology and planned to recruit an army to destroy Veblen. After a few of them listened, anger was written on their ferocious faces. "Greedy conqueror. Then why are you telling me this?" Sun Yu sat helplessly on the captain's chair and said slowly, "Because when Frieza destroys you, it will be our Saiyan turn next. I don't know if you have heard a saying, the enemy is my friend. In short, I am here to seek cooperation." Quote, those avatars were very interested in Sun Yu's statement that the enemy of your enemy is your friend, and seemed to agree very much. "If you really seek cooperation, please show your sincerity and leave your army behind. Outside, come alone and talk to us in detail." Without waiting for Sun Yu to answer, Lana Yulanks and the others immediately clapped the table and shouted in unison, "No." Bardock calmly walked to the light curtain and said to those people in standard cosmic language, "We don't have the habit of letting the leader go to a strange force alone. The army can stay, but we must send a few people to follow. This is already our greatest sincerity." Bardock has dealt with alien creatures all the year round, and is naturally familiar with some diplomatic skill. Although he can't use it most of the time, it is undeniable that his words really work. The avatar leader was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "Then we can only send 5 people to follow. No more. This is also our greatest sincerity." So the two sides reached an agreement in this way. Sun Yu said that he didn't care about the entourage. Although it was far away from Veblen, Sun Yu could still feel that the highest combat power there was only 1 million. Although the existence of such combat power was difficult to deal with, but it's not a big deal either. Even if we can't reach an agreement in the end, Sun Yu is confident that the other party can't do anything with him. Therefore, the accompanying personnel will be decided by the other people after consultation. Lena and Bardock are the second and third combat powers here. They are definitely going. The other 3 candidates are Uncle Ali, Alank, and another city management brigade named West. Member West and Alanks are of the same age, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a chubby body. They are very restless Saiyans. After deciding deciding on the entourage, Sun Yu took the 5 people to the launch pad of the single-cabin spaceship. The launch pads were equipped on both wings of the Exploration-class strategic void ship. Sun Yu habitually flew to the left and passed the long distance. In the long corridor, many Saiyans who had arranged patrols saw Sun Yu and the others, and immediately saluted, with fanatical worship in their eyes, which was the worship of the strong. The corridor became smaller and smaller, and finally saw a floor of 15 steps. When everyone flew up the step, they saw rows of open single-cabin spaceships embedded in the grooves on the ground. The grooved plastic plate of the egg is very happy. You two can't hold back Lord Sun Yu. Do you understand? Bardock walked in front of Alanx and West and turned his head coldly to instruct. After hearing this, the two looked up and lowered their heads. Sun Yu turned his head and smiled and said, "It's okay, you just need to protect yourself. In fact, it's fine for me to go alone. Hee, do you think we'll let you play alone and then get moldy in this spaceship?" Lena pinched Sun Yu calmly, looking very proud. "I'll go, this is your real purpose." Everyone nodded, and sure enough, they were not worried that their safety was fake. They all thought that it was true that they came out to play. Sun Yu regretted bringing them out. "I will distribute 10 fairy beans to each of you. You should all share this thing. If you understand something, it can save your life at a critical time. I don't want to stress how dangerous Veblen is. You won't listen anyway. In short, try to protect yourself. Safety first. Understand, is it?" Everyone nodded their heads one after another. Although Uncle Ali and Lena had already taken a lot of fairy beans from Sun Yu, they still took over Sun Yu's fairy bean. The more this stuff, the better. Chapter 63_Challenge. After distributing the fairy beans, several people got into their single-cabin spaceship. After setting the manual pilot, a row of 6 spaceships slowly closed the hatches. A small passage was opened under the giant left wing of the void ship of the Discovery, as if a hen laying eggs gave birth to 6 white spherical flying objects, which were exactly the spaceship carried by Sun Yu and his party of 6. After the 6 spaceships detached from the mothership, they began to hum, and suddenly turned into a streamer, galloping towards the gray Veblen planet. If Sun Wu first landed on Earth, he saw a majestic blue. Then what they saw this time on the planet Veblen were scorch marks and ruins, which made these Saiyans who first came to this planet feel extremely depressed. Looking down from the sky, the detection images in the spacecraft show that the land is full of pitted ruins. The planet seems to have just experienced a severe war. Corresponding to the ruins, there are towering cone-shaped pyramid structures. Because the gravity of most planets in the universe is many times higher than that of the Earth, the common buildings in the universe are circular roof structures, but this planet has a pointed pyramid structure alone. If the dimensions were different, Sun Yu would think that the pyramids in Egypt were made by these guys. Several spaceships were arranged in a line and rushed into the atmosphere one by one. Shortly after they entered the atmosphere of Veblen, they saw several flying objects that looked like yellow caterpillars flying out of the pyramid-shaped buildings on the surface. The few yellow caterpillar-shaped flying objects directly ignored the terrain gravity and air friction, and flew straight to the spaceship of Sun Yu and the others, and then made a 90-degree turn in the air and lined up in a row, signaling Sun Yu and the others' spaceship to follow. They go. I really don't know what kind of expressions Newton and the Wright brothers will have when they see this scene. The spaceship of Sun Yu and the others followed the flying yellow caterpillar flying object through a large area of pyramid buildings, and flew into the tallest pyramid ahead. Sun Yu couldn't tell how tall the largest pyramid building was. They could vaguely see this building when they were in outer space. The overall shape of this pyramid is silver gray, and the top quarter is erected by 12 copper pillars. The silver pyramid faces north and south, and there is a vertical staircase in the middle of the south-facing side. The spaceships of Sun Yu and the others landed directly below the huge silver gray pyramid. As soon as they stuck their heads out of the spaceship, they saw several blue avatars appearing in the light curtain walking towards them, but he didn't see the leader with scars on his eyes. They walked in front of Sun Yu, put their right hand against the heart, bowed slightly, and said in a hoarse voice, "God bless Ignaz, guest from afar, please hum with me." After speaking, they flew towards the top of the huge silver gray pyramid. Sun Yu and Lena exchanged eye contact for a moment, and found that neither of them understood the meaning of the other, so they silently followed up with them. Coming under the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu saw the leader with scars on his eyes, and the guards who led the way stood apart. Respected Avon. Cough, I mean this. Sun Yu suddenly didn't know what to call each other. Before, he had been silently complaining that they were avatars. He almost missed his mouth just now. Looking back at the glances of Lena and others who were asking for help, the 5 of them turned away from Sun Yu. The leader seemed to see Sun Yu's embarrassment. He didn't take this to embarrass Sun Yu, but sincerely pressed his right hand to his heart, bowed slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Ignaz is above. My name is Ta Thrall, the patriarch of the remnants of Veblen." Remnant. The crowd repeated Tassar's word, as if trying to deduce the history of Veblen from the word remainder. "Hello patriarch, my name is Sun Yu. I'm a Saiyan." After that, the two completed the historic handshake, and then Sun Yu told Patriarch Tassar the detailed information about Frieza's expedition, and expressed his desire for cooperation between the two parties, but was met with Tassar's request. Reject. I don't understand. Patriarch Tassar, why did you refuse to cooperate with us? Could it be that you don't trust us? Sun Yu was a little annoyed. He was already patiently understanding and emotional, but he was helpless. The half-human, half-mechanical patriarch seemed completely unmoved. That is to say, you asked us to show our sincerity, and we all did as you asked. Isn't that sincere enough? Lena is also a violent temper. If Sun Yu had repeatedly told her not to act casually, otherwise Lena would have long ago opened. The other people accompanying them also had gloomy expressions on their faces, and they were always on guard. Once the two sides broke down, they would have to fight. However, Tassar explained calmly, I think you misunderstood, Mr. Sun Yu. Our refusal to cooperate with you is not because we don't trust you, but the tradition of our clan is like this. Those who are allied with our clan must defeat the best warriors of our clan. Having said this, Sun Yu and the others were all overjoyed. As Saiyans of the fighting nation, it was their pleasure to be able to constantly challenge the powerhouses of all races. Master Sun Yu, please allow me to challenge their warriors, Bardock said in Tassar's tone. Lena quietly stood behind Sun Yu and slammed Sun Yu's lower back. Kyle, do you want me to go? Uncle Ali coughed twice. Cough. Although I want to go too, but give them more opportunities to young people. Alanx and West were also eager to try, but they were too embarrassed to say it because of their bottom-of-the-line combat power. Hey, you all stay safe. Okay. Usually you are too lazy to do something, but now everyone is so excited when they hear it's about to fight. Sun Yu glared at Lena and Ba in dissatisfaction. Duck glanced at him, because he also wanted to fight against the warriors of the Veblen natives. Seeing that Sun Yu and the others were arguing, Tassar said, actually, it would be better for Mr. Sun Yu to fight, because only Mr. Sun Yu's fighting power can defeat the warriors of our clan. Sun Yu and the others were a little surprised when they heard it, not because they were worried about how strong their warriors would be, but were surprised that they could feel their combat effectiveness. Can you check our combat effectiveness? Yes. Tassar nodded and said in a hoarse voice, we have a very powerful energy detector in our body, which can detect the energy intensity of all life forms, no matter how perfect you hide. Oh, there is such a thing. Sun Yu looked at Tassar with interest, because the other party was a half-human, so Sun Yu couldn't detect the other party's combat power at all, and now he was being attacked on his own side. After touching his bottom, it seems to be underestimated, but I can remind you, don't underestimate the Saiyan. P.S. The author created a group, 542,512,322 friends who like water group can add it. Chapter 64_Templar, one more. Seeing that Sun Yu's promise was so straightforward, Tassar gave a wink to the person behind him, who slowly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee in front of Tassar. This is the Templar of my clan. If both parties have no doubt, let's start the competition now, Tassar said calmly. Sun Yu moved his wrists and said excitedly, Templar. Hearing the name and the Jedi Knight in Star Wars, it seems to be very powerful. I can't wait. The eyes of the other people were focused on Sun Yu. Sun Yu hid his breath very well on weekdays. They didn't know Sun Yu's true strength at all, but now they can finally see it. The Templar turned around calmly. His eyes were calm without a trace of turbulence, and he nodded slightly to Sun Yu. Please come with me. You can't fight here. It's easy to destroy the building of this pyramid. So the group flew to the no man's land a few kilometers away. This area is uninhabited, and there are barren mountains and ruins everywhere. Even if it is dark, it will not be a big problem. Just here. Tassar stood up in the sky, still followed by a few clansmen. Rud, just click until you reach it. Don't hurt his life. Yes, Lord Patriarch, said the Templar named Rud, bowing deeply to Tassar. Lena and Ali also flew into the air, and they were talking in whispers. Sun Yu stood opposite Luda. He looked helplessly at Tassar, who looked like a big villain. He always spoke so politely, which made Sun Yu's three views unsafe. I said, Tassar. Patriarch Tsar, your character is a bit sorry for your fate. The Veblen natives who were present listened to Sun Yu's words and looked at each other. They didn't understand what Sun Yu meant. Tassar was stunned for a moment and touched his face. He thought that Sun Yu was asking about the origin of his scar, and said seriously, this scar is a medal of honor. You know, my clan advocates honor, advocates the spirit of samurai. Back then, I experienced a stop. Let's talk about this after the competition. Sun Yu saw Tassar's gushing expression and immediately interrupted him. Sun Yu really couldn't accept that this was just pulled into any Hollywood movie. Tassar, who can be the ultimate demon king, is here talking about glory and warrior spirit with him. Can you believe it? It's not a pain in the ass anymore. It's just a broken egg. After such a short contact, Sun Yu can be considered to understand the character of this group of avatars. Although they are half human and half mechanical monsters, they have their own honor values like Western Knight. As you wish. Rude also didn't hold Sun Yu to offend their patriarch, even though they understood Sun Yu wrong at all. Sun Yu responded with a sound, then spread his feet apart, and put his hands in a starter posture one after the other. He instantly retracted his hippie smile. His eyes turned cold, his breath suddenly burst out, and his 800,000 combat power was unobstructed. A few people in Bodok felt lost for a while. They looked at Sun Yu's figure as if they were looking up at an unattainable giant peak, which made them feel powerless. Tassar and the others still had a calm look on their faces. They had long known Sun Yu's true combat power. The energy detector implanted in their bodies could accurately detect a person's energy intensity, no matter how perfect he was hiding. Luda still looked paralyzed, standing still like a mountain, looking down at Sun Yu with a height that exceeded Sun Yu's body by half. Damn, I've been underestimated by others. Sun Yu was very unhappy with Rude's reaction, so he planned to attack first, and personally experience how powerful these half-human, half-mechanical creatures are. Look at the move, Flame Fist. Sun Yu drank heavily, and a hot air flow adhered to his hands and feet. From a distance, he looked like a god of war stepping on flame. After Lena saw Sun Yu use the flaming fist, she patted her proud chest and said to the people around her, "Have you seen it? This trick was invented by this young lady. How amazing it is." Bardock didn't even look at Lena. Only Uncle Ali and Alan Kexwes complimented Lena with a coping smile, which made Lena very proud. Tail, otherwise her tail should be up to the sky now. In the field, after Sun Yu unleashed a flaming fist, Luda and others were slightly surprised but soon regained their composure. With a flicker of Sun Yu's figure, he suddenly appeared in front of Luda, and he punched out with an imposing manner like a rainbow. Luda did not evade Sun Yu's punch, and raised his right hand directly, only to hear a loud bang. The fists of the two collided, causing a sonic boom. Amazing. I felt that his combat power was about 900,000 in the moment just now, but they can compress the combat power to 1 point at the moment of the shot, and won't waste any energy to resist my attack. This is the machine, the advantage of the body. Sun Yu flashed countless thoughts in his mind at this moment. Luda captured the momentary distraction of Sun Yu, and kicked Sun Yu's abdomen with a whip leg. Don't look at their huge body, but their speed is not slow at all, especially in terms of extreme reaction. They can make the most accurate judgment. If they shoot, they will definitely hit. Facing the lightning-fast whip, Sun Yu was like a formidable enemy. He knew that if he was hit by this kick, the next battle would become very passive. Sun Yu secretly scolded these half-artificial creatures for being good at calculation. His eyes flashed red, and his pupils suddenly turned red. Writing round eyes. Time stands still. With the opening of Sun Yu's writing wheel eye, an indescribable force of time entangled in Luda's body, making his originally flexible body feel a little heavier, as if the time around him had slowed down. What going on? The Veblen native, including Rudd, felt dazed for a while. They had already checked the entire battle in their mind, but at this time, there was an unknown force interfering. The course of the battle. Kyle's eyes. Uncle Ali seemed to see something terrible. He stared at Sun Yu's eyes, and a cold sweat could not help oozing out of his forehead. Aware of her father's strangeness, Lena turned her head curiously and asked, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Kyle's eyes will change color. That seems to be his special ability, so you don't have to worry about it. Uncle Ali didn't seem to hear Lena's word. He still stared in Sun Yu's direction and muttered, "It's the same as that person's eyes. It's that person." It's a confusing sentence, but Lena knows that the person in her father's mouth is his unique title for Sun Yu's father, but Lena is not clear about the specific situation, because her father rarely mentions Kyle's father. On the field, Sun Yu used his long silent writing wheel eye, and the time stagnation was imposed on Luda, causing his movements to appear stiff for a moment. Of Air Wave. Chapter 65_Quadruple Turtle Qigong. Second update. Boom. Luda was directly knocked out of the air by Sun Yu's blasting punch, and fell heavily to the ground, smashing a big hole. Several people in Bodok applauded Sun Yu, and Tassar's face was still as calm as water. "Hey, you know how good I am." Sun Yu looked at the ground triumphantly, and when the dust on the ground dissipated, a transparent mask was revealed. This is. Several people from Bodoklana who were watching the battle acclaimed. They were shocked to the extreme when they looked at Rudd, who was unscathed in the mask. Tassar saw their confusion, so he explained in his deep hoarse voice, "This is a protective shield that can withstand attacks of a certain capacity." Hee, what's the protective cover? Sun Yu looked at Luda on the ground coldly with his writing wheel eyes, and his breath increased again. "Then I'll see how many attacks you can resist me." After speaking, the figure disappeared, and the next moment, Luda only felt a heat wave hit his face. Drink Sun Yu volleyed and launched an attack on Luda's protective cover, punching the protective cover one by one, stirring up layers of ripples. Inside the protective cover, although Luda was also frightened by Sun Yu's aura, but because of his confidence in the protective cover, he grinned and showed his sharp teeth. "Don't waste your effort. I admit the attack power is very powerful, but if you can't break my shield in an instant burst, the energy in my body will continuously repair the loss of the shield. You will be tired sooner or later, and my energy is infinite." Yes, perpetual motion energy device. Sun Yu suddenly thought of this. He didn't expect that Dr. Jero died, and there would be other civilizations researching this kind of thing. It was a bug, but so what? Maybe for the android, the combat power is directly linked to the energy value set at the beginning, so the growth rate in the later stage is very low, but this is not the case with Sun Yu. The instantaneous burst of combat power is simply a matter of him. It is as easy and casual as exploring the capsule and taking the object. Oh, it seems that you are very confident in your shield. Sun Yu stopped attacking. He jumped back 5 meters in front of Luda and said, I hope your shield really has be as strong as you say, or you will die miserably. Rud smiled noncommittally. Sun Yu let out a long sigh of relief, then crossed his arms and said, Ha.me. One after another, faint blue rays of light shot out from Sun Yu's hand. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and the stones on the ground were like a nest of grasshoppers beating uneasily. Ha.me. Sun Yu had already put his hands back on his waist, and the ground was shaking slightly. Tassar and the others could naturally detect that the energy in Sun Yu's hands had tripled. They were surprised and immediately reminded, Luda, hurry up, stand back, don't fight hard. Ha! Following Sun Yu's violent drink, his palms slammed forward, and a blue light like a high-pressure water column rushed towards Luda, who was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He jumped up suddenly, trying to avoid Sun Yu's turtle qigong. But if the turtle qigong was so easily avoided, then Sun Wukong would not be so focused on this move. Sun Yu shook his hands violently, and a wave of ups and downs spread forward, so the turtle qigong wave instantly changed the original direction and rushed towards the position where Rude jumped. What? That's okay. Everyone fainted. They were still accumulating energy for Sun Yu's move for so long, and it was a pity that they were easily avoided. Now they never thought that this move also had the function of changing the channel. At first glance, it is not a serious skill. Luda was also secretly glad that he had escaped Sun Yu's terrible blow. When he looked down subconsciously, he suddenly found that the strange light had turned a corner vertically and came straight to him. Protective shield. At the critical moment, Luda could not dodge in time. He blocked his thick arms in front of his chest, and a crystal light curtain appeared. Boom! When the turtle school qigong hit Lude's light curtain, there was a loud noise, and there were cracks in the transparent light curtain. Lude's eyes turned cold and he shouted, the body is overloaded, triple the protective cover. ZZZ. I saw that Lude's blue skin suddenly turned red, and a wisp of blue smoke appeared from time to time. The protective shield in front of him instantly became a lot thicker, and the light curtain that was shattered by the turtle qigong was instantly restored. Sun Yu was very upset when he saw this scene. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Cut, you think you will be overloaded. This young master will also look at the trick 4 times. Turtle qigong. Quote, drink As Sun Yu's momentum skyrocketed, he exploded his combat power to the extreme, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet, spreading around, and the powerful airflow threw the gravel into the air, crushing it. Hoo-hoo. The energy group in the center of Sun Yu's hands doubled in vain, and a huge ball of light flew forward along the original path of turtle qigong. When it came into contact with Lude's triple shield, the indestructible shield became as if it had become paper paste. It instantly shattered. Boom. When the quadruple turtle qigong penetrated Luda's protective cover, Sun Yu immediately pulled back. Luda was only hit by the aftermath of the turtle qigong. Rao was like this. His body also became blood red and fell from the sky. Half of Luda's injuries were caused by Sun Yu, and half were the aftermath of overloading. Rude. Tassar's figure moved, and he teleported to catch the falling Rude, and everyone followed to check the situation. Sun Yu felt that his body was hollowed out because he was overdrawn, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. At this time, Lena flew to Sun Yu's front, reached into her arm, took out a fairy bean and fed it to Sun Yu's mouth. You are really messing around. It's still better to use 4 times your current strength to use turtle qigong. Barely. Sun Yu ate the fairy beans fed by Lena, and instantly turned back into a youthful youth. He said with a smile, Haha, there will be no major problems with the fairy beans anyway, and I feel that after this energy overdraft, the combat power is much stronger. Forget this for now. Rude should be seriously injured. Let go and have a look. After speaking, the two flew to Tassar's side together. Rud's right half body was bloody, but fortunately he didn't hurt his light. Uncle Ali took out a fairy bean and fed Rud to eat it. Fortunately, the natives of Veblen they didn't transform themselves into fully mechanical creatures, otherwise even if there were fairy bean, they wouldn't be able to help them. After eating the fairy bean, Rud's injury healed instantly under the stunned eyes of Tassar and others. After he got up, regardless of the situation in front of him, he knelt down in front of Tassar. Patriarch, I order me to shame on the clan. P.S. Interested readers can join the group. 542,512,322. Chapter 66 _ The Infected 3 Update. Tassar helped Rud up and said in his deep voice, Defeat is not terrible. The terrible thing is that you can't face your own failure. Hone your martial arts well, my warrior. Because the energy of their cyborgs is constant, they can't keep improving their combat power like Sun Yu. The only way for them to become stronger is to constantly hone their combat skills and input more power to the smart chip in their mind's combat death, which is why they revere the warrior spirit so much. As ordered, Lord Patriarch. Rud got up and stepped aside. At this time, the eyes of the Veblen Veblen natives looking at Sun Yu were no longer indifferent as they had just met, but with a trace of reverence. Like the Saiyans, they worship the strong. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Sun Yu. Tassar respectfully bowed slightly to Sun Yu, expressing his respect for his companion. Sun Yu didn't expect to reach an alliance with the Veblen people so smoothly. Although the Veblen people's ability to grow is weak, Sun Yu valued the technology in their hands more. It's easy to say, Patriarch, since you after agreeing to cooperate, let's discuss the next matters. Quote, Frieza's 120 million combat power is always a thorn in Sun Yu's heart. If he can't reach the 0 point of normal form and Super Saiyan as soon as possible, it is also the physical limit of 3 million combat power. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan is no match for Frieza. A Super Saiyan is only a 50-fold increase in his normal strength. Ordinary Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans by inducing the potential in their bodies through anger after they have cultivated to a certain level. But there are exceptions, that is, the descendants of Super Saiyan, that is, the legendary Super Second Generation, such as the youngest son of Sun Wukong, Sun Wuxian. Since there is no Super Saiyan father, he can only rely on his own effort. Sun Yu sighed, not thinking about Frieza, and planning to follow Tassar and the others back to their silver-gray pyramid. Middle. Suddenly, a few faint breaths suddenly appeared, and Sun Yu and Bardock suddenly looked around and shouted, Who is it? Lana and Uncle Ollie also felt a faint breath, but they didn't care too much. Maybe it's a few bugs. In addition to us, there are some tenacious insects living on this planet. Tassar's gloomy voice revealed a trace of sadness, which seemed to be regretting what happened to this planet. Bardock snorted coldly and sneered, You guys who only rely on detectors, I don't think your detectors will tell you that there is a terrible murderous aura hidden in these breaths. What? Tassar and the others looked at Bardock in disbelief, trying to judge from the other's demeanor whether he was lying or not. That's right. Sun Yu looked around vigilantly. He felt that the breath was very similar to the powerful combat power he felt when he was in outer space. Because he didn't know the situation of the Veblins before, he didn't ask any more questions. This breath is an enemy rather than a friend. Patriarch, we don't know your situation here, but I still hope you can unite with us. It's not that Sun Yu doesn't want to trust Tassar. Exactly. Lana and Uncle Ollie, Alang, trusted Sun Yu unconditionally. Seeing that Sun Yu was ready to fight, they were also on guard around Sun Yu. Only Tassar looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't because they didn't want to believe Sun Yu. They just followed their inner warrior pride. You are doing useless work. Tassar showed a rare look of impatience. He gave Sun Yu an indifferent look, and then flew away to prepare to leave. Dangerous, you idiot. Sun Yu suddenly felt his hair stand on his back, which was a warning of danger. Sure enough, several figures rushed out of the ruins hundreds of meters away, and Sun Yu felt his heart tremble suddenly, and the powerful breaths were like mountains, pressing down on Sun Yu and the others. The combat power of these figures is more than 500,000, and the one that appears in the front is the 1 million combat power that Sun Yu felt in space. Patriarch, run away. That's right, that man with a fighting power of 1 million. His target is Tassar, the Patriarch of the Veblen. The strong man who suddenly appeared had similar appearance and features to those of the Tassar clan, but his skin was black and he had no mechanized body. More importantly, Sun Yu could feel their fighting power. They don't deliberately hide words. Sun Yu's flaming fist burst out suddenly, and the speed exploded to the extreme. He tried to push away the unresponsive Patriarch Tassar, but it was still a step too late. The black sneak attacked with both palms, slapped Sun Yu's chest with one palm, and inserted his palm into Tassar's heart. Sun Yu was beaten by the black sneak attack, but he still endured the pain with a heavy punch mixed with a rolling heat wave, and slammed into the man. The black attacker was forced to take a few steps back, and Lana and Lud also shot, resisting the first round of attack by the attacker. Can anyone explain the situation to me? Sun Yu resisted the palm of his hand, and it was a serious injury. After all, the opponent's 1 million combat power was not covered. He quickly ate a fairy bean and recovered his state to the best. The black attackers surrounded Sun Yu and the others, their eyes swept across the crowd coldly, as if they were looking at a trivial bug. Hey, you are also the Patriarch. Even your subordinates can fight like this. You should be stronger, Lana asked with a frown. She was very dissatisfied with Tassar's performance just now. Cooperate with Sun Yu, then Sun Yu won't be hurt so badly. Tassar's face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He coughed a few times and explained, This is my fault. I didn't expect them to exist on this planet. In universal cosmic language, the pronunciation of they and they is different. Sun Yu and several others also noticed this, and they all listened intently to Tassar's words. They are called the infected, and they were once our tribe. Thousands of years ago, our planet was still a very beautiful planet, but some tribesmen were cursed by demons, and they all became terrifying infection. That is, they made us what we are now. Patriarch Tassar's hunched body trembled constantly as he spoke. When it comes to infection, the first thing Sun Yu thinks of is the parasitic cotton vine that appeared in Dragon Ball Super, but there is no hair on the other side's head, indicating that it is not the cotton vine that is doing the trick. To be cautious, Sun Yu still started writing. Will I use the technique of insight to probe those infected people? When Sun Yu's eyes fell on Tassar's body, his eyes turned cold, his right hand stabbed Tassar's heart sharply, and the pale blue blood of the Veblen star splattered to the ground. Chapter 67_Shield. Sun Yu's actions shocked everyone. Rudd reacted the fastest. He angrily raised his huge palm and slapped it towards Sun Yu. Lena, Bodok and the others also burst out with all their aura, and stood by Sun Yu's side. The outermost infected people also stared at the arena, as if as soon as a fight broke out inside, they would take advantage of it and slaughter Sun Yudasar and his party. For a time, the atmosphere was tense, very strained. After the patriarch Tassar was shot, he waved to Rude to step back. At this time, Sun Yu's hand that had been inserted into Tassar's chest was also pulled out. He held up the hand covered with blue blood, and everyone surprisingly, he saw that Sun Yu was holding a desperately squirming bug between his fingers. Crunch! Sun Yu squeezed his fingers tightly, and the bug was crushed to pieces. I think the infected person is not cursed by the devil, but infected with these bugs. Sun Yu's eyes drifted to the infected person with 1 million fighting power. Chung looked at Sun Yu curiously. Tassar's face was gloomy. He took a fairy bean thrown by Sun Yu and ate it like Sun Yu did. Although he didn't know the principle of the fairy bean, it didn't prevent them from knowing that the fairy bean recovered instantly. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Mr. Sun, you and I will join hands to stop their leader. Let's fight and retreat. Although Sun Yu's side has a slight advantage in numbers, the only ones who can really compete with each other head-on are himself and Lena. The others are not opponents of the infected at all, so a strategic retreat now is undoubtedly the best. Choose. Sun Yu glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky with his shackle eyes, and the corner of his mouth rolled up and said, "No, Patriarch, just leave that person to me to deal with. You helped protect my clan to retreat." Tassar hesitated for a moment. According to common sense, it is absolutely impossible for him to let a person with 800,000 combat power deal with a 1 million combat power existence, but when he saw Sun Yu's firm gaze, he doubted himself for the first time in history. The data analysis, maybe this teenager can really create miracles. Well then, you have to be careful not to get infected by their scratches. Seeing that Sun Yu and his party were full of fighting spirit, the infected who regarded them as their belongings also took a stance of attack. Lena, take care of them. Don't be brave, especially you Bardock. I know you are eager to prove your strength, but the most important thing now is to survive. Everyone, listen to me and act when I count to 3. Sun Yu paused, and the infected people were like arrows on a bow. It seemed that as long as Sun Yu counted to 3, everyone would act at the same time. 3. Sun Yu skipped 1 and 2 and counted the number 3 directly. Everyone in the audience, including the infected person, stumbled and almost lost his footing. Lena and the others just wanted to complain about Sun Yu's unreasonable play, but they found that Sun Yu had already rushed to the infected with 1 million fighting power, and he was caught off guard with both fists. Well, this kid is getting more and more cunning, and even deceived his own people. Lena cursed inwardly. Because of Sun Yu's sudden attack, the original situation was disrupted, and there was a trace of chaos in the scene. And such chaos is in Tassar's favor. Just as Sun Yu attracted the attention of all the infected, Tassar, Rudd and others shot together. Their huge palms opened, revealing sharp claws, and they focused the fire and seriously injured the nearest infected person. By seeing this, Lana was not to be outdone, and the flame fist suddenly erupted, shocking the audience with a combat power of 600,000. Lana took the lead. Tassar and his party contained most of the infected, while Bardock, Ollie and others were assisting the attack on the flank, and the situation was good for a while. On Sun Yu's side, an infected person with 1 million fighting power was knocked several meters away by Sun Yu. Sun Yu bullied him up, but unexpectedly he slapped his palm with his backhand, and his claws slid through the air, making bursts of cries. Hearing Sila, Sun Yu's body was torn to shreds by it and disappeared into the air, but the infected person did not have a trace of excitement because it saw that this figure was not a real body. This is Sun Wu's skill. Afterimage fist. Sun Yu's deity suddenly appeared on the ground, and his body squatted and jumped up suddenly. Using the impact of the bounce and the bonus of the flaming fist, he suddenly threw a punch, and the fist was monstrous. Look at me, Lucian Shenglongba. It seems that the skills of a certain Saint Seiya Wu Shaoqiang are messed in, but this is not important. The important thing is that Sun Yu's inevitable blow was easily taken by the infected person, and Sun Yu's hand was slammed by the infected person in midair. Stay, for a while I can't break free. After all, the opponent has a fighting power of 1 million, and it is still a bit naive to simply use the physical body to fight recklessly. The infected person fell to the ground, raised Sun Yu's arm abruptly, and slammed it towards the ground. With a loud bang, the ground cracked, and then it dragged Sun Yu's body to his own. He then smashed his fists at Sun Yu like a gust of wind and rain. Every time it fell, it caused the ground to tremble. Lana looked towards Sun Yu inadvertently, and saw that the ground was deeply sunk for several meters. Kyle. Lana saw that Sun Yu was in a critical situation and wanted to help out in a hurry, but Tassar stopped her. Mr. Sun Yu is fine. You don't have to worry about his safety, Tassar said firmly. As if to confirm Tassar's word, a burst of blue light suddenly erupted from the ground in front of the infected person, and a shock wave of energy flew out of the ground, hitting the infected person's body violently, shaking it back again and again. Immediately afterward, a pale golden figure rose into the sky, and everyone fixed their eyes on Sun Yu, whose body was covered by a golden shield. Protective shield. How could he? Tassar felt that he was frightened more today than he had in his life combined. He had never seen creatures other than his own people use this trick. Sun Yu laughed dryly. After all, the Veblins retain half of their biological characteristics, so he can use the shaker to copy their skills, so he can open the protective cover just at the critical moment to resist a million combat power, the infected person's attack, and then hit a turtle qigong in the protective shield to resolve the immediate crisis. This infected Veblin star doesn't seem to have the skills to control the combat power. In this way, as long as Sun Yu is wearing a super protective shield, he can resist the opponent's attack hard, although this approach is very vulgar and not in line with the competition. Demi-humans fighting concept, but Sun Yu can't control that much, just kill the opponent. The situation on Lena Tassar's side is very good, and it seems that he will be able to get rid of the infected soon. Thinking of this, Sun Yu is full of energy and swooped down from the air. Come on, hurt each other. Just when Sun Yu felt that he was going to win, a sudden change suddenly occurred. The body of the infected person suddenly tripled. He raised his huge claws and set off a whirlwind. He smashed Sun Yu's protective cover with one palm and smashed Sun Yu's protective cover. Sun Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew dozens of meters away. Chapter 68_played, Oz.com. Just when Sun Yu was full of confidence wearing the protective shield to find the infected person with 1 million fighting power, he suddenly transformed into a strong one and shot Sun Yu flying with one paw. Sun Yu spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground. I'm going. Your grandmas. Am I the protagonist of this book? I'm supposed to treat all kinds of dissatisfaction. Why do I get slapped in the face every time I pretend to be B? Sun Yu felt aggrieved and almost cried. He felt that his internal organs were about to vomit, and the bones on his body were broken. He endured the pain and stretched his hand into his arm, took out a fairy bean and ate it, only to hear a few click click. All the broken bones on his body healed. Sun Yu stood up and moved his muscles and bone. It's 920,000 combat power, but it's useless. The opponent has 2.5 million combat power after transforming. The change of its combat power is calculated by various precise, in line with the scientific basis for the transformation of all species and biological evolution, so the number 205 has no other meaning in it. Sun Yu looked at the 100 who walked towards him on foot. Let's just call him 205. That guy is 6 meters tall, and his limbs are as thick as a hugging tree. There are explosive muscles all over the body, which makes the scalp feel numb at a glance. Its body at this time is no longer humanoid, but more like a four-legged lizard that walks upright, and its shoulders and back have many long spikes, which are very terrifying. Looking at Tassar and the others in the distance, they are also shocked. Sun Yu can basically conclude that this transformation method is not the skill of the Veblin star. It should be unique to this guy. In other words, isn't this product really arranged by the author to drag the show? No matter how you look at this product, it's all jumping out and dragging the show. Okay. Of course, Sun Yu only dared to think so in his heart. If he really said it, he would definitely be mistreated in the necklace. Just as Sun Yu was thinking about it, 250 had already walked in front of Sun Yu. It looked down at Sun Yu on the ground with a height of 6 meters, and its eyes were full of disdain and indifference. It slowly raised its foot and stepped on Sun Yu. Like stepping on an ant to death is an understatement. No, Mr. Sun Yu is in danger. Tassar is not calm this time. Previously, Sun Yu could resist the attack of 1 million combat power from the infected, but now and then, the other party has transformed into 250 with a fighting strength of 100,000. Even if Sun Yu has the ability to reach the sky, he cannot escape the bad luck of being trampled to death. Damn, let go of Kyle. Lena rushed towards Sun Yu and threw fiery red energy balls in her hand, but these energy balls smashed into the body of 250, and the other party's brows did not wrinkle, as if a fly scratched it. Sun Yu looked at the feet of 205 gradually falling. He spent 2 seconds sighing about the impermanence of life. The feng shui turned, looking up at the sky of 45 degrees. The gray sky of Veblin star always reminds him of the Victorian era. Britain, although Sun Yu doesn't know how many years the Victorian era is, and has never been abroad. In short, Sun Yu wants to say that sunshine is good. Remember the wish that Sun Yu made to Shenlong when he was on Earth? He wished that all people are created equal. Oh, no, not this. Sun Yu's wish at that time was to be able to transform into a giant ape at will, and then Shenlong modified Sun Yu's shaker so that it could strip the required 17 million bruise waves from the sun's rays. A bewitching red light flashed across Sun Yu's eyes. The scarlet writing wheel opened instantly, and Sun Yu shouted, "Ape wa!" Roar. Sun Yu's body swelled suddenly. His mouth was bulging forward, beard, and his body was covered in brown hair. 205 suddenly found that the ants under its feet were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Hoo! The giant ape turned. Sun Yu thumped his chest violently, making a deafening sound. His ape head moved lightly, and his scarlet riding wheel eyes turned in his eye socket, looking at 250 indifferently. 205 were suddenly frightened, and its brain couldn't understand why it was like an ant just now, but suddenly it grew bigger than it, and the other party's momentum can be felt even without an energy detector. The mountain is still higher, deeper than the sea, and wider than the sky. Escape. This is the only thought of 250 now. What mission? What kind of revival of the race? All of this has nothing to do with it. But in the face of Sun Yu, who turned into a giant ape, how could it escape? Before even running a few steps, it was pinched by Sun Yu in his hand, as easily and casually as picking up a little chick. Everyone watching this scene from afar was stunned, especially the Saiyans from Bodicoli. They didn't know how Sun Yu transformed without relying on the full moon, let alone why Sun Yu transformed into a giant ape. It doesn't seem like he's lost his mind. It's not that only noble high-ranking warriors can do this. Why can Sun Wu do it? Long live Lord Kyle. Lord Kyle, I adore you so much. Alanx and West stared blankly at this scene. Their excitement was inexhaustible, and their admiration for Sun Yu had risen to a new level. If someone told them that Sun Yu was a god, then they would believe without hesitation. Tassar and several other Veblins were silent for a long time, and murmured, is this the true strength of Mr. Sun Yu? What a terrible fighting power. Sun Yu's gigantic ape-like combat power is full of 9.2 million. Even if that aura is not released deliberately, it can make everyone around him feel an indescribable sense of oppression. The 250 who was lifted by Sun Yu struggled hard, but Sun Yu didn't give him a chance to escape. He raised his huge ape arm, slammed the 250 to the ground, and then jumped up and stepped on it heavily. Boom bang bang. Every time Sun Yu's giant ape leg stepped on, Tassar and the others felt that the entire planet was shaking. Although the statement was mostly exaggerated, the muffled sound was like a giant drum beating in everyone's heart. The strongest of the infected was defeated, and the remaining few were defeated like a mountain. Tassar led his men to pursue the victory and wiped them all out. The crowd gathered around Sun Yu, their faces filled with joy of victory, and Sun Yu burst into a roar again, announcing the perfect victory of this battle. At this moment, 250, who fell to the ground and recovered his original shape, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and suddenly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse and shrill voice, you think you have won? Ha ha ha. The 5 heavenly locks of Veblen planet have been occupied by us. The defense system of this planet is completely paralyzed. You lose. What? As soon as they heard the word Sky Lock, Tassar's body trembled violently. That is the cornerstone of this planet's defense facility. If the Sky Lock is destroyed, then the weakest side of the planet Veblen will be completely exposed to the universe. Middle. They suddenly realized something and rushed towards 250. Unexpectedly, 250 had a bloody mouth, and a dark worm crawled out of its mouth and slid into the soil. Damn. Tassar fired an energy bomb in a rage, and the ground dozens of meters around the ground were instantly razed to the ground. There was a sudden roar in the sky, and a seemingly non-existent light curtain was removed, making the originally gray sky of planet Veblen darker. Chapter 69 Gundam Artifact 1 more. At this time, the blazing sun was shining brightly, burning the earth unscrupulously. Tassar stared blankly at the big pit on the ground in the air, and suddenly his heart trembled. No, the temple is in danger. The temple. Sun Yu and the others were stunned for a moment. It's where the patriarch met you just now. Rudd explained. Tassar didn't say a word, turned into a streamer and flew to the previous silver pyramid. Sun Yu and others also flew to keep up. The surrounding scenery changed, and everyone returned to the silver pyramid temple. Before landing, they saw the blue Veblen star galloping from all directions. The patriarch is not good, and the infected have appeared again. Patriarch, our defense system is suddenly paralyzed, and the self-disciplined fighter cannot be dispatched. The infected are already attacking the temple. Patriarch, our clansmen suffered heavy casualties. Before Tassar could stand firm, a group of clansmen gathered around and reported various bad situations. Don't panic, there is an artifact left by Ignaz in the temple, which can activate the psionic defense and awaken the self-disciplined fighter. We still have hope. Tassar reassured everyone. After listening to Tassar's word, all the clansmen stabilized their emotions. Sun Yu looked at each other and followed Tassar into the interior of the silver pyramid. Sun Yu came under the 12 copper pillars again, and Tassar walked all the way. Because he didn't mean to stop Sun Yu and others also followed in shamelessly, but the clansmen who just reported the situation did not. They all stayed outside the temple and waited. The 12 copper pillars are about 15 meters high and have a radius of about 3 or 4 meters. They seem to be arranged in a disorderly manner, but Sun Yu vaguely senses an indescribable pattern. Looking up, there are many painters on the copper pillars. The strange shaped creatures made Sun Yu and several others amazed. Tassar walked under a copper pillar in the center center of the temple, took out a piece of jade the size of a goose egg, and inserted it into a groove in the center of the copper pillar. Shen. With the sinking of the copper pillar, the ceiling of the temple also dropped down a step of about 10 meters. Mr. Sun Yu, I don't know if I can trouble you to guard this place for me. We need to enter the secret room of the temple to open the Ignaz artifact. Tassar tried his best to maintain a calm tone, but his eyes still revealed his anxiety. Okay, you can go in with confidence. I promise not even a fly can fly in. Sun Yu could naturally see that Tassar was unwilling to let them touch the contents of the secret room, so let guard here. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun Yu. Tassar nodded slightly at Sun Yu, and then walked up the step he just landed with a few clansmen. Sun Yu didn't quite understand the structure of this silver pyramid, and he was not in the mood to study it because Sun Yu suddenly thought of something. He knows the plot of Dragon Ball, and there is no planet Veblen in the original book. Considering the powerful fighting power of this race and Frieza's fear of them, Sun Yu has every reason to believe that this planet was created at the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. Has been destroyed. Sun Yu once thought that the army assembled by Frieza destroyed the planet Veblen, but when he saw the powerful fighting power of the people of Veblen, this assumption was completely untenable. Unless Frieza himself was there, the prawn soldiers and crab generals under Frieza would not be the opponents of the Veblens at all. If it wasn't Frieza, who was the one who destroyed the planet? After Sun Yu reversed his thinking, the answer came out. That is, they failed to activate the Ignaz artifact and were slaughtered by the infected. The final result may be that Patriarch Tassar detonated the entire planet before he died, and perished with the infected, but in any case, the planet now has all kinds of internal and external trouble. Kyle, your face is ugly. What wrong? Lena asked with concern when she noticed Sun Yu's strangeness. Sun Yu can't make up his mind now, and he didn't expect things to develop like this, but he couldn't tell Lena and the others directly what he thought, so he could only prevaricate. I always feel that something is wrong, and I have a bad premonition in my heart. Quote, as soon as these words came out, Bardock and Ali exchanged a look and said, I wonder if you have noticed how many guards Tassar has in total. Although Sun Yu didn't know what Bardock's question was about, he still thought about it carefully and replied, it seems to be 5 or 6. Who would count them if they have nothing to do? That's right. When they heard that they were going to duel with the first warrior of the Veblen Star, people's attention was focused on Sun Yu and Luda. Coupled with the appearance of the infected later, they would not pay attention to this. Details are up. I just want to ask how many people you are. Don't give me such an ambiguous answer, Bardock said coldly. It stands to reason that as an excellent fighter, he must be able to understand the surrounding situation at any time, but he ignored it. This detail, Sun Yu saw that Bardock's reaction was so intense, and he thought that Tassar might fail to activate the artifact. He suddenly realized, could it be? Lord Kyle, I have the impression that the other party should be 5 people, Alang said suddenly. Both Bardock and Uncle Ali felt their eyes lit up and asked in unison, are you sure? Sure. Alanx nodded and said, because I was worried that the meeting would not come together at the beginning, so I counted the number of the other party in advance. Tassar has 5 guards in total, plus himself a total of 6. Then just went in. Sun Yu's heart tightened suddenly, and he looked at Bardock worriedly. Bardock's face was gloomy and he said, 7 people entered. Several clansmen who had previously reported to Tassar were still waiting outside the temple, but at this moment, 6 guards followed Tassar into the secret room of the temple, so they knew what was going on with their feet. It's not good that Tassar is in danger, Sun Yu shouted loudly. He turned and rushed towards the step. Lena, Bardock and the others also followed. Tassar can't do anything, Sun Yu shouted in his heart. He stepped up to the secret room of the temple in a few steps, and at a glance he saw Tassar, who was kneeling under a statue in front of him, singing some incantation. This secret room is as big as 4 football fields. To the north is a mechanical statue that is dozens of meters high. This statue is dressed in armor like a Gundam fighter. His hands are like crutches, pressing on a put upright on the great sword. Tassar and his party knelt down reverently at the feet of the statue, chanting a mantra loudly, and with the mantra in their mouth, the dust on the mechanical statue peeled off, revealing its original luster. The artifact of your feelings is Gundam. It's a high-tech thing. Sun Yu's eyes froze, and he almost forgot his purpose. Chapter 70_Awakened Shakers 2 more. There was a sudden change in the secret room, and a Veblen star who was kneeling in the corner suddenly burst out. After 2 clansmen around him flew away, he directly reached out and grabbed the controller in Tassar's hand. Tassar has been chanting the incantation attentively, which is actually the password to activate the Ignaz artifact. Sun Yu's whole body flashed with fire, and a powerful momentum rose into the sky. The body turned into a streamer and flew out. At this time, Tassar and the others reacted, and Root and the others immediately stopped in front of Tassar. Tassar chanted the incantation password faster and faster, and the mechanical statue shook violently, like a sleeping giant. Signs of awakening. Flame fist. Sun Yu's body flew to him, and he threw a punch. He was bound by Sun Yu's time stagnation, and his movements became very slow, so he hurriedly attack. Boom! The fists collided, and the two retreated a few steps each. Sun Yu had already sensed the man's fighting power, and it turned out to be 1 million. It's you, that infected person. You really are Shao Qiang who can't be killed. Sun Yu sensed that this person was the infected person who had attacked them before. After the previous battle, Sun Yu's combat power after he recovered from his serious injury has broken through to 920,000. In addition to his own solid foundation, he has been able to fight back and forth with the 1 million infected people in front of him. Seeing Sun Yu alone can handle it, Root and other Veblins are protecting around Tassar, and Bardock is willing to help, but it seems that the current battle does not require their participation. After a short while, the mechanical statue was activated, and a huge mechanical roar sounded. The eyes of the mechanical giant shone with golden light, and with a flick of his body, he slammed the giant sword in his hand into the ground. Only the hilt was still exposed. Outside, the moment the giant sword was inserted into the ground, the silver pyramid temple suddenly trembled, as if something had been activated, and after a while, the mechanical giant made a mechanical sound and said, "The Zenith defense system is activated, and infected people are found. Clear them." After he finished speaking, he lifted his wrist and pulled out the giant sword on the ground. Rudd said excitedly, "Patriarch, it seems that the artifact has been activated successfully. We are saved. The Zenith defense system is turned on. Not only can it deal with the infected, even if Frieza's army comes, it can attack and retreat, and maybe the fate of this planet has been changed." Tassar said to Sun Yu, "Mr. Sun Yu, you should get out of the way to avoid accidentally hurting you." "Yeah," Sun Yu replied. He looked at the huge mechanical warrior who looked similar to Gundam. Although he couldn't feel his combat power, it seemed to be something incredible. He jumped 10 meters away, and he was in the air. He chopped off the giant sword and slashed at the infected person. The infected person was in pain, and his body began to swell with a roar. Although the infected worm has changed a body, it seems that his ability to transform is still there. After it has transferred a new body, its strength has not decreased at all. After transforming, it is still 6 meters tall and full the barbs of the body. The combat power is also the same 2.5 million. Roar! 251 punches smashed the giant sword of the mechanical statue, and jumped up and scratched the chest of the statue. Sun Yu jokingly said to Lena and the others, "Look at that big bug who still wants to confront that god statue. It's really impatient to live." As soon as the words fell, 250 smashed the chest of the mechanical idol. Lena gave Sun Yu an angry look. "You are really poisonous." Sun Yu shrugged, squeezed out a smile and said, "It's my fault. Maybe that's how the statue is set up. Just like a Saiyan, the worse you get beaten, the higher your fighting power." Immediately after 253, 5 and 2, the god statue's hands were removed, and the head was smashed. That mighty-looking Gundam mechanic warrior, under the infected 250's subordinate, was as vulnerable as paper. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became very embarrassing. Lena and the others were sweating coldly when they saw this scene. Sun Yu slapped his forehead and shouted loudly to Tassar, who was petrified in situ, "I said, but don't tell me this is your last trump card. It's too fancy." Tassar mechanically turned his head to look at Sun Yu, his mouth shaking for a long time before uttering a few words. "In disrepair, in disrepair. Your sister is in disrepair." Just now, Sun Yu was still thinking about whether this mechanical idol can single out Frieza. Now it seems that he is a professional role player. While speaking, the infected person had already demolished the mechanical statue that had been on stage for less than a minute. It twisted its neck and walked slowly towards Sun Yu and the others, with murderous eyes in its eyes. "Mr. Sun Yu, you are going to transform." Tassar looked at Sun Yu with a sullen face. He didn't know what to do now, but the other party had 2.5 million combat power, and only Sun Yu was present. After the giant ate, no one is its opponent. "I'll change into your sister. This secret room is full of moons, and there's not even a single sunbeam. Where can you let me transform you?" Sun Yu was so angry that he gritted his back molars. He could use the writing wheel. The eyes heal off the cruise waves in the sun, but there must be direct sunlight. A bunch of idiots. Sun Wu finds that in the end he has to rely on himself. "Forget it. Let go together. The two of us are attacking frontally, and the others will cover and make up for the night." Sun Yu's momentum erupted again. The protective shield was open, and he rushed towards the transformed infected person. Bardock and others have been eager to try it for a long time. Although the opponent's combat power surpasses themselves and others by many, but Saiyans like to challenge enemies stronger than themselves. To put it mildly, this is called climbing new peak, but to put it bluntly, it means like to die. Since then, Sun Yu and Tassar have turned on their protective shields to attract the hatred of the infected. Badaklana and others took the opportunity to sneak around behind the infected, while Led and other Veblins were in the distance. Provide firepower output. If there are a few more nurses in this scene, a team copy of 15 people can be formed. After all, the appearance of this infected person is not inferior to any boss in World of Warcraft. However, in the world of Dragon Ball at this time, the difference in combat power is often not made made up by the number of people. Bardock and Uncle Ollie were injured respectively. Although the injuries were serious, they were cured with a fairy bean. Roar! Sun Yu was forced to a corner by the infected person. Under the circumstances, he casually touched the giant sword left by the mechanical statue on the ground, and then raised it with both hands. The 8-meter-long sword was lifted by Sun Yu and smashed at the infected person. Crack! The giant sword broke in response, but a blue jade the size of an ostrich egg flew out. Sun Yu's time stagnation opened, and he subconsciously caught the jade. The moment he touched the jade stone, Sun Yu suddenly felt a burning pain in his eyes, and a cumbersome and messy information poured into his mind. On his delicate face, if a pair of eyes were lit by flame, the red seems to drip blood. The pupils continued to expand, and a black Guyu symbol appeared on the edge of each eye, which rotated in the eyes in a perfectly divided proportion with the previous 2 Guyu. Awakening of the 3-Go Jade of Sharingan. Chapter 71_Super Monthly Reading 3 more. The surroundings seemed to be still. Sun Yu could not feel the movement of the air, nor heard any sound. He seemed to be in an empty universe, and he was the only one who existed since ancient time. Then came the birth and annihilation of stars, and suddenly I felt as if I had seen scenes from the past and the future, which alternated between reality and fantasy. I don't know how long it took Sun Yu to see a strange black spot. He consciously drifted towards the black spot, and the black spot gradually enlarged. From a close distance, it was a huge bronze door. The bronze door was simple and thick, about 1,000 feet tall. There were several figures standing under him. Sun Yu tried hard to identify the figures, and one of the creatures with a short round head caught his attention. That person was the god above all universes, King Quan. Perhaps the other party felt Sun Yu's gaze, and King Quan in Sun Yu's illusory consciousness turned his head, looked directly in Sun Yu's direction, smiled slightly and said in that innocent and lovely voice, "Hey, Sun Yu-chan, let's play together." Immediately afterwards, Sun Yu's consciousness inexplicably felt a terrifying aura. It felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss of extreme cold. The heart-piercing fear made Sun Yu's heart break. "Do not. None of this is real. It's all fantasy," Sun Yu shouted in his heart. He told himself over and over again that these were all illusory, but King Quan's breath was so real. "Sun Yu, get out of the way." "Kyle, what are you doing?" A few anxious and familiar voices came from his ears, and Sun Yu's consciousness gradually returned to his body, and he suddenly remembered that he was still fighting with people. What? Sun Yu woke up suddenly. He looked around vigilantly. He was still holding the jade stone the size of an ostrich egg in his hand. Cut! It turned out that the environment just now passed for a while. Sun Yu smiled lightly. He also felt that some ability of this jade stimulated his potential to write round eyes, and Sun Yu knew that he had unlocked a skill of shaker, writing round eyes, reading every month. For a while, with Sun Yu as the center, a strange aura appeared in a radius of 10 meters. The infected person just entered it, as if he was pulled into a strange space by Sun Yu. "The sky here is red, and the air and the earth is endless black. Welcome to my realm." Sun Yu looked at the infected with a smile that was even scarier than the abyss demon. Tsukiyomi was originally the skill of Uchiha Itachi's left eye in the Naruto world. When Tsukiyomi was activated, as long as the eyes were facing each other, an unknown other world would appear in front of the other party's eye. In this world, all factors including time, location, geographic location, etc., are controlled by the caster. In other words, Sun Yu is the master here. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, Sun Yu's eyes can activate the moon reading, so he doesn't need to look at the other party at all. As long as the other party enters a distance of 10 meters around Sun Yu, he will be recruited. Maybe with the ability of Sun Yu, increasing this distance will also expand. This is much stronger than the monthly reading skills in Naruto world. "Boy, I don't care what tricks you play. You will definitely die today." The infected sneered, and it rushed towards Sun Yu, its huge claws flickering coldly, as if it was about to tear him apart. Its speed was extremely fast, and it appeared in front of Sun Yu in an instant, and the giant claw with a 3-meter arm slammed it down, and its momentum seemed to shatter the sky. However, this thunderous claw was slapped empty, and the infected person raised his head suspiciously. He found that he had returned to the original place, and Sun Yu was still standing in front of him calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. "It's impossible. I obviously hit you." The infected looked at Sun Yu in disbelief, trying to see a flaw in Sun Yu's eyes. Sun Yu smiled without saying a word. The infected did not believe this evil. It got up and attacked again. Once, twice, 3 times. No matter how hard it tries, each time is the moment when it's about to touch Sun Wu, and he'll come back to the same place as if nothing had happened. The infected person almost collapsed, and it felt that there was a power that was empty but had nowhere to use, which made it very annoyed. "I can tell you, I am the master here." Sun Yu stepped forward. He explained, "I can control all the factors here including time and space. Even the full moon in the sky I can create it at will. He. Although we Saiyans will transform when they see the full moon, but I am the master of this world, so if I don't want to transform then I won't transform." Quote. Sun Yu paused for a while, and seemed to be enjoying everything around him. "Just now my ability was awakened, and my combat power has soared to 1 million. Under this full moon, my combat power has increased tenfold. Although this way ascension is illusory and unreal, but I think you don't have 10 million combat power. There is no way to crack my super monthly reading. In the Naruto world, the principle is that this skill cannot be cracked, but considering that the laws of the Dragon Ball world are different, if the strength gap between the caster and the magician is too large, then there is no skill that cannot be cracked. It's like Sun Yu is now facing the 100% transformed Frieza. In the face of Frieza's 120 million combat power, no matter how unbelievable Yudu's skill is, he will not be able to fight against Frieza. Sarah has an impact, but as Sun Yu's strength improved, this skill can be said to be invincible at the same level, and can even leapfrog challenges. So Sun Yu changed the name for Yudu, called Super Yudu. Originated in the Naruto world and not limited to the Naruto world. I really like these eyes more and more. Sun Yu smiled. Come on and end this useless farce. You are honored to be the first to die. People in my super monthly reading. Sun Yu raised his hand slowly, and an energy that changed the color of the world rolled in his hand. The infected person wanted to escape, but he couldn't move half a step at all. A suffocating breath locked on the infected person, and a flash of light flashed in Sun Yu's hand, and the infected person in front was hit by this strong light, and let out a bleak cry, and disappeared in an instant. The powder in the air drifted away. Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes, and opened them again in an instant. His eyes changed back to the pair of dark pupils again. At this time, Tassar, Lena and others gathered around, and the scene just now was in their eyes, but the infected person was still clamoring for an attack 1 second, and the next second, he stayed in place like a fool, and then Sun Yu lifted his wrist, and the infected were wiped out. Speaking of which, regarding the sharingan, because many readers think that the sharingan in Naruto will be rubbish in Dragon Ball, but since the author Jun chose sharingan as the protagonist's golden finger, he will definitely add some original things, and make it constantly upgrade. You will know if you read too much content. So I hope you readers don't simply think that this is just a bloodline limit of Naruto world. In short, it will be stronger in the future. Chapter 72_gear update. Kyle, you just killed it. Lena jumped with anger. Sun Yu looked at everyone blankly. Otherwise, why don't you keep it and bring it home for the Chinese New Year? Idiot, why don't you leave a living room for interrogation? Lena gave Sun Yu a stern look. Sun Yu laughed dryly and waved to Tassar. Patriarch, do you know what this thing is? I feel it has a very powerful energy in it. The patriarch Tassar on the side couldn't hold back his emotions for a long time. Seeing Sun Yu beckoning, he immediately stepped forward and said, this is the gem embedded in the great sword. It is recorded in the history books as the Eye of Ignaz. The infinite divine power can be used as the core energy to activate the temple. Quote, after he finished speaking, he snatched the jade stone the size of an ostrich egg from Sun Yu's hand, and hurriedly turned around and walked to a console. Sun Yu quietly moved to the side of Bardock and the others, and whispered, you can sneak around that thing later to see if it can stimulate your potential. I now have 1 million combat power. 1 million. Several people acclaimed, looking at Sun Yu like a monster. Damn, you were thrown so far without making a sound. We have to work hard. As they spoke, the pyramid temple roared. Sun Yu and the others looked at Tassar curiously. Tassar exclaimed, now that the defense system has been successfully activated, the self-disciplined fighters have been dispatched. It is time to encircle and suppress the outside. Those infected. Come on, let go and play with them. Sun Yu squeezed his fingers, looking energetic. Kyle, you don't have to go. Give us a chance to shoot. Lena carried Sun Yu's shoulders, and the fullness of her chest was pressed against Sun Yu's back, full of elasticity. Sun Yu silently felt the amazing elasticity of his back, coughed a few times and said, cough, then be careful. Tassar, please help send some people to follow them. To this request, Tassar readily agreed. Rud, I will allocate 300 self-disciplined fighters to you, and you are responsible for obeying the dispatch of these adults. Because it was Sun Yu who saved them, Tassar's title for Sun Yu and others also changed. He directly dispatched his closest subordinates to listen to the orders of Bardock, Lena and others. Use trust. Rude saluted Tassar and led the crowd down. Sun Yu looked at Tassar with a smile and asked, Patriarch, I heard that the technology here is very high. Can you give it to me? Build a gravity training room. The size. It's about the same as this secret room. The gravity training room has a very strict range ratio for the size of the room. As the range of the room is larger, the higher the gravity increases, the greater the force on the building room materials, which is also troubled by bribes on Earth, the reason why the doctoral research exceeds the current level of gravity training room. Sun Yu now has to think about the practice of that boatload of Saiyans anchored in the orbit of the planet Veblen. It is definitely unrealistic to give each of them a separate gravity training room, so Sun Yu considered building a large gravity training room first, and let them quantify their training together, and then select those with excellent adaptability and assign them to separate training room. This not only saves resources to the greatest extent, but also stimulates their fighting spirit very well. Tassar listened to Sun Yu's word, pondered for a moment, and said cautiously, cautiously, it's not a big problem. It is estimated that it will take a few hours to simulate the structural parameters before it can be put into construction. We have built this kind of facility before to cultivate high school student gravity vegetation. It only takes a few hours to put into construction. Sun Yu's eyes lit up when he heard it. This technology side species is really powerful. Then can you make me some overweight protective gear? The kind that are worn on the hands to protect the wrist but are very heavy, preferably with 150 times the standard gravity of the universe. Quote, 150 times the standard gravity is roughly equivalent to 200 times the Earth gravity. Even Sun Yu, who has 1 million combat power, cannot ignore such a weight. The weight of the original overweight protective gear can be ignored in Sun Yu's eyes now, so he needs to find a stronger replacement. We have a flexible armor that can reduce gravity by reducing space gravity. Maybe we can use this technology in a direction to directly increase gravity. If you like, we can customize a set for you, Sal suggested. Yes, it is necessary. It's better to give me a set of staff. After all, we are the city management of the universe. We can't fall behind in equipment. Sun Yu made a decision with joy. After the equipment problem is solved, the training problem of his Saiyans it is also solved, and the rest depends on their respective talents and effort. Tassar listened to Sun Yu's word, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Mr. Sun Yu, this technology has not yet reached the level of mass production. Because of the lack of some core materials, only one can be produced at present. When this special material is found in the future, small-scale mass production can be realized. Quote, okay. Sun Yu waved his hand, just one piece, and he dressed himself first. Then Tassar led Sun Yu to the equipment test base, where the staff initially designed a set of ideal combat uniforms for Sun Yu. Lightweight and comfortable is a must, and then it can reduce the impact force for the wearer. Protective effect. It also has strong ductility. When Sun Yu becomes a giant ape, he will not burst his clothes, causing embarrassing scene. The most anti-sky point is that Veblen Star has a biometal that can absorb micromolecules in the air after plasticization and automatically repair the damaged part, which is simply anti-sky. So the metal on your body is also this kind of biological metal. Sun Yu felt very surprised. Yes, with this metal fusion, we can make our lives longer. Tassar sighed. Afterwards, Sun Yu learned in the conversation that as long as the repair of the Nowhere Skylock destroyed by the infected is completed, Tassar can use space technology to hide the coordinates of the planet Veblen. The coordinates of interstellar voyages are based on special depending on how the radar scans the planet for the sector. Once the coordinates of the planet are hidden, the planet will disappear from the sector map. Although I don't agree with the plan to hide, I can only take one step at a time. Sun Yu didn't want to think about it too much. Right now, he seems to be rushing to see his special combat uniform and then throw himself into a new round of training. The production capacity of Veblen is very strong, and Sun Yu got his special combat uniform the next day. The style of this combat uniform is to imitate the soft combat armor they wear, but it fits more comfortably. After getting it, Sun Yu couldn't wait to put on the combat uniform and began to study the gravity controller on the combat uniform. After adjusting the value to 200 times the gravity of the Earth, Sun Yu suddenly felt that he was pressing down on a mountain. This effect is really good. Great, it feels like a gravity studio. Quote, this is simply a mobile gravity training room. P.S. I recommend 2 books by my friend, Dragon Ball, The Strongest Myth of the Dragon Ball. The writing of the great god of Maple Leaf is smooth and beautiful, and the storyline is ups and downs. There is also a book about my devil fruit that has a big problem with One Piece. The author, Sister Zhao, is a soft girl. You can go and tease her. Chapter 73_Pyramid of Chia. For the next few days, Sun Yu stayed in the temple to practice. During this period, Uncle Oli came to him once to get fairy bean, and Sun Yu gave them 10 more. At that time, Sun Yu noticed that Uncle Oli's combat power had exceeded 100,000 and reached 200,000. Sure enough, the battle to the death was the quickest way to improve his rank. He had already begun to expect what strength Bardock and Lena had now. The super gravity training room that Sun Yu asked Tassar to build has also been built. After 2 days of experimental testing, the effect is very good. According to Sun Yu's request, this super large training room is divided into 5 areas, and the gravity of each area is increased by 20 times compared with the previous one. As long as you clear all areas, you can be selected to obtain a better single-person gravity training room. To this end, Sun Yu specially called the members of the Exploration-class strategic void ship that is still moored on the orbit of the Veblen planet. But Sun Yu didn't know that there was already chaos on the void ship at this moment. Just yesterday, the captain of the void ship received a military secret letter from the Genuit team, the strongest team under the Frieza Legion, because the Frieza Legion data showed that the battleship Sun Yu was traveling to Veblen. The planet had not attacked for several days, and it happened that the Genuit team had completed their mission in the nearby sector, so Frieza asked them to check the situation by the way. That's right, so the current situation is that the gay special team, which is famous for being gay in the universe came to the planet of Veblen to check it, which made a boatload of people on the void ship anxious. Gay. I mean, what is the existence of the Genuit team? It is a rare powerhouse in the universe, at least in their own eyes. Except for Frieza, there is no powerhouse beyond them, non-existent. Most of the people on the void ship didn't know who the Genuit team was. They just received a military secret letter, which said that they would be disarmed within 3 days and welcome the Genuit team, otherwise they would be directly obliterated. After this secret letter was issued, the people on the void ship were anxious to become a pot of ant. At this moment, the communication request from planet Veblen sounded, and the captain connected without hesitation, and Sun Yu's portrait immediately appeared on the holographic light curtain in the captain's room. Hey, Captain, Ant Hill, you're here too. Why are you all frowning? Sun Yu curiously looked at the dead air in the captain's room. Ant Hill squeezed out a smile and asked Sun Yu, let's not talk about us here. Kyle, are you all going well on Veblen? Are Lena and Ali okay? Sun Yu smiled and said sourly, it's alright. We have successfully established an alliance with the Veblen, and they also helped me build a super large training room. You can come here and bring them with you. Come with all the Saiyan. Hearing that her husband and daughter were alright, Hill's face finally turned cloudy to see the sunrise. That good, but Kyle, I have to tell you something. Frieza sent an advance team over. It seems what is the Genuit team called? They might fight us directly. Quote, hearing that it was the Genuit team, Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Who am I? They will come when they come. I guess even a Lanx can hang them with one hand now. Ant Hill, don't worry. A Lang can. A hand. Hill felt that he had an auditory hallucination, but seeing Sun Yu's firm eyes, Hill calmed down. Okay. Yes, let's get ready to land right now. Our Kyle's grown up. Sun Yu blushed when Ant Hill said that. He pulled over the busy Tassar and asked, can my spaceship land now? Hurry up and arrange a place for my people to live and practice. Tassar murmured impatiently, I'm so busy here. You're making trouble for me. How can this be said to add trouble? My gang are all freshmen. Those are the backbone of our alliance in the future. Let me tell you, we Saiyan. Hey, old Thassa, don't run away. Come back. Most of the time, Sun Yu is only responsible for the overall decision making, and his subordinates will take care of other details. As a result, when his subordinates are busy and overwhelmed, only Sun Yu wanders around. After the landing request of the Exploration class void ship was approved, Sun Yu personally drove a self-disciplined fighter with elder level authority and went out to greet him with more than 50 ordinary level armed mechas. The mighty welcoming team flew in the sky. It is majestic. Looking at a small black bot that slowly fell in the sky, it gradually became larger and larger, and finally the void ship with a total length of more than 800 meters landed like a spear erected on the ground. The landing site of the void ship was not far from the Silver Pyramid Temple. Sun Yu flew to the sky to look at it. Compared with the Silver Pyramid, the originally huge void ship was much smaller. However, Sun Yu took into account the technological strength of the Veblen, especially in the superb achievements in space technology. All this is not surprising. The hatches on the two wings of the void ship slowly opened, and rows of Saiyans flew out in an orderly manner. Judging from their breath, these people were much stronger than when they first boarded the battleship. As soon as Ant Hill came out, she saw a team of combat mechs neatly lined up in the air, carefully flew to the lead mecha, and fixed her eyes on Sun Yu sitting inside, so she asked with a smile, Kyle, what is this? Why are you alone? Sun Yu opened the skylight of the self-disciplined fighter, stuck his head out and explained, Ant Hill, this thing is in self-disciplined fighter. It can be deformed. It belongs to a combat-type armed mecha. I'll just play. Let go first. I take you to the temple. Tassar built a 400-meter-tall pyramid building for Sun Yu alone near the temple to house all the Saiyans. Sun Yu gorgeously named the building Pyramid of Khufu. As a result, Sun Yu led a team of 1,000 people to the Pyramid of Khufu. The 400-meter-high pyramid building is divided into 60 floors, and every 5 floors has a gravity training room the size of 4 or 5 football fields. This building is expected to accommodate 20,000 people. The interior structure is also full of futuristic sci-fi atmosphere. Each floor has artificial lighting, and all kinds of places and facilities are readily available. All died out 300 years ago. After setting up all the Saiyans, Sun Yu specially took care of Bardock's wife Jine, and the eldest son Raditz, and arranged them to the top floor, close to the residence of himself and others, so that it is also convenient for Bardock to come here to see his wife and children in the future. Sir, did the 5 spaceships without permission to land be found to be destroyed by the Zenith defense system? Sun Yu's elder-level self-disciplined fighter made a mechanical inquiry sound. 5 ship. Could it be that the gay special team has arrived? Sun Yu smiled and said, no blows, no blows, let them come. Chapter 74_gay. Guy. Special Forces. Oz.com. In the atmosphere of planet Veblen, 5 single-cabin spaceships were slowing down and landing. 5 crimson streamers streaked across the sky. A series of tremors occurred on the ground of Veblen planet, and 5 large side-by-side appeared in a wilderness pit. Easy. The cabin doors of the spacecraft were slowly opened, and 5 figures rose slowly from the big pit on the ground, and the air seemed to be filled with some unknown melody. Yi _ A burly man with orange hair fell to the ground and arched his horse with his left hand across his chest and his right hand pointing to the sky. Immediately after the painting style change, a blue figure jumped out with a Gia laughter. Calmed as the exact opposite. Bart. The white hair fluttered in the wind, and those who didn't know thought that Rejoice was shooting an advertisement. The pink-skinned and white-haired man half-squatted and raised his hands to the sky, shouting, "Guys." Then there is the little green man Gordo, and finally the captain standing in reverse and pouting his ass. Ginyu. Another group of men with their own BGM. A gust of cold wind blew, and they posed for a while, but unfortunately they didn't even have a figure in the radius of 100 miles, so they felt bored and gathered around Ginyu. Let this captain come and see where the group of Saiyan monkeys have gone. If you want me to tell me, Master Frieza directly ordered to kill all those Saiyan. It's really troublesome. Ginyu stretched out a stick. With his finger, he poked the combat power detector on his ear, and as a series of numbers of DDD appeared, Ginyu was dumbfounded. When the other team members saw the dumbfounded Ginyu, they all joked, "What's the matter, Captain? Is it possible that you saw the combat power that scared you? Ha ha ha. Cut. My combat effectiveness detector may be broken. There are actually a few people in front with a combat strength of 400,000 to 500,000. It seems that they are fighting." Ginyu tore off his combat effectiveness detector and crushed it, and said to the others, "Bart, come and see what the highest combat power of this planet is." Bart sneered, "Hey, Captain, don't be kidding. How could there be a guy with 40,000 to 500,000 combat powers in this universe? Apart from Lord Frieza, there is no one who is stronger than us. No one." As he said that, he pressed his combat power detector, and a series of numbers DDD appeared in his lens. "Haha, boss, there are indeed a few people in the direction you just pointed, but the highest of them is only 50,000, although it can be considered a strong person, but for us, it is still very garbage. There are many people in the direction with a combat power close to 10,000. It is estimated that there are nearly 2,000 people. Maybe it is that Saiyan," Bart said, pointing in the direction of the Silver Pyramid Temple. It is worth mentioning that Bardock now has 500,000 combat power, and under his slight suppression, his normal aura only shows 50,000 combat power. The big man Lickum on the side patted Bart on the shoulder. "I said let's go and have a big fight. I can't wait." Goldo also looked enthusiastic and said, "Yes, let's go. After staying in the spaceship for so long, it's almost moldy, huh?" Just as he was talking, Goldo suddenly saw a few more figures around him. "Who is sneaking over there? Come out and die." Bart also noticed the sudden appearance of tall black figures around him, and subconsciously pressed the combat power detector, and a string of numbers less than 200 appeared on his lens. "Ah ha ha. This is the native of this planet. The combat power is really low. I really don't understand why Frieza-sama wants to destroy this planet where birds don't shit. Goldo, this kind of rubbish is just it's over to you." Goldo, who was made famous by Bat, jumped up suddenly. "Why do you have to leave this kind of garbage cleaning to me? Don't you claim to be the first speed in the universe? You can kill them with just your hand." In the face of Gordo's protest, Bart patted Gordo on the shoulder disinterestedly. "You go if you are told to go. You dare to have an opinion. Do you not want to mix with us? Ha ha ha." Ginyu and the others burst into laughter after hearing Bart's words. "Cut. I'll go. I'll go." Golduo stepped forward unwillingly, staring at the black figure that had surrounded them. "How dare you underestimate me, Lord Golduo, and suffer death? Go." With a roar, Gordo jumped up and smashed his tiny fist towards the black figure. Although Goldo's skills are superpowers that stop time, in his opinion, to deal with an existence with less than 200 combat power, there is no need to use his superpowers at all, so he chose to do it directly. However, before his fist fell on the black figure, the black creature raised his hand gently, as if pinching a noisy fly, and pinched Goldo in his hand. "Damn, let me go." Goldo struggled desperately, but the other party was 2 meters tall, with thick arms and round waist. If Sun Yu and the others were here, they would definitely recognize these black creatures as the infected. Goldo, who was pinched by the infected, realized that he might have kicked the iron plate, so he suddenly held his breath and exerted his superpower of stopping time. There was a momentary sluggishness in the world for a while. The wind stopped, the clouds did not understand, and everything seemed to fall asleep. Ha ha ha. Goldo looked at the still time and space in front of him, and he chuckled proudly, but he almost didn't hold his breath, and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He looked triumphantly at the infected person in front of him, thinking about how to kill it, but the infected person's eyeballs that should have been still dripped in his eye socket. Goldo was shocked when he saw it. He found that something was wrong and wanted to flee for his life, but a huge palm suddenly stretched out and pinched Goldo's small body, which made him unable to hold his breath any longer. Goldo looked in the direction of Ginyu and shouted for help. "Captain, help." As soon as the infected person's hand was darkened, Goldo was crushed by him, and a deep sneer came out of its mouth. "Haha, what a weak bug." Ginyu and the others in front of them secretly thought that it was not good. It was not that they cared about Goldo's life or death, but that they felt that if one person was missing, there their team appearance would be ugly. Forget it. We'll talk about team styling later. Let's solve these troubles first. Lick 'em, guys. You two go up. Ginyu put his arms around his chest, ignoring the 5 who surrounded them. Infected only. Lick 'em let out a burst of laughter with his hands on his hip, and then suddenly pouted his butt in an embarrassing posture. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. Let me solve them with one move. Lick 'em. Flying leg. Chapter 75_U. Welcome. Before Lick 'em's voice could fall, 2 black figures in front of him flashed past, and sharp wagwong flash, and 3 bloodstains appeared on Lick 'em's chest. Damn. Lick 'em covered the wound on his chest in pain and knelt on the ground, revealing a snow-white ditch. Lick 'em. The other people shrank their necks in fright. They really didn't expect the creatures that existed in their eyes to be like ants to kill Lick 'em in one move. Juice pressed the combat power detector on his ear again, and now when he looks at the infected people, the combat power of the 5 black figures has now become 2 or 300,000. This Guys was really frightened. He turned his head and wanted to run, but the infected person closest to him grabbed Guy's with a jump, and then used it as claw scratched a wound on Guy's body. The pupils in Guy's eyes dilated, and his eyes slowly became dull, and he fell to the ground with a plop. In less than a few breaths, the Genuit team has already lost 3 people. Seeing this situation, the blue whirlwind Bart, who is known as the fastest team in the team, has been frightened. Turning around, the blue figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in place. It's really unfortunate that this uncle doesn't serve you. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the universe? Bart was moving at high speed in the air, and the scenery on both sides quickly regressed. He hated deserters, but in the face of powerful enemies, nothing is more important than his own life. Suddenly he felt the breeze swept beside him, and a huge black figure appeared in front of him. It was the largest infected person. The infected shot was as fast as lightning. It grabbed Bart's neck and stretched out its slender sharp claws to scratch 3 bloodstains on Bart's body. A Captain Ginyu who was standing in the same place looked at the corpses of several people around, and after a brief shock, he was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful creature in the universe. It is the creator. Blessing. I was foolish enough to think I was the most powerful in the universe besides Frieza. Ginyu stared at the huge infected person in the sky, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Praise God, I found such a powerful creature, and soon you will become me. Saying that, Ginyu put his hands in front of him and shouted at the infected person in the air. Ge. This is Ginyu's secret exchange technique. It is a powerful skill that can exchange bodies with practitioners. In the original Dragon Ball, Ginyu and Sun Wukong exchanged body. A silver-white light flew out from Ginyu's body and shot at the back of the infected person in the air at a very fast speed. It was a body without a soul, but Ginyu was in the brainstem of the body. Found a trace of light. With the familiar dizziness, Ginyu slowly opened his eyes. He moved his new body, and there was a crackling sound of bones that made the scalp numb. This is the real power. Ginyu opened his hand, feeling the gentle breeze from the sky, and a feeling of power he had never felt lingered in his heart. If someone uses a combat power detector, they can clearly detect that Ginyu's combat power is 500,000 at the moment, which is also very close to Frieza's normal combat power. I used to be so superficial. Ginyu glanced at the body that had just been exchanged in disgust. The original body was also robbed by his exchange skills, but I can feel that there seems to be a something is calling me. Ginyu looked at a tower to the north. In fact, Ginyu's current body is just an empty shell without a soul. His soul is exchanged with the infected worms in the infected person. All the infected worms obey the orders of the mother worm, and Ginyu has become the only one. A self-conscious infestation. I feel that something is calling me in that direction, but it seems that as long as I eat that thing, I can become stronger. Maybe even Frieza can surpass it. Ha 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 ha. I instead become the emperor in the universe. Ginyu laughed frantically, and he raised his hand to wave at the former team members on the ground. Those who had already died, Bart, Lick 'em, and Guys all swayed and stood. When he got up, several other infected people also gathered around Ginyu. Ginyu glanced at his former body and burned it with a wave of light. Poor bastard, let you see the birth of a new emperor in the universe. After speaking, it turned into a streamer and flew away. A few days later, Sun Yu, who had just finished his training, suddenly remembered the Genuit team. By the way, those gay guys have been coming to Babylon for a few days, and I don't know if they are still alive. They should be on this planet. You can't survive more than 2 chapters. After speaking, Sun Yu stretched his waist and walked out of the 200 times gravity training room with a relaxed and casual look, took off the ordinary training clothes soaked in sweat, and strode towards the luxurious bathroom on the first floor. Go. Before I got to the bathroom door, I suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. This is the top floor of the pyramid of Khufu. Only Sun Yu and Bodok live. They all went out to clean up the infected. The only person who can take a bath in it is Bardock White Giant. Sun Yu guessed like this. Jine's petite body could not help but emerge in his mind. Apart from the Saiyan race, Jine was a rare beauty wherever she put it. Now she is bathing in the bathroom section separated by a wall. How not to let Sun Wu's imagination run wild. However, Sun Yu is an upright person. Although Bardock is nominally his subordinate, Sun Yu regards Bardock as his eldest brother. Sajine is naturally Sun Yu's sister-in-law. Washa has always had an old saying, delicious but not dumpling, fun but not sister-in-law. Ba ba ba. It's not this sentence, it's that friend or something. Yes, Sun Yu remembered it. Friends and wives are not allowed. Guess bullying. Gas. Well, I can't be sorry for Bardock. I'm an honest person. I'm an honest person. Sun Yu kept meditating in his heart, and appeared silently at the door of the bathroom. The right hand involuntarily pressed on the door. Fuck, I'm being controlled. My hands won't listen to me. Although Sun Yu grabbed his right hand with his left hand, trying to prevent his right hand from opening the bathroom door, he was still a step too late. The door was opened with a gap. The bathroom was very spacious. There was a huge swimming pool in the center. In the single room separated by opaque glass, a graceful figure appeared at this moment, appearing to shower in one of the single rooms. Maybe for others, this kind of situation can only be seen in the shower of the beautiful spring in the list room unless you get closer, but Sun Yu has a super insightful ability to write round eyes, and Sun Yu can completely ignore the mere glass. There was a strange red in his eyes. After Sun Yu's writing wheel eyes evolved to 3 Go Jade, his insight ability was no longer the same as before. It's not Jine. My god, it. Chapter 76 Aura of Evil. The sound of running water lingered in Sun Yu's ears, and the fragrance of the girl seemed to penetrate the glass wall and floated to the tip of Sun Yu's nose. Sun Yu never thought that it was not Bardock's wife Jine who was bathing there, but Lena who had sneaked back from the battlefield. Lena is a girl after all. After a long battle, her body was covered with bloodstains. She even had to apply a layer of pungent ointment on her body in order to prevent the invasion of infected insects, which made Lena very uncomfortable. Because the final attack on the last occupied Kylock was about to be carried out, all the members had to renovate for a day. Taking this time, Lena sneaked back to the temple secretly. When she learned that there was a luxurious bathroom on the top of the pyramid of Khufu, she without a second thought, I ran to take a shower. So, it was so gorgeous that Sun Yu bumped into it. I have to say that Lena's figure is the hottest among all the female Saiyans Sun Yu has ever seen. Her muscles are not as thick as those of other fighting women, but only a little baby fat. Her body outlines a perfect curve, and her flat abdomen has no trace of fat. Ha! Sun Yu's nosebleed came out unsatisfactorily. His body was only a young boy who had just developed. Seeing such a beautiful scene, he naturally couldn't hold it back. Little Sun Yu raised his head arrogantly, as if urging Sun Yu to do something he loved quickly, otherwise he will really fail this beautiful time and the full moon will be full of flowers. For a while, Sun Yu was at war between heaven and man. With his current strength, there was no problem in pushing Lena, but Sun Yu always felt that something was wrong. Shakespeare once said, to push or not to push, that is the question. Just when Sun Yu felt that the power in his body was about to be uncontrollable, a tender voice sounded from behind. Lord Kyle, what are you doing here? The area on the top floor of Khufu's pyramid is very empty, so as soon as this sound is heard, it echoes here. Lana was enjoying a rare and comfortable bath when she suddenly heard a child calling Sun Yu's name outside the door. She suddenly probed and saw a figure squatting outside the door. You in doing what? Damn brat. Sun Yu beat the child behind him with a backhand. This child is none other than Bardock's eldest son Raditz. Sun Yu liked this child quite a bit. Who would have guessed this child? I will pit myself at this time. The most irritating thing is that Sun Yu can clearly see the corner of the bear child's mouth raising a hint of imperceptible pride. He clearly did it on purpose. Raditz, look, I won't kill you. Sun Yu grabbed Raditz who was about to escape, and Raditz, who was being lifted by Sun Yu, suddenly cried and howled. Help! Lord Kyle is going to kill me. He peeked at Sister Lena taking a bath. Help! Sun Yu hurriedly covered the bear boy's mouth, and a soul-shaking murderous aura erupted from the bathroom. Sun Yu's heart trembled, and he mechanically looked back at Lena who had put on a shirt from the bathroom. Is walking out slowly. Lana's hair was still wet at the moment, and there was still a crystal drop of water on the collarbone of her fragrant shoulders. The wide shirt was tightly attached to her body, and her slender thighs were exposed to the air. As soon as she appeared, Sun Yu felt a faint aroma, which almost made Sun Yu's little brother look up again. PFF. Sun Yu's nosebleed spurted out again, and Raditz, who was being held by Sun Yu, also stared at Lena, his eyes reluctant to even blink. What are you looking at, brat? Sun Yu slapped Raditz on the head with his backhand. Did you see Lao Su's woman? Sun Yu was so confused at the moment, he didn't realize what he said at all. Raditz was yelled at by Sun Yu, and all tears came out. Woo, Lord Kyle is so scary. Dad, come and save me. The so-called speaker is unintentional and the listener is intentional. Lena blushed when Sun Yu said, Lao Su's woman, and the anger in her heart just disappeared. When she looked at Sun Yu again, her eyes flickered. Kyle, you stinky bastard. After speaking, he gave Sun Yu a fierce look, stomped his leg, and turned back to the bathroom with a smile on his lips. Sun Yu let out a long sigh of relief, rubbed his nose, and sighed that it was his fate. Giants should not have lived here with Raditz in the first place. Sun Yu gave a ghostly smile to Raditz, who was holding it in his hand. Little baby, I am amazed by your skeleton. You are a good material for martial art. Let go. Grandpa will take you to practice. I'm not going. Raditz resisted desperately. How could he not know Sun Yu's mind, saying that it was cultivation? In fact, he was going to be beaten, and he just ruined Sun Yu's good thing. It is estimated that he will be beaten even worse. If you don't go, you have to go. Don't worry, I will let you eat fairy beans in one breath. Come with me. After saying that, Sun Yu grabbed Raditz by the back of his neck and dragged him to the training room. Just at this time, an unusual fighting force erupted in the air. Sun Yu suddenly looked in one direction, and an extremely evil fighting force came from the north of Veblen planet, a full 3 million. Impossible. How could this planet have 3 million combat power? Sun Yu didn't even bother to teach Raditz a lesson. If his perception was correct, the breath of the members of the urban management team such as Bardock was also in that direction. Lena also put on her combat uniform and rushed out. Kyle, just now. Well, a very evil and powerful fighting force. This is no longer something that Bardock and Uncle Ollie can deal with. Let's go over and have a look. Sun Yu put away his cynical expression, and the serious Sun Yu let Lena see it. S heart trembled. Good. Lana followed closely behind Sun Yu, and the two flew in the air one after the other. Covered by the hazy smoke in the air, Lana quickly grabbed Sun Yu's arm and held it in her arm. Suddenly feeling an amazing tactile sensation on his arm, Sun Yu turned his head curiously to look at Lana, who was blushing and wanted to say no more. Sister Na, what's wrong with you? Say, no matter how you look at this person, who looks like a young girl in spring, who is the evildoer. My sister Na is not like this. It's fake. You can tell it's fake at a glance. Go to hell. Lana was furious, her back molars rattling. A dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of Boom Rumble, and Sun Yu and Lana looked solemn. It's Uncle Ollie and Bardock's anger. They're fighting. All hurry up. Chapter 77_Bardock. Far North Galactic Frieza Legion Base Camp. Sabo, who is as beautiful as a woman, came to Frieza's command room. At this time, Frieza was lying in the huge suspension chair. Sabo stepped forward and said, Lord Frieza, according to the feedback from the intelligence department, the Genuit team, something may have gone wrong. Quote, Frieza frowned and asked lazily, oh, Sabo-san, what can happen to the Genuit team? Don't tell me they can't handle those Saiyan. This time it's not because of the Saiyan. Sabo took out a combat power detector from his arms and said, this is handed in by the person in charge of monitoring the Genuit team. Lord Frieza, please listen to this recording. Quote, as we all know, the combat effectiveness detector has always had a communication function, which is to facilitate the communication between the team members, and also facilitate Frieza to monitor everyone's every move. Sabo pressed the button on the detector a few times to adjust to an audio output mode, and soon there were a few vague noises, but the noise did not exist for a long time, and then there were a few scattered sounds. Most of the people present could only hear words such as, how dare you underestimate me, Lord Gulda, how can there be such a terrifying existence in the universe, you will become me soon. After a brief silence, a familiar and hoarse voice said, I can still become stronger, maybe even Frieza can surpass, ha 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 ha. The recording turned into a meaningless noise again, and the atmosphere in the command room was eerie and scary. Phew, Lord Frieza. Sabo looked at Frieza cautiously when he saw Frieza's gloomy face. Frieza slowly stood up from the suspension chair, and suddenly he seemed to have heard some funny joke. He covered his stomach and laughed for a long time, and then Frieza looked at Sabo coldly and said, Sabasang, since Ginyu has gained power that can surpass me, so let's see and hope not to disappoint me too much. Lord Frieza. A cold sweat broke out on Sabo's forehead. Frieza appeared in front of the podium with a gloomy face. The command room was silent, everyone's eyes were focused on Frieza, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out. King Vegeta's side is more honest. I didn't expect the Ginyu Special Forces to have such wolf ambition. Frieza slapped the console of the command room with a slap, and the huge console was suddenly overwhelmed by Fraser. Lisa slapped the slap and chattered, get me off to the planet Veblen. As ordered. Veblen planet. Dozens of Veblen, led by Botakrut and others, were about to clean up the last skylock occupied by the infected, but unexpectedly, a guy whose fighting power was terrifying to no end came out. It was a guy with a size of 3 meters. Unlike ordinary infected people, that guy did not have the sluggishness and desire to attack that belonged to the infected person. That guy was not only highly intelligent but also lacked in combat effectiveness. And the first wave of attacks was the first attack by Bardock. Now, because of the treatment of Shondo, Bardock madly forced himself into a desperate situation, and was obsessed with squeezing every trace of his potential. His combat effectiveness has long been stable at around 690,000, only one step away from 700,000. It can be said that such combat power has few opponents in today's Veblen planet, but it is as powerful as Bardock, and the opponent only uses one palm. With an understated palm, Bardock, who burst out with all his strength, was thrown several meters away, and almost all the bones in his his body were shattered. Fortunately, Uncle Ollie still had some fairy beans left. Sun Yu and Lena happened to arrive when he fed Bardock the fairy bean. Uncle Ollie, Bardock, how are you all? Sun Yu glanced at the people present with concern. Cut. Bardock, who had just lost the battle, was very upset. He pushed away Ollie, who was supporting him, and wanted to fight the leader of the infected again. Sun Yu stopped in front of Bardock. Go away. Bardock, calm down. You should feel the fighting power of that infected person. He is not something you can handle. Let me do it. Damn. Bardock pinched his fingers white, gritted his teeth and said, I'm not reconciled. Why should I rely on you to defeat him when I meet a strong man? If I can only survive by shrinking behind you, I would rather die. Before he finished speaking, Bardock raised his foot and walked towards the infected person. Sun Yu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uncle Ollie with his eyes. Saiyan pride. Sun Yu felt helpless in his heart. Speaking of the characters, Bardock and Vegeta are very similar. Their pride and their indomitableness are the reasons why they can become extremely powerful. On the Tiansuo Tower, the infected person with a height of 3 meters folded his arms around his chest and looked at the situation on the ground indifferently. Seeing that Bardock walked in front of him again unscathed, he sneered and said, ignorant Saiyan monkey, I have eaten the female worm and gained the strongest power in the universe. You ant, you really don't know how to live or die. Likyum, Bart, and guys, the three of you will accompany them to play. Quote. Sun Yu was slightly taken aback when he heard the infected person say the three names, but soon realized that the infected person was not someone else but the captain of the Genuit team, who was good at swapping bodies with people. Ginyu. You're Ginyu. Sun Wu stared at the infected in the air. Oh, you've even heard the name of Uncle Ben. Ginyu raised his brows and looked at Sun Yu with interest. Let me see your combat power. It's only 10,000, kid. You'd better go back and have milk. It's not suitable for you to come here. Ha ha ha. At this time, Lick'em, Bart, Keith and others had already landed on the ground. Sun Yu found that they did not pose the strange appearance of the Genuit team, and doubts arose in his heart. But after seeing the blank eyes of the three people, he felt clearly. Hey, Ginyu, are these three people infected? Although the breath of the three of Lick'em was suppressed very well, Sun Yu could still feel the surge in strength after being infected by the infected insect. In the original book, except for the Captain Ginyu, the other members of the Genuit team had only 60,000 combat power left and right, but the combat power of the three people in front of them has skyrocketed to 2 or 3 million, which is very surprising. Stop talking nonsense. Your name is Ginyu, right? Come to fight. Bardock roared angrily, rising into the sky and flying towards Ginyu in the air. Sun Yu's eyes narrowed, and he felt that Bardock's breath was a little weird. Chapter 78 _ State of Enlightenment. Ginyu was silent now in the void, looked at Bardock indifferently, waved his wrist lightly, and said, let your blood witness my rise. Give it to me, and shred them. Hearing Ginyu's order, swarms of infected people swarmed out and rushed towards Sun Yu and the others like a flood burst. Damn it, why does he still have so many infected people? Uncle Ollie watched the infected people flying out of the sky. Although their overall strength was slightly lower than his own, there were too many of them. Lud quickly informed Tassar, let him hurry up and come to the reinforcement. We underestimated the strength of the infected. Lena ordered Lud seriously, like a battlefield Valkyrie. Rud hurriedly bowed his head in contemplation, as if he was using the communication network within their demi-humans to communicate, which was almost as good as a spiritual dialogue. Seeing that the swords were drawn on both sides, as if he was about to experience a peerless battle, Sun Yu sighed, and silently put on a starting gesture at the back. His breath burst out. Ka.me. What? It was Ginyu who looked directly at Sun Yu. This handsome-looking boy actually contained a terrifying power in his body. He hurriedly glanced at Sun Yu's combat power. The value showed that it was more than 1 million and it was still increasing rapidly. Impossible. Impossible. This kid actually has a combat power of more than 1 million. What kind of monster is he? Ginyu stared at Sun Yu, and after a while he grinned. What about the combat power of more than 1 million? I have a fighting power of 3 million now. Even if Frieza comes, I may not be my opponent. What kind of trick can a Saiyan in your mirror figure out? Go, crush all these ants for me. Ka.me.ha.me. Sun Yu's powerful aura formed a cyclone of energy around him, flying sand and rocks within a radius of tens of meters, and the turtle-style qigong wave in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light, which made everyone present look at him. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Yu suddenly pushed out his hand, and a faint blue energy blast slammed into the infected group in the air. Run! Even though the infected person is just an empty body, the parasitic worms inside the infected person have the instinct to survive. They watched the surrounding compatriot get hit by the energy wave and turn to ashes, and they all started to flee in fright. But is it useful to escape? Sun Yu looked at the infected people who were running away, and the corners of his mouth curved. Escape is useful. Look at the trick. After he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the turtle school qigong wave swept across the crowd horizontally as if alive, and there were screams in the air for a while. Sun Yu used the turtle school qigong to compress the combat power to a strength of 2 million. With one blow, all almost no one here can resist it head-on. In an instant, more than half of the infected army was wiped out by Sun Yu, leaving Uncle Ali, Luda and others messed up in the wind. Originally, many people were ready to fight to the death, but they never expected that Sun Yu would solve the immediate crisis as soon as he took action. Bardock was not blocked by the large group of infected people, and flew to Ginyu smoothly, knowing that the strength was disparate, but he still went to the duel without hesitation. Maybe you can laugh at him being stupid, moron, but if those who think that they can recognize the gap in their own strength, and then seek advantages and avoid disadvantages are smart people, then Bardock or Sun Wukong and Sun Yu are willing to be fooled. They are the kind of fools who are so foolish to challenge themselves a much stronger opponent, even if they are smashed to pieces, must force themselves to break through and surpass. This is the Saiyan, who knows he can't do it. Drink. Boom. Bardock instantly approached Ginyu and threw a punch with a thunderous voice. Ginyu slapped a claw and collided with Bardock fist wind, and a wave of air burst in the air. Stop it. Just when everyone was worried about Bardock's safety, Bardock actually blocked Ginyu's claws. That was Ginyu, whose combat power exploded to 3 million after swallowing the infected mother bug. In the flash of light and flint, Bardock had already fought Ginyu for several rounds, punching hard to the end, and everyone in the underground was full of enthusiasm. Come on, Bardock. Awesome, Bardock. Fuck it. The so-called layman is watching the fun, and the expert is watching the doorway. Sun Yu stared at Bardock's eyes. He found that there seemed to be no trace of emotion in Bardock's eyes at the moment. Perhaps at this moment, there is no gap in strength in Bardock's eyes, and there is no boundary between life and death. Everything in the world has turned into nothingness, and there is only war. I understand, and finally I know that because I just felt that Bardock's breath was a little weird. It was because he entered a state of enlightenment. During this period of time, I was constantly traveling between life and death, constantly squeezing my potential, and finally holding the determination to die and the persistent belief of surpassing myself. Sun Yu suddenly thought that in the Dragon Ball anime Gods and Gods, Sun Wukong became the Super Saiyan God and the Destruction God Beerus fought. Although Sun Wukong finally changed back to normal, it stands to reason that no matter how strong his normal state is, he will not be able to catch it. He survived the blow of Beerus, the God of Destruction, but he managed to stand up to Beerus. The official explanation is that Sun Wukong entered a state of selfless enlightenment because he absorbed the realm perception of the Super Saiyan God. Indeed, once you enter such a state of enlightenment, you will feel that there is nothingness between heaven and earth, and only your heart will go. Sun Wukong wanted to defeat Beerus, the God of Destruction, but Bardock only had Ginyu, who surpassed him after taking the house. They all burst out with potential that is incomprehensible to ordinary people, especially the Saiyans, who are strong when they are strong. Their growth is full of infinite possibilities. Looking at Bardock, who was fighting with Ginyu in front of him, Sun Yu's heart lit up with a sense of war, and the secret path would not be a golden warrior who traveled back to the past, as the first Super Saiyan in the history of Saiyan. After defeating Bardock, the cosmic pirate child, Sun Wu expressed his sincere admiration for his talent. This Bardock, I have to work hard, otherwise I might be left behind by him. Sun Yu said enthusiastically. Yeah, we're going to go up too. Bardock has become so powerful, we have to get stronger too. Let's go up together. Lena shouted. Okay. Alanx and the others were in high spirit, and they responded to the call one after another. Several people on the ground turned into a streamer and flew into the sky, then selected their own target and entered the remaining infected people. Sun Yu is guarding around Bardock and Ginyu, because once someone intervenes in the battle between Bardock and Ginyu, it will instantly destroy Bardock's state of enlightenment. This is something Sun Yu cannot tolerate. Looking forward to where Bardock can go. For the plot of Bardock Travel to the Past, you can refer to the extra chapter of Bardock, where there is a plot about Bardock transformation into a Super Saiyan. The author has also been scared by the sprayer recently, so additional explanation this point. The basis for the fact that Bardock is the first Super Saiyan written above is also from here. When the author is writing similar setting, he will consult the official information or forum, so don't ask the author if he has read it. Over Dragon Ball, Be Merciful, Chapter 79_Be Elegant and Not Dirty. Ginyu was going crazy. He thought that he had swallowed the female worm and gained more than 3 million combat power. Since then, there will be no rivals in the universe. Who knew that Sun Yu, who had a fighting power of 1 million, killed more than half of his men in one move? Then another Bardock, who fought like a madman, jumped out. He had only 690,000 combat power at the beginning, but it was such an existence like an ant. The more he fought, the stronger he was, the heavier his injuries and his rank. The stronger he became, the more he forced Ginyu to gradually fall behind. Saiyans are all fighting lunatic pervert. No wonder Frieza saw the Saiyans as a thorn in his side before, and wanted to eradicate the Saiyans. At this moment, Ginyu did not despise him, and he had already used 100% of his strength to fight against Bardock. Terrorist talent. Sun Yu glanced at Bardock from time to time, his eyes full of incredible expression. But Bardock was not as strong as Ginyu after all, and his body was brutal bruised and looked a little miserable. His body protection soft armor was tattered, covered in blood, and there were several blood-stained scars on his face. Fortunately, with a special ointment applied to Bardock, Ginyu's infestation could not infect him. Otherwise, Bardock would have long since become a slave of Ginyu. Clap clap. Rumbling. Sun Yu looked at Ginyu, who had lost the rhythm of the battle, with joy in his eyes. After all, Ginyu's super strength combat power obtained by winning the body was not cultivated by himself, so in the face of Bardock, who became more and more brave in Vietnam, he has gradually recruited. Can't stand it anymore. If this goes on, Bardock will win. Ginyu stared at Bardock, and suddenly there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. He suddenly stepped back and distanced himself from Bardock, and then spread his giant claws in front of him. The so-called enemy retreats and I advance. Bardock, who was in a state of enlightenment, did not think much, and rushed forward. Looking at Bardock, who was heading straight for Ginyu, Sun Yu secretly thought that it was not good, because he knew that Ginyu had a unique trick, that is, he could exchange bodies with others. Obviously, Ginyu knew that he would definitely lose, so he wanted to use it. This move completes the body swap with Bardock. A light shot from Ginyu's body and went straight to Bardock in front of him. Helpless, Sun Yu didn't even have an infected frog, let alone the frog that just jumped over. There was really no way to throw a Namek frog in the past to prevent this from happening like Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball anime. With a flash of red light in his eyes, Sun Yu's time stagnating when he used his shaker eyes in an attempt to delay the exchange of light between the souls shot out by Ginyu, and at the same time, his body quickly rushed out of Bardock, who was trying to push him out of nowhere, but it was still a step too late. By the time Sun Yu flew to Bardock, Ginyu had already completed the exchange of souls. However, because Sun Yu opened the writing wheel at the moment Ginyu used the soul exchange skill, this skill was inexplicably copied. Although this is a very rare soul skill, Sun Yu really doesn't know what's the use of copying this skill. Does he need to swap bodies with someone else? What an interstellar joke. I am a Saiyan of a fighting nation with unlimited potential, and others are coveting my body. Although it is easy to misunderstand, it is true, etc. Coveted body. A bold thought suddenly appeared in Sun Yu's mind. It would be great if he could secretly exchange bodies with Lena. Thinking of this, Sun Yu couldn't help but recall the splendid scene he had sneaked at the bathroom door before. Tis. Think about it and get a little excited. Ha! Sun Yu's nosebleed came out unsatisfactorily. No, he is a gentleman. How can he think about such a dirty thing? Be elegant and not dirty. She glanced at Lana's position subconsciously. She was fighting with an infected person, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her exquisite body outlined a seductive curve, and she was full of ups and downs as her body twisted, leaving Sun Wu's throat dry for a while. Gouda! Sun Yu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Go to the gentleman of Nima. Go to the elegance of Nima. Bardock, who was forcibly changed his body, seemed to faint due to forcibly interrupting his state of enlightenment. Ginyu, who occupied Bardock's body, groped for a while in his arms, took out a purse and poured out a few fairy beans. Weighing it in his hand, Ginyu raised his head and ate all the fairy beans in one bite. With a few click, Ginyu swallowed the chewed fairy bean, and the wound on his body healed instantly. Not bad, not bad. Ginyu looked at his new body with satisfaction, moved his muscles and bone, and could clearly feel the strength of this body. Sun Yu rolled his eyes at Ginyu, who had captured Bardock, and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, if you don't want to die, get out of Bardock's body, or I'll beat your old mother who doesn't even know you." Ha ha ha. Ginyu raised his head and looked at Sun Yu with contempt. "Hit me, it's just you. With this body, I can't even beat 3 million combat powers, but you're only a mere 1 million. Fight. Now you kneel down for me, maybe I can leave you a whole corpse. I thank you. I beg you to come and kill me." Sun Yu glanced at his mouth in disdain and looked at Ginyu with a flat face. Ginyu snorted coldly and put his hands in a stand. "It's stupid, let you see my horror." After he finished speaking, he started to explode his fighting power. For a while, the focus of the audience was on Ginyu, while Lena, Uncle Ali and the others were worried. They were worried about the level of Ginyu's strength, who had captured Shabatic. Drink ah. With a roar, a cyclone of energy began to appear around Ginyu's body. The clouds in the sky seemed to be swept by a hurricane and became fragmented. Everyone held their breath and waited anxiously for Ginyu's final outbreak. Ah ha! Ginyu's breath soared to the limit. He laughed loudly in the air, and glanced at everyone on the ground with a look that looked at the world. "How is it? Do you feel the horror of my uncle? Ha ha ha. Boy, tell me aloud, what is my current fighting power?" 50,000. Sun Yu snapped his ears and said casually, "Ha ha ha, did you hear? There are 50,000. A full 50,000. Ha ha ha. Wait, how much did you say? You have a problem with your ears. You said 50,000. Impossible. Boy, you're lying to me." Ginyu's forehead suddenly burst with blue veins, staring at Sun Yu, trying to see the trace of lying in his eyes. "Tricked you to have candy." Sun Yu still looked at him disdainfully. "Impossible. I'll see for myself." Ginyu quickly moved to lick him, who had just died in battle, took off his combat power detector, and pressed it on himself. Drop. Ginyu saw 5 numbers clearly displayed on the combat combat power detector. 50,000. The combat power is really only 50,000. Chapter 80_CA ain't bear to look right. What going on? What going on? It's so possible. This body is obviously stronger than me. Ginyu obviously couldn't accept this reality. He grabbed his hair fiercely and screamed in pain. Right? Why is it impossible? Sunyu flecked his wrists and said maliciously, the first thing I want to say is that Bardock is really an incomparable genius, but his strength is due to his hard work. The struggle of life and death again and again, and it has been through untold hardship to have such strength. And you, Captain Ginyu, you're nothing more than a thief who only steals the fruits of other people's effort. You can't even use the most basic chi. How can you exert the strongest combat power of this body? Ginyu was told by Sunyu about the pain point, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. How dare you say that this uncle is a thief? See if I won't kill you. Drink Saying that, Ginyu used all his strength and slammed into Sunyu with a punch. Just as Ginyu's fist was stretched out in front of Sunyu, Sunyu raised his hand slowly, only to hear a pop. Sunyu firmly held Ginyu's fist in his palm. Damn, Ginyu finally accepted the fact that this body's combat power was only 50,000. He wanted to draw out his fist, but Sunyu's palm tightly clamped Ginyu like an iron hoop. Seeing Sunyu slowly raising his fist, Ginyu was really scared. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, my lord, the owner of this body is your friend, right? You can't hit me. You'll hurt your friend. I'm leaving right now. Please let me go. Friend, maybe, but my way of dealing with friends is a little bit special. Those who like to hit call me dad. Before he finished speaking, Ginyu only heard a thud, and Sunyu's punch slammed into Ginyu's rib. Ginyu only felt that his internal organs were dislocated, and his back was like a skinny shrimp. Arched high. Boom boom boom. After the punch fell, Sunyu slammed wildly at Ginyu, who had captured Bardock. Ginyu was stunned, and the whites of his eyes rolled up. In this situation, those who didn't know thought that they had some kind of hatred for killing their father, a sea of blood hatred. As dirty as Lena, she covered her eyes and couldn't bear to look directly. This scene is so bloody, it's like a child crying at night. Hey, Bardock gun is invisible. By the way, Lord Kyle is a little angry today. That's right, let's be smart later, but don't accidentally provoke the adult. Tis, it's too miserable to hit him. It didn't take long for Ginyu to be beaten by Sunyu, only to let out air but not air in. He fell from the sky and climbed to the infected person who had taken the house earlier with the last trace of astonishing perseverance. Sunyu watched silently from the air. Ginyu struggled to finally see his body that he had seized earlier, then tremblingly raised his hands that were broken into pieces, and murmured, CHGE. With a flash of light, Bardock and Ginyu finally switched back again. Only then did Sunyu fall from the air. Looking at Bardock, who was covered in blood on the ground, he took out a fairy bean from his bosom, crushed it and stuffed it inside in his mouth. This scene seems familiar. After helping Bardock swallow the fairy bean, the wound on his body quickly recovered, but Bardock just woke up faintly for a while, and soon fell asleep with his head tilted. The hell knows what happened to Bardock. He has entered the state of enlightenment well, and as long as he successfully passes this state, his combat power can be improved by leaps and bounds. It's a pity that before he could fully understand, he was forcibly changed by Ginyu, and then Sunyu was brutally beaten. When his soul returned to his body again, Bardock finally realized what it means to be unbearable. Heavy. In short, his heart is a dog. Take a good night's sleep. Nothing will happen when you wake up. Sunyu threw Bardock to Alex, who was closer to him, then turned to look at Ginyu, who had stood up. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. Ginyu, in the form of an infected person, stared at Sunyu, and if his eyes could kill a person, then he has already killed Sunyu tens of millions times. Although I also want to be the same as Bardock, I want to see if I can challenge someone stronger than myself to find an opportunity to enter the state of enlightenment. Sunyu smiled helplessly. It's a pity you don't have a chance at all. Not even someone stronger than me. Not even stronger. Fighting with you is simply boring. Hearing Sunyu's word, Ginyu was so angry that his chest heaved, and he said, damn boy, do you know what you are talking about? Are you just a rubbish with a combat power of more than 1 million? With 3 million combat power, I will tear you apart. Ginyu slammed forward. His huge figure flashed continuously, and then ghostly appeared behind Sunyu, slapped it with a claw. Suffer to death, boy. Sunyu slowly closed his eyes, shook his head and said, the combat power that you didn't cultivate by yourself is not yours after all. What the use of your brute force? Just as Ginyu's giant claws were about to hit Sunyu's eyes snapped open. The 3 hooks in his eyes kept spinning, and a strange mist appeared within 10 meters. When Ginyu suddenly found that Sunyu in front of him was gone, and his giant claws hit the ground. It's ridiculous that with his own strength, he didn't smash the ground. Ginyu looked around in fear, except for the sky, which was red. The rest was nothing but black. This is Sunyu's illusion skill. Super monthly reading. Boom boom boom. Just as Ginyu was looking for Sunyu's figure, he suddenly felt the tremors from the ground, looked up and saw a huge figure dozens of meters taller than him appeared in front of him. It doesn't matter whether it's a giant Sunyu Yu, or Ginyu in the form of an infected person, it doesn't matter, because Sun Yu has the final say in everything here, and he is the master here. Escape, escape. Ginyu looked at the huge figure above his head, and there was only one thought in his heart, that is to quickly escape from this place. However, no matter how he escaped and ran with all his strength, there was no way he could get out of this inch of land. He couldn't beat it. He couldn't escape. Ginyu fell to his knees with a plop. He was really desperate. Please, don't kill me. I can serve you. However, Sun Yu just smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly raised his foot and slammed it down on Ginyu. PFFT. Exiting the illusion space of the supermoon reading, Sun Yu fired an energy bomb at the dead Ginyu and burned it. Chapter 81_Ultimate Weapon. This scene made everyone present stunned. They believed in Sun Yu's strength, but no matter how powerful he was, he should at least move his finger if he wanted to kill someone. But Sun Yu subverted everyone's reviews. In people's perspective, Sun Yu just looked at Ginyu quietly, and then Ginyu died. Just what happened? Lord Kyle killed someone with his eyes. Alang said weakly. Maybe it's some kind of superpower. Uncle Ali swallowed and came up with a more reasonable explanation. It cannot be said that there are no races proficient in illusion in the Dragon Ball world. It can only be said that this world, which uses chi as its energy source, generally advocate power, so they naturally do not know that Sun Yu used illusion attack. In any case, as soon as Ginyu, the leader of the infected, died, the remaining army of the infected would soon be swept away. Of course, Sun Yu did not need to participate in such finishing work, so Sun Yu took Bodok back to his pyramid of Hufu first. Leaving Bodok to his wife Giant to take care of, Sun Yu swaggered to the temple to find Tassar. Now that the crisis of the infected has been resolved, the 5 heavenly locks of the Veblen planet have been activated again, the interstellar defense system has also been activated, and the sky is once again covered with a transparent protective light curtain. Perhaps just after a crisis, Tassar was extra enthusiastic when he saw Sun Wu's arrival. Mr. Sun Yu, why are you here? Tassar squeezed out a smile that didn't match his vicious face. Sun Yu looked at Tassar with a bewildered expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Stop, I'm talking about the patriarch. We have something to say. You've made me very uncomfortable. Tassar scratched his head embarrassedly. Mr. Sun Yu, I just want to express my goodwill. Thanks to Mr. Sun Yu's action, our crisis has been resolved. Here I swear to the god of Ignaz, the clan will forever be Mr. Sun Yu's ally until he dies. He is really the leader of the second middle school. Sun Yu smiled. The real disaster is yet to come. The army that Frieza recruited will come soon, and even Frieza himself is likely to come in person. Although he has written Lunyan's illusion Supermoon as red as a trump card, and it can be said to be invincible at the same level, but if he is against 100% Frieza, who has completely lifted the ban, Sun Yu feels that his illusion is a joke. Patriarch Tassar. In fact, the danger is still far from resolved. Remember what I told you about Frieza before. He is afraid of your mechanical warriors, and he is determined to destroy your planet. Patriarch, we are now allies. Can you give me the bottom line? Do the super mechanical warriors you study even exist? If so, how strong is it? Sun Yu looked at Tassar with burning eyes. The latter listened to Sun Yu's words with a gloomy face and pondered for a long time. In the end, Tassar seemed to have made up his mind and said to Sun Yu, since Mr. Sun Yu asked, then please come with me. The two walked quietly among the 12 copper pillars, one after the other, and Sun Yu caught a glimpse of the one in the middle. After opening the copper pillar, he entered the secret room with the mechanical statue, but this time their target was not the copper pillar. Tassar led Sun Yu to the south corner, his claws pressed on a copper pillar carved with strange insects. Sun Yu felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The switch was activated by Tassar, and the copper pillar rose slowly, revealing a passage leading to the underground. Come in, Mr. Sun Yu. Tassar took the lead and walked in. Sun Yu looked at the passage carefully. The light inside was dim, which always gave him an inexplicable excitement. He lifted his foot and followed Tassar down. After walking a long flight of stairs, Sun Yu's vision suddenly opened up. It was a huge space. Sun Yu felt as if he was in an ultra-modern technology building. There were 2 circular lifts in the middle, which could directly connect to each floor. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Sun Yu could look down and see that there were many Veblen staff working on various strange workbenches on each floor. Tassar explained to Sun Yu, these are the elite scientific researchers of our clan. I will now show you the strongest results of our research. Yeah, Sun Yu responded, and then silently followed Tassar to the central circular lift. The researchers around came and went. When they saw Tassar, they would bend over and give salute. After Sun Yu and Tassar stood on the elevator platform in the middle, Tassar pressed a button on the operating surface, and then the elevator quickly descended. Shen, that beat is no worse than ordinary air Dan. Although Sun Yu was descending very fast, he could still see the situation on each floor. On some floors on the top floor, they mainly studied some common weapon parts. The further down, Sun Yu gradually saw some the transformed life form, including even the members of the Veblen star family. About 70 floors down, Sun Yu saw some super robots similar to Gundam in the intelligent, but those were not the bottom, and the elevator that Sun Yu was riding on was still descending. When they came to the bottom, Sun Yu felt as if he had returned to the earth in a trance. When he stepped out of the elevator, Sun Yu saw that the two rows of the aisle were cylindrical utensils, and there were many insect-like vesicles living in the culture medium inside. Skeletal creatures. These are the core of our research, a biological-based artificial warrior. It's a pity that hundreds of years have passed, and there has been little progress in research, Tassar said as he led the way. Sun Yu walked behind Tassar and ignored the monsters in the utensils for a moment. Those monsters were all green, and most of their bodies were in human form. Their heads had all kinds of green sharp horn, and their bodies were covered with green horn, wrapped in an exoskeleton. A familiar name swirled in Sun Yu's throat, but he kept telling himself that these must be coincidences. There are so many types of creatures in the universe, not necessarily the one he knows. After a long journey, Tassar finally came to a special vessel. He pointed to the creature inside and said proudly, "This is the crystallization of our family's thousands of years of hard work, and once the research is completed, he is enough to become a being that transcends everything. The ultimate weapon. It's a pity that he has a flaw. We can only seal them with hatred." Sun Yu stared at the creature in the vessel with wide eyes. His heart vibrated like a thunderbolt, and the creature, in terms of body shape, appearance, or the long green tail, all resembled the one in his image. People. Impossible. It's impossible. I killed Dr. Gero with my own hand. It's impossible for Sharu to exist in this world. The creature in this vessel is not Sharu. Who else could it be? Chapter 82_Native Saru. Sharu. That's the final boss of the cyborg arc in the Dragon Ball anime, and his power has surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Of course, that was the complete form after devouring the androids 17 and 18, and the creature similar to Sharu in front of him, according to Tassar, was only a half-finished product. Patriarch Tassar, tell me about this creature in detail, Sun Yuzu asked with a frown. Tassar didn't notice Sun Yu's strangeness. He looked at the creature in the vessel with pride, and explained happily, "This creature is a gift from the great god Ignaz, and he can absorb the lives of other species. Essence, in order to achieve the goal of infinite evolution, if this research is completed, then we will develop a super life form that can continue to evolve." Quote. Hearing that, Sun Yu's face became very gloomy. He said coldly, "This kind of life form is very dangerous. If it loses control, it will be a disaster in the universe." Yes, Tassar was quenched by Sun Yu's word. He sighed and said, "We also consider this danger, so we are transforming this super life form. When we added an emergency destruction device, we thought this would solve the problem, but we never imagined this kind of life can actually evolve into a complete body by devouring the same kind with this emergency destruction device. In order to prevent this from happening, we will keep them here indefinitely until we can find a solution to this problem." Wait. Hearing this, Sun Yu felt like he was in a cold sweat. Isn't this Nima Sharu? The Sharu on Earth is a complete body that evolved after devouring the androids 17 and 18, while the androids 17 and androids number 18 all have emergency destruction devices. Although the remote control of the destruction devices will be destroyed, after all, this device still exists in their body. Considering the sequence of development of the Dragon Ball plot, Sun Yu thought of a bold guess. Maybe in the original Dragon Ball world, the Veblen star developed the original Sharu, and then the Veblen star was destroyed, and he has since withdrawn from the Dragon Ball state. And these primitive Sharu at the bottom of the Pyramid Temple, they may not have died in the destruction of the planet Veblen, and even some kind of opportunity came to the Earth to be discovered by Dr. Gero, and finally the genius Dr. Gero thoroughly research completed. Thinking of this, Sun Yu himself felt that this kind of idea was absurd, but there was no other better explanation, because he himself felt suspicious. How can the Earth, which has no spaceship, be able to develop a powerful artificial man comparable to the Super Saiyan? Furthermore, Sun Yu, the android researched by Dr. Gero, has seen it with his own eyes. Whether it is the android number 9 or the artificial wolf called Ek, those are all biological forms that have existed on Earth. As for Sharu, anyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that Sharu's biological form is different from any species on Earth. He can even degenerate into an egg by himself, and then hide in a time machine and travel through time and space to Sun Wukong and suffer a heart attack. Previous era. At that time, Boomer said that this kind of creature had never been seen on Earth. All of the above, Sun Yu has reason to believe that perhaps the Sharu that appeared in Dragon Ball was transformed by Dr. Gero based on the original Sharu of Veblen, so the primary form of Sharu has the power to confront the Super Saiyan head-on. And the Android 17 and Android 18, it was Dr. Gero who discovered the secret of Sharu's final evolution into a complete body, so he specially researched it to help Sharu evolve. In this way, everything made sense, and Sun Yu finally understood why Frieza was so afraid of the technology of planet Veblen. It turned out that what he was really afraid of was the original Sharu. Sun Yu rubbed his temples, although this was just his conjecture. Whether there was another secret, or it was just a magical coincidence, Sun Yu did not know. But how to deal with these original Sharu problems now? Let him. Sun Wu has a headache. Seeing Sun Yu's action, Tassar asked with concern, Mr. Sun Yu, what's the matter with you? It's okay. Sun Yu shook his head with a smile. If he wants to destroy the original Sharu now, he really can't bear it. Please, it's Sharu. If he evolves into a complete body, it will only be Super Saiyan 2 can defeat existence. Perhaps Sharu in this world will be a little weaker. After all, Sharu in Dragon Ball anime concentrated all the cells of Dragon Ball warriors, which is also Dr. Gero's greatest achievement. Take care of these creatures. I can feel the terrifying potential of these creatures. Don't let them go without absolute control. Otherwise, it will bring catastrophic disaster to the world. Sun Yu said profoundly. Tassar listened to Sun Yu's words and solemnly promised. Please rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu, on this point, I swear with all my honor and faith. Hearing Tassar's words, Sun Yu temporarily put down his heart and looked around at will. Tassar's computing core suddenly received a call request. He passed the request and stood silent for a long time. Sun Yu naturally knew the special communication method of the Veblins, so he wandered around on his own. It took a long time for Tassar to come back to his senses, and Sun Yu returned to Tassar's side and asked, "What the matter, Patriarch Tassar?" "There are two bad news. Let's talk about it as we walk." Tassar gestured for Sun Yu to return to the elevator together. According to the latest investigation report, Frieza's advance force appeared a few light years away, and it is expected that they will meet in 3 arrived within days. Quote, "If it's just some advance troop, I think even if we don't take action, your planetary defense system alone can take care of those people." So, the second bad news is that Frieza himself wants to come in person. After this period of understanding, Sun Yu had already figured out the overall strength of the Veblen, and he came to this conclusion after a little thought. Tassar nodded. Yes, according to the latest information intercepted, that Frieza took the latest interstellar warp spacecraft, and it is estimated that he will cross to our star area in a month. Everything else can be said. Only this Frieza, we don't have the ability to fight with him for the time being. Wait, Patriarch Tassar, I remember you didn't say you could hide the coordinates of the planet before. Why did they? Can you still find us? I said so, but it's strange that there are things on our planet that are constantly sending out signal sources, and that's how they find our position. Sun Yu frowned when he heard this. Go. It must be the Genuit team spaceship. Forget it. Don't think about it. Call everyone right away. Let's discuss the countermeasures. Although Sun Wu didn't want to meet so early, Frieza was still coming. Chapter 83_Rain is coming. Upon hearing that Frieza was coming soon, Uncle Ali and Lena were both invited to the temple. Under the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu and Tassar sat side by side on the seats on the high platform. The people below were divided into 2 rows. One row was the Veblen Star, and the other row was the members of the city management team led by Sun Yu. Bardock woke up from a coma long ago. He vaguely remembered what happened at the beginning. Although Bardock knew that Sun Yu had to do it, he just couldn't hold his breath, so he looked at Sun Yu with a stern expression. Murderous look. Sun Yu, who was sitting on the high platform, completely ignored Bardock's gaze. He said softly, "Everyone must already know that, according to the latest information, the advanced troops of Frieza's Legion will arrive here within 3 days. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing. What we really need to worry about is our greatest enemy, Frieza, who will come here in a month. Everyone should know that the purpose of his visit is to destroy this planet." Sun Yu paused, and a Veblen Star asked to speak. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is that Frieza very powerful? What are the chances of us winning a confrontation with him?" This is also a concern of many people present. Sun Yu nodded and said solemnly, "He is very strong. We have no chance of winning against him." Just such a short sentence immediately made everyone present explode. Sun Yu's power made them obvious to all. Not only the members of the urban management team regarded Sun Yu as a god, but now many Veblen people also regarded Sun Yu as a god. Seeing it as a powerful being that cannot be surpassed, it is difficult for them to imagine that such a powerful being actually says that he has no chance of winning against Frieza. How powerful is that Frieza? It's not that I underestimate myself, but that the other party is too powerful. The other party has 3 transformations, and his power will be 120 million after the ban is lifted. Sun Yu said lightly, 100 million, 120 million. The people below were in an uproar, including Lena and Bardock. Although they knew Frieza's invincibility for a long time, as belligerent Saiyans, they were eager to fight against the strong, but the planet's invincibility the strongest, Sun Yu, only has a combat power of 1 million. Maybe after this period of training, he has improved a lot, but no matter how he improved, the two sides are not the same level of combat power. How to fight? Why don't we run away? I don't know who said that, which immediately caused public outrage among the people present. Whether it is the arrogant Saiyan warriors or the Veblins who advocate the spirit of samurai, they all hate those who flee without a fight. Fleeing is a cowardly act. The great Tassar, and the honorable Lord Sun Yu, we are willing to use our blood to protect the glory of the warriors until we die. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was as excited as they were fighting chicken blood. The most irritating thing is that Lena and Bardock also joined in the heat. Sun Yu was about to cry when he saw it. I will die, your old mother. There is something wrong with this group of people. Why do they think about dying all day long? How did this kind of brainwashing thinking come into being? Hey, well, I know that you are all warriors who are not afraid of death. Sun Yu is really a big one, but you should also consider the civilians of this planet. There are hundreds of thousands of ordinary residents on Veblen, and they are all ordinary people without fighting ability. Even if he doesn't consider the situation of Veblen, Sun Yu has to consider the thousands of Saiyans on his side. I don't know if Frieza has destroyed Vegeta's star. To be fair, at this point in time, the Vegeta star in the original Dragon Ball novels has been blasted by Frieza with a skill called Supernova. If this is the case, it is very likely that Sun Yu's side is the last remaining Saiyan in the universe, and he must keep the last revolutionary flame for this race. When it comes to civilians, everyone is silent, because in Veblen tradition, as warriors, they are obliged to protect civilians. This is Tassar, who has not spoken for a long time, finally said, Mr. Sun Yu is right. We are not afraid of death, but we cannot make meaningless sacrifices since this planet is about to suffer an unprecedented disaster. I propose from now on, gather all the civilians and transfer them out safely. It is simple to say that although the planet Veblen is sparsely populated, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people based on the population of a planet, and it is impossible to transfer so many people. Patriarch, I don't know what plan you have. How long will it take to transfer all the civilians? Sun Yu asked. His heart roared. At least transfer my Saiyans to a safe place first. Tassar was silent for a while and then replied, I plan to gather all the civilians into the temple. There is enough folding space in the temple to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. After all the civilians are gathered, the temple can be activated. By performing a space phase jump, you can jump out of this star area in an instant. Quote, Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this. There is a saying, technology saves the world. According to the space technology that Tassar explained before, ordinary level space jumping technology has been widely used in spaceships in the universe, and the higher level is the high-level space folding technology that only top legions like Frieza can have. Leap technology, which can easily span distances of hundreds of light years. However, the phase transition that Tassar talked about is similar to the teleportation skill of Metamor Star, which uses the principle of phase transfer to achieve the purpose of crossing space. In fact, the time machine that appeared in the original Dragon Ball is a kind of time phase warping device, but that kind of device jumps not only space but also the time axis. The relationship is good. How long does it take for the spatial phase transition to start? Sun Yu asked. The spatial phase shift of the temple only takes a day to recharge, but the problem we need to face now is that it may take nearly 30 days to transfer all the civilians. 30 days. Sun Yu felt a headache. To tell the truth, he hoped that Lena and the other Saiyans could leave here as soon as possible. After all, the other party was Frieza, but he really wanted to see Frieza with his own eyes. It would be even better if he could fight. Although he knew that this kind of thinking was dangerous, he couldn't do anything about it. Who called him a Saiyan? Saiyans are naturally eager to fight against the strong. Then it's settled. Tassar, you all focus on the civilians. The city management team under my command will resist Frieza's advance route and take all measures. Also, Bardock, come with me. I have a very powerful move I want to teach you. Powerful move. Everyone looked at Bardock with fiery eyes, and they could get Sun Yu's personal teaching, which they couldn't ask for. Chapter 84_Metamor Fusion. That, Lord Kyle, can we go over and take a look? Alanx asked expectantly. Others also echoed, saying that they also wanted to go and watch. Sun Yu turned his head and glanced at everyone, showing a rare dignified expression, shouting, no, give me what to do. Everyone sighed, but Sun Yu ignored him and flew straight out of the hall. Bardock hesitated for a while, and then followed Sun Yu's figure. Seeing the two flying away, Lena ran to Tassar and asked eagerly, Patriarch, do you have that kind of small spy robot here? That kind of little thing that won't be perceived by Kyle and the others? If Sun Yu doesn't let everyone follow, then they won't follow. If people don't follow the path, it doesn't mean they can't send a little spy there. Although this kind of behavior is not fair, Tassar's heart is also very curious that Sun Yu will teach Bardock what kind of move. So he said, as long as Mr. Sun Yu and Mr. Bardock do not leave this planet, then the orbital satellite can complete the action investigation of the two of them. Please eat. Saying that, Tassar spread out the semi-mechanized arm, and in the center of the palm was an arched transparent sphere. In an instant, the sphere radiated light, and then projected a 50-inch holographic projection light curtain in front of everyone, which appeared impressively. The scene of Sun Wu and Bardock flying. Tassar slightly adjusted the angle of the investigation explanation to make it clearer for everyone. Several dozen miles south of the temple, Bardock and Sun Yu were flying in tandem. Bardock flew behind Sun Yu and suddenly asked, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Why don't you let him? Are they coming too?" Although Sun Yu's behavior was abnormal, Bardock didn't worry that Sun Yu would be bad for him, but because of his previous body swap by Ginyu, Bardock resented Sun Yu deeply. Sun Yu glanced at Bardock behind him. A sly smile appeared on his face, and said, "Because this move is very special, I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of others. Make an appearance." Bardock suddenly felt a trace of unease. He really couldn't think of what Sun Yu wanted to do. Seeing that Bardock was silent, Sun Yu continued, "You heard what Tassar said just now. If nothing else, we are very likely to encounter Foley before the temple jumps out of this star field. Saw's blocking. HMPH. So what? If he dares to come, I'll beat him all over the floor looking for his heat." Bardock raised his head and looked extremely proud. Sun Yu listened to Bardock's word. His body suddenly in the air. He turned to look at Bardock, who was passively slowing down, and stopped, and said with a smile, as expected of Bardock-chan, "I am very curious about your current combat effectiveness. For you to say the words so confidently that you want to beat Frieza. Not to mention the state of enlightenment that Bardock entered before, but after switching bodies with Ginyu, he was beaten to death by Sun Yu, and then used fairy beans to save him. His combat power would be significantly improved to some extent. Would you believe me if I told you that my combat power is over 1 million now?" Bardock looked at Sun Yu playfully. "What's not to believe? Don't say 1 million combat power is amazing. Bardock, do you want to experience the real power?" Sun Yu also looked at Bardock with a very ambiguous look. Bardock's heart rose when Sun Yu looked at him. He subconsciously took a few steps back and said, "I don't understand what you mean. I hope you can explain it a bit more. I don't know if you have heard of the Metamor star. It's a magical planet. They have a secret technique called the Metamor fusion technique. If I remember correctly, this technique can combine two objects with similar indices in all aspects. Two people become one, and a super soldier is born. I think about it and think that you are the only one who meets the requirement. With the current fighting strength of Sun Yu and Bardock, even if the fusion of Metamor is successful, they may not be able to defeat Frieza, who has been fully lifted, but even if they can't beat them, they can at least delay it for a while." What? When Bardock heard Sun Yu's word, his heart trembled. Although he didn't know exactly what Sun Yu said about the Metamor fusion, it should be a very powerful existence. "I can tell you very clearly now that my combat power limit is currently 1.3 million. You can imagine how powerful it will be if the two of us fuse together." After a long time, Bardock regained his composure. He chuckled and shook his head. Although he longed for strength and to fight against the strong, if it wasn't for the combat power he cultivated, he would rather not. Bardock snorted coldly and said, "Fusion with you, Lord Sun Yu. Please don't forget that the meaning of my becoming stronger is to defeat you. Compared with the Metamor fusion technique that I use with you, I'd rather die in battle." After speaking, Bardock turned his head and was about to leave. Sun Yu looked at Bardock, who was flying away, and said, "I know you are a real warrior. You are not afraid of death, but what about your wife and children?" Bardock stopped suddenly. He just stood in the air, motionless. Sun Yu continued, "It's unfortunate to tell you that once Frieza came and we couldn't jump and evacuate in time, then no one could resist Frieza. Then your wife Jine, your child Raditz, have you ever thought about your fate?" Damn. Bardock clenched his fist tightly, and Sun Yu could see his shaking shoulders, which showed that he was very emotional now. "There is a play." Sun Yu's eyes were happy, and he quickly struck while the iron was hot. "I know you don't want to cooperate with me, but there is no choice in the current situation. Maybe you don't know Frieza's power. I can show you in advance." "What?" Bardock slammed his back, but he only saw a pair of blood-red eyes with black pupils, surrounded by a circle of writing wheels with 3 hooks evenly distributed on them. "This is Sun Yu's magic trick with sharingan." The earth suddenly cracked inch by inch. The hot magma rolled outward violently. The sky was covered with dark cloud, and countless lightning bolts roamed in the air, as if the end of the day was coming. "Where is this?" Bardock looked around for Sun Yu's figure, but only saw a white figure in the distance. He flew over quickly and wanted to know the situation. The Bardock of this world has not experienced the magic fist of Kanisha's star, so he knows nothing about illusion, and even Bardock doesn't even know that he is in an illusion. Before walking into the white figure, Bardock felt a terrifying aura. The blurred white figure in the distance seemed to be infinitely magnified at that moment. Bardock felt that what he saw was not one people or still a steep mountain with thousands of walls standing on top of it. He is. Bardock tried hard to say those 3 words, but his throat seemed to be choked tightly, and he literally couldn't say a single word. Can't spit it out. Chapter 85_Sikini. The white figure seemed to sense someone behind him, and he slowly turned his head to look at Bardock. Just a look of contempt, but Bardock felt that his body was penetrated by thousands of sharp swords at the same time. He was in such pain, such fear, such excited. "The phantom in front of me is not the real Frieza, but a scene from Sun Yu's simulation of the Dragon Ball anime. It was the scene of Frieza and Sun Son Wukong's duel against Namek. At that time, Frieza, 100% of the energy was released, and of the combat power of 20 million was unreservedly released. So just a look of disdain. You can see Bardock almost heartbroken, although at that time Sun Yu deliberately magnified Bardock horror by 1000 times. But anyway, Sun Wu's purpose was achieved. Back in reality, Bardock, his body was soaked with wet. He still had the lingering fear and asked, Son, Mr. Sun Yu, what happened just now? That person is Lisa. Why is it different from what I remember? That is Frieza's final form, a mode with 100% full combat power lifted, with a combat power of 120 million. Sun Yu said with infinite yearning. Haha, although I don't want to admit it, the scene just now is really scary. Bardock said with lingering fear. That's why you agreed to merge. Sun Yu looked like he had succeeded in his trick. Cut. Bardock turned his head away. After being silent for a while, he finally clenched his fists and said fiercely, just this one time, even if I die, I won't agree. You want me how? Sun Yu stepped forward and patted Bardock on the shoulder, and said triumphantly, Matamor has a unique dance move. You can watch my movements first, and then follow them to learn it. After all, Sun Yu jumped to an empty rock and looked around for a while with a guilty conscience. Although with his current perception ability, he can make a difference even if a mosquito is flying in, not to mention anyone in a radius of hundreds of miles. It's just that the dance steps of this metamorph fusion technique are too embarrassing, and it can be ranked first in the top 10 awkward dances in the heaven. This is why Sun Yu does not let others follow. If it is shown to Lena and the others, it is estimated that this don't ever think about raising your head to be a human being. But after all the calculations, Sun Yu failed to calculate that the orbiting satellites of Veblen have super surveillance capability. From the moment they just flew out of the temple, Tassar was broadcasting Sun Yu and Bardock live. The whole process of special training. In the temple, Lena and other members of the urban management team who had not been assigned tasks for the time being surrounded Tassar, and they all stared at Sun Yu in the holographic light curtain. I saw Sun Yu standing alone on the huge rock, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Just when everyone was puzzled, Sun Yu suddenly raised his hands on his chest, then turned to the left, mouth mindful of words. The body is half squatted, and the small steps are smooth. Then the left knee is raised, and the arm is horizontally in front of the chest in accordance with the rhythm. The person bends to the right. Bardock on the side was stunned, and the little friends who were watching the satellite broadcast from far away in the temple were also stunned. Awkward embarrassment. Sun Yusong, I think it would be more dignified to die in Frieza's hand. More dignified. Bardock followed, with a look on his face. Are you kidding me? Looked at Sun Yu, and wanted to escape from here involuntarily. Everyone in the hall of the temple fainted, and they even suspected that they might have seen a fake Sun Yu. Bardock, I'm serious. Sun Yu stepped forward to stop Bardock and said firmly, don't pay too much attention to this dance move. Although it looks a little weird, it's really a powerful move. Do I have to do it? Bardock asked with a sullen face. Must do it. Sun Yu didn't care whether Bardock wanted to or not. He grabbed Bardock and jumped on top of the boulder just now, then stood side by side with him, and said, Bardock, you have to concentrate. Feel my anger. Seeing Sun Yu performing the awkward dance just now, everyone in the temple went crazy. They didn't know what happened to Sun Yu. A dignified leader. Actually, could it be that he has this hobby? Sun Yu in the distance didn't know that his every move was being watched by Lena and other people in the urban management team, and he was also misunderstood as having a special hobby. At this moment, Sun Yu was still earnestly guiding Bardock to practice the metamorph fusion technique. Bardock, you just walked half a beat faster than me. Feel my chi. Feel our rhythm with each other. Yes, 1, 2, 3, fusion. Fusion. Bardock mirrored and performed the same movements as Sun Yu, but because Bardock couldn't pull his face to do such a shameful action, it was always difficult for the two to keep the same rhythm. Damn, didn't you mean to trick me? Bardock was about to go crazy, and he had begun to regret agreeing to Sun Yu to practice the metamorph fusion technique together. Sun Yu felt very aggrieved. He was already very in line with Bardock's rhythm, but he was always a little off. Bardock sang, I know you think this dance is absurd, but it's impossible. Anyway, no one is watching. You just cooperate with me one. If it still doesn't work, then I won't force you. Cut. Bardock glanced at Sun Yu in disgust, but after thinking of what Sun Yu said before, thinking of Frieza's strength, he finally lowered his head and took a deep breath. Come on. Seeing that Bardock had adjusted his condition, Sun Yu walked to the left and stood beside him. Fusion. The two said the fusion spell in unison, dragging a long tail. Because the two people's perception of chi has reached the pinnacle, so after removing the psychological burden, they cooperated seamlessly. Their arms swayed in the air and drawn a beautiful arc. The two of them squatted halfway, and stepped close to each other with small steps. When the two approached a certain distance, they each raised one leg and raised their hands across their chest in opposite directions. They simultaneously chanted, He. The bent legs are stretched out suddenly. The hands are swung high above the head. The waists are bent towards each other, and the movements are mirror images. Before Sun Yu was overjoyed, Bardock used too much force with his right hand at the last moment and poked half a centimeter away. Despite this, a dazzling white light still lit up on the two of them. The people far away in the temple looked at the dazzling white light in the holographic light curtain in disbelief, and seemed to understand Sun Yu's intention. Could it be that this is really a certain move? After a while, the white light faded away, and a man in the national costume of Metamor appeared on the holographic light curtain. Just from the perspective of his face, he looked like Sun Yu and a little bit like Bodek. But why is this guy as thin as a monkey, and what is the matter with his mere 2000 combat power? Pit Father. Chapter 86 Bloated Fat Man. What is that? Everyone in the temple looked at the holographic light curtain with a confused look, and they felt that their outlook on life had been refreshed again. According to the scene just now, everyone probably understood that Sun Yu and Bardock were merged into one. But why would the two strong people become a waste material with only 2000 combat power after the fusion? This made everyone sigh in their heart. It's not that I can't keep up with the time, but the world is changing too fast. In a rocky wilderness outside the temple, after Sun Yu and Bardock failed to fuse, Yu stood tremblingly on the original boulder. He was thin, with deeply sunken cheekbones and deep bags under his eyes, making him look haggard. Yu raised his thin bamboo-like arm, covered his mouth and coughed. After coughing for a while, Yu helped his mummy-like chest, and his mouth was the accent of Sun Yu and Bardock. Damn, you're going to die, you're going to die. As soon as he lifted his leg, one fell down, unable to stand upright, and Yu rolled his eyes and fainted. The first Saiyan in history to fall to his death was born. Not long after Yu fainted, his body emitted a dazzling white light, and suddenly two figures were split. It was Sun Yu and Bardock. After they were separated, Sun Yu and Bardock both fell to their knees and coughed wildly. Because their fusion posture was wrong, the fusion body had serious health problem. It looks like it will fall apart when the wind blows. Bardock, it's all your fault for not straightening your fingers. Sun Yu said angrily. You mean to blame me? You were the one who was late, but you put the blame on me. Bardock didn't give in at all. Hehe, you actually said that I was slow. If you didn't cooperate well before, we would have succeeded already. Sun Yu almost held back his thought, but at this moment, there was no doubt in Bardock's eyes. After all, the fusion succeeded one, and Bardock had no reason to doubt Sun Wu anymore. At this time, Bardock opened his mouth. Obviously, the word came to his mouth but did not come out. He turned his head with a cold snort and pretended to look at the scenery casually. Obviously it was like trying the metamorph fusion technique again, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Sun Yu smiled helplessly. This Bardock is really arrogant. Since Bardock didn't want to speak first, Sun Yu had to show his broad mind. Okay, let me make a mistake this time. Then Bardock-san, let's try again. Okay. What he said was reluctant, but Bardock's body stood honestly to Sun Yu's right. The character of the Saiyan is too arrogant. Sun Yu can be considered to be aware of Bardock's character, so he has long been surprised. After taking their places, Sun Yu and Bardock swung their arms at the same time, stepped on it lightly, and said in a long voice, Fusion. All the movements are done in mirror image, except that Bardock jab crooked again when he finally extended his finger. Is it difficult for a martial artist to just touch the upper fingers at the same time? It is conceivable that this time the fusion was still wrong. As the dazzling light faded, a huge fat man appeared gorgeously on the holographic projection light green in the temple. Compared with the skinny man before, this fat Yu looked very cute. With thigh-high hair and plump facial features, you can still distinguish the traces of Sun Yu and Bardock wearing a metamorph vest. His round stomach was nearly split open. The fat version of Yu trotted around in place for a few laps, feeling the ground shake for a while. In fact, the ground didn't move, the mountain didn't shake. What moved and shook was just the fat version of Yu's fat. Without running a few laps in place, Yu was tired and panting. Unfortunately, generally speaking, the fusion of metamorph can last for 30 minutes. Unless some special circumstances are encountered, it will not be automatically released. Therefore, Yu ran in place to pass the time. When he was tired from running, he took a rest for a while, and then he continued to run when he was rested. It was quite sad to say that, crying like a 300-pound child. The greatest sorrow in life is this. The next 30 minutes were difficult. Sun Yu and Bardock felt like 30 years had passed, and finally the two split their bodies in a white light. After the fusion was lifted, Sun Yu and Bardock were lying on their backs at the same time. They had just experienced the transformation from a 300-pound fat man to a normal person. They seemed to have experienced two different lives. However, they did not want to die again in such a life experience. Bardock sang, it's just a little bit. We are almost successful. Sun Yu didn't blame Bardock for his mistake this time. He could feel that Bardock was looking forward to such a fusion in his heart, just like himself. Looking forward to the birth of the super soldier. Well, Bardock replied to Sun Yu's words with a nasal voice. He recalled the dance steps of the metamorph fusion technique more carefully than his eyes, and silently felt Sun Yu's breath. In fact, in terms of Bardock's current martial arts realm, it is not difficult to cooperate with Sun Yu, but it is difficult to establish a tacit understanding and mutual understanding. The meaning of fusion is to be one and the same. The two must think what you think and think what you think, otherwise the fusion will not be perfect. Bardock silently recalled the process of getting to know Sun Yu in his heart. He has always aimed at Sun Yu, and has been practicing hard all the time, hoping to surpass Sun Yu one day. Mentality. Bardock still has respect for Sun Yu in his heart. It is precisely because of Sun Yu's appearance that he can broaden his horizons and realize how ignorant and insignificant he is. After being trained by Sun Yu, Bardock's combat power has been advancing all the way. Although this is related to his own effort, he has not. One can deny Sun Wu's credit. The so-called grace of knowing is probably the case. Master Sun Yu, I want to try again, Bardock said firmly. Huh. Sun Yu was stunned for a moment, not believing that this was what Bardock said. Really? Aren't you embarrassed to do such embarrassing actions all the time? I figured it out. Bardock jumped up. He straightened his body and looked at Sun Yu, and said, if you can protect Jin and Raditz, even if you want me to die, I won't hesitate. And, having said this, Bardock suddenly stopped, turned his face away, and said in a low voice, and to be able to merge with Lord Sun Yu, I am honored. I go. Sun Yu had a confused look on his face, thinking that this person is okay. Why has his attitude changed so much all of a sudden? It was obvious that Sun Yu would not understand what Bardock was thinking, and he naturally attributed it to his own charisma. In this case, let's try again. Chapter 87 Mimic Super Saiyan. After the two metamorph fusions just now, Sun Yu and Bardock had consumed a lot of energy, so they both ate a fairy bean before preparing to fuse again. At the entrance of Shondo, the physical strength of the two recovered instantly, and they stood side by side. As they chanted the fusion spell at the same time, their hands waved in the air, taking small steps and slowly approaching. Sun Yu and Bardock silently felt each other's existence. The two of them were surprisingly similar in terms of movement, breath, and demeanor. The space barrier spread to the holographic projection light curtain of everyone in the temple. Have you noticed that this time Bardock's movements are much smoother than before? Uncle Ali noticed this at a glance. Others echoed and agreed. Yes, from the point of view of the movements of the two people, it is almost completely the same as the mirror image. It's very possible that they can succeed this time. Lena looked at the two in the light curtain with a smile on her face. For some reason, she was looking forward to the result this time. On Sun Yu and Bardock's side, their dance moves reached the final stage, with the sound of fusion. Fusion. The two stretched out their hands at the same time. Their index fingers were on each other's, and a soft light lit up from where their index fingers met, and soon covered their body. The soft light gradually became dazzling, and the two figures in the white light merged into one, becoming a slightly taller, well-proportioned and explosive figure. The man was wearing a small waistcoat of the Metamor national costume, with a red cloth belt tied around his waist, and wide white trousers swaying in the wind. Clang, clang. Keldick joins in. The light faded. Keldick put his hands on his hips and put on a handsome shape, saying with the accent of the two of them, according to the naming rules of the original Dragon Ball, half of the names are taken after the fusion. Because Sun Yu is dominant, his Saiyan name is placed in the front, and then combined with Bardock's name. It is called the fusion of Sun Yu and Bardock. The body is Keldick. However, what surprised Sun Yu was that the memory of the two did not share after fusion with Bardock. To a large extent, Sun Yu's consciousness was dominant. Ha ha ha. I feel like my power has broken through the sky. Because after fusion, the character of the fusion body will become very arrogant. So at this moment Keldick suddenly gave birth to a kind of pride in the sky and the earth, and I can't wait to instantly move to Frieza and fight him for 300 years. Round. Fortunately, Sun Yu never had the opportunity to copy the teleportation skill. Keldick clenched his fist tightly. The momentum of his body suddenly soared, and a terrifying wave rushed to the sky. Drink As Keldick continued to release the breath in his body, the earth suddenly trembled slightly, and even everyone in the temple could clearly feel that strong and domineering aura like a ferocious giant. The beast swept the entire planet. Lena, Uncle Ali and the others looked in the direction of Sun Yu and Bardock in shock. This chi, it's so far away that it can make my heart feel cold. Yeah, that power is really terrifying. Tassar, who has been silent all the time, acclaimed involuntarily because there is an energy detector in his body that can detect the full strength of anyone. In Tassar's eyes, with the continuous release of Keldick breath, his combat power is also soaring rapidly. 5 million, 6.89 million, 8.5 million, 13 million. However, when Keldick combat power soared to 13 million, Tassar's body trembled violently, and the energy detector in his body was already overloaded, but Keldick had no intention of stopping. Ha 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 ha. The black hair was twisted upright by the violent air wave, and there were obvious golden flames around Keldick's body. The sky was gradually covered with dark cloud, lightning and thunder, as if an unprecedented storm was brewing. The earth began to sink slowly, and the surrounding sand and stones seemed to have lost their gravity. They floated and rolled in the air. Keldek drank violently, and the breath of the whole body exploded to the highest point, 10 meters of ground. Hoa hoa hoa. Keldek's body was wrapped in golden arrogance, and he made a whistling sound. He stood silently in the void, like a golden god of war. Everyone in the temple stared at the golden figure in the holographic projection light curtain in astonishment. Although Keldek's hair has not turned golden at this moment, the golden arrogance wrapped around him is hard not to remind people that it has been circulating in the game. A legend among demihuman. According to legend, a Super Saiyan will appear every 1,000 years among the Saiyan. Their bodies are burning with golden flame, and they have unimaginable fighting power. After the fusion of Lord Kyle and Lord Bardock become a Super Saiyan, someone suddenly asked if others can refute the Super Saiyan as a boring legend before. Then now they have seen with their own eyes the super warrior transformed by Sun Yu and Bardock. His image is almost exactly the same as the legend. In fact, Keldek is not a Super Saiyan, but a mimic Super Saiyan. The so-called mimic Super Saiyan is different from the Super Saiyan transformation in people's impression. You can think of it as a transitional stage to become a Super Saiyan. This form appeared in the theatrical version of Dragon Ball, and it is Sun Wukong, a form that appeared before Frieza's final battle with Namek. But it is worth mentioning that after Sun Wukong transforms into a mimic Super Saiyan, his pupils will disappear, and his mind will become insane. However, this situation did not occur in Keldek. Maybe it was because Keldek was formed through fusion, or it might be because of Sun Yu's talent for writing round-eyed. No matter what the reason, Keldek has some except for the excitement. Everything else is fine. However, this kind of transformation is extremely harmful to the body, and it will greatly speed up the consumption of chi, so it cannot be maintained for a long time. After Keldek maintained for a period of time, his energy soon bottomed out. The golden arrogance disappeared instantly. White light flashed in the air, and two figures fell from it. It was Sun Yu and Bardock who exhausted their energy ahead of time, so they released the fusion. The golden warrior on the holographic projection light curtain in the temple disappeared. Tassar finally breathed a sigh of relief. The energy detector in his body almost reported the report. Now recalling the terrifying combat power of Sun Yu and Bardock after the fusion, he still has lingering fears. As Sun Yu and Bardock were released from the fusion state, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and a ray of sunlight illuminated the earth again. Sun Yu leaned his head on a gravel and said to Bardock with a smile, "Bardock-san, we made it." Chapter 88_Frieza S Advance Force. In the temple, everyone's eyes stared blankly at the holographic projection light curtain, and they seemed to be immersed in the shock just now. They have never seen such a move that can make two people become one, and they have never felt the vast power like an ocean. Let go see Lord Kyle. Alank watched the whole process of the fusion of Sun Yu and Bardock, and he had an inexplicable longing for this move. Wes, who has always had no sense of existence, also seemed very excited and said, "Yes, Lord Kyle seems to be very weak. Let's end him, Fairy Bean." "Two idiot." Lena slapped her face on the face. "You two, even if you make excuses, find a better way. You just want to learn that fusion move." After being dismantled by Lena, Alanx and Wes put their hands behind their heads and laughed grinningly. Since Tassar still has some things to deal with, he will not participate in this operation. So Alanx and Wes rushed to Sun Yu's position first. Lena and Uncle Ali and others followed closely. After that, several people turned into a long rainbow and flew through the sky. After Sun Yu lay on his back and rested for a while, he saw a few familiar figures flying in the distance. He sat up and took a closer look. The two little devils, Alanx and Wes, flew to him with excited faces. "Ah, why are you two little devils here?" Sun Yu stood up curiously and said by moving his shoulders. Although Alanx and Wes are not a few years apart from Sun Yu in age, the strength and mentality shown by Sun Yu make everyone dare not take it lightly. So Sun Yu's little devil, the two are convinced that, "Lord Kyle, can you teach us the trick of combining two into one?" Alanx was outspoken, and as soon as he came up, everyone peeped at Sun Yu and Bardock. The practice of cultivation has been leaked. What? Sun Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Alanx with a bad look. He put his hands together and punched the two of them on the head. "You two brat, did you all see what you just saw?" Seeing the terrifying murderous aura around Sun Yu, Alanx and West immediately hid behind Lena, looking at Lena pitifully, hoping that Lena could save them. Lena shook her head, and immediately changed the subject and asked, "Kyle, we felt a very terrifying chi just now. What's going on? Could it be that you turned into a Super Saiyan?" Nobody here knows about the mimic Super Saiyan except Sunwoo, so it's not surprising that Lena asked such a question. Sunwoo explained, "It could be said, but not all. Maybe you already saw." Sun Yu said that. He glared at Alank, who shrank behind Lana in fright. Sun Yu continued, "Bardock and I can practice a technique called metamorph fusion, which can combine two people with similar physical strength merge into one, resulting in a super strong warrior. It is the powerful warrior produced by the fusion, which can achieve a mode that is infinitely close to the Super Saiyan. Let's just call it 4. Mimic Super Saiyan. Mimic Super Saiyan. Several people acclaim. Sun Yu nodded and acclaimed. The so-called Mimic Super Saiyan. You can understand it as the primary stage of Super Saiyan, which usually requires a state of rage to enter, but it seems much easier to enter this state after fusion. But after entering the state of Mimic Super Saiyan, there will be loss of reason, and the consumption of energy is huge. Lord Kyle, please guide us to practice this move. Everyone present has personally experienced the horror of Mimic Super Saiyan, and it is false to say that they are not envious. Alang didn't care whether Sun Yu would care about the fact that he had just heaped at their cultivation, and directly dragged West to kneel in front of Sun Yu, begging bitterly. Actually, the requirements for the Merdamore fusion technique are still very hard. Sun Yu looked at the two kneeling in front of him, and suddenly thought of Sun Wukong and Trunks in the Dragon Ball anime. Lena also persuaded. Kyle, I think the two of them can try. I really envy you. I can't find a female Saiyan with similar strength and body. Among the Saiyans who are practicing on Veblen today, although there are many female Saiyans, there is no one who is similar in age to Lena, so she cannot find a companion who can practice fusion together. Okay, Sun Yu agreed. After all, it is a good thing to cultivate more new troops when the enemy is facing the enemy. Sun Yu turned to look at Bardock, who was silent on the side, and said, Badaksang, you come and give to let the kid demonstrate the dance steps of the Metamorph fusion technique. Bardock, who was named by Sun Yu, looked up and said angrily, why me? Why don't you demonstrate it yourself? Sun Yu smiled, thinking that who would want to demonstrate such an embarrassing dance step. Little did they know that Alanx and West had already seen the dance steps of the Metamorph fusion technique. They said with a smile, no need for Lord Kyle, we already know the dance step. Oh, then you can do it again and show me. Sun Yu sat on a rock and looked at the two of Alanx quietly. Lena and Uncle Ali also looked expectant. Only Bardock walked away indifferently. He said, I won't play with you anymore. If you have this spare time, it's better to practice for a while, then goodbye. After speaking, he took off into the air and flew to Sun Yu's pyramid of Khufu. Ignoring Bardock, Aranx and West looked at each other, then recalled the actions of Sun Yu and Bardock, and simulated every move. Fusion. The two of them stretched out their index fingers to connect with each other, but unfortunately nothing changed. Sun Yu said dissatisfiedly, you two, the pace is completely wrong, and feel the rhythm of each other with your heart. After a little pointing, Alanx and West continued to try to merge, but unfortunately it always ended in failure. Gradually, Sun Yu and others lost their patience, because the tacit understanding between Alanx and West was really bad. There were always various mistakes, and even the wrong fusion would not be triggered. Finding a pair of ordinary handcuffs, Sun Yu handcuffed Alanx and West together, and solemnly ordered, listen to me, the two of you, from today onward, you must stay together for meals and lodging, until you develop a tacit understanding. No, the two cried out. Sun Yu was about to teach them a few words, but Tassar flew over in a hurry and said as soon as they met, emergency, Mr. Sun Yu, according to satellite detection, Frieza's advance force is approaching, and it is estimated that there are 12 more. Will arrive in hours. Quote, Chapter 89 Frieza is here. Tassar's subordinate go to various areas of the planet to gather all the civilians, and they really can't recruit manpower to organize defense, and the interstellar defense system of planet Veblen can solve most of the enemy troop, but considering that the number of opponents is too large, which had to let Sun Yu send someone to deal with those who slip through the net. Just right, Alan OS, you two go to the front line to fight. Remember not to break the handcuff. Understand? Sun Yu ordered to the two of Alang. The two did not dare to disobey Sun Yu's order, so they nodded obediently. Lena, Uncle Ali, the overall strength of Frieza's army will not be too high. You can arrange for some Saiyans with a combat power of more than 5,000 and less than 10,000 to hone it. Please help me pay attention. I don't hope to lose any Saiyan. Now every Saiyan is extremely precious. They can fight, they can get hurt, but they can't die. Yes, I will send someone to supervise it, Lena assured immediately. Everyone present knew in their hearts that there was no need for Sun Yu to participate in a battle of this level, because he now needs to hurry up to cultivate in order to deal with the coming of the strongest enemy Frieza. After arranging everything properly, Sun Yu also returned to his pyramid. He originally wanted to practice with Bardock. After all, only Bardock's strength was the closest to him, but it was a pity that Bardock didn't even think about it. He rejected Sun Yu's proposal. No way. Sun Yu had to go to the gravity training room to practice alone. At this time, Sun Yu really hoped to have a spiritual and time house similar to the gods on Earth. He stayed in it for a year, and only one day passed outside. If Sun Yu was forced to practice for a year, little Frieza would not be enough. According to Sun Yu also wanted to ask if Tassar could imitate a house of spirit and time, but unfortunately, the Veblins are the most proficient in space technology, and they don't know anything about time technology. In this way, Frieza's advanced troops have arrived gorgeously. The three-word Frieza in the universe are the nightmare of all civilization. Everywhere they pass is to to do some arson and murder, rob planet, and in the universe, few civilizations are capable of resisting Frieza's aggression. However, when Frieza's vanguard descended on Veblen, they suffered the most tragic defeat since the Legion was founded. The 9,000 vanguard was killed by the Interstellar just after they descended on Veblen's atmosphere. The defense system concentrated firepower to annihilate half, and the invaders who finally broke through the difficulties and successfully landed were killed by the Saiyans who had been waiting for a long time before they could gain a firm foothold. These Saiyans who went to battle all wore the combat uniforms that Tassar made for them. Although they were not as good as Sun Yu, they were better than Frieza's soft armor in terms of comfort and defense. A lot. After several battles, the wailing of Frieza's advance troop filled the sky. Lord Frieza, save us. Saiyan rebels have appeared. Lord Frieza, ask for support. In the distance, Frieza was sitting on the suspension chair with a gloomy and terrifying expression on his face. While listening to the latest frontline battle report on the radio, he beat the ground rhythmically with his tail. Invisible murderous aura pervaded the command room, and everyone sat upright, daring not to make a single sound, lest they touch the bad head of this killing god. Sabasang, how many days are left until we reach the Veblen planet? Frieza's voice was flat, but anyone could hear the killing intent in his tone. Sabo wiped the cold sweat from his head, cleared his throat and said, it will take about 20 days. No, 15 days is enough. Please don't be impatient, Lord Frieza. Crack. Frieza's tail slapped the ground hard with a loud thud, and the crack in the ground spread to Sabo's feet, making him shiver violently. A bunch of useless things that can't even handle a tiny planet. Send me an army, at least until I get there. I don't want a Saiyan monkey to escape. You know what to do. Frieza looked at Sabo coldly. Yes. With the passage of time, Frieza's follow-up troop gradually came. Fortunately, they were only in large numbers. The overall combat power was about 8,000. There were high-end combat power personnel such as Lena and Uncle Ali. Subhumans rarely die. Through this battle, the overall strength of Sun Yu's Saiyans has rapidly improved, and Alanx and West have also successfully cultivated a deep tacit understanding. When the time is right, they have completed the fusion technique of Metamor. The two fuse into Errant. Errant has both the physical features of Alanx and West, wearing the same Metamor national style vest that is exactly the same as Keldic, with a proud demeanor and a burst of self-confidence. Because it is easy to enter the state of Mimic Super Saiyan after the fusion, Arante mastered the trick of transforming into Mimic Super Saiyan after trying a few times, which made Arante, who was already too confident, suddenly give birth to a kind of the feeling of invincibility. Then Arante ignored the tens of thousands of Frieza's enemy, turned his head and rushed in front of Sun Yu, threatening to challenge Sun Yu. Arante pointed at Sun Yu with one hand on his hips and one finger, and proudly published a long challenge declaration. As a result, before the challenge declaration was finished, the form of Mimic Super Saiyan was released due to the exhaustion of energy. A ray of light faded, and Sun Yu beat Alanx and West one by one, and he nearly fell to his knees and called Dad. How many times have I told you? The state of the Mimic Super Saiyan consumes a lot of energy. Unless you encounter a very powerful opponent, I don't recommend you to use this trick. Mimic Super Saiyan has a lot of uncertainty, but considering the strength of Alanx and West, after they are combined and transformed into Mimic Super Saiyan, their combat power is about 9 million, which look very good. High stat, but a bit underwhelming against Frieza. Alanx and West were driven to the front line by Sun Yu again, while Sun Yu himself continued to go back to the gravity training room to practice. In this way, little by little, Tassar also came a few times to report the latest civilian transfer to Sun Yu, as well as some other matters. The folded space on the side of the temple has been fully unfolded, and the civilians have been placed in an orderly manner. Sun Yu has thought more than once. If he had the ability to protect our Vegeta, Sun Yu is a Saiyan, and he naturally hopes Saiyan family can prosper. In the days that followed, Sun Yu continued to practice frantically, until one day a very terrifying aura locked the entire planet. Sun Wu knows Frieza is here. Chapter 90_soldiers are under the city. Since the advanced troops of the Frieza Legion arrived on the planet Veblen, a steady stream of troops have been sent here. Unfortunately, the continuous battle for nearly a month has not achieved result, and the defense of Veblen planet is impregnable. For a time the war entered a long tug of war. However, as a terrifying breath descended, not far from the planet Veblen, the space gradually became folded and ups and down, tumbling like a pool of boiling water. The phantom of a giant spaceship suddenly condensed in the void, and as time passed, the phantom gradually solidified, and an oblate spaceship appeared in the void, obscuring the sky. The giant spaceship was lined with numerous gun ports, and the moment it appeared, the Frieza Legion soldiers who had been fighting for several days were excited. The hatch at the top of the spaceship slowly opened, and a floating chair floated out of it, in which Frieza was sitting leisurely. The appearance of Frieza made the tens of thousands of soldiers unable to hold back their emotions. The hard work during this period seemed to have found an emotional outlet, which broke out the moment they saw Frieza. Look, it's Frieza-sama. Lord Frieza is here. We can finally end this battle. Master Frieza will definitely teach those hateful Saiyans a lesson, Master Frieza. Compared with the excitement of Frieza's army, the Saiyan warriors on Sun Yu's side felt unprecedented terror. They knew the terror of Frieza, and they remembered the fear of being dominated by Frieza. Under the 12 bronze pillars of the temple, at this time, the civilians are almost finished, and the temple has entered a warm-up state. After the route is drawn up, it will enter the final countdown for 1 hour. Although Frieza's army has launched a general attack on the temple, the army is under the city. Fortunately, the opponent's high-end combat power is not strong, and he cannot break through the defense further. Sun Yu does not recommend Lena and others to take action, because he must create an illusion of being cornered in front of Frieza. Only in this way can we buy enough time for the shrine's leaf. Frieza is here. Bardock, let go meet him, Sun Wu said solemnly. Well, it's time to give that guy a good kick. Bardock smiled confidently, while Jine, who was standing behind him, clasped his hands on his chest and looked at her husband worriedly. We're going to, said Lena and Uncle Ali at the same time. No, your strength is too weak to help, Sun Yu said seriously. He seldom kills Lena, but this time, Lena can't make trouble. Besides, the temple can't be without your guard. If we let the enemy invade the temple, then our long-term efforts will be in vain. Quote, it was a lame excuse, but everyone couldn't bear to refute it. It decided. Bardock, let go. Sun Yu and Bardock exchanged glances and strode out toward the sky. Tassar blocked Sun Yu's way with an egg-sized blue jade in his hand. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Sun Yu, I think this thing may be of some help to you. Sun Yu recognized at a glance that it was the same blue jade as the blue jade that helped him to evolve into the 3-Go Jade Patriarch. This was split from the original Nether Energy Stone. I hope it can help you. He handed it to Sun Yu after he finished speaking. After taking this blue jade, Sun Yu suddenly felt a strange energy. He opened the writing wheel, and 3 black hook jades were circling endlessly in the writing wheel. Sharing wheel I can directly absorb this energy, and there are signs of further breakthrough. Sun Yu was horrified. He knew that this jade was very important to the Veblen, so he didn't care why he didn't take it out earlier. Master Sun Yu, you should absorb these energy well. This uncle is going to teach Frieza a lesson. Bardock patted Sun Yu on the shoulder indifferently, and then jumped into the sky. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll rush over. Bardock sang, don't die. Sun Yu considered that every point of strength now increases his hope of winning, so he decided to see if he could strengthen the wheel eye. Sitting on the ground, Sun Yu held the piece of jade in front of his eyes, and the blue energy turned into wisps of blue smoke and floated towards his pupil. The current writing wheel eye is 3-hook jade, so what will it be after evolution? Is it a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? It's not like a kaleidoscope. Because of the emergence of a kaleidoscope, it is necessary to kill the people who are most important to him, which is absolutely impossible for Sun Yu to do. Maybe a new evolution can emerge. Sun Yu thought so. Outside the temple, Bardock ignored the miscellaneous soldiers besieging the temple, and flew vertically into the sky. Whenever a few people with short eyes came to trouble him, they were slapped away by Bardock. Suddenly, Bardock felt 2 familiar auras appearing behind him, and he turned his head to see that it was Alanx and West. Little devil, why did you two come here? Bardock glared at the two of them. Master Bardock, don't be angry. West and I will definitely be able to help you. Alanx said, haha. Cut, just don't get in the way. I can handle it alone. Bardock said coldly. Yes. Alanx and West quickly agreed. The 3 of them quickly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the horizon. At the back of the Legion, there were 3 figures, and Bardock recognized one of the 3 figures at a glance. Frieza. Ha ha ha. Are you the leader of that gang of Saiyan? Dodoria-san, look at his fighting power. Frieza sneered and looked at Bardock. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria, with a fat face, stood on the left side of Frieza and poked the combat power detector on his ear with his fat fingers. DDD. The combat power detector soon showed 3 readings, 20,000 and 13,000, 12,000. Ah, Lord Frieza, this leading Saiyan actually has a fighting power of 20,000, and the kid behind him is not bad, 13,000 and 12,000 respectively. The fighting power was very surprising, but he didn't take it to heart. Frieza looked at Bardock grimly, and said slowly, Sabo-san, Dodoria-san, I feel disgusted when I see the Saiyans. Kill them for me. Chapter 91 Bardock vs Frieza. After receiving Frieza's order, Sabo and Dodoria walked forward slowly, and the group of men in front also surrounded the 3 of Bardock, as if they were afraid of escaping. Prepare. Quote. Dodoria gave an order, and all the members of the Frieza Legion raised their guns and aimed at the Bardock. Shoot. At a time, tens of thousands of lasers were shot at the 3 of Bardock, and bursts of roars sounded. The lasers were mapped on everyone's faces. The thick smoke engulfed the 3 of Bardock, and Dodoria's mouth crossed a trace of ridicule. Radiant. Lord Frieza, these Saiyans are just like that. Seeing that the other party seemed to have no resistance, Sabo's nervous nerves finally relaxed, and Frieza also showed a playful smile. After a long time, everyone in the Legion stopped shooting, and the smoke in the field gradually dissipated, revealing the 3 figures of Bardock. Ooh, this is a bit boring. Bardock gave Dodoria a little thumbs up in mockery. Damn, how dare you look down on this uncle. Dodoria was enraged by Bardock, and swooped down to find Bardock for a duel. Dodoria was like a mass of rolling fat, rampant among the Legion crowd, and came to Bardock in a short while. Go to hell, damn Saiyan monkey. Frieza in the back looked at Bardock coldly. The reason why he didn't pursue Dodoria's private shot was because Frieza also wanted to know the level of these rebellious Saiyan. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Dodoria rushed to Bardock aggressively, just about to make a move, but Bardock's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath, and spit out a word. Go away. Boom. One after another invisible chi energy expanded outward with Bardock as the center, and unexpectedly scattered the enemies within a range of tens of meters around it. The R smashed toward Frieza, because Sabo covered his head with his hands when the air wave just came, and when he saw that Dodoria was about to hit Frieza, it was too late to stop him. Ooh, Frieza-sama, be careful. HMPH. Trash. Frieza's eyes were full of murderous intent. He raised his hand slightly and popped a ball of light at Dodoria. When the ball of light collided with Dodoria, there was a sudden and devastating explosion. Poor Dodoria didn't even know how she died, so it turned into a wisp of dust and disappeared into the air. Sabo stared blankly at this scene, because out of fear of Frieza, Sabo did not dare to point fingers at Frieza's actions but instead vented his fears to Bardock. Damn Saiyan monkey, dare to offend Frieza-sama. Come here, Sabo-san. Frieza interrupted Sabo's word. He stood up slowly, looked at Bardock indifferently, and said, what a fighting race, Saiyan. Very good. Although I don't understand why your combat power doesn't seem to be high, but there are always unexpected performances. But no matter what, you can't surpass me. Today I want you all to die here. Frieza is not afraid of Saiyan. What he is really afraid of is the legendary Golden Warrior, Super Saiyan. The opponent's strongest boss appeared. Bardock didn't dare to neglect. He turned his head to face Alanx and West, who were full of interest, and said, hey, I'll wait until Lord Sun Yu arrive. The only thing Bardock worries about is that Alanx and West will be impatient and want to go up and die. Although Bardock always keeps saying that he can beat Frieza alone, but that's not the case. It's just that he slapped his face and made him fat. In fact, Bardock knew that once Frieza unleashed all of his strength, he could destroy everyone and the planet Veblen with just a touch of his finger. Yes, Lord Bardock. Although Alanx and West were reluctant, they nodded in agreement. Frieza was about to make a move, and everyone in the Legion spread out. Frieza didn't know Bardock's true strength, so he didn't rush to transform, and walked slowly towards Bardock in his usual form. Saiyan, if you have a last word, you'd better say it quickly, or you won't have a chance. When he said this, Frieza's body erupted with a powerful aura, causing the people around him to shudder violently, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Bardock was not afraid of this aura. He threw a punch at Frieza without saying a word, but Frieza had already noticed it, and just as he was about to be attacked, his body suddenly dipped, then twisted his body and kicked Bardock back sideways at an incredible angle. Boom! Frieza's feet directly penetrated Bardock's body. When he took a closer look, Bardock's image in front of him gradually blurred and disappeared. He was slightly stunned, and he didn't understand why. Hey, this move is called Afterimage Fist. That kid taught me. At this moment, Bardock's voice came from behind Frieza. Frieza thought that something was wrong. He was about to look back, but he felt that his lower back was kicked fiercely, as if a mountain hit him. As if the body flew out uncontrollably. Damn Saiyan monkey. Frieza flew a few meters upside down and stabilized her body, looking at Bardock angrily. Her heart was full of anger. The body was ejected, and Frieza slammed into Bardock. His body was like electricity. He punched Bardock with each punch. Bardock dealt with it easily. The eyes of the people in the Legion could not keep up with the speed of the two of them. Under normal circumstances, Frieza's combat power is 530,000, while Bardock's combat power is already close to 1.2 million. If you really let go to fight, unless Frieza transforms into a second order. Otherwise Bardock could have the upper hand. However, that kind of advantage is meaningless at all. Bardock is only trying to delay the time. It is less than 50 minutes before the temple is fully recharged. As long as the delay has passed, his wife, son and clan will be safe. It's just that Frieza felt that something was wrong the more he fought. He could feel that the Saiyan didn't show his full strength. Frieza felt that this was an insult to him. Damn Saiyan, how dare you keep your strength in front of me. Good, very good. Our frozen demons are born powerful warriors. Others rely on transformation to improve their combat effectiveness. In order to reduce daily consumption, so use transformation to suppress your combat power, and today I will show you my third stage transformation. The third phase. Bardock's heart jumped. Hey, shouldn't you start from the first stage of transformation? Why did you jump directly to the third stage? Can you play cards according to common sense? Chapter 92_Aran. In the shrine, Sun Yu was concentrating on absorbing the energy in the jade, and the three hooks in the eyes of the writing wheel were spinning endlessly. At this moment, a huge aura that was shattering from the sky fell from the sky, as if a beast that broke the chain appeared in front of everyone. This is Frieza's power. Lena was frustrated. She could clearly feel the strength of the other party, but she was unable to help Sun Sunyu. Feeling Lana's nervousness, Sunyu smiled at her. Don't worry, give me a little more time. I'll be able to beat that guy named Frieza soon. After listening to Sunyu's word, Lana laughed. Although Sunyu's breath was not as strong as Frieza at this time, Lana never doubted Sunyu's word. She believed that Sunyu would definitely do what he said. Not paying attention to the things around him, Sunyu immediately calmed down to speed up the absorption of energy. He felt that his sharingan might have undergone some incredible changes. On Bardock's side, Frieza completed 3 transformations in just an instant. From the initial short form, he grew taller and became unusually burly, and then his muscles were further expanded. Each part has different degrees of lateral development, and his face is ugly. In the end, Frieza's body returned to a compact shape. The sharp corners on the body had disappeared. The head shape became rounded, and the body showed a perfect streamlined shape. You're lucky to see me in my best form, but you're unlucky because you're going to die soon. Frieza stood upright in the void. He opened his hands and reveled in his own power. As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 of Bardock coldly, as if he was the ruler of the world. Damn! Bardock was locked by Frieza's murderous aura. His hands trembled involuntarily. 1,200,000 fighting strength against 3 million fighting strength. Even with his knees he knew what the outcome would be. Bada, a cold sweat broke out on K's forehead, and he said angrily, Sunyu, what the hell are you writing about? Alanx and West shrank their necks in fright at Frieza's breath. They looked at each other and moved silently behind them. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Frieza. He looked at Bardock sarcastically and said, why? Where did your aura just now go? Come, attack Saiyan. Although Bardock repeatedly warned himself not to act with anger, he still couldn't hold back when he faced Frieza's arrogant ridicule. How dare you look down on people? Go to hell, Frieza. Bardock appeared in front of Frieza in a flash. He covered the energy on his fist and slammed it into Frieza's chest. The violent energy exploded in Frieza's chest and rolled up, a powerful shock wave. But Frieza remained unmoved, just looking at Bardock with pity in his eyes. What? Bardock saw that his attack was completely ineffective, and his heart was half cold. Now that there was no way out, he burst out with all his strength and launched a fierce attack on Frieza. Hee. It's really sad if you only have this power. Frieza took a lightning-like shot and directly grabbed Bardock's throat. Let me tell you what its real power. Punching Bardock in the stomach, Frieza's eyes flashed a tyrannical light, and he enjoyed the feeling of taking control of other people's lives, especially when the other party was a Saiyan. Bah! Bardock spat out a mouthful of blood at Frieza. He struggled to get out of Welfare's control, but it was a pity that Frieza's hands were like a pair of iron pliers, clasping Bardock's neck tightly. Bardock's behavior completely angered Frieza. He looked at Bardock in disgust, and when he loosened his hand, Bardock fell down, and Frieza lightly raised a finger, and a finger converged on it. Dazzling energy ball. Supernova. Go to hell, Saiyan. Bardock looked desperately at the super energy bomb on Frieza's finger. As time passed, the energy bomb called the supernova became bigger and bigger, and it slammed into Bardock like a fallen star. Hit the entire planet. Are you going to die? Bardock coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He clutched his wound and stared at the sky sluggishly. At this moment, there was a sound of fusion. With a flash of white light, a figure caught Bardock, opened his mouth and stuffed a fairy bean, and said in overlapping voices, Yo, Badaksang, you should rest well and see what this uncle does. Teach that Frieza a lesson. Bardock swallowed the fairy bean, and the injury on his body improved immediately. Frieza was surprised to see this scene, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. At this moment, what appeared in front of Bardock was a short Saiyan, wearing a small waistcoat in the national costume of Metamor, standing proudly in the air. Eren, hey, it's my uncle. Eren turned his head towards Bardock and gave his thumbs a thumbs up, then dashed upward, holding Frieza's supernova firmly with both hands raised. Drink Stop me. As the momentum of Alanki's whole body suddenly erupted, his whole body was covered with a layer of pale golden airflow, and he waved his hands vigorously, and the supernova the size of an asteroid was held up by Alante in his hand. What? This kid? Frieza was dumbfounded, and the rest of the Legion was stunned. They knew how strong Frieza's move was. No matter what planet, as long as Frieza made this move, a supernova can destroy everything, but such a powerful move was taken by a Saiyan who looked young. Hey, I'm all dumbfounded. This thing is back to you. Arante waved his hand, and the supernova began to fly in the direction of Frieza. Seeing this scene, Sabo, who had been watching from the side, secretly said, ooh. He was about to rush over to stop the supernova attack, but he saw Frieza frowning and waving casually. With such a simple action, the huge supernova in the sky slowly rotated, deviated from its original orbit, and flew towards Sabo and others. This scene really scared Sabo and others. Lord Frieza, save me. Run. Facing Frieza's famed supernova, Sabo and the others had no ability to resist. They fled like crazy, but no matter how hard they escaped, they couldn't escape the supernova's attack range. Eren and Bardock saw this scene, and their hearts were burning with anger. They really didn't expect Frieza to be so cold-blooded that even his own men could be killed together. Dodoria died rightly. After the supernova just flew out of the atmosphere of Veblen. It broke out completely, and the violent impact formed a hurricane, which swept the entire planet in an instant. Chapter 93_Golden Saiyan. Arante's hair was ruffled by the frantic blast, and he stood in the air in a starter gesture, watching Frieza vigilantly. Bardock stepped aside unwillingly. Before Sun Wu arrived, he was not strong enough to fight Frieza. Who are you? Frieza didn't care when Arante appeared at all. He was more concerned about the energy field that Arante radiated. Although Frieza did not wear a combat power detector, he couldn't accurately judging the combat effectiveness of this person. Frieza can be sure that this person is very strong. Saiyan. Why are you Saiyan stronger than each other? Obviously just a bunch of savage monkeys. Unforgivable. Boom. The wreckage floating around Frieza was crushed by his terrifying energy, and a bright beam of light shot out of his fingers with the lift of his wrist. Death beam. Wow. Aren't obviously wanted to make a pre-war declaration, but Frieza would fight as soon as he said it. He almost couldn't dodge, causing the death beam to cut off a few hairs, and he scolded childishly. Said, "It's so dangerous. Damn it. The head can be cut off and the blood can flow, but this uncle's hairstyle can't be messed up. Die." Arante shouted loudly, and condensed small energy balls in his hand, and threw them in Frieza's direction. Look at the torrent bombing. Boom rumble. Countless energy balls exploded beside Frieza, and the smoke enveloped the entire sky. Arante proudly stretched out two fingers towards Bardock in a gesture of victory. It's nothing more than a mere Frieza. Because of the fusion, whether it is Arante, or the fusion of Monkey King and Vegeta in Dragon Ball anime, Dita, they all have a big problem. That is, they are too arrogant and even a little arrogant. Idiot. Frieza is fine. Get out of the way. Bardock roared at the side. Ah. Arante was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look in Frieza's direction. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Frieza's figure rushed into the smoke, and suddenly he punched Arante. However, Uranx and West are after all battle-hardened players, especially when their strength is low. They are often born and die, and their fighting instincts are not inferior to Frieza, who has never practiced on weekdays. He suddenly raised his hand to block, punched in an instant, turned and kicked Frieza away. Arante's set of actions was smooth, and Bardock almost applauded when he saw it. Haha, this Frieza is nothing more than that. It seems that I don't have to wait for Lord Kyle. I can kill him in one go. Arante said with his thumb rubbing his nose, proudly posing a self-confident. Thought it was a cool pose. These words sounded like rolling thunder in Frieza's ears. He clasped his hands tightly, and the surrounding aura became thick with his rage. How dare you underestimate me? I'm a dignified Frieza. The Lord was actually mocked by a little brat. Boy, who is the Lord Kyle you just said? Could there be someone stronger than you among the Saiyans? Hearing Frieza asking about Sun Yu, Arante's body just about to attack paused, and replied with a stern face. Of course, Lord Kyle is the strongest existence in the universe. Anyway, I am every time I am. Can't beat him. A thunder slashed across the sky, and Frieza widened his eyes in disbelief. The appearance of Bardock and Errant refreshed his understanding of Saiyans again and again. The strong Saiyan did not appear, and a golden warrior involuntarily appeared in his mind. Could it be? Could it be? Impossible. Impossible. Super Saiyans are just a boring legend. Saiyans are just a bunch of savage monkeys. I'm going to kill you all. When the Saiyans didn't know how to develop their own combat power, Frieza didn't take the Saiyans seriously at all, but now, the appearance of Bardock and Errant has made Frieza compelled to face Saiyans. It is an indisputable fact that they are getting stronger and stronger, although Frieza still thinks Super Saiyans are just a boring legend, but Frieza's principle of doing things is that everything that may threaten his dominance, all things will be destroyed. Sad Saiyan, let you see half of my strength. With Frieza's loud shout, the strength that had already reached its peak exploded further, and the incomparably thick energy was like a huge reservoir that had been accumulated for a long time, suddenly opening the gate to release water, and the raging waves rushed out. Whether it was Bardock or Errant, they were all overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. In front of this aura, they were like a lonely boat in the ocean. Even a small wave let them fall into the bottomless abyss. After an unknown amount of time, Frieza finally stopped releasing his power. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Hee, your expressions seem surprised." Arante looked up at Frieza in the air. He suddenly felt that Frieza's anger had surpassed the fusion state of Sun Yu and Bardock that day. A feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart, but after a while, Arante finally determined to make a final resistance. Although Lord Kyle has repeatedly warned me not to easily become a mimic Super Saiyan because my current strength is too low, I can't last for long, but now there is no other way. Thinking so in his heart, Arante raised his arms in the air to prepare for the rage that followed. Frieza glanced at Arante, who raised his hand, and he said sarcastically, "Why, boy, are you planning to surrender? But I won't let you go." He spoke halfway, only to hear Arante withdraw his hand suddenly, arch his back high, and let out a low growl. He is, based on past experience, Frieza guessed that this person is mostly going to transform, but as far as he knows, Saiyans will only transform into giant apes. Lightning streaks appeared around around Arante's body, and the golden arrogance was attached to his body like a prairie fire. This transformation was different from the last time. At this time, the mimic Super Saiyan transformed by Arante was more thorough. His eyes were only the whites of his eyes. His hair rose into the sky. His face was hideous, and he seemed to be dead. Frieza looked a little dumbfounded. After he saw Arante's body wrapped in golden arrogance, his face suddenly became ugly. Golden. In Frieza's ears, he suddenly remembered what his cosmic pirate ancestor Chilled said before his death. Tell the people to be careful of the Golden Saiyan. You are Super Saiyan. Chapter 94 Ridiculous Tales. Arante's golden arrogance is like a little starlight, proudly blooming in the dark night, colliding violently with Frieza's energy, making a harsh roar. Everyone is afraid of the unknown, and Frieza is more shocked at this time. He really doesn't understand why these Saiyans are so powerful, especially when his ancestors are afraid of them. The endless Golden Saiyan. Frieza forgot to attack at this time. Under Frieza's strong pressure, Arante's transformation into a Super Saiyan became even more thorough. He had completely lost his mind. Those white eyes glared at Frieza. Frieza pound. There was a meaningless roar from his mouth, and Arante's fist quickly slammed into Frieza's abdomen and chest, punching, and each punch made a deafening sound, making Bardock in the distance look at his scalp. Tingling. So strong. Is this the power of the mimic Super Saiyan? On the current battlefield, Eren's fist slammed on Frieza like a storm. Frieza seemed to have no room to fight back and fell vertically from the air. When Frieza was about to fall to the ground from a height of 10,000 feet, Arante slammed into Frieza's body with a kick. Using Frieza's body as a springboard, he did a backflip and flew into the sky. Frieza's body slammed heavily on the ground, smashing the ground into a huge deep pit, and Eren, who was standing in the air, used his energy bomb skill, rapid bombing. Again. Drink. The energy balls composed of golden energy were thrown to the ground. The explosion sounded throughout the sky. The earth was shaking, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was bombed to pieces. After a while, the golden arrogance on Arante's body became dim, and his body actually showed a momentary sign of collapse, which was that the energy was about to run out. Sure enough, Lord Kyle is right. I turned into a mimic Super Saiyan. It's still too reluctant. Arante took off the golden arrogance on his body, and he tried hard to maintain the state of fusion. Looked worriedly at the collapse ground. Is he dead? Even Frieza, under that level of attack, can't be unscathed. Bardock flew to Arante's side, took out a fairy bean from his arms and handed it to him, asking him to quickly replenish his physical strength. After Arante ate the fairy bean, his nearly dry physical strength finally recovered. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? The thick fog on the ground has not yet dispersed, but there is a creepy laughter from below. Frieza's figure gradually appeared in the thick fog. He lightly patted the dust on his body, and said sarcastically, it seems that legends are legends, but they are just some exaggerated rumors, and Super Saiyan is just like that. After Frieza lifted 50% of his power, his combat power was as high as 60 million. In the original book, Sun Wukong failed to defeat him with 20 times the King's Fist. In the end, because of Kobayashi's death, he turned into a Super Saiyan in rage. Only after Sun Wukong has the ability to defeat Frieza, and Arante turned into a mimic Super Saiyan after fusion. His combat power is less than 10 million. Of course he can't be Frieza's opponent. He doesn't have anything at all. The hearts of Bardock and Arante were beating wildly, and Frieza had misunderstood one thing. Arante's form was not a Super Saiyan, but just a Super Saiyan. The preparatory stage of man can only be called a mimic Super Saiyan, but I don't know what it means. The mimic Super Saiyan is already their strongest form. If this can't beat Frieza, then Bardock really doesn't know what to do. It's a pity. I almost thought I was going to die. I didn't expect the so-called Super Saiyan to have this level. It doesn't hurt at all to hit me. Frieza sneered. Right. Boom. Bardock and Arante's eyes flashed, and Frieza appeared in front of them at some point, punching both of their stomachs so fast the two covered their stomachs in surprise. They wanted to retreat, but Frieza was faster than them. If you want to leave, it's not that easy. Take your life. Emperor's split. The energy in Frieza's hand gathered and turned into a giant blade, flashing towards Bardock and Eren. It's over. Both Bardock and Arante looked at the giant blade that was rapidly slashing at them, and their hearts suddenly turned ashes, because if they were struck by the giant blade, they would not be able to get back the immortal beam. At this moment, a faint blue energy wave rushed over. 10 times. Turtle School Qigong. Boom. 10 times the Turtle School Qigong crossed an arc in the air and slammed into Frieza's Emperor Slash. Although it failed to completely offset the power of the Emperor Slash, it at least made it deviate from the original track and save him. Under the two Bardock and Eren. Gotcha. The Emperor slashed on the ground, and a bottomless giant ravine instantly appeared on the ground, which made the two of Bardock, who were lucky enough to save their lives just now, tremble with fear. Frieza was furious, seeing that he could kill these two hateful Saiyans, only to kill Cheng Yaojin halfway through. A figure appeared on the horizon in the distance. Bardock Bardock and Arante knew who it was without even looking. Who else but Sun Yu could perform 10 times the turtle qigong? This guy is finally here. Bardock felt his tense nerves relax, and Errant also seemed to see hope and kept waving in the direction where Sun Yu was flying. Frieza also looked in the direction of Sun Yu. After seeing Sun Yu, his eyes shrank, and he suddenly understood in his heart that this person was the strongest Saiyan in their mouths. He is the strongest Saiyan, you said. It doesn't look like anything special. Frieza looked at Sun Yu from a distance. He felt a little incredible, because the powerful Saiyans in his heart were all, it's a big guy. At least it shouldn't be a teenager like Sun Yu. Sun Yu looked only a few years older than Byron. If he didn't pay attention to his strong muscles, Sun Yu was no different from an ordinary young man. No wonder Frieza felt incredible. In a few breaths, Sun Yu flew from a distance to the front of several people. He didn't even look at Frieza, smiled at Bardock and Arante and said, Sorry, I'm late. Are you alright? Chapter 95_testimonial. At noon on March 10, 2017, the book was officially launched. Yes, it has been almost 2 months since the publication of the book. 2 months is not too long or too short. Because of the author's work, basically only have time to code at night. If you have added the author's QQ group, then you must know that the author's bacteria often code until 2 or 3 o'clock, and then the next day, getting up early for work. Saying it's not hard work is a lie. Maybe it only takes a few minutes for you to read a chapter, but it takes 2 hours for the author to finish coding a chapter. This is still not the case with Cowan. The author has really worked hard, so I hope readers can understand. In principle, the author can insist on 2 changes a day, unless it is very busy with work. There will be only 1 change, but the time will be made up for everyone. On the day of the launch, we will make up for everyone with 10 more. Here I am very grateful to the readers who have always supported me. It is you who gave me the motivation to write this book, and I will write this book better and better, and I will definitely live up to your expectation. As a rookie author, every time I see that my collection has grown and I have been rewarded, I will feel happy from the bottom of my heart. We often say that success or failure is a hero, but success or failure is the difference between life and death for a hero. Winners prosper, losers fall into the abyss. This is especially evident in every author. Therefore, the author is eager to succeed, and the author is eager to prove that it is not meaningless to sit in front of the computer and type on the keyboard every day. He is eager to prove that his hard work and efforts are rewarded, even if the return is very small at the beginning. I need your support to be able to subscribe to this book. In fact, it will only cost you 2 or 3 bottles of Coke a month. I don't think this is a big deal for you, but it means a lot to me. Speaking of a question that people often leave messages to the author, many people say no TJ, otherwise they will send me blades, Samsung blasting mobile phones, and all kinds of strange things. Here, the author Jun solemnly declares that this book will not be TJ. As long as there are readers reading this book, the author Jun will insist on writing. Originally, I wanted to say how many subscriptions I can add, but after thinking about it, I have no idea. After all, the author is a newcomer, and what kind of results can be achieved is still unknown, but the only thing that can be guaranteed is that if the results are okay after it is put on the shelf, then we'll definitely add more. You treat me with sincerity, and I will not bear it. Chapter 96_long overdue. Bardock waved his hand indifferently, and then asked in a low voice, We are all fine. What going on at the temple? Are they ready? Sun Yu understood and knew that the father-in-law, Bardock, couldn't worry about his wife and child, so he whispered, Everything is normal over there. It is estimated that you can jump in 30 minutes. It's really hard for you. Hearing Sun Yu say that it will take 30 minutes before the temple can jump out of this star area, the expressions of Bardock and Errant are very ugly, because they have just learned the horror of Frieza. Still have to hold on for 30 minutes. Is it really possible? And Arante's fusion time is coming, and he can't help Sun Yu at all during this time. Sun Yu saw that the two of them were in a low mood, and quickly guessed the reason. He sensed that Frieza had lifted 50% of his power through his breath. Today's combat power is as high as 60 million. It is not easy to deal with such a strong opponent. Matter, don't cry and be sad. There will always be a way. Sun Yu comforted. Frieza looked at the others coldly, and couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. I'm so sorry to interrupt your retelling. If you are the strongest Saiyan in their mouth, I am really disappointed. What? Sun Yu then looked at Frieza. Speaking of the real Frieza, he liked to pretend to be ABB more than the one in the anime. Lisa said in a deep voice, I'm not the strongest Saiyan. I'm just someone who wants to beat you. Oh. Frieza seemed to hear a very funny joke. He covered his stomach and laughed for a long time, then looked at Sun Yu with contempt and said, Then what are you waiting for? Come and beat me. If you can't, if you defeat me, the planet will suffer. Then can you wait for a while? Sun Yu said. Seeing that Frieza had no objection, he turned his head and flew to Bardock. Bardock, let's fuse together. Bardock was taken aback for a moment. He thought that Sun Yu should have some special changes after absorbing the energy of the blue jade given to him by Tassar, but now it seems that it is no different from the beginning, to rely on the metamorph fusion. In fact, Sun Yu is not unchained. His writing wheel eyes have indeed indeed changed, but this thing is Sun Yu's last trump card. Naturally, it is impossible to use it as soon as it comes up. This principle is like fighting the landlord. When you come up, you will lose the king. Okay, there is no other choice at the moment. Bardock can only agree to Sun Yu's request. By the way, Sun Yu suddenly added, this fusion of your consciousness may fall asleep, which means that this fusion I may have absolute dominance. What? Bardock and Errant exclaimed. The two people who perform metamorph fusion will not share memory, and the souls of the two people will temporarily merge into one after fusion, which is why the voice of the fusion body is accented. However, the souls of two people cannot be completely the same, so the stronger soul will dominate, but the weaker one does not have no sense of existence at all. He will still affect the language and behavior of the fusion body more or less. This time, Sun Yu said that if he merged with him, Sun Yu would occupy an absolute dominant position, so Bardock would only become a tool to enhance Sun Yu's rank. No one is willing to become a tool to enhance others' rank, and Bardock is the same. Well, although this is just my guess, it shouldn't be wrong. Bardock, I know what you're thinking, but I hope you can understand, Sun Yu said solemnly, because after Sun Yu absorbed the blue jade that Tassar gave him, his writing wheel has undergone an unimaginable change, and his spiritual power or soul strength has also undergone a qualitative leap. The most direct impact of this is that Sun Yu has made the pupil technique reach its peak, and the side effect is that after merging with others, only Sun Yu's consciousness is left in the fusion body. Okay, Bardock thought of his wife Jine and eldest son Radit, and finally agreed to merge with Sun Yu. So, Sun Yu and Bardock stood side by side, one on the left and one on the right, chanting incantations tacitly, and their movements mirrored the same. Fusion. Frieza watched the fusion dance between Sun Yu and Bardock with embarrassment, and saw that the two of them extended their fingers towards each other at the same time, 4 fingers facing each other, and a white light lit up from their fingertip. What happened? Frieza watched helplessly as Sun Yu and Bardock merged into one, and a young man who looked very similar to the two of them appeared in front of Frieza. Hehe, it turned out to be a fusion technique. Could it be that you are trying to defeat me in this way? How naive. Then let's try. As expected, there was no accent in the voice he spoke. It was Sun Yu's voice, and it seemed that it was exactly as Sun Yu had guessed, and only Sun Yu's consciousness remained in the fusion body, so calling him Keldic no longer made sense, although there are still some traces of Bardock on his appearance. Yes, the 2 scars on Bardock's face are still there. In addition to that, Sun Yu's appearance occupies a large area. So let's call this fusion Sun Wu. After Sun Yu merged with Bardock, he can still easily enter the state of Mimic Super Saiyan. Since Frieza has lifted 50% of his power, Sun Yu simply transformed into Mimic Super Saiyan at one time. Anyway, Sun Yu, I don't worry that Frieza will release 100% of his combat power, because in the original book, Sun Wukong pointed out one of Frieza's weaknesses, that is, his body will not be able to bear it after releasing all the fighting power. That's why Frieza only unlocked all of her powers in the final 5 minutes of destroying Namek and the final battle with Sun Wukong. So Sun Yu doesn't need to worry too much about Frieza's 120 million combat power at 100%. Frieza won't use it casually until the last minute. Sun Yu will win as long as he survives these 30 minutes. After making up his mind, Sun Yu snorted softly, and a vast and boundless momentum rushed out from his body. This momentum was like a huge golden wave, whistling towards the surrounding. The golden arrogance enveloped Sun Yu's body, circling around him and rising to the sky, like a tornado falling from the sky, shattering the earthquake and rolling up countless rubble. Chapter 97 Become a Mimic Super Saiyan. Che, are they the so-called Super Saiyans again? What a bunch of people who don't know how to live or die. Frieza looked at Sun Wu mockingly. When Errant turned into a Mimic Super Saiyan, Frieza was really taken aback. Unfortunately, Errant's foundation was too bad. Even if he transformed into a Mimic Super Saiyan, his combat power could not be shaken. Unban Frieza with 50% power. This also allowed Frieza to completely dispel his fear of Super Saiyans, and he looked at Sun Yu with a hint of pity in his eyes. The air storm around Sun Yu gradually subsided, and his combat power increased to about 50 million. This is already the ultimate combat power that can be achieved after merging with Bardock and then transforming into a Super Saiyan. He heard the word Super Saiyan from Frieza's mouth, and then looked at the golden arrogance around him, and he understood with a smile, and explained with a smile, No, I'm not in a super state. Saiyan. The real Super Saiyan is much stronger than my form. I am only a part of the power of a Super Saiyan at most, just as your current form is only half of your true power. What? After listening to Sun Yu's word, the hearts of several people present trembled. Although Arante knew about Frieza's strength before, they couldn't hold back the despair in their hearts when they heard Sun Yu say that Frieza, who was so powerful, was only half of the strongest form. What shocked Frieza was that Sun Yu actually said that he was not a Super Saiyan yet, and he actually knew that his current strength was only half of the whole. The other party knew his situation very well, but Frieza himself, I don't know anything about Sun Wu. This feeling of being seen through is very uncomfortable. Okay, let's Let's not talk nonsense. Frieza, let's light up your weapons. Sun Yu's eyes narrowed, his hands spread out in an offensive posture. Frieza sneered and stood in the air, staring at Sun Wu. The battle is imminent. Eren just felt his eyes blur as Sun Yu and Frieza disappeared at the same time. Bang bang bang. The sound of Sun Yu and Frieza fighting was heard from all over the sky, but when they looked for Sun Yu fighting according to the sound, they only saw a few vague afterimages. So fast, the eyes can't keep up with the speed of the two of them. At almost the same time, the afterimages of Sun Yu and Frieza appeared in the sky and everywhere on the ground, and then disappeared quickly. The energy of the two of them is like two gorgeous ribbons, one gold and one purple, sometimes colliding, sometimes scattered, and like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing one big crater on the ground. Because of Sun Wu and Frieza's battle, their energies collided to form a violent hurricane that quickly swept the planet. The scene of the sky breaking and the mountains and rivers collapsing is like the scene of the end of the world. This is the real battle. Arante stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene, and he finally understood the gap between himself and Sun Yu. Just as he was thinking about being in a trance, his body flashed white, splitting into two figures. Because Arante turned into a mimic Super Saiyan, his fusion time was shortened a lot, and now he has finally changed back to Eranx and West. The aftermath of the battle between Sun Yu and Frieza soon spread to the vicinity of the temple. Tassar also wanted to use the energy detector to detect the energy intensity of the battle there, but he just turned on the energy detector and only heard a muffled sound. Tassar spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch, what's wrong? Lena stepped forward to support Tassar. Tassar waved his hand and said sadly, Mr. Sun Yu is fighting Frieza. Their power is beyond my imagination. Let's do our part. Don't let Sun Yu's effort go to waste. Lana's words made the people who were in fear feel a little relieved. The temple's warp charge has been completed by 80%, and it will be less than 20 minutes to jump out of this star area. Great, even Frieza can't do anything about it. In the center of the storm, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Sun Yu who merged with Bardock, and Frieza who lifted 50% of his power. The two stood opposite each other and stopped in the air. They all had large and small scars on their bodies, and they looked at each other vigilantly while breathing heavily. In fact, Sun Yu's situation is even worse, because after fusion, he transformed into a mimic Super Saiyan, and the energy consumed is several times that of normal, which makes his body a little unbearable. On the other hand, Frieza's side, although Frieza also suffered a lot of injuries, but those are skin injuries, the kind that can be completely ignored. As long as the current situation can be seen by individuals, Sun Yu will undoubtedly lose if this continues. Lord Kyle, hurry up and eat fairy bean. Alanx shouted to Sun Yu. Indeed, if he ate the fairy beans now, he might be able to hold on for a while, but Sun Yu stared at Frieza coldly. He knew that the moment he took out the fairy bean, Frieza would definitely take the opportunity. Attack yourself. Frieza had already seen Bardock use the fairy bean, and knowing that it could heal the wound instantly, he couldn't foolishly let Sun Yu eat the fairy bean. 50 million combat strength is against 60 million combat strength. Although the difference in combat strength between them does not seem to be particularly large, the difference is the difference. Whether it is in terms of strength or speed, Frieza is one level higher than Sun Yu. Cut. There is a flaw. Look at the trick. Death beam. Seeing the moment when Sun Yu was distracted, Frieza raised his wrist and shot a powerful ray towards Sun Yu's heart, taking Sun Yu's life. After the fight just now, Frieza admitted that he underestimated the enemy, and Sun Yu's strength should not be underestimated. Frieza felt that he couldn't let the Saiyans grow like this anymore, and he must destroy all the Saiyans. To the last words of the ancestors, the legends of the Super Saiyan don't care. Damn it. Sun Yu secretly said in his heart that he shouldn't be distracted just now, but now it's too late to avoid just relying on his body. PFF. Sun Yu's body was penetrated by Frieza's death ray, and his eyes were still the same as usual, and he did not turn on the writing wheel. In the state of fusion, the writing wheel cannot be opened. Pit father. Sun Yu was about to cry. He previously thought that as long as his consciousness became the absolute leader of the fusion body, it would not be difficult to open the writing wheel, but the reality slapped him hard. In the state of fusion, the writing wheel, the eyes cannot be opened. Fortunately, he responded in time, and Frieza's death ray didn't hit the heart, otherwise Sun Wu would have died on the spot. A white light lit up, and Sun Yu and Bardock were separated. Both of them had a dark wound in their heart, and it seemed that the damage was equally divided. Chapter 98 Variations of Shakers. Mimic Super Saiyan consumes a lot of energy, and the chest was penetrated and seriously injured. Sun Yu and Bardock separated. Cough cough. Sun Yu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood while covering his wound. Fortunately, Frieza's death beam didn't shoot through his heart, otherwise Sun Yu would be dead now. Bardock, are you alright? Sun Yu looked at Bardock beside him. Bardock's face was pale and bloodless. Sun Yu hurriedly took out a fairy bean from his arms and wanted to put it into Bardock's mouth. Too naive. Frieza stood in the air, raised his hand and shot a ray, which directly hit Sun Yu's wrist, and the fairy beans in his hand were also affected and shattered. Frieza sneered. Anyway, you all, it's someone who is about to die, so why bother struggling? I can see that the green green thing in your hands can heal the wound in an instant. Hand over that thing and I can let you die happily, otherwise. No, the one just now is the last one, Sun Yu said angrily while holding Bardock. There are still more than 2 cans of fairy bean, but Sun Yu will definitely not give the fairy beans to Frieza. Absolutely not. No more. Since that's the case, it's useless to keep you guys. Die for me. Frieza raised her palms angrily to face Sun Yu and Bardock, and terrifying energy fluctuations appeared in her palm. If you want to hurt Lord Kyle, just step over my court. An accent sounded abruptly, and Frieza turned her head to see that it was the kid who had previously transformed into a Super Saiyan. You guys actually merged again. Frieza snorted coldly and shot an energy ball at Arante. Instead of evading, Arante let out a loud shout. The golden arrogance on his body rose high, and he smashed golden energy bombs one after another with his hand. Rapid bombing. Lord Kyle, take advantage of now. Sun Yu understood and jumped away with Bardock in his arms. At the same time, he took out 2 fairy beans from his arms, put one in Bardock's mouth, and ate one himself. Crack, crack. The two swallowed the fairy beans together, and their injuries improved instantly. Thank you, Sun Yu. Bardock gave Sun Yu a grateful glance. Sun Yu smiled slightly and said, Bardock, let's hurry up and integrate. Without waiting for Sun Yu's voice to fall, Frieza slashed towards the two of them with an imperial slash. Don't be wishful thinking. No, get out of the way. Sun Yu and Bardock jumped in the opposite direction. A giant blade in the air slashed at the original position. The ground shattered, and a huge ravine appeared on the ground, bottomless. He. Stupid Saiyan, why are you struggling with meaningless struggle? Frieza raised the blood-covered Arante with one hand and looked at Sun Yu and Bada coldly Gram direction. Seeing Arante being caught by Frieza, Sun Yu immediately became furious and said angrily, Frieza, if you dare to touch a hair on him, I will definitely smash you to pieces. Ha ha ha. Frieza raised her head and laughed. He looked at Sun Yu sympathetically and sneered, your threat is really scary. Ha ha ha. While Frieza laughed, he grabbed Arante's hand and slammed it hard. Arante's painful eyes were about to pop out. He grabbed Frieza's fingers tightly, trying to break free. Helpless. Frieza's hand strength is so strong. Obviously not a mere Arante can shake it. Damn it. Sun Yu was very anxious. He had the heart to save Eren, but unfortunately, if he didn't merge with Bardock, his current strength would not be enough for Frieza. Maybe you can use the mutated writing wheel to use the super moon reading, but Sun Yu needs to find an opportunity. After all, Frieza's strong mental strength is equally powerful and scary. If you don't catch him, relax your vigilance for a moment. Sun Yu was unable to bring him into the world of super moon reading. Just as Sun Yu was contemplating how to create such an opportunity, there was a loud blasting sound from behind Frieza. Several people followed the sound, and the direction seemed to be the location of the Silver Pyramid Temple. What happened? Bada came to Sun Yu's side. He also found out that it was an explosion coming from the direction of the temple. Naturally, he was worried about the safety of his wife and children. Familiar breath. Sun Yu felt a little uneasy in his heart. It stands to reason that the temple should be ready for charging at this time, and the remnants of Frieza's army have long been wiped out. Frieza glanced back, but soon turned to Sun Yu. He was still on guard against Sun Yu and Bardock merging. In Frieza's view, no matter what happened to this planet, these Saiyans would always be on guard. Must I? There has been no other movement since the first explosion, as if it was just an illusion of everyone. Frieza quickly lost his patience, and he held Arante aloft, deciding to kill the boy who was in the way first. Sun Yu knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. The moment Frieza started to kill Arante was when he relaxed his vigilance. If he used the pupil technique at that time, even Frieza would definitely be hit. Besides, Sun Yu found out that there were a few faint breaths approaching here before Sun Yu found out the ones that made Sun Yu feel uneasy. A name came to Sun Wu's mind. Native Sharu. Go to hell. Frieza raised Eren high, and shot the death ray in his hand, aiming directly at Eren's heart. At the same time, the rock under Frieza's feet suddenly shattered, and several green figures rushed out. They hugged Frieza's surroundings in tacit understanding, and their tails were like a poisonous snake, stabbing toward Frieza's bare skin. Go, Bardock. Sun Wu and Bardock jump up and dodge the native Sharu who pounced on them. Sun Yu and Bardock are proficient in the perception of breath. Even if the native Sharu hides his breath and hides quietly underground, he will not be able to escape their detection. Sun Yu, who was flying in the air, did not stop for a moment, and rushed in front of Frieza, with a strange blue flashing in his eyes. That's right, after Sun Yu's writing wheel eye was contaminated with the energy of the blue jade, the Guyu in his eyes turned blue, and the blue Guyu's writing wheel has a powerful ability, which can almost freeze time. Homashu. Time freeze. The temperature between heaven and earth seemed to disappear at this moment. Frieza turned his head to look at Sun Yu in astonishment. He really couldn't understand what happened. The corner of Sun Yu's mouth smiled, and he looked into the eyes of the owner of the sharingan without any precaution during the battle. It was simply an act of death. Eyes. Death illusion. Chapter 99_final countdown. Death illusion is just an ordinary illusion skill that Sun Yu used to trap Frieza for a short time. Because of the appearance of the the original Sharu, Sun Yu completely lost his mind to fight with Frieza. Now he just wants to rush to the temple to see what happened and whether Lena and the others are safe. After saving Arante, Sun Yu kicked a few native Sharu that flew over. The strength of these native Sharu is uneven. Maybe Sun Yu and others are less of a threat to the original Sharu who attacked him, and Bardock has only 3 or 4 million fighting power, while the Sharu who attacked Frieza sneakily, it was the one that Tassar took Sun Yu to see at the end, and it was comparable to Erent's combat power in the mimic super race form. Now that Sun Yu uses illusions to temporarily trap Frieza, it means giving them the opportunity to absorb Frieza's life essence, and the more life essence Sharu absorb, the stronger they will become. Bardock, let go back to the temple quickly. Sun Yu made a decisive decision, picked up Arante and flew in the direction of the temple. Bardock flew in midair, and flew a few native Sharus who were trying to chase them. Before leaving, he glanced at Frieza, who was wrapped in Zongzi by those virgin Sharu, and secretly said in his heart that he did not live by himself. At this time, Frieza was still immersed in Sun Yu's illusion. He seemed to have seen something terrible. He was hugged by 4 or 5 Sharu without realizing it, and the tail of each native Sharu pierced into it. Frieza's skin absorbed Frieza's life essence in a Gouda. What a disgusting thing. Bardock stepped on the native Sharu on the ground in disgust, and jumped into the air, catching up with Sun Yu's speed. At this time, Arante had already eaten the fairy bean, and his injuries improved. He and Sun Yu Bardock flew side by side in the air. The temple was not far away from them. Sun Yu and the others quickly flew to the vicinity of the Silver Pyramid Temple. Along the way, they also saw several fleeing around and trying to attack their native Sharu, but those were not very strong. A few times, the 3 of them were beaten away by Sun Yu. Coming to the vicinity of the temple, Sun Yu saw a large number of shriveled corpses, and suddenly felt his scalp numb. Some shriveled corpses had a fluffy tail around their waist. It's a Saiyan's corpse. Damn it. What the hell happened? Sun Yu and Bardock hurriedly entered the hall under the 12 bronze pillars. They saw that the hall was in a mess. There were the corpses of native Sharu on the ground, as well as those of Saiyans and Veblen. Seeing that Sun Yu and the others came back, Tassar, Lena and others all gathered around. Lena threw herself into Sun Yu's arms without saying a word. Sun Yu knew that the scene of Shalu sucking people dry was too terrifying. This obviously frightened Lana, so she patted her on the back and comforted. It's okay, Sister Na, it's okay with me. Uncle Ali reported with a gloomy face. Kyle, this time, we lost half of our staff, and now there are only more than 900 surviving Saiyan. What? The 3 of Sun Yu were taken aback. They stared at Uncle Ali in a daze. The team of 1,780 people they brought over was now only 900 people. Tassar, what the hell is going on? Sun Yu asked Tassar angrily. The original Sharu was something they studied. Now that these original Sharu have run away, he has an unshakable responsibility. Tassar's mouth twitched, and he lowered his head and said, I am sorry, Mr. Sun Yu. These beasts all ran out while we were evacuating some of the guards. Didn't you say there is a remote control for the emergency termination device? Why not? They had a plan for this riot. We really didn't expect it. So, Mr. Sun Yu, please don't be angry. We also lost a lot of soldiers. Damn. Sun Yu slammed a fist on a copper pillar beside him, and with a bang, he smashed the copper pillar into a big hole. Tassar lowered his head in front of Sun Yu, like a child who made a mistake, and he was also a child with a height of more than 2 meters. How about the recharge of the temple? Can you jump? Sun Yu didn't plan to pursue it any further, and now the most important thing is to let everyone escape. As for the dead Saiyan warriors, Sun Wu can at least ask Shenlong to help resurrect them. Give me another 3 minutes. As long as 3 minutes, you can activate the temple jump. Tassar said. Can you jump directly to Earth in the solar system? Sun Yu asked. Tassar silently searched for the location of the Earth in his mechanical center. His face darkened and he replied, I'm afraid this can't be done, but it can jump to the vicinity of the northern Milky Way. Well, hurry up. Sun Yu let out a sigh of relief, as long as he could leave here anyway. After that, Sun Yu learned some information about the original Sharu. There are a lot of those original Sharu, and they know how to work as a team. Although most of them have disappeared, what makes Sun Yu feel more at ease is that the original Sharu, it doesn't seem to know that absorbing companions can evolve into a complete body. Although there is no need to worry about the complete Sharu for the time being, Sun Yu is not happy at all. What makes Sun Yu very depressed is that since he came to this Dragon Ball world, the plot has not developed according to the normal routine. In the last 3 minutes, many people were busy preparing for the final work. Bardock also went to visit his wife and children. Arante had not released the fusion state, so he and Uncle Ali went to visit together the layers of the temple. Sun Yu was standing on the edge of the hall under the 12 copper column. Lena was snuggling closely beside him. Sun Yu looked at the position where he fought Frieza from a distance. He didn't think Frieza would be beaten by a few mere beasts. The native Sharu was killed, so he was worried that Frieza would chase after him. For 3 minutes, it would be good if you could get past it, but what if Frieza eventually came over? And according to Frieza's urine, the possibility of the latter is more than 90%. The time entered the last minute of the countdown, and the walls around the hall also fell, and a closed structure was about to be formed. Tassar came over, and he came to invite Sun Yu to the command room. Just as Sun Wu was about to follow Tassar, a black dot appeared in the sky in the distance. A ferocious aura swept in like a surging raging wave. Sun Yu and Lena's heart trembled violently, and they looked back mechanically. It was Frieza. It's still here. Sun Yu sighed helplessly, turning around and walking outside the temple. Kyle, don't. Lena grabbed Sun Yu's arm and shook her head desperately with tears in her eyes, preventing Sun Yu from going out. Frieza, who was far away just now, appeared near the temple in the next second. He looked in a state of embarrassment, and his body was sunken in many places. Frieza's right arm was slightly thin and dry, and there was still half of the original Sharu's tail on it. His eyes were red, and he was obviously angry to the extreme. After seeing Sun Yu, he said angrily, I want you to survive, please. No way to die. Chapter 100_Goodbye. Too late to wait. The walls of the hall have already fallen halfway, and Frieza's face is hideous, and terrifying energy is gathering at his fingertips. Sun Yu took Lena's hand away slowly, smiled slightly and said, I'm going to buy some time. You guys hurry up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm not good. You just go to Earth and resurrect me with Dragon Ball. After saying that, Sun Yu turned around and flew out of the temple without hesitation. His figure gradually became tall and stalwart. Lena stared at Sun Yu's back, tears in her eyes and a broken pearl necklace. Kyle. Lena cried and shouted Sun Wu's name from behind. She tried to rush out of the temple, but was stopped by Tassar. Miss Lena, if we waste any more time, we will all die here. The wall of the temple hall slowly fell after Sun Yu went out, and the whole building trembled slightly, as if preparing for the remote leap. Sun Yu's appearance successfully attracted Frieza's attention, or it can be said that Frieza never imagined that such a tall building could leap hundreds of thousands of light years away in an instant. Yo, Saiyan, thanks to you to make me become this virtuous, but don't worry, I will torture you well, and then wipe out all of you Saiyan. Frieza said coldly. Sun Yu didn't reply. He silently brewed violent anger in his heart. If the two sides disagreed and started a fight, he could quickly enter the state of Mimic Super Saiyan. He has seen Arante transform into a Mimic Super Saiyan, so he copied it directly, but because he failed to merge with Bardock this time, he will definitely be a lot weaker than before when he transformed into a Mimic Super Saiyan. Fortunately, Frieza's state is not so good. Given that Frieza has absorbed a lot of life essence from the native Sharu, Sun Yu can feel that his combat power has dropped to 40 million. However, this 40 million combat power is only when Frieza is at 50%. Sun Yu currently cannot estimate how much fighting power will be left after Frieza lifts the band to 100% billion or more. Seeing that Sun Yu ignored him, Frieza felt an unnamed fire in his heart, and with a flick of his wrist, the energy ball that had gathered earlier smashed into Sun Yu. Drink. Sun Yu didn't dodge, because once Sun Yu avoided, Frieza's energy ball would hit the silver pyramid temple behind him. Saiyan state. A huge golden cyclone soared into the sky, flickering lightning flashed around, and the earth trembled underfoot. The tiny stones actually ignored the influence of gravity and flew high into the sky, dispersing into a mass of floating objects. Drink. Sun Yu slammed his palm out and slapped the energy ball that hit him directly. After being hit by Sun Yu, the energy ball crossed an arc and fell to the ground. Boom rumble. A terrifying mushroom cloud immediately rose from the ground in the distance, and the violent airflow ruffled Sun Yu's hair. He looked at Frieza with stern eyes, and secretly prayed that he would jump out safely. The temple behind him roared loudly, and Frieza, no matter how stupid, should understand that Sun Yu didn't really come out to die, but to buy time for others. You, how dare you make fun of me? Frieza burst into a drink and charged towards the direction of the temple as fast as lightning. Sun Yu's heart shuddered violently. The strange red light in his eyes flickered, and the air around him seemed to be filled with an aura of extreme cold. Homashu. Time freeze. Kakaka. Frieza's body was covered with solid ice. Sun Yu rushed behind Frieza's back. His hands passed through Frieza's armpit, and then cross-squeeze his neck and hold Frieza firmly. Damn it. Frieza desperately tried to break free from Sun Yu's control. At the same time, he slapped Sun Yu's back with his tail and said angrily, do you want to die like that? Sun Yu was so tense that he didn't dare to take a sip. He felt that Frieza's strength was too great, and a little slack might make him break free. The roar of the temple became more and more intense, and finally turned into thousands of silver-white light beams and disappeared in place. Because of the disappearance of the temple, the atmosphere in the place suddenly intensified. Sun Yu's center of gravity was unstable, and Frieza broke free. Imperial slash. Give me death. Frieza swung a giant blade at Sun Yu with his backhand. The sharp giant blade ripped apart the space and penetrated Sun Yu's body with a thud. Sun Yu slowly raised his head to look at Frieza, his eyes filled with an eerie red. With only half of his body left, Sun Yu was suspended in the air strangely, and the wound cut by the giant blade was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frieza stared blankly at this scene, and it was he who noticed that there was a bloody moon hanging high in the sky at this moment. This is. When he looked at Sun Yu again, Sun Yu's body appeared in front of Frieza, this time intact. The blue Guyu in Sun Yu's eyes swirled endlessly, and a faint blue afterimage appeared. He smiled and said to Frieza, "Welcome to my world. Super monthly reading." The moon reading space at this moment is different from the past. After Sun Yu was contaminated with the blue jade, his writing wheel eye was given a certain characteristic. When he used the moon reading, the world in this space became extremely cold. From time to time a few pieces of grey goose feather snow fell from the sky. Frieza looked at this gloomy world in shock. He had never encountered such a situation before, and he was a little overwhelmed. "Where is this place and what have you done? You just need to know that this is your burial place, Frieza." Sun Yu walked toward Frieza slowly, with a long sword in his hand. Frieza smiled grimly, and he mocked, "What do you think you can do with that broken sword? Kill me. Stop teasing." After Frieza raised his finger, a supernova converged at his fingertip. "I want you, together with this planet, to become dust in this universe. Ha ha ha." But when Frieza waved his hand out, the invincible supernova disappeared. What going on? Frieza didn't believe in evil, and used the supernova skills again, but the ending was the same. When he threw the supernova out, everything was silent. "Don't waste your effort." Sun Yu had already walked in front of Frieza. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it in Frieza's throat. "I am the master of this world. Here time, space, quality factors, etc. are all under my control, so don't waste your effort." Frieza asked himself that he lived long enough, but Sun Wu said something he had never heard before, or even incomprehensible. He is more willing to believe in the existence of Super Saiyans than this. Super monthly reading is so terrifying.